The young master of Shanhai Tower, Xiahua Huai, once vowed to sever all ties of love and never harbor affection for any woman, believing that love could inflict unbearable pain. Meanwhile, the cross-dressing scholar, Jiang Zhefeng, swore to disguise herself as a man for life, adamantly refusing to develop feelings for any man. Upon their fateful encounter, Xiahua Huai unexpectedly saved Jiang Zhefeng, leading to a spirited conversation, though it was hardly amicable. The aloof and restrained Jiang Zhefeng found her composure shattered in the presence of the loquacious Xiahua Huai. Even more troubling was the fact that after being swindled of all his money, Xiahua Huai shamelessly imposed himself upon Jiang Zhefeng, insisting she support him. One fateful day, Jiang Zhefeng's true identity as a woman was inadvertently revealed. Fearing the worst, Jiang Zhefeng was relieved to discover that Xiahua Huai was, in fact, a rather foolish man, determined to win her heart despite the absurdity of his situation. Chapter 1. The First Encounter. Let go of me. I told you I have money. The silver is with my horse, which has run away. Release me, and I will find my horse and pay you double. Your horse ran away with your silver? What? Is it a fairy that fled with your funds? Who are you trying to fool? I see you are a large fellow, living off others without shame, and now babbling nonsense. It's truly ridiculous. Come, let us take you to the magistrate. A raucous crowd gathered outside the auspicious tavern in Jinyang town, where two attendants were forcibly dragging a young man clad in blue. The youth, around 19, possessed striking features with dark brows and clear eyes, radiating vitality and vigor, much like a summer bamboo, handsome and unblemished. Yet, at that moment, he found himself in a rather undignified predicament, being pulled along towards the county office, while onlookers pointed and whispered. Xiahua Huai felt utterly humiliated. As the esteemed young master of Shanhai Tower, he was being mistaken for a beggar, on his way to face the magistrate. If word of this reached the outside world, he would have no face left in the martial realm. Shanhai Tower was among the 3 most renowned sects in the world. How utterly disgraceful. What fueled his anger further was that before leaving home, he had sworn to his family that he would venture forth without relying on Shanhai Tower's influence or seeking even a single coin from them. Now, in this unfamiliar town, he found himself utterly isolated. I will pledge my soft sword as collateral. I noticed a bounty notice at the city gate. If you release me, grant me a day to capture the fugitive and earn the reward, I will return to settle my debt and reclaim my sword. What are you thinking? Your sword is as flimsy as paper. It's clearly worthless. If we let you go, how will we find you again? Xiahua Huai, feeling utterly despondent, desperately sought a way out. After some contemplation, he leaned closer to one of the attendants and whispered, "Do not take me to the magistrate. I am acquainted with Lord Pingan. If you can send a message to Lord Pingan in the capital, I assure you he will send money at once. I will reward you with an additional 100 taels of silver." The attendant regarded Xiahua Huai as if he were a fool and raised his voice for all to hear. "Everyone, come look. This young gentleman appears respectable, but is truly a complete fraud. Unable to pay for his meal, he claims that if he writes a letter, Lord Pingan will send him money." The crowd erupted in laughter. Who was Lord Pingan? He was the most illustrious lord of the Dafeng kingdom. To the north, it bordered the Barong kingdom, to the south, the Nanjing kingdom, to the east, the Eastern Sea, and to the west, towering mountains formed a natural barrier. Lord Pingan Wumu had originally been stationed in Yunnan, guarding the southern gate of the Dafeng kingdom against disturbances from the Nanjing kingdom. Last year, the Dashi tribe invaded the border between Dafeng and Barong, leading to a century-long conflict between the two nations. Faced with the Dashi incursion, Lord Pingan represented Dafeng to negotiate with the Barong emperor, agreeing to set aside their hostilities temporarily and unite against the external threat. Taking advantage of this distraction, the pirates from the East Sea began to wreak havoc along the coastline. Lord Pingan ventured alone to the Eastern Sea and persuaded the notorious pirate leader, Dib, to deal with the Eastern pirates, thus safeguarding the coastline for both nations and allowing them to focus on the Dashi threat. The Barong emperor, in gratitude, presented Lord Pingan with a highly intelligent steed. Subsequently, Lord Pingan led his troops north to confront the Dashi. The battle was arduous, with the Dashi employing terrifying weaponry filled with gunpowder, resulting in heavy casualties for both Dafeng and Barong. With countless corpses and rivers of blood, it was only through Lord Pingan's ingenious invention of the Phoenix artillery and flintlock that the Dashi were ultimately routed. Peace was restored between Barong and Dafeng at last. The Barong emperor later remarked, "Dafeng is fortunate to have Lord Pingan. Just last month, when Lord Ping'an returned triumphantly to the capital, the citizens lined the streets in celebration, with Emperor Yuanzhong personally welcoming him at the city gate. Now, Lord Ping'an was in the capital receiving accolades from the emperor. He was an unblemished figure in the hearts of the Dafeng people. The audacity of Xiahua Huai, a mere beggar, to claim acquaintance with Lord Ping'an was nothing short of sacrilege. "Young sir, you are quite young. How dare you boast so? If you truly know Lord Ping'an, do enlighten us about your background." Lord Ping'an is known for his integrity and public service. He surely does not associate with thieves like you. A voice rang out mockingly. "You might as well claim Lord Ping'an as your elder brother. Let us see if these two attendants will let you go." Xiahua Huai's frustration boiled over. He longed to declare that indeed, Lord Wu Mu was his sworn brother. The horse that ran off with his belongings was named Ju Di, a gift from the Beirong Emperor to Lord Ping'an, who then bestowed it upon him. Had Ju Di not been so intelligent, it would not have fled simply because he spoke a few words to it. However, the crowd had already branded him a fraud. If he dared to speak the truth, they would surely believe he was tarnishing Lord Ping'an's reputation, drowning him in spit and scorn. Reluctantly, he continued to plead with the two attendants about using his soft sword as collateral for his meal. Just then, a horse-drawn carriage came barreling down the street, its steed seemingly startled and running amok. The crowd gasped and scattered. With a determined effort, Xiahua Huai broke free from the attendant's grasp, leapt forward, and with a few agile strides, mounted the horse and forcefully reined it in. After a brief moment of wild neighing and galloping, the horse finally came to a halt. The crowd erupted into applause, and the two attendants stood dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that this seemingly useless young man would possess such remarkable skill, having offered no resistance moments earlier. As Xiahua Huai calmed the frightened horse, he turned to lift the curtain of the carriage, revealing a woman in a faint, around 40, with a gaunt figure and ashen complexion. He checked her pulse and breathed a sigh of relief. She was merely unconscious and not gravely harmed. The sight left the attendants exchanging glances, unsure whether to continue dragging Xiahua Huai to the magistrate. At that moment, a young man clad in white, appearing as a scholar, rushed towards the carriage. Upon reaching it, he leaped inside and, seeing that the woman was relatively unharmed, he exhaled deeply in relief. "I am Jiang Zhefeng, and I thank you, young hero, for your timely assistance." He bowed sincerely to Xiahua Huai. It was then that Xiahua Huai noticed the white-clad youth, around 18, slender and possessing delicate features. His voice rang clear like ice striking porcelain. His demeanor was as cold as the ancient ice atop a snow-capped mountain, yet as he expressed his gratitude, his face remained devoid of emotion. Strikingly, this seemingly indifferent individual possessed a pair of charming peach blossom eyes, which sparkled with the essence of spring waters. The affectionate peach blossom eyes, paired with an ethereal demeanor, resembled a pristine moon following a snowfall. Despite the evident chill, one cannot help but yearn to glimpse the elegance within. It is now March, and as the warm breeze caresses his face, Xiahua Huai distinctly hears the sounds of his own breath, heartbeat, and the whisper of the wind. His ears, slightly flushed from the breeze, leave his heart and breath in disarray. After a considerable pause, he collects his thoughts, scratching his head as he stammers, "Please don't thank me just yet. Could you lend me some silver to cover the meal? I promise to repay you later." After speaking, he glances at the two attendants standing by the roadside. Jiang Zhefeng follows Xiahua Huai's gaze and instantly comprehends the situation. Without hesitation, he approaches, inquires about the matter, and readily pays the bill. The attendant accepts the payment, beaming as he departs. As the onlookers disperse, the frenzy subsides, and the commotion fades, leaving Xiahua Huai feeling as though he has salvaged a fraction of his dignity. "I am Xiahua Huai. I am Jiang Zhefeng. I am grateful for your assistance today. Otherwise, I would have faced severe embarrassment." Jiang Zhefeng discreetly evaluates Xiahua Huai, noting his fine rain silk attire, clear eyes, and extraordinary aura, which do not suggest a person of poverty. He seems far from villainous. Perhaps he merely encountered an unfortunate circumstance that left him without funds. "Hero, please accept this pouch as a token of my gratitude for saving my mother today." Jiang Zhefeng unfastens the pouch from his waist and offers it. Xiahua Huai gazes down at the pouch in Jiang Zhefeng's hand, perceiving an implication of indebtedness. "No, I cannot accept your pouch. I am grateful for your timely assistance. Where do you reside? I shall visit you tomorrow to repay you." Jiang Zhefeng lifts his gaze to Xiahua Huai and gently shakes his head. "I am not from here. I am merely passing through." There is no need for repayment. It is of no concern. If you feel it necessary, consider it settled. You saved my mother's life, and I covered the meal. We are even. Xiahua Huai, appreciating Jiang Zhefeng's forthrightness, smiles warmly. Very well. I shall heed your words. May our paths cross again in the future. With a respectful nod to Jiang Zhefeng, he takes his leave. Jiang Zhefeng mounts his carriage, administering a pill to the woman inside before hastily departing. Xiahua Huai proceeds toward the city gate, feeling fortunate that this remote town has spared him the embarrassment of encountering an acquaintance. Upon reaching the city gate, he pauses beneath the wanted poster affixed to the wall. Wanted, the faceless fox, height 7 feet 3 inches, slender build. Always seen wearing a silver fox mask, targets handsome young men, victims often found disemboweled, faces mutilated, and bodies discarded by the riverbank. This individual is a grave menace. A reward of 800 taels will be granted for the capture of the faceless fox. Xiahua Huai scrutinizes the silver fox mask depicted on the poster, committing it to memory. To rid the populace of this threat and earn a reward of 800 taels, this is a task worth undertaking. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhefeng returns to the inn where he is staying. A young woman with burn scars on her right cheek anxiously twists her handkerchief, glancing around the inn's entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Zhefeng return, she rushes towards him. Is mother all right? She is fine. It was merely a false alarm. Jiang Zhefeng secures the carriage and gently carries the woman inside, placing her on the bed. Upon confirming that Mrs. Zhou is safe but unconscious, Zhang Chan lets out a sigh of relief. When she fell ill today, she poked the horse's rear with a hairpin, insisting on finding Yan Qing. It is my fault. I left the door unlocked while I went out to buy supplies. Jiang Zhefeng carefully arranges the blanket around the woman, then looks at Zhang Chan. Zhang Chan, at the tender age of 19, is as radiant as a begonia in full bloom, yet her right cheek bears a scar that twists and reddens, lending a fierce aspect to her beauty. Jiang Zhefeng gazes at the scar on Zhang Chan's face, a pang of discomfort tightening in his heart. It is not your fault. Do not blame yourself. Hysterical episodes are beyond human control. Yan Qing is her given name, and during her episodes, Mrs. Zhou often searches for her, sometimes failing to recognize her even when she is present, still insisting on finding Yan Qing. The teacher is currently in the capital seeking a physician. I believe that once we arrive, everything will improve. The capital holds the finest doctors, and perhaps there is hope for both Mrs. Zhou's illness and Zhang Chan's scar. As the sun sets, casting a radiant glow, Jiang Zhefeng partially hides by the window, the light dappling her face. Her eyes brim with fragmented light and determination, tinged with a subtle weariness. Zhang Chan suddenly feels a pang of sympathy. Jiang Zhefeng, with her delicate beauty and remarkable talent, could easily captivate anyone if she donned feminine attire, paving the way for a promising future. Yet she confines herself in male garb, forcing herself to live as a man. Zhefeng, you have not rested well these past few days. Please do not study tonight. Take a proper rest. Jiang Zhefeng shakes her head. Once we reach the capital, there will be many expenses. Thus, she cannot afford to rest. I have given my mother a sleeping pill. Please keep an eye on her tonight. I need to continue my studies in the next room. Zhang Chan expresses concern. Once we reach the capital, you will need to find a doctor for us, prepare for the imperial examination, and seek the truth behind your uncle's case. There is so much to do, and if you continue this way, your health will suffer. These are tasks she cannot assist with, feeling powerless. Jiang Zhefeng pauses, softly responding, "It is all right. I can manage." Some paths, once chosen, must be traversed regardless of the difficulties faced. Chapter 2: The Blind Path. As night deepens, tranquility envelopes the world. The sound of the watchman's gong suddenly pierces the darkness, startling the birds from their perches. Jiang Zhefeng, engrossed in her camelot studies, hears the gongs and sets down her brush, massaging her weary fingers. It is the fourth watch, time to rest. Just as she prepares to rise and freshen up, a strange fragrance wafts through the air, rendering her vision black and her body weak, causing her to sway and slump over the table unconscious. A figure clad in black, wearing a silver fox mask, materializes in the room. He approaches Jiang Zhefeng, caressing her face with a low, mocking chuckle. Such a lovely visage. Xiahua Huai crouches atop the highest roof in the town, illuminated by the bright moonlight, his sharp gaze scanning the silent, darkened streets below. Tonight, he has but one objective: to capture the wanted criminal, the faceless fox, and claim the reward of 800 taels at dawn. With the reward in hand, He plans to confront the Duke of Ping'an with fervent indignation, for this horse has betrayed its master. As Xiahua Huai indulges in his musings, a figure in black dashes through a narrow alley, carrying a long gray cloth bag. The figure reaches the end of the alley, leaps onto the roof, and heads toward the city gate. Xiahua Huai observes the figure's swift movements atop the roof. Although he cannot see the face, the build and stature align closely with the description of the faceless fox on the wanted poster. He springs into pursuit. Jiang Zhefeng awakens amid jostling, feeling nauseous. Memories from her unconscious state flood her mind, causing her head to throb. She realizes she is confined within a cloth bag, being carried swiftly. Calmly, she reaches for the short dagger she habitually conceals in her sleeve, only to discover her limbs are weak, and she cannot muster a sound to call for help. The sensation of an unusual force roams within her. Someone has administered a sedative. Fear and anger surge within her. Having disguised herself as a boy since childhood, she believed herself indistinguishable from men. With Zhang Chan always posing as her mother, no one had ever uncovered her true identity. This thief has dared to abduct a man? In a flash, she recalls the wanted poster on the city wall. She closes her eyes, striving to think clearly. If this thief is indeed the faceless fox, she is in grave danger. Zhuang Chan and the Zhou family were still waiting for her return, with so many unfinished matters at hand. How could she possibly survive? You beast, where do you think you're running off to?
Put her down.
Today, I will skin you alive. Jiang Zhefeng heard a cacophony of shouts and curses from behind, the voice resonant and robust, striking a chord of familiarity. She strained to recall the owner of that voice, yet the unsettling sensation within her surged once more. She closed her eyes, clenched her fists, and fought to suppress the turmoil threatening to overwhelm her thoughts. The cloaked figure, burdened by a canvas sack, maintained an unyielding pace. Xiahua Huai pursued relentlessly to the outskirts, astonished by the remarkable agility of this individual. He drew his flexible sword from his waist, took a deep breath, summoned his strength, and shouted as he leaped in front of the figure, only to discover the mysterious assailant donned a silver fox mask, identical to that on the wanted poster. Indeed, it was the jade-faced fox. Xiahua Huai's expression hardened as he lunged forward with his sword. The jade-faced fox, one hand bearing the sack, engaged in combat, but after several exchanges, found himself outmatched by Xiahua Huai's onslaught. A swift strike left the assailant's right arm gashed, blood spewing forth. In a moment of desperation, he hurled the sack from his shoulder. Xiahua Huai hurried to catch it, but when he lifted his gaze again, the jade-faced fox had vanished without a trace. Frustrated, he stamped his foot and cursed vehemently. "You beast, I will catch you one day." After venting his anger, he unfastened the sack and dragged its contents out. Bathed in the pale moonlight, he was astonished to find that the person inside was none other than Jiang Zhefeng, whom he had encountered earlier in the day. The boy's delicate features glimmered softly under the moonlight, exquisitely sculpted like jade, his face flushed, eyes tightly shut, and fists clenched in a fierce grip. Xiahua Huai inhaled sharply. Jiang Zhefeng's beauty in the moonlight was simply breathtaking. It was said that the jade-faced fox targeted only handsome young men, and this was undeniably true. Even he, at that moment, felt a stirring in his heart. Jiang Zhefeng's consciousness was fading, but she sensed someone dragging her from the sack and struggled to regain her thoughts, opening her eyes to meet Xiahua Huai's gaze. Wishing to call for help, she attempted to speak several times, but could not produce a sound. Realizing Jiang Zhefeng's peculiar demeanor, Xiahua Huai quickly deduced the jade-faced fox had drugged her. He furrowed his brow and spoke firmly, "Jiang Zhefeng, hold on." With that, he gathered all his strength and rushed towards the river, cradling her in his arms. As Jiang Zhefeng lay in Xiahua Huai's embrace, she fought to suppress the urge to touch him, trembling with restraint, on the verge of losing control. Alarmed, Xiahua Huai leapt into the river. Though March had warmed, the night water remained chillingly cold. After nearly half an hour submerged, the discomfort within Jiang Zhefeng finally dissipated, the effects of the drug fading. She regained her voice, which returned to its usual cool tone. "Young hero, I almost offended you earlier. I truly apologize." "Jiang Zhefeng, you scared me to death," Xiahua Huai sighed, relaxing his tense demeanor. "You, a young master, so strikingly handsome, what a cruel twist of fate. I was contemplating what I would do if the effects of the drug lingered. Would I yield or hold my ground? Having known you, I cannot abandon you in your time of need, but if I lose my virtue trying to save you, how shall I face the world thereafter?" Though I vowed never to favor any beautiful woman or marry, I never claimed to prefer men. Thank goodness, the effects of the drug have worn off. Xiahua Huai, having expressed so many sentiments, left Jiang Zhefeng momentarily speechless. To better disguise herself as a man, she had once attempted to wear a human skin mask, but her delicate complexion was too sensitive. No matter what mask she donned, rashes would inevitably break out, compelling her to abandon that idea. Before arriving here, she never imagined that this town harbored a villain who specialized in abducting handsome young men. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke, "Young hero, may I trouble you to let me down?" Only then did Xiahua Huai realize that due to Jiang Zhefeng's slight frame, holding her in the water was hardly burdensome, and he had been maintaining his hold out of habit. He hastily set her down. Once Jiang Zhefeng steadied herself in the water, she discreetly took 2 steps back. "Young hero, I am truly grateful for your timely rescue. I shall forever remember your kindness." Xiahua Huai smiled with pride. "I never seek reward for saving others. Jiang Zhefeng, our paths have crossed twice in one day. Surely, it is fate. Please, refrain from calling me young hero. I have told you, my name is Xiahua Huai. You may simply call me by my name. By the way, how old are you this year?" Jiang Zhefeng, who seldom befriended others, found it difficult to divulge personal matters. Considering that Xiahua Huai was her savior, she felt compelled to respond. 18. Upon hearing this, Xiahua Huai's face lit up with joy. "Jiang Zhefeng, you, a delicate scholar with no strength to harm a chicken, possess beauty surpassing that of a flower. Are you not putting yourself in danger by venturing out alone?" In the past, beautiful women needed to know how to protect themselves. In today's declining society, even handsome men must learn to safeguard themselves. "I believe we share a special bond. I am 19, older than you by a year. How about we become sworn brothers?" He had found Jiang Zhefeng particularly appealing from their first meeting, and in a moment of enthusiasm, he proposed the bond of brotherhood. "From now on, I will protect you." The more he thought about it, the more satisfied he felt with his decision, excitedly patting Jiang Zhefeng on the shoulder. His strong grip caused Jiang Zhefeng to stumble slightly in the water, nearly losing her balance. She forcefully pried his hand away. "Young hero, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I must hurry to the capital to participate in the imperial examination, and it is truly inconvenient to remain here for a brotherhood." The imperial examination typically occurred in March, but due to the ongoing war, Emperor Yuanjin had postponed this year's examination to October. Jiang Zhefeng firmly declined the notion of brotherhood, while Xiahua Huai remained blissfully unaware of her rejection. "How fortuitous! I too am heading to the capital. Does this not signify a predestined connection? Shall we travel together? I am going to the capital to drink with my sworn brother. By the way, my sworn brother is the Duke of Pingan. Should you acknowledge me as your elder brother, you will surely benefit. If you participate in the examination, the examiners will undoubtedly treat you with special regard upon learning of your connection to the Duke of Pingan." Jiang Zhefeng pursed her lips in silence. This savior, skilled and exuberant, was somewhat loquacious and prone to boasting, boldly declaring his supposed ties to the Duke of Pingan. Xiahua Huai, mistaking Jiang Zhefeng's complex expression for deep consideration, pressed on. "I never take the oath of brotherhood lightly. You are only the second person I wish to swear brotherhood with." "Jiang Zhefeng, why do you still hesitate?" Jiang Zhefeng glanced at Xiahua Huai. Under the moonlight, the young man radiated vitality and charm, embodying the very essence of a handsome gentleman. She truly could not comprehend why Xiahua Huai insisted on binding them in brotherhood. "There is no need for an oath. Since you are a year older than I shall simply call you Brother Xiahou from now on. Also, let us ascend the bank before discussing further. I am feeling somewhat cold." Only then did Xiahua Huai realize they were still standing in the water. Jiang Zhefeng's lips had turned pale. Her porcelain-like face appeared even whiter. He hurriedly took her by the arm and led her towards the shore. Jiang Zhefeng instinctively attempted to evade, but Xiahua Huai grasped her arm firmly, pulling her along. Once on the bank, both their garments dripped with water. Jiang Zhefeng felt a twinge of embarrassment. She typically wrapped her chest with gauze, rendering it unnoticeable beneath clothing, but now, her wet attire clung to her, revealing a slight protrusion. She slightly hunched her body, standing aside, striving to conceal her anomaly from Xiahua Huai. Unaware of Jiang Zhefeng's subtle movements, Xiahua Huai stood at the water's edge, gazing into the distance, furrowing his brows. "Jiang Zhefeng, I am unfamiliar with the way. Do you know how to return to the town?" Jiang Zhefeng assumed that Xiahua Huai, having followed the jade-faced fox, would surely be familiar with the way. A hint of confusion crossed her mind. How could you not know? Xiahua Huai clenched his right fist and placed it against his mouth, clearing his throat. I tend to lose my way as night falls, unable to discern directions. It is only during daylight that I can navigate by the sun, he stated with a sense of conviction. Jiang Zhefeng, slightly taken aback, could not help but chuckle. I too am at a loss. I was carried out and did not observe the path we took. In her childhood, she had cared for a rooster, which she knew to be directionally challenged at night. It was amusing to discover that Xiahua Huai shared this peculiarity, becoming disoriented as darkness descended. After a moment of contemplation, Xiahua Huai spoke again. I believe I left around the hour of the dog, and there should still be over 2 hours until dawn. Perhaps we should seek refuge in a cave for the night, dry our clothes by the fire, and return to the town come morning. What do you think? Jiang Zhefeng surveyed the desolate wilderness around them, devoid of any signs of life, an eeriness settling in. She nodded in agreement. Very well. Chapter 3: The Elder Brother's Desperation in the Cave. The flickering flames illuminated Xiahua Huai's face. Sitting shirtless by the fire, he roasted his robe while reflecting. Jiang Zhefeng, I have never encountered such an obstinate scholar as you. We are both men. What is there to be shy about? You are clad in damp garments. And you risk falling ill.
Come.
Remove your outer robe, dry it by the fire, and then put it back on. Jiang Zhefeng, seated across from the fire, composed herself, striving to conceal any sign of discomfort. Elder brother Xiahou, I am not accustomed to disrobing in the presence of others. I hope you will not make this difficult for me. Fear gripped her as she recalled the incessant questions Xiahua Huai had bombarded her with on their journey to the cave, prying into her family background as if to unearth her ancestry. Out of gratitude towards him, she felt compelled to respond to his inquiries. She revealed that she was a compliant individual, already wed, with a deceased father and a mother afflicted by hysteria, and that she had come to the capital primarily to participate in the October examination. Now, Xiahua Huai possessed all this information. Even more daunting was his assertion that he could procure the Snow Mountain healer to attend to her mother's ailment. Xiahua Huai had sworn earnestly, rest assured. The Snow Mountain healer is my elder brother. He would not dare refuse to assist your mother. Ordinary doctors were ineffectual against hysteria. Yet he believed that his brother might possess a solution. She felt deeply grateful to Xiahua Huai for this potential salvation. But the thought of him introducing her to the Pingan Marquis and the Snow Mountain healer filled her with trepidation. Even Emperor Yuanzhen would hesitate to claim he could summon the Snow Mountain healer for healing. Although the Pingan Marquis was revered among the common folk, at least some had seen him, whereas the Snow Mountain healer remained an enigma, known only through the tales of storytellers, with no one having witnessed his true form. She could not fathom why Xiahua Huai, with his clean and handsome visage, bore such vanity and a penchant for boasting. Noticing that Jiang Zhefeng appeared distracted, he approached her, waving his hand. Jiang Zhefeng, why are you lost in thought again? Startled, Jiang Zhefeng raised her gaze to find Xiahua Huai standing before her, bare-chested. The contours of his upper body were accentuated by the firelight, revealing a robust physique. Having never encountered such a sight before, she felt a momentary flutter of breath and averted her gaze towards the flames. I am fine. Xiahua Huai sensed something peculiar about Jiang Zhefeng. Despite his numerous entreaties about the advantages of brotherhood, she remained utterly indifferent and stubbornly refused to shed her wet clothing. He sat directly in front of her, scrutinizing her with keen attention. Her shoulders appeared somewhat frail, lacking the strength he possessed. The fire had flushed her face, lending it a rosy hue akin to that of blossoming petals. Her features were exquisitely refined, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Uncertain of his intentions, Jiang Zhefeng subtly shifted back a half-step. Xiahua Huai furrowed his brow, contemplating Jiang Zhefeng for a long while before a realization dawned upon him. I understand. Jiang Zhefeng, you are indeed a scholar, thoughtful and prudent. You must be concerned that I would feel inferior, hence your reluctance to undress. He nodded vigorously, affirming his conclusion. You, a frail scholar, do not practice martial arts, yet you are more robust than I. Truly impressive. As he spoke, he playfully patted her chest, wearing an expression of comprehension. Jiang Zhefeng felt a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Her hands, concealed within her sleeves, clenched into fists, yet she dared not express her feelings. I am not accustomed to intimacy. I hope you will refrain from such gestures, elder brother Xiahou. Rising to his feet, Xiahua Huai donned his robe and declared, Very well, I shall heed your wish. After all, You are my brother, and as you are younger than I shall yield to you. Henceforth, I shall refrain from patting you." Once dressed, he lay on the ground, resting his hands beneath his head. "Jiang Zhefeng, you have yet to agree to our brotherhood. The warmth of the fire envelopes me with comfort. Furthermore, since I have decided to recognize you as my little brother, I shall ensure your safety at all times. When you return to the inn in the town, wait for me to leave before you depart. Tomorrow, I will capture the jade-faced fox and exchange it for a reward, accompanying you into the capital. With me by your side, you need not fear whether it be a rampaging horse or a villain like the jade-faced fox." As Xiahua Huai's chatter resumed, Jiang Zhefeng felt a headache threatening to overwhelm her. She desperately wished to cover his mouth, pleading for him to cease his incessant talk. However, Xiahua Huai was her savior. She could not show disrespect to the one who had saved her life. "Elder brother Xiahua, you are closely related to the Ping'an Marquis and the Snow Mountain Healer. I suspect your status is quite elevated, and I dare not presume to associate with you as a brother. You are my benefactor. It would be improper for you to exert yourself further by escorting me to the capital." Xiahua Huai clicked his tongue. "Jiang Zhefeng, you are too distant. Now that I have acknowledged you as my brother, there is no distinction in status between us. In truth, my own background is not as noble as you might think. Just like now, when I venture into the world, without relying on the support of the sea and mountain pavilion, I am nothing. Would you like to know my background? Actually, I am..." Before he could finish, he suddenly sat up, fixing his gaze intently on Jiang Zhefeng, startling her. "Jiang Zhefeng, do you possess some sort of sorcery? In the brief time I have known you, only a single day, why is it that you seem so congenial? And I feel compelled to form a bond of brotherhood with you? I even wish to disclose my background to you." Jiang Zhefeng was rendered speechless by Xiahua Huai's sudden outburst. She was genuinely disinterested in his motivations for speaking thus, nor did she wish to know his lineage. She feared that if he continued, he might unveil some astonishing revelation about himself. At that moment, she would be forced not only to listen but also to believe. "Elder brother Xiahua, you truly have a penchant for jest. I am merely a scholar. How could I possess any sorcery? I believe you should exercise caution while traversing the realm. Do not easily divulge your background to others. I am somewhat fatigued and wish to rest for a while. Shall we discuss other matters upon our return to town?" Xiahua Huai found her reasoning sound. Brotherhood was a significant matter, requiring blood wine, which could indeed only be procured in town. Finally acquiescing to postpone their discussion about brotherhood until the next day, Jiang Zhefeng felt a wave of relief wash over her. Seizing the opportunity, she found a sheltered spot and curled up, turning her back to Xiahua Huai, feigning slumber. She was genuinely fearful, apprehensive that Xiahua Huai might continue to engage her in conversation. She was not an animated person and generally spoke little. The words exchanged with Xiahua Huai today were equivalent to what she would typically utter in a month, leaving her at a loss on how to manage his loquacity. Gazing at Jiang Zhefeng's silhouette, Xiahua Huai pondered the day's events, finding them rather perplexing. Previously, he had desired to form a brotherhood with the Ping'an Marquis out of admiration for his skills and character. Today, the urge to bond with Jiang Zhefeng felt inexplicable. If he had to justify it, he would say that such a delicate and elegant scholar, so strikingly beautiful, deserved protection. He wished to continue discussing the matter, but saw that she had curled up on the ground, facing inward, asleep, and thus relented. Muttering softly, "Very well, sleep on. I shall watch over you, lest the jade-faced fox come to seize you again," he settled back. After a while, Jiang Zhefeng noticed that the voice behind her had finally faded away, prompting her to exhale a silent sigh of relief. At last, tranquility enveloped her. She cautiously turned her head and observed Xiahua Huai sitting at the cave entrance, gazing up at the luminous moon in contemplation. Concerned that she might fall ill from sleeping in her damp clothes, he had stoked the fire to burn more brightly. A smile crept onto her lips as she chuckled softly. In truth, she was genuinely curious about Xiahua Huai's true identity. Despite his formidable martial prowess, he was naive and excessively talkative, speaking without a filter and devoid of guile, boasting with abandon. How could his family allow him to venture into the world unaccompanied? Uncertain whether it was the warmth of the campfire or the inexplicable comfort provided by Xiahua Huai's presence at the cave entrance, Jiang Zhefeng pondered for a moment. Utterly at a loss, in a state of drowsiness, she succumbed to sleep. Suddenly, the resonant voice of Xiahua Huai shattered her reverie. "Jiang Zhefeng, wake up." She jolted awake. her gaze locking onto Xiahua Huai's animated face. Turning her head, she noticed the sun was already high in the sky, a weight settling in her heart. What time could it be? Around the hour of the snake, perhaps. Jiang Zhefeng hurriedly rose, anxious to conceal her identity as a woman. She never allowed herself to sleep in the presence of others. Astonishingly, she had slept until dawn in this desolate cave, her vigilance completely abandoned. Fortunately, Xiahua Huai was not a villain. Had he harbored ill intentions, the consequences could have been dire. Seeing Jiang Zhefeng's tense expression, Xiahua Huai was puzzled. What troubles you? She quickly fabricated an excuse. My wife and mother are at the inn. If they find me missing from my room in the morning, they will surely worry. Xiahua Huai accepted her explanation without suspicion. Then let us hasten back. As Jiang Zhefeng followed him out of the cave, she realized it was mid-March, the perfect season for the blooming of apricot blossoms and pear trees. The distant hills were awash in the vibrant red of rhododendrons, while the base of the mountains was adorned with clusters of forsythia flowers, wrapping around the foot of the hills like golden sashes. The collision of these rich hues was a feast for the eyes. Xiahua Huai noticed Jiang Zhefeng had paused in awe and exclaimed, I was equally astonished when I saw this in the morning. This place is truly a celestial realm fit for the flower deity. I called you to witness it. If only I had properly studied painting, I would have captured the scene. Just then, a brown steed came galloping towards them from the distant floral expanse, its coat gleaming in the sunlight, moving with remarkable speed. Jiang Zhefeng furrowed her brow. Could there truly be such a magnificent wild horse in these mountains? Xiahua Huai shielded his eyes from the glaring sunlight, squinting at the approaching horse. With delight, he called out, Judy, Judy, I'm right here.
Judy?
Do you know this horse? Jiang Zhefeng turned to him. Xiahua Huai sighed deeply. You may find it hard to believe, but this horse is named Judy. It possesses remarkable intelligence and has a penchant for sweets. Yesterday, I bought it some pastries that did not suit its taste, and in jest, I told it to starve if it was so picky. It took offense and bolted while I was dining at the tavern. My belongings, including my pouch of silver, are with it, leaving me unable to settle my bill. Jiang Zhefeng then noticed that indeed, a saddle adorned the galloping horse, alongside a gray bundle secured to its side. In the blink of an eye, the brown steed had reached a few paces from Xiahua Huai, halting in place, glaring at him while pawing the ground and snorting angrily. Xiahua Huai returned the glare, the two staring each other down for a considerable while. Ultimately, Xiahua Huai faltered, pleading, Judy, I beg you, may I call you big brother? Could you possibly grant me some favor in front of my companions? If you forgive me this once, I promise never to speak ill of you again. From now on, whatever you wish to eat, I shall procure for you, be it from heaven or earth. Is that agreeable? Judy tossed its mane, let out a neigh, and glanced at Jiang Zhefeng before reluctantly approaching Xiahua Huai. Jiang Zhefeng was taken aback, finding the scene almost surreal. She was aware that some horses possessed human-like qualities, but she had not anticipated one to be so astute, sulking and absconding from its owner, demanding an apology to be reconciled. Xiahua Huai quickly untied the bundle from Judy, retrieving a crescent-shaped pouch and fastening it to his waist before strapping the rest of the pack onto his back. Finally feeling at ease, turning around, he noticed Jiang Zhefeng regarding him with an unusual expression, and he inhaled sharply. Today, he had utterly lost face, groveling before his own horse and humiliatingly calling it big brother. What an indignity! Clearing his throat, he awkwardly said, Jiang Zhefeng, weren't you in a hurry to return? With Judy guiding us, we should reach the town in about half an hour. He quickly added, Judy, allow me to introduce you. This is Jiang Zhefeng, a dear friend I have just made. Judy approached Jiang Zhefeng, lowering its head to gently nuzzle her face. Jiang Zhefeng was taken aback by Judy's overture, feeling a mix of surprise and curiosity as she looked at Xiahua Huai. Judy let out a pleased snort and shot Xiahua Huai a reproachful glare. Xiahua Huai felt a pang of sadness. Judy seemed to hold him in contempt, preferring to befriend Jiang Zhefeng instead. He began to worry whether Judy might abandon him. Fortunately, Judy still granted him some leeway, allowing him to mount. Jiang Zhefeng was significantly shorter than Xiahua Huai, so she sat in front while he took the rear, and they quickly galloped towards the town. Jiang Zhefeng felt uncomfortable being so close to a man, carefully leaning forward to avoid contact with Xiahua Huai. However, Xiahua Huai was simply too tall, and as Judy sped away, her entire back ended up pressed against him. This was her first experience of such proximity to a man, and it felt exceedingly strange. The warmth of Xiahua Huai's breath brushed against her ear, making her feel almost breathless with anxiety. In contrast to her thoughts, Xiahua Huai found Jiang Zhefeng's shoulders to be alarmingly narrow and frail. He mused to himself that upon reaching the capital, he must treat her to a lavish meal at the finest tavern. She appeared so delicate that a mere gust of wind could blow her away. It was quite pitiable. Xiahua Huai intended to continue discussing their potential brotherhood with Jiang Zhefeng. But as he opened his mouth, the wind drowned out his words, forcing him to abandon the thought. As they rode into the city, they noticed a crowd gathering at the gates, all gazing upwards and engaged in animated discussion. I wonder which gallant hero has rid the world of that vile creature. Surely, this hero is a paragon of virtue, performing good deeds without seeking recognition or reward from the county office. The jade-faced fox has undoubtedly harmed many. Its death is a fitting punishment. Following the crowd's gaze, Xiahua Huai suddenly froze. Hanging from the city wall was the corpse of the jade-faced fox, suspended by a noose around its neck. It still wore the silver fox mask, dressed in the same black attire from the previous night. A gash from a sword wound marred its arm, exposing a gruesome injury. Jiang Zhefeng, upon hearing the crowd's chatter, recognized the body to be that of the jade-faced fox and could not help but furrow her brow. Xiahua Huai, however, frowned deeply. Reining in Zhu Di to observe the body for a moment longer, his lips gradually tightening. A group of officials approached and lowered the body of the jade-faced fox. One of the officials lifted the mask, nearly retching at the sight. The face was utterly disfigured, with no intact skin. It appeared as if it had been ravaged by a lethal poison, the flesh twisted grotesquely, resembling a malevolent spirit. Coupled with the passage of time, its complexion was an unsettling shade of greenish-white, truly repulsive to behold. The officials hastily covered the corpse with a white cloth and carried it away to the county office. Xiahua Huai silently watched them depart before suddenly exclaiming, "Something is amiss. This is not the jade-faced fox." "Why do you say that?" Jiang Zhefeng asked, bewildered. "My sword is named Zhu Shui, a top-tier soft sword as thin as a cicada's wing. Last night, I inflicted a wound on the jade-faced fox's arm. The injury should not have been so grotesquely reversed. Although this individual bears a striking resemblance to the jade-faced fox in stature and form, he is unequivocally not the one who captured you last night. There are those who have deliberately orchestrated this to lead everyone to believe that the jade-faced fox is deceased." Chapter 4. Await my return. Before Jiang Zhefeng could thoroughly contemplate Xiahua Huai's words, Xiahua Huai swiftly mounted his horse, escorting Jiang Zhefeng to the entrance of the inn, repeatedly urging her, "I must visit the yamen. You must wait for my return before departing." After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Zhefeng nodded in acquiescence, allowing Xiahua Huai to proceed to the yamen with a sense of relief. Jiang Zhefeng stood rooted in place, watching as Xiahua Huai disappeared from view. Before turning to enter the inn, upon stepping into the lobby on the first floor, she was confronted by a young man clad in a black brocade robe. His pallid complexion and dark circles beneath his eyes lending him an ominous appearance. "Ah, is this not Jiang Zhefeng? How fortuitous to encounter you in such a quaint locale. Are you here in the capital for the imperial examination, without your ailing mother or that frightful hag of a wife?" Jiang Zhefeng was compelled to halt, furrowing her brow as she regarded the man before her and attempted to sidestep him. The young man obstructed her path, declaring, "Jiang Zhefeng, do you truly believe that our enmity has ended simply because you have left Shanhai? It has been some time since we last met, and your visage has only grown more enchanting, more beautiful than any woman." The lobby, a place for dining, attracted the attention of several patrons who, intrigued by the commotion, turned to observe the exchange. Jiang Zhefeng's expression hardened as she replied coldly, "Wan Lu, have you spent 6 months in a prison cell only to emerge without a shred of wisdom?" With that, she attempted to bypass him and ascend to the second floor. Wan Lu clenched his fists. "Jiang Zhefeng, do not take pride in your current situation. You will soon find yourself begging at my feet." Jiang Zhefeng paused momentarily before continuing her ascent. Upon entering her room, she discovered that both Shuang Chan and her mother, Zhou Shi, were missing. She hurried downstairs to inquire with the elderly innkeeper about her family's whereabouts. The old innkeeper furrowed his brows in deep thought, unable to recall any details. Turning around, she noticed Wan Lu leisurely seated in a corner of the lobby, enjoying his breakfast with a smug expression, and her heart sank as realization dawned upon her. "Jiang Zhefeng, have you lost your family?" Would you like me to assist in their search? He taunted, grinning with unrestrained arrogance. If you plead with me, perhaps I might help. Jiang Zhefeng approached Lu, her expression grave as she demanded, Where have you taken Zhuang Chan and my mother? Jiang Zhefeng, what nonsense are you spouting? I am no kidnapper. Why would I abduct your family? Lu replied with a sardonic smile. Without hesitation, Jiang Zhefeng drew a dagger from her sleeve, pressing it against Lu's throat.
Speak.
Where are they? Lu regarded her with a sinister gaze, speaking slowly. Jiang Zhefeng, you are a scholar preparing for the imperial examination. Should you commit an act of violence in public, your life would be irreparably ruined. The blade pressed deeper, drawing a faint line of blood on his neck. If I am left without family, I would gladly forsake my life. Now tell me, where are they? The old innkeeper, witnessing the escalating tension, rushed forward to interject. Esteemed guest, let us discuss this calmly, without resorting to violence. He had never anticipated that such a seemingly refined scholar would act with such resolve, drawing a weapon at the slightest provocation. Please, I implore you to lower your blade. Your family is missing. I will assist in locating them. Let us not cause a tragedy within these walls. Despite the innkeeper's desperate pleas, Jiang Zhefeng remained unmoved. Lu, seeing her demeanor of cold resolve, deliberately licked his lips and whispered just loud enough for her to hear, Your family is indeed in my possession. I know you are unafraid of death and would willingly perish alongside me. Thus, I have instructed my subordinates that if I do not return safely within the hour, they are to execute your family without hesitation. Have you considered this? Should you harm me, your family will undoubtedly perish. Jiang Zhefeng lowered her gaze, gritting her teeth before reluctantly sheathing her dagger. The old innkeeper, witnessing this, expressed his relief, bowing repeatedly. Esteemed guests, let us converse peacefully. I shall provide you with a pot of fine Longjing tea for your discussion. He waved his hand, and a servant promptly brought over a pot of tea. Placing it on the table, Lu poured himself a cup, savoring it slowly. This tea is delightful. Jiang Zhefeng, we are old acquaintances. Why not sit down and converse over this tea? He placed a white jade hairpin upon the table, emphasizing the word discuss heavily. Jiang Zhefeng glanced at the hairpin, her heart racing as she recognized it as Zhuang Chan's. Lu, what do you truly intend to accomplish? Lu met her gaze, his eyes shimmering with a beguiling charm, yet harboring a chilling coldness that made her heart race with both desire and loathing. It is your face that has caused me such misfortune, leading to my imprisonment for half a year. Today, it is your turn to plead. If you mar your visage, I shall release your family. Jiang Zhefeng replied with an impassive expression. Lu, this is not Shanhai. You cannot act with impunity here. Lu reclined in his chair, a smug smile on his face. Not Shanhai? What of it? Last night, I was hosted by the county magistrate, who fawned over me like a dog. If you expect the authorities to assist you in finding your family, I advise you to abandon that hope. I sit here, drinking tea with you in innocence. When your family meets their demise, it will have nothing to do with me. You have an incense stick's worth of time. If you refuse to disfigure your face, prepare to collect your family's corpses. Jiang Zhefeng pondered for a moment. In the past, the laws of Dafeng stipulated that those who suffered facial disfigurement were prohibited from participating in the imperial examinations or holding office. However, the current emperor, having lost an eye, was also a disfigured individual and had abolished that law upon ascending the throne. If she marred her face, it would have no bearing on her examination. Lu, if I were to disfigure my face and you do not release my family, I shall ensure that your life is forfeited in return, she declared, drawing the dagger towards her face, only to have it snatched away. Before she could discern the identity of the newcomer, the figure delivered a swift kick, sending Lu crashing to the ground. You dog! How dare you bully my brother? Lu fell, chair splintering beneath him as he coughed blood. Jiang Zhefeng was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Xiahua Huai, and as he prepared to strike Lu again, she hurriedly interjected, Do not kill him. He has taken my family, and I still do not know where they are. The old innkeeper, gripped by fear, stood frozen, having just stopped a seemingly frail scholar, only to be confronted by someone who was ready to engage in violence. The atmosphere had turned chaotic that morning. Witnessing Xiahua Huai's fierce demeanor, he dared not intervene. Xiahua Huai seized Lu by the collar, lifting him off the ground, then turned to Jiang Zhefeng with a wicked grin. Do not worry. I have ways to compel him to release your family. Producing a black pill from his pocket, he grinned malevolently. Do you know what this is? Wanlu, recognizing the implications, bristled with outrage. Who are you? Do you know who I am? Dare you lay a finger on me? And I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Jiang Zhefeng stepped in front of Xiahua Huai. If retribution is to be dealt, it is I who shall do it. Do not soil your hands. Xiahua Huai cast a startled glance at Jiang Zhefeng before surveying the onlookers in the inn. Suddenly grasping her intent, he raised an eyebrow. You fear I may be implicated? Fear not. I have never shied away from threats. You're a scholar. Your hands should remain clean for writing. Allow me to handle this scoundrel. After speaking, he forcefully shoved the pill into Wanlu's mouth and violently threw him to the ground. The impact was so great that Wanlu let out a pained wail. He had always been tyrannical, never having suffered a loss, and no one dared to act as recklessly as Xiahua Huai, who had taken such immediate action without a word. Fear gripped his heart. What have you given me? Wanlu exclaimed, retching uncontrollably. The pill had dissolved in his stomach, rendering him unable to expel it. As he retched, he suddenly felt an unbearable sensation on his face, as if insects were gnawing at him, causing both pain and itchiness. He began to scratch his face uncontrollably. Xiahua Huai sat confidently in a chair. It's a good thing. I am not a disciple of the Buddha sect. If you dare to harm my brother's family, I will ensure your suffering is tenfold worse than this. Now tell me, where's my brother's family? Otherwise, you will soon wish for death. Wanlu was unaware of Xiahua Huai's background and, seeing his fearless demeanor, began to feel a sense of dread. In the land temple east of the city, if you dare to kill me, Jiang Zhefeng's family will not survive either. Xiahua Huai lifted Wanlu. Jiang Zhefeng, go fetch your carriage. We are going to rescue your family. Jiang Zhefeng hurried to the inn's backyard and brought out his carriage. Xiahua Huai threw Wanlu into the carriage. You sit beside me, I will drive. He took the whip from Jiang Zhefeng and urged the horses toward the eastern city. Along the way, Jiang Zhefeng recounted his grievances with Wanlu. Wanlu's father was the governor, and his uncle was the current minister of works, Du Yong. He was a ne'er-do-well, spending his days in brothels and indulging in debauchery, committing all manner of wrongdoing. A year ago, Zhuang Chan had been selling herself on the roadside to bury her father, and Wanlu, drunk and passing by, kicked her father's corpse aside and insisted on taking Zhuang Chan as a concubine. When she refused, he threatened to set her ablaze, directly tossing a fire starter onto her. I happened to pass by and extinguished the flames on her, inciting Wanlu's fury. He saw that I was somewhat attractive and claimed that if I agreed to go with him, he would let Zhuang Chan go. I told the onlookers that Wanlu, relying on his status as the governor's son, had been a bully, committing all sorts of misdeeds. Today, when thwarted in his attempt to kidnap a woman, he resorted to arson in broad daylight and now sought to abduct a man. If they remained indifferent, they would only suffer worse consequences than I had. Many present had been victims of Wanlu's tyranny and could no longer tolerate his shamelessness, leading to calls for his immediate execution. When Wanlu's father arrived with the group, realizing the situation had escalated, he promised the crowd that he would provide an explanation. Wanlu was doused with water to wake him, and his father attributed the incident to drunken mischief, ultimately compensating Zhuang Chan with some silver and imprisoning Wanlu for 6 months. The matter was hastily settled. Zhuang Chan had narrowly escaped with her life, but her face was irrevocably scarred, leading to our bond and eventual marriage. Upon hearing this, Xiahua Huai's forehead bulged with veins of fury. He had never known such a cold-hearted individual existed in the world, one who would abduct and burn others alive. Once I rescue your family, I will flay this scoundrel alive. He longed to drag Wanlu from the carriage and enact his vengeance immediately. Jiang Zhefeng shook his head. Killing him will change nothing. Do you know how many Wanlaos there are in this world? Without his father's and uncle's power, he is nothing. Ultimately, Wanlu is merely a product of corrupt officials protecting one another. Those who are supposed to represent justice and law have turned into demons, creating the likes of Wanlu. Chapter 5. Stars without laughter. Xiahua Huai's anger intensified. Did Emperor Yuanjin truly watch as these corrupt officials acted with impunity, unchallenged? How is this court any different from a lawless realm? His heart raced with indignation. Having lived in the underworld, he was aware of its treachery, but he had not fathomed the depths of corruption within the bureaucratic realm, which was even more perilous. A governor's son had the audacity to commit arson in public and walk away unscathed. Today, he had nearly forced Jiang Zhefeng to disfigure himself. Jiang Zhefeng gazed ahead, his expression tranquil. Emperor Yuanjin is a good emperor. Since ascending the throne, he has not been swayed by beauty nor indulged in extravagance, focusing instead on governance. Even in wars against the Dashur clan, he did not impose harsh taxes and quietly promoted scholars from humble backgrounds, making him one of the rare good emperors since the founding of the Great Feng. However, he is but a man, not a deity, and cannot see every shadowed corner. As they spoke, the carriage arrived at the Land Temple. Xiahua Huai halted the carriage and dragged Ruanlu out. Ruanlu's face was already scratched and bloodied, appearing quite ghastly. Xiahua Huai, still unsatisfied, pummeled him further until his face was unrecognizable, feeling slightly soothed. He drew his flexible sword and pressed it to Ruanlu's neck, pulling him into the temple. Upon entering, they saw two women bound and gagged on the floor. One was the woman he had rescued the day before, and the other was a striking young lady whose right cheek bore a severe burn scar, marring much of her face. Xiahua Huai recognized her as Zhuang Chan, her injuries worse than he had imagined. A burly man brandishing a knife stood over the two women. "Release them, or I will kill this scoundrel." The man did not budge. "You release my young master first." Ruanlu hastily interjected, "Don't act rashly. Let these two women go." The burly man stepped back, and Jiang Zhefeng approached to untie the women. Zhuang Chan was the first to speak. "Zhefeng, you scared me to death by not returning last night. Are you alright?" "Chan, I'm fine. I'm sorry for being late." Zhou Shi looked at Jiang Zhefeng with a misty gaze. "Yingqing, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to rescue your mother?" Jiang Zhefeng helped Zhou Shi to her feet. "Mother, I was delayed by matters. I'm sorry for the distress caused." Suddenly, Zhou Shi slapped Jiang Zhefeng hard across the face. "Nonsense. You are not Yingqing. Yingqing would never let me suffer." With great force, Zhou Shi left 5 finger marks on Jiang Zhefeng's cheek. Zhuang Chan hurriedly stepped in to pull Zhou Shi away. Jiang Zhefeng softened his tone. "Mother, look again. I am truly Yingqing." Zhou Shi's eyes suddenly cleared, her hands caressing Jiang Zhefeng's face, tears welling up. "Yingqing, who harmed you? Who did this to you?" Jiang Zhefeng grasped Zhou Shi's hands, soothing her gently. "Mother, I am fine. I did this to myself. A bit of medicine will suffice." "Chan, please help Mother to the carriage. I will find you shortly." Zhuang Chan glanced at Xiahua Huai, understanding that this was not the time for lengthy discussions, and nodded to Jiang Zhefeng as she assisted Zhou Shi out. Ruanlu was on the verge of breaking down from the unbearable itch. "They are safe now. Quickly give me the antidote. Let me go." Xiahua Huai gritted his teeth, casting Ruanlu a deathly glare. "Let you go? What right do you have to exist in this world?" Ruanlu, sensing the terrifying tone in Xiahua Huai's voice, instinctively recoiled. "Today in the inn, you attacked me because of Jiang Zhefeng. Many witnessed it. If you dare to kill me here, Jiang Zhefeng will undoubtedly be implicated, and everyone will believe he ordered my murder. Then, Jiang Zhefeng's reputation will be ruined, and he will have a criminal record, making it impossible for him to participate in the imperial examinations." Xiahua Huai scoffed twice. "I will kill you, and take your head to confess." Jiang Zhefeng grabbed his arm. "No. I told you, killing him will not solve anything. There are more Wanlaos who will continue their reign of terror. Such individuals are not worth your crimes, nor should you stain your hands with blood for them." Xiahua Huai took a deep breath, striving to restrain himself from plunging his sword into Ruanlu. With a fierce kick, he sent Ruanlu tumbling next to the burly man, who hastily drew his knife to shield Ruanlu. Ruanlu shouted, "Give me the antidote." Xiahua Huai glared at him. "There is no antidote. You won't die." Ruanlu, seething with rage, demanded, "What is your name?" Jiang Zhefeng stepped in front of Xiahua Huai and stated clearly, "Ruanlu, today's events are a matter between you and me. If you are indeed a man, should you seek revenge in the future, do not threaten me with others. Come at me directly." Xiahua Huai yanked Jiang Zhefeng behind him, casting a disdainful glance at Ruanlu. "The only reason I haven't killed you today is out of concern for my brother's future. Remember this, I am Xiahua Huai. I will not change my name or identity. It was I who administered the medicine to you, and it is I who will retaliate against you. If you seek vengeance, come for me." Ruanlu's face had swollen beyond recognition as he frantically clawed at his own features. "Xiahua Huai, I will remember this debt. I will not let you off easily." Xiahua Huai laughed in anger. "What? Are you going to have your uncle, the Minister of Works, deal with me once we reach the capital? Fine. I will be waiting for you in the capital." With that, he dragged Jiang Zhefeng out of the Earth God Temple. Once outside, he released her arm. You are right. I truly cannot kill him. Acting on impulse resolves nothing. If I were to kill him now, your reputation would be ruined. Jiang Zhefeng felt deeply moved. In just 2 short days, Xiahua Huai had unconditionally assisted her 3 times. Brother Xiahou, I am truly sorry for dragging you into this again today. You have now offended the Yuan family because of me. Before she could finish, Xiahua Huai interrupted. Jiang Zhefeng, what nonsense are you speaking? I have said before, I will protect you from now on. Wan Lu is hardly worth my attention. We are brothers. Do not speak of such formalities again. By the way, I visited the county office to examine the corpse. It was indeed not the jade-faced fox. However, the county magistrate, in an effort to quell the matter, dismissed my explanation and expelled me, now publicly declaring that the jade-faced fox is dead. It seems we will not find the real jade-faced fox anytime soon. Do not worry. I will ensure your safe passage to the capital. Xiahua Huai had not felt such fury in a long time. Knowing full well that someone like Wan Lu did not deserve to live, yet having to restrain himself from killing him filled him with a nameless rage, causing the veins on his hands to bulge. Upon returning to the carriage, Xiahua Huai instructed Jiang Zhefeng to care for her family inside while he helped drive the horse, hastening their return to the inn. Once inside the carriage, Jiang Zhefeng found Zhuangchan had already lulled Zhou Shi to sleep. The two shared their experiences, piecing together the events. The previous day, after Jiang Zhefeng was captured by the jade-faced fox, she did not return all night. In the morning, Zhuangchan, unable to find Jiang Zhefeng in the house, grew anxious and intended to take Zhou Shi out to search for her, only to encounter Wan Lu and a burly man strolling down the street. Wan Lu had immediately commanded the burly man to bind them both and take them to the Earth God Temple. Zhuangchan sighed. I believe Xiahua Huai is a good person. He is accompanying us to the capital, and we should be safe on this journey. However, you have always been reluctant to owe others a favor. How will you repay this kindness? Jiang Zhefeng fell silent, reflecting on how he had saved her mother once, saved her twice, and now saved both her and her mother again. This kindness, she felt, was impossible to repay. In the future, should Xiahua Huai ever need her, she would face any peril without hesitation. Xiahua Huai was unaware of the discussion between Jiang Zhefeng and Zhuangchan within the carriage. Yet he felt an inexplicable calm settle over him. He decided to delay any vows of brotherhood with Jiang Zhefeng until after he dealt with Wan Lu. Upon arriving in the capital, he intended to join the Dali Temple to personally gather evidence against Wan Lu and his family for their nefarious deeds, ensuring they were imprisoned and publicly acknowledged as the scoundrels they were. He would no longer have to endure the current situation, where he had to temper his anger for Jiang Zhefeng's reputation and allow Wan Lu to escape. Upon returning to the inn, Xiahua Huai took up residence there as well, and after arranging their travel plans for the following day with Jiang Zhefeng, he retired to his room. The next day, Xiahua Huai prepared early, and after the 4 of them shared breakfast, they set off together. Xiahua Huai rode his steed, while Jiang Zhefeng drove the cart, and Zhuangchan attended to Zhou Shi inside. The journey was uneventful. Along the way, Xiahua Huai noticed the picturesque scenery along the road, the spring's allure brightening his spirits, and he engaged Jiang Zhefeng in conversation. In the course of their talk, he learned that Jiang Zhefeng's courtesy name was Yanqing, that she possessed exquisite calligraphy skills, and was an accomplished scholar. Jiang Zhefeng's mother, Zhou Shi, suffered from hysteria, constantly searching for her son, Yanqing. When lucid, she recognized Jiang Zhefeng as Yanqing, yet in moments of confusion, she would strike out at others or engage in bizarre behaviors. During the journey, Zhou Shi frequently experienced episodes, and on one occasion, mistook Xiahua Huai for Yanqing, insisting that he tell her stories. Jiang Zhefeng felt embarrassed and hesitant to trouble Xiahua Huai, yet he readily replied, "No worries, storytelling is my forte." He had read all the texts in the Shanhai Tower, easily weaving tales from both orthodox and unorthodox sources, regaling her with stories for 2 hours without pause. He left Jiang Zhefeng and Zhuangchan astounded. It seemed Xiahua Huai possessed an endless reservoir of tales, and despite Jiang Zhefeng's self-proclaimed extensive reading, she had never encountered the stories he shared. She found herself admiring him greatly. Xiahua Huai, feeling rather proud, declared, "I do not participate in the imperial examinations merely to allow others a chance. Otherwise, the position of top scholar would undoubtedly be mine." As the journey continued, Xiahua Huai and Jiang Zhefeng grew increasingly familiar with one another. He noticed that Jiang Zhefeng often wore an expression of cold detachment, rarely revealing her emotions, except when interacting with Zhou Shi, where she exhibited a gentle demeanor. Privately, he inquired of Zhuang Chan, "How do you, as his wife, tolerate Jiang Zhefeng's cold and uninteresting nature?" Zhuang Chan smiled. "As a woman whose appearance has been ruined, others see me as a fright. Yet he has never shunned me. For that reason alone, even if he were to berate me daily, I would willingly endure it." Xiahua Huai could only click his tongue in amazement. Thankfully, he had sworn never to indulge in romantic pursuits or marry. Love was indeed a peculiar thing. During this journey, Xiahua Huai's incessant chatter compelled Jiang Zhefeng to engage with him more. Gradually, she began to speak more than she had previously. The journey, which could have been dull, became lively thanks to Xiahua Huai's presence. On this day, the 21st of March, the four finally arrived at the outskirts of the capital. Soon approaching the city gates. Suddenly, dark clouds obscured the sun, spring thunder rumbled without warning, and rain began to fall. Xiahua Huai glanced ahead and spotted an octagonal pavilion, signaling Jiang Zhefeng with a look. The two, in silent agreement, spurred their horses toward the pavilion. Once inside, they secured the cart and their steed, only to discover that the pavilion was named Shirley Pavilion, and its stone table had been shattered by some unknown force. Over time, the fragments had mingled with the earth, revealing only a corner of the broken tabletop. The stone stools, however, remained intact. Xiahua Huai settled onto one of the stools, gazing at the rain outside, and mused, "They say spring rain is worth its weight in gold. We are about to enter the capital, and with this rain, we shall be considered nobility." Jiang Zhefeng turned to look at Xiahua Huai, noting how he often spouted a logical reasoning that was hard to counter. "Brother Xiahua, I believe that every time you speak, you have sound reasoning. You truly should participate in the imperial examinations." Xiahua Huai pondered seriously for a moment. "If I were to participate, both the literary and martial top honors would be mine." "Let it be. I shall grant you a sliver of mercy." Jiang Zhefeng could not help but chuckle. "Brother Xiahua, I have never encountered anyone as immodest as you." Xiahua Huai stood up and stretched lazily. "I am one to speak only the truth. I never deceive." As he spoke, a slender figure emerged through the rain from a distance. Clad in a plum-green garment adorned with flowing cloud patterns, the man approached at a leisurely pace, carrying a wooden box on his back. A pale blue paper umbrella shielded his face from the rain, obscuring his features. The droplets fell to the ground, splattering mud upon the hem of his brocade robe, yet could not conceal the ethereal aura that surrounded him. He walked gracefully, like a celestial being wandering through the mortal realm. Xiahua Huai mused, "In this desolate wilderness, could it be that we have encountered an immortal?" Jiang Zhefeng remained silent, fixated on the figure in the rain. Though she did not believe in ghosts or deities, the man appeared so peculiar, as if he might ascend to the heavens at any moment. Zhuang Chan, pouring water for Mrs. Zhou, glanced up at the figure upon hearing their conversation. Furrowing her brow, she remarked, "This is no immortal. It must be a young lady. Where in the world could one find such an elegant gentleman?" As she spoke, the figure arrived at the pavilion, raising his umbrella to reveal his face. He tilted his head back and smiled at the four individuals inside. "Pardon the intrusion. I happened to pass by. May I seek shelter from the rain for a moment?" His voice flowed like a mountain spring, light and enchanting. Xiahua Huai gasped. Indeed, he is a celestial being. The lad, appearing to be around 17 or 18, possessed a strikingly handsome visage, with an air of ethereal grace, standing at the edge of the pavilion with a smile gracing his lips. The entirety of the rain-soaked scenery seemed to blur, as the beauty of Kunlun jade or the snow of Yao Mountain paled in comparison to his elegance. His eyes, purer than those of an infant, seemed untouched by the dust of the world. Those eyes seemed to possess an enchanting power, compelling one to lose themselves within their depths, rendering any worldly thoughts a sacrilege in their presence. Xiahua Huai had never beheld such immaculate eyes before. He found himself momentarily entranced. The same was true for Jiang Zhefeng, Zhuang Chan, and Mrs. Zhou. The youth was not surprised by their reaction. He let out a light laugh. "I am Xing Wuxiao, passing through here. May I enter to evade the rain?" Chapter 6. Narrow paths of enmity. While the four were momentarily dazed, the horse, Juadi, suddenly let out a long, terrified whinny. Jiang Zhefeng was the first to regain her senses. "Young master, please come in." Xiahua Huai followed suit, snapping back to reality. "Xing Wuxiao? How courteous of you. This is a public place, not our private domain. Come inside to avoid the rain. As he spoke, he approached to calm Juadi, who was still panting heavily and took quite some time to settle down. Zhuang Chan helped Mrs. Zhou shift aside to make space for Xing Wuxiao. Upon entering the pavilion, he folded his umbrella, setting it aside, and unloaded the wooden box from his back. He scanned the 4 individuals in the pavilion and nodded with a smile. Suddenly, Mrs. Zhou sprang to her feet, reaching out to strike Xing Wuxiao. You vile person! You wish to harm my Yanqing! I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Zhuang Chan and Jiang Zhefeng hurriedly restrained Mrs. Zhou. Xiahua Huai pulled Xing Wuxiao aside. I apologize. Please do not take it to heart. My mother suffers from hysteria and does not recognize anyone when she is in a fit. She did not mean to strike or scold you. Xing Wuxiao appeared unfazed. I understand. He turned to Mrs. Zhou, speaking gently. Look again. Do you not recognize who I am? With a soft smile playing on his lips and his eyes sparkling, he gazed at her. Mrs. Zhou suddenly froze, standing as if turned to stone. After a moment, she broke down, embracing Xing Wuxiao and sobbing bitterly. Yanqing, why have you only now come? Mother has searched for you so hard. Tears streamed down Mrs. Zhou's face onto Xing Wuxiao's shoulder, yet he showed no sign of disdain. Gently patting her back. Do not cry, I am here now. Jiang Zhefeng, Xiahua Huai, and Zhuang Chan were taken aback. When Mrs. Zhou was in a fit, she often failed to recognize her own kin, lashing out at those around her. Yet this Xing Wuxiao, with but a few words, had managed to soothe her. After Mrs. Zhou calmed down from her tears, she took Xing Wuxiao's hand and sat down, refusing to let go. Jiang Zhefeng felt somewhat awkward and considered persuading Mrs. Zhou to release her grip, but Xing Wuxiao shook his head at her. Understanding his intent, Jiang Zhefeng whispered, I am truly sorry. She followed with a sincere, thank you. Mrs. Zhou spoke to Xing Wuxiao for quite some time until fatigue began to show on her face, prompting her to stop. Xing Wuxiao inquired if she wished to rest, and she nodded in agreement. The rain outside had ceased, and Jiang Zhefeng assisted Mrs. Zhou into the carriage to rest. Zhuang Chan followed, and the two settled Mrs. Zhou in, who soon drifted into a drowsy sleep, while Zhuang Chan remained in the carriage to watch over her. Jiang Zhefeng exited the carriage and respectfully bowed to Xing Wuxiao. I truly apologize for earlier. Xiahua Huai exclaimed excitedly, brother, your name is Xing Wuxiao, correct? I am in awe. You are the most remarkable person I have ever met. Xing Wuxiao chuckled lightly. There is no need for such formality. I am a physician, and it is my duty to comfort patients. Jiang Zhefeng's eyes brightened. Dr. Xing, do you have a remedy that could cure my mother? Alas, I do not. Hysteria arises from a disturbance of the mind and cannot be treated with mere herbs or stones. Xing Wuxiao spoke with a smile that never seemed to fade. Even when discussing impossible matters, his demeanor remained cheerful. Jiang Zhefeng's gaze dimmed. She had consulted many physicians and had received the same answer each time. Xiahua Huai, standing beside Jiang Zhefeng, offered quiet comfort. Do not worry, I have already written to my brother. Perhaps he will have a way to cure your mother. Suddenly, Xing Wuxiao interjected, while I cannot cure your mother's affliction, I do have some self-prepared pills that, if taken during an episode, can help the patient regain consciousness swiftly. As he spoke, he opened the wooden box and retrieved a small, blue porcelain vial, handing it to Jiang Zhefeng. She accepted the vial with both hands, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Xing. How much silver for this medicine? No silver is needed, this medicine is a gift. Jiang Zhefeng was not one to accept favors without reciprocation. Dr. Xing, I cannot take your medicine without payment. It is only proper to compensate you. Seeing her insistence, Xing Wuxiao shook his head. I intended to take the imperial examination in the capital, where there are no patients suffering from hysteria. After I pass, this medicine will serve no purpose. Our meeting today is fate. I offer this medicine to you without charge. Xiahua Huai was taken aback, despite Xing Wuxiao's celestial demeanor. He spoke with an audacity that rivaled his own. Xing Wuxiao, you speak with such confidence even before entering the Imperial Medical Office. I admire your unpretentious nature. I have decided to befriend you. I am Xiahua Huai, and this is my brother, Jiang Zhefeng. Why do we not travel together to the capital? It would be beneficial to have each other's company. Xing Wuxiao paused momentarily before nodding with a smile. Very well. Considering that Xing Wuxiao was a man and Zhuang Chan remained in the carriage, it would be inconvenient for him to ride with them. Xiahua Huai suggested that Xing Wuxiao ride Juadi while he drove the carriage, and Jiang Zhefeng sat inside to care for Zhuang Chan and Mrs. Zhou. Once this arrangement was made, the clouds in the sky had completely dispersed, and the sun re-emerged, casting a fresh scent as dewdrops rolled off the grass. As the group prepared to depart, Juadi seemed fearful of Xing Wuxiao and refused to let him approach. Xiahua Huai found this amusing, noting how the fearless horse trembled before a physician. Xing Wuxiao gently stroked Juadi's mane, and the horse quickly calmed down, obediently carrying Xing Wuxiao forth. Along the way, Xiahua Huai relentlessly inquired about Xing Wuxiao's background, and Xing Wuxiao openly shared his story in detail. He hails from Jiangnan and is 18 years old, having been abandoned by the riverbank upon his birth. A solitary country doctor residing in the mountains found him, took him in as an apprentice, and nurtured him to adulthood. After the country doctor passed away, his dying wish was for the boy to journey to the capital to join the imperial medical department and become the most renowned physician in all of Dafeng. Following the doctor's burial, he made his way from Jiangnan to the capital. Xiahua Huai listened with astonishment and admiration and began to extol Xing Wuxiao, praising him for his unwavering resolve and piety. Despite having no parents and losing his only mentor, he bore no grievances against the injustices of fate, journeying alone to the capital with a firm intent to enter the medical examination. He praised him for his benevolence in offering medicinal pills to Jiang Zhefeng without expecting anything in return. As they conversed, dusk descended, and before they knew it, they had entered the city gates of the capital. Xiahua Huai suggested they first indulge in a hearty meal at Zuicula and then spend the night there, deferring any matters for the following day. Zuicula is the finest restaurant and inn in the capital, beyond the means of ordinary folk. Xing Wuxiao and Jiang Zhefeng hesitated, but Xiahua Huai insisted, patting his bag, exclaiming, "Fear not, I shall treat you." The two, unable to withstand Xiahua Huai's persistence, reluctantly acquiesced. Xiahua Huai promptly reserved 4 superior guest rooms and a private dining area on the second floor, where the trio dined and conversed. Zhuang Chan and Zhou Shi, lacking common ground with the others and weary from their travels, retired to their rooms after the meal. This left only Xiahua Huai, Xing Wuxiao, and Jiang Zhefeng in the private room. Xiahua Huai raised his cup, addressing Xing Wuxiao and Jiang Zhefeng. "One of you aspires to top the examinations while the other seeks to become a physician. You are both ambitious souls. I, however, harbor simpler ambitions, to reunite with my sworn brother over drinks. Now, I have an additional aim, to confront Wanlu with honor and integrity." Jiang Zhefeng's heart jolted with alarm, and he quickly grasped Xiahua Huai's arm. "Brother Xiahua, this is the capital, where dignitaries abound. Please, tread carefully. Should you cross paths with someone from the Ministry of Works, trouble will surely ensue." Xing Wuxiao inquired curiously, "Who is Wanlu?" "A scoundrel intent on harming my brother," Xiahua Huai replied, turning his gaze to Jiang Zhefeng. "Rest assured, my commitment to protect you remains steadfast. If Wanlu is not dealt with, your safety in the capital is compromised, and I cannot leave with peace of mind. Do not feel guilty over this. Had it been anyone else in your position, I would have acted just the same. I simply cannot abide such a person as Wanlu." Warmth spread through Jiang Zhefeng's heart. "Brother Xiahua, I understand you act for my sake. Once your affairs are settled, do not hesitate to pursue your own endeavors. This is the capital, beneath the emperor's feet. Wanlu dares not act recklessly." Before Jiang Zhefeng could finish, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open. "Xiahua Huai, what a narrow path we tread. I have sought you in the capital for far too long." Wanlu stood at the threshold, flanked by 4 coldly imposing black-clad guards, clearly skilled fighters. Xiahua Huai clenched his teeth, recognizing that it was a case of enemies meeting with heightened animosity. "You wretched cur, how dare you show your face before me?" Wanlu scanned the room, and when his gaze fell upon Xing Wuxiao, his eyes gleamed with a sinister desire. "Seize this Xiahua Huai." One guard stepped forward, whispering urgently to Wanlu, "Young master, this Zuicula is the property of the Pingan Marquis. We should refrain from causing trouble here." Wanlu shot a fierce glare at the guard. "I command you to act as instructed. If you hesitate, leave now." The guard paused, then waved his hand, and the 4 rushed at Xiahua Huai like lightning. Jiang Zhefeng shouted furiously, "Wanlu, do you dare to commit violence and abduct someone in public here?" Wanlu laughed. "Who says I intend to commit violence? Xiahua Huai has stolen my silver. I merely wish to take him to report it to the authorities." If he resists and my guards inadvertently injure him, it is beyond my control. As Xiahua Huai fought off the 4 guards, he called out loudly, Jiang Zhefeng, Xing Wuxiao. Stand back. Once I deal with this scoundrel, we shall resume our revelries. He led the guards outside the private room to avoid any harm coming to Jiang Zhefeng and Xing Wuxiao. In the capital, no one dared to cause trouble at Zuikula, which had always been a peaceful establishment. However, the sounds of their skirmish soon stirred other patrons in adjacent private rooms. Xiahua Huai, wishing to avoid staining Zuikula with blood, refrained from using lethal force, while the guards attacked mercilessly. As he fought and retreated, his frustration mounted. The tables and chairs outside were smashed, causing diners to hastily flee to the first floor. Inside the private room, only Wan Lu, Jiang Zhefeng, and Xing Wuxiao remained. Wan Lu grinned at Jiang Zhefeng. This Zuikula belongs to the Ping'an Marquis. When the officials arrive, I shall claim that you and Xiahua Huai stole my silver and assaulted me. Given my uncle's influence, they will undoubtedly believe my words. Just imagine how they will deal with Xiahua Huai to curry favor with the Ping'an Marquis. He took a few steps forward, reaching out to caress Xing Wuxiao's face. Dear young master, if Jiang Zhefeng and Xiahua Huai find themselves in peril, why not accompany me? I guarantee a life of luxury and indulgence. Jiang Zhefeng shielded Xing Wuxiao with his body, his expression filled with disgust. Wan Lu, you are a beast. You shall not lay a finger on him unless you step over my dead body. This declaration caused Wan Lu to halt. Jiang Zhefeng held the status of a scholar. Under Emperor Yuanjin, scholars were highly regarded. The murder of a scholar was a grave offense, and anyone who sheltered the perpetrator would share in the punishment. Few would dare to act against a scholar in public. If Wan Lu harmed Jiang Zhefeng here, it would certainly spell trouble. As Wan Lu and Jiang Zhefeng locked eyes in a stalemate, Xing Wuxiao stepped out from behind Jiang Zhefeng, revealing half his face, and smiled at Wan Lu. Is that so? The sound of his voice sent chills through Wan Lu. He had never encountered such pure, celestial beauty in someone like Xing Wuxiao, whose voice flowed like a mountain spring. He nodded fervently. Indeed. Truly. Jiang Zhefeng, astonished, turned to Xing Wuxiao, exclaiming, Xing Wuxiao. You. Xing Wuxiao merely curled his lips into a smile and approached Wan Lu. Very well, I shall go with you. Wan Lu could hardly contain his delight, extending his right hand to grasp Xing Wuxiao's arm. However, the moment he made contact, a piercing scream erupted from him. His right hand darkened visibly, the flesh rapidly withering away. In the blink of an eye, Wan Lu's entire right hand was reduced to a blackened mass, resembling a charred chicken foot. And he howled in agony. Xing Wuxiao wore an innocent smile. I am truly sorry for injuring you. His voice remained melodic and light, laced with mirth. Jiang Zhefeng felt a sudden chill run down his spine, and instinctively took 2 steps back. The juxtaposition of Xing Wuxiao's pristine gaze, gentle words, and the horrific act he had just committed was utterly disconcerting. Who exactly was Xing Wuxiao? Sensing the shock of those behind him, Xing Wuxiao turned his head, offering a playful, yet ghostly smile. Did I frighten you? With that, he waved his hand, and before Jiang Zhefeng could react, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 7. The Strange Dream. Jiang Zhefeng, wake up. Jiang Zhefeng opened his eyes to see Xing Wuxiao's worried face. Startled, he sat upright. Xing Wuxiao sighed in relief. You have finally awakened. Jiang Zhefeng surveyed his surroundings, discovering he was still in the same private room. The tables and chairs shattered around him, and a faint burning sensation throbbed in his forehead. She touched her forehead, feeling a bump. Just moments ago, during a brawl, Brother Xiahou had shattered a stool, and the splinter struck her head, rendering her unconscious. Are you all right? Jiang Zhefeng hastily rose, noticing Wan Lu standing at the top of a staircase, her face dark with malice as she glared at the 4 guards engaged in combat with Xiahua Huai, her right hand unharmed. For a moment, she felt bewildered. The scene of Wan Lu teasing Xing Wuxiao and the latter poisoning Wan Lu's right hand was still vivid in her memory. Could it have been merely a dream? A glance at Xing Wuxiao revealed his clear eyes and gentle smile, completely devoid of the previous strangeness. She took a deep breath. It seemed she had indeed dreamed a bizarre dream after fainting. I am fine. At that moment, a group of officials burst into the hall of Zuikula, the leader shouting, Stop! Xiahua Huai and the 4 guards ceased their fighting, while the diners on the first floor gathered to watch the commotion. Wan Lu rushed down, addressing the leading official. Sir, I was dining here when this man stole my silver and refuses to acknowledge it. He even tried to harm my guards. You must uphold justice and have him imprisoned and interrogated. Xiahua Huai seized Wanlu by the collar. Nonsense. You were the one who stole my silver and are now framing me. The leader of the officials, a tall and robust young man with a stern demeanor, stepped forward, separating Xiahua Huai and Wanlu. You both accuse each other of theft. I will search you both to see who is lying. Wanlu knew full well that Xiahua Huai wouldn't have her silver concealed on him. Sir, he has several accomplices who must have hidden my silver. It would be best to take them all back for questioning. Once in jail, she could devise countless ways to deal with a nameless wretch like Xiahua Huai. Jiang Zhefeng observed from the second floor, clearly witnessing Xiahua Huai swiftly slip a crescent-shaped object into Wanlu's collar while he held her. She paused for a moment before comprehending Xiahua Huai's intent. She hurried down, respectfully bowing to the official leader. Sir, we were dining here, and this young master stole our purse and refused to admit it, even inciting his guards against us. If you search him, you will surely find our purse. It is crescent-shaped. Xiahua Huai was taken aback that Jiang Zhefeng had witnessed his actions and collaborated so seamlessly, filling him with an inexplicable sense of relief. Indeed, my purse contains no silver, only 300 tael notes. You will discover this upon searching him. The official leader scrutinized Jiang Zhefeng, noting her cool demeanor and refined appearance. Her mannerisms polite and orderly, uncharacteristic of a liar. With Xiahua Huai's compelling assertions, the two reinforced the claim of Wanlu's theft. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Wanlu, step forward. I will search you first. Wanlu spread her arms, casting a deliberate glance at Xiahua Huai. I fear not the search, for a clean conscience bears no shadow. The official leader personally searched Wanlu, and she seized the opportunity to whisper in his ear. My uncle is the current Minister of Works, Du Yong. If you imprison these two, I will ensure he rewards you handsomely. The official leader regarded Wanlu with a complex expression, pursing his lips in silence. From his chest, he retrieved a crescent-shaped purse, opening it to reveal 300 tael notes. Wanlu was taken aback, instinctively exclaiming, Impossible. That purse is not mine. Xiahua Huai scoffed in disdain. Of course, it isn't yours. It is my purse. How audacious of you to steal, and then claim innocence. You are young and do not appear to be a good person. Turns out you truly are not. Dressed as a gentleman, yet resorting to despicable deeds. You are indeed extravagant, leading 4 guards to commit theft, and after the deed, you attempt to silence the victim. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. A thief caught red-handed, denounced by the victim in front of an audience. What a thrilling spectacle. Wanlu's face flushed with rage, her hands trembling. After Xiahua Huai had drugged him, he had hastened to the capital, where his uncle had summoned many doctors to restore his face. In recent days, he had been searching for Xiahua Huai's whereabouts, hoping to concoct an excuse to imprison him and gradually torment him. He believed that mentioning his uncle's name would earn him some respect from the officials. Even if they found no silver, the matter would likely dissipate. Yet, he never anticipated the official leader would show such ruthlessness. Now, with Xiahua Huai having stealthily planted a purse on him, he could only endure the humiliation without retort. His frustration reached its peak. The official leader signaled to his subordinates to bind Wanlu and his guards. Unable to resist in front of the crowd, Wanlu and his guards complied, their hands bound. Xiahua Huai pointed at Wanlu's face, addressing the audience. Everyone, take a good look at this face. If you encounter this person on the street, keep your distance and guard your purses. He may appear respectable, yet he is utterly shameless. The official leader interrupted Xiahua Huai. You must come with me as well. The victim must accompany us to the magistrate's office for confrontation. You and Xing Wuxiao may rest here. I will visit Shuntianfu, and we shall discuss this further tomorrow. Xiahua Huai flashed Jiang Zhefeng a triumphant smile, strutting away with the group of officials. Xing Wuxiao, who had descended without her noticing, stood beside Jiang Zhefeng and remarked, Brother Xiahou is truly resourceful. Jiang Zhefeng was filled with concern, realizing that her enmity with Wanlu had now reached an irrevocable point. Xing Wuxiao countered, If you do not provoke Wanlu, do you think he would let you go? Jiang Zhefeng hesitated. No, he would not. She had long since become foes with Wanlu. Since Xiahua Huai had struck Wanlu, the animosity had been established. Jiang Zhefeng, do not overthink it. Brother Xiahou has asked us to wait here. And so we shall wait peacefully, not causing him trouble. Meanwhile, at the Ping'an Marquis in the capital, Marquis Wu Mu and his wife Yi Chuyen were enjoying tea when a guard rushed in with urgent news. "My lord, there is trouble." Wu Mu, remaining calm, poured a cup of tea for Yi Chuyen. "What has happened?" "It is young Master Xiahou. He has clashed with the Minister of Work's nephew at Zuikula, leaving the first and second floors in disarray." Yi Chuyen, upon hearing this, teased, "My dear husband, your sworn brother has not even arrived yet. And he has already sent you a delightful surprise by wrecking your Zuikula." Wu Mu pinched the bridge of his nose, both amused and exasperated. "Elaborate." The guard recounted the events involving Xiahua Huai at Zuikula. Now, both young Master Xiahou and Wan Lu have been taken to Shuntianfu. The officials there said that since no clerks are on duty at the moment, young Master Xiahou, as the victim, can wait until morning for someone to take his statement. He insists on watching Wan Lu give his statement before he will leave. Wu Mu waved his hand, and the guard bowed and retreated.
Ye Chuan chuckled softly.
The Minister of Work's nephew cannot possibly be foolish enough to steal openly, and besides, with young Master Xiahou's skills, it is challenging for outsiders to approach him. This scene was definitely orchestrated by him. Now, he has publicly humiliated Wan Lu and had him locked up in Shuntianfu. Can Du Yong swallow this grievance? What do you plan to do now?
Wu Mu sighed deeply.
In the past, when Xiahua Huai's father, Xiahou Yuyang, requested the assistance of the three masters of the Shanhai Tower in secret, it enabled me to successfully devise the Phoenix fire cannon and the flintlock musket, ultimately defeating the enemy. Logically, this victory should be credited to the Shanhai Tower. However, Xiahou Yuyang was reluctant to involve himself in court matters and insisted that I must keep this secret at all costs. The world may proclaim the victory as my achievement, yet I feel undeserving of such praise. I am indebted to the Shanhai Tower for an immense favor. Yi Chuyen offered her teacup to Wu Mu, who drank it in one gulp. She continued, "This time, Xiahua Huai has ventured out for training, vowing not to utilize any influence from the Shanhai Tower. Xiahou Yuyang is indeed resolute. As soon as Xiahua Huai departed, he issued orders forbidding anyone from the Shanhai Tower to assist him. Furthermore, he declared that if anyone inquired, they should assert that Xiahua Huai does not exist within the Shanhai Tower. Xiahou Yuyang has penned 3 letters to me, repeatedly urging that if Xiahua Huai seeks me in the capital, I should find a way to keep him here, tricking him into relinquishing all his silver notes and persuading him to serve in the Dali Temple as a menial worker for a time. He must witness the multitude of wicked individuals confined there to understand the treachery of human nature. He also emphasized that it is imperative to conceal our relationship from the people of the capital, lest they treat Xiahua Huai with undue kindness out of regard for me. Even Xiahua Huai's elder brother, Xiahou Shao, sent me a secret letter, cautioning me not to give Xiahua Huai any preferential treatment, to withhold any silver, and to ensure he starts from the lowest ranks, earning his own livelihood, and experiencing the hardships of life. His father and brothers are determined to let him suffer a bit, so he may learn not to be so naively innocent. I owe Xiahou Yuyang a significant favor, and I must comply with his wishes."
Ye Chuan similed.
Thus, you find yourself in a dilemma. Now that Xiahua Huai has crossed paths with Du Yong, if you intervene, you will undoubtedly reveal your connection to him, contradicting the agreements made with his father and brothers. Yet, if you refrain from action, Xiahua Huai will inevitably face hardships in his conflict with Du Yong. Wu Mu appeared troubled. "Indeed, I am in a difficult position. Xiahua Huai did not inform me of his arrival in the capital, clearly intending to surprise me. His straightforward nature and admiration for me as his sworn brother are evident. However, this sworn brother has done nothing but conspire with his family to deceive him into enduring hardships here. I can't shake the feeling of guilt towards Xiahua Huai." Yi Chuyen stood and moved behind Wu Mu, massaging his shoulders as she spoke. Since departing from Beirong, Xiahua Huai has already lost a significant portion of his silver due to his kindness before even entering Dafeng. You have been discreetly sending people to protect him since he entered Dafeng. Had it not been for your covert assistance, he would have lost all his silver long ago. His family is aware of your ongoing protection, which is why they have written to you, demanding you provide him no aid in the capital. You may be able to shield him temporarily, but not for a lifetime. He must endure some hardships to learn and grow. Wu Mu's brows remained furrowed. You speak the truth. My heart is indeed too soft. Yet, even if I were not so tender-hearted, this matter is quite complicated. He will surely come to find me to reminisce over drinks tomorrow. How am I to trick him out of all his silver? convincing him to willingly remain in the Dali temple as a laborer without exposing our relationship? Moreover, once he has faced his trials and learns the entire truth, will he resent me? Yi Chuyen leaned closer, resting her chin on Wumu's shoulder, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. My dear husband, I have a plan that will allow him to face some tribulations without enduring significant losses. Even if he discovers the whole truth afterward, he will not harbor resentment toward you. Wumu turned to Yi Chuyen, intrigued.
Oh? What is this plan?
Chapter 8. The gentleman's agreement when he comes to find you for drinks. How could you possibly disappoint him? You must not only indulge in a hearty drink with him but also do so at Zuikula, ensuring that everyone is aware of your gathering. Wumu instantly grasped Yi Chuyen's intention. Indeed, his wife was astute. He rose and called out, "Bring the carriage. We are heading to Shantian Prefecture." Yi Chuyen playfully chided, "I shall go to Zuikula now to arrange a private room for your arrival." The two exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, in the back courtyard of Shantian Prefecture, a modest room served as the station for the clerks. The room was small yet tidy. Xiahua Huai sat in a chair, arms crossed, with his legs resting on the writing desk, while a slender little constable diligently massaged his back. Xiahua Huai slightly closed his eyes, reveling in the sensation. "Apply a bit more pressure on the left, yes, just there. Niufu," he exclaimed, "if you stick with me from now on, I promise you a life of luxury and indulgence." Niufu eagerly nodded. "Xiahou Go, I will rely on you from now on. When you become a high official in the Dali Temple, do not forget to promote me." The head constable entered and was immediately taken aback by the sight before him, his expression darkening. Niufu quickly withdrew his hands, awkwardly standing aside. The head constable coldly commanded, "Xiahua Huai, come out and follow me." "Where to?" Xiahua Huai remained unmoved. "There is someone outside to take you away. Come with me." Xiahua Huai lifted his eyelids, but did not budge. "Did we not agree to wait until I provided my testimony before leaving? I have not seen how you handle the thieves who took my silver. I will not go." The head constable's face was icy. "The carriage outside claims to be sent by the Pingan Marquis' residence. Will you come or not?" "Pingan Marquis? My brother." Xiahua Huai suddenly leapt to his feet, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He could hardly contain his joy as he turned to Niufu, his expression brimming with pride. However, he quickly regained his composure, feigning reluctance. "I told you, the Pingan Marquis is my brother. Having caused such an uproar today, he would surely send someone to retrieve me. So bothersome. I wanted to stay here a while longer." "Xiahua Huai, you will be my real brother from now on. Do not forget me when you leave," Niufu exclaimed, practically wringing his hands in excitement. Xiahua Huai cleared his throat. "Fear not. I am a man of my word, and shall certainly remember you." The head constable shot a glare at Niufu, who immediately wiped the obsequious smile off his face, awkwardly chuckling. Xiahua Huai followed the head constable out of the gates of Shantian Prefecture. It was just past the hour of the dog, the capital bustling with activity at night. An unassuming carriage awaited beside the eastern gate of Shantian Prefecture. The head constable pointed to the carriage. "That is the one." Xiahua Huai hurriedly approached, leaping into the carriage, which then swiftly departed. The head constable stood watching the retreating carriage, a slight frown creasing his brow. Upon entering the carriage, Xiahua Huai was delighted to find Wumu seated inside. He immediately embraced Wumu's shoulders. "Brother, it truly is you." He was so thrilled he nearly clung to Wumu. Wumu subtly pulled his arm down, signaling him to sit properly. "Xiahou Xiao wrote to me, saying you had set out to travel. My subordinate mentioned there was a commotion at Zuikula, and one of the ruckus makers was named Xiahua Huai. I guessed immediately that you had come to the capital to find me." Xiahua Huai settled on one side of the carriage, picking up a snack from the small table and popping it into his mouth. After finishing, he remarked, "No wonder you are my sworn brother. You guessed it right away. Wumugo, I have a lot to share with you. Not to mention anything else. But about the horse you gifted me last year, the one that was supposed to be a magnificent steed, yet it behaves more like my own father. I have been cautiously tending to it, afraid to scold or strike it. If I utter a harsh word, it sulks and runs away. I suspect that Tyrant Emperor of Barong deliberately gifted you this horse to ensnare you, and in turn, you nearly put me in a dire situation by passing it on to me. All my silver is tied up with him, leaving me unable to pay for my meal and nearly leading to my demise. Fortunately, I encountered a good brother who helped cover the expenses. Oh, by the way, this good brother is named Jiang Zhefeng, an erudite scholar with a most agreeable appearance. Upon hearing Xiahua Huai ramble on, Wu Mu quickly interjected. Your sister-in-law has prepared a private room with food and wine at Zuikula. Let us dine and converse. Tonight, we shall not return until we are inebriated. Xiahua Huai's face lit up with joy. Wonderful. My dear brother Jiang Zhefeng resides there, along with my newly acquainted friend, Xing Wuxiao. Would you care to meet them? Wu Mu patted Xiahua Huai's shoulder, reassuring him, there is no rush. Tonight is primarily for the two of us to reminisce. Other matters can wait until tomorrow. Very well. I shall heed your advice, Xiahua Huai conceded, recognizing the wisdom in Wu Mu's words. Xiahua Huai initially intended to recount his feud with Ruan Lu but reconsidered. Knowing Wu Mu would undoubtedly intervene, he decided to keep it to himself, merely stating that he had been robbed and, in his frustration, had ended up in a scuffle. He then inquired about Wu Mu's son Wu Jingchen. Wu Mu explained that Wu Jingchen was not yet 2 years old and was thus left in Dianzhou to avoid the hardships of travel. Xiahua Huai expressed his regret, insisting he must visit his little nephew when time permitted. The two arrived at Zuikula, entering boldly through the main entrance. The first and second floors had been swiftly restored, with new tables and chairs set up in just an hour, returning everything to its former glory. Xiahua Huai marveled. No wonder this is the most prestigious establishment in the capital. At only 22, Wu Mu carried himself with an air of nobility and composure, drawing attention as they walked in. Upon entering, some recognized Wu Mu as the esteemed Ping'an Marquis and called out to him. Wu Mu nodded in acknowledgement. Some diners recalled the earlier tirade against Ruan Lu by Xiahua Huai and were left speculating about his connection to Wu Mu. Xiahua Huai had never experienced such attention, finding it both novel and amusing. As they ascended to the top floor under the scrutiny of many eyes, they entered a room where a stunningly graceful young woman with striking features awaited them. She stood and smiled. Ah Shui, it has been years since we last met. You have grown even taller and more handsome. I nearly didn't recognize you. Xiahua Huai felt his cheeks warm at the compliment. Sister-in-law, please do not tease me. My name is Xiahua Huai. I am 19 now, he replied, scratching his head, embarrassed by the mention of his childhood nickname, Ah Shui, which he loathed. Yi Chuyen suppressed a laugh and turned to Wu Mu. Our little brother Xiahua Huai has grown up, now concerned with his dignity and modesty. I shall find a suitable young lady for him and arrange a marriage so he can settle down in the capital. Wu Mu nodded in agreement. That is a splendid idea. Xiahua Huai jumped up in alarm, vigorously shaking his hands. Sister-in-law, brother, please do not jest. I have no intention of marrying. Wu Mu placed a hand on his shoulder, guiding him back to his seat. No talk of marriage tonight. Let us focus on enjoying ourselves. Yi Chuyen filled their cups. Xiahua Huai, you have always dreamed of getting your brother Wu drunk. Today, I shall personally pour the drinks. You two shall not leave until you are both inebriated. Is that agreeable? Absolutely. Xiahua Huai raised his cup with enthusiasm. Sister-in-law, brother, I raise this toast to you. With that, he tilted his head back and drained his cup. Wu Mu followed suit without hesitation, finishing his drink as well. Yi Chuyen raised a cup of tea. I shall toast with tea instead. After 3 rounds of drinks, Xiahua Huai eagerly began recounting his journey from Beirong to Dafeng, vividly sharing his adventures. Wu Mu and Yi Chuyen exchanged glances, stifling their laughter. As they were already aware of the events from their subordinates' reports, Wu Mu praised Xiahua Huai, declaring him a true hero for his chivalry. Flattered, Xiahua Huai felt buoyed by the compliments. As the wine jug neared empty, Yi Chuyen suggested, since you two brothers are enjoying this reunion, why not switch to drinking from a jar instead of these small cups? Xiahua Huai readily agreed. Sister-in-law, that is an excellent proposal. With a clap of her hands, several attendants swiftly brought in a dozen jars of wine. Wu Mu opened one jar and handed it to Xiahua Huai, then opened another for himself. The two drank from the jars, finishing 3 in quick succession, and Wu Mu's eyes began to take on a slight haze of intoxication, while Xiahua Huai appeared increasingly dazed. Suddenly, a maid entered and whispered something in Yi Chuyen's ear, causing her expression to change. You two continue. I must step out to handle a matter, she said hurriedly. Exiting with the maid, Xiahua Huai, puzzled, asked, Brother, I noticed sister-in-law's expression seemed off. Could it be something serious? It's likely just minor matters, Wu Mu replied, sighing heavily. Xiahua Huai, confused, pressed further. Brother, as the renowned Ping'an Marquis, what troubles could possibly plague you? It is precisely because of my reputation that I am troubled, Wu Mu said, his expression somber. Xiahua Huai felt a chill at his brother's despondency. Brother, what is troubling you? Wu Mu forced a bitter smile. You saw how it was when we entered Zuikula. Wherever I go, I am under constant scrutiny, and I cannot afford to make mistakes. Friends and acquaintances often come seeking favors, and if I assist them, it could be seen as abuse of power. If I refuse, I risk offending them. Thankfully, your sister-in-law is known to keep me in check. She handles all such matters. You truly have it tough, brother, Xiahua Huai remarked sympathetically. Wu Mu shook his head. There are many burdens I bear, and this is but one of them. Never before had Xiahua Huai seen Wu Mu so troubled. Brother, why not take advantage of your inebriation and share your burdens? Speaking of them may lighten your heart. Wu Mu took a hearty swig of wine, slamming the jar down in frustration. During my recent return to the capital, several citizens approached my residence, claiming their loved ones were unjustly executed at the Dali Temple, begging me to intervene. I cannot meddle in Dali Temple's affairs, for that would be overstepping my bounds. In desperation, I reported this to the emperor in secret, and he, in his fury, ordered a reinvestigation, which ultimately cleared the names of the wronged. Yet, these individuals are already dead. What good is vindication now? Sometimes, I wish I could be free like you. I would gladly serve at Dali Temple to prevent even one wrongful death, thus saving many lives. But enough of these burdens, let us drink. Xiahua Huai's heart raced. Brother Wu, how about I serve at Dali Temple? Wu Mu, prepared with a plethora of responses, was taken aback by Xiahua Huai's sudden proposition. He suppressed his excitement and frowned. You are the esteemed heir of Shanhai Tower. Why would you endure hardship at Dali Temple? Xiahua Huai, unwilling to disclose his grievances with Ruan Lu, continued in agreement. Chivalry knows no bounds. Aiding in the pursuit of justice at Dali Temple is just as noble. Realizing Xiahua Huai's determination, Wu Mu cautioned, do not act rashly. As my brother, it would be inappropriate for me to arrange a position for you. But if I facilitate this shortcut, it may complicate matters for your sister-in-law when she deflects others seeking favors. If you rely solely on your own abilities to gain entry to Dali Temple, it is no guarantee you will succeed, and even if you do, you would be relegated to the most arduous and menial tasks, far too taxing. Xiahua Huai's expression reflected defiance. Brother, you underestimate my capabilities. Without your assistance, I could still gain entry to the Dali Temple and thrive magnificently. Wu Mu found himself both amused and exasperated. Just moments ago, you entered the Drunken Autumn Pavilion with me, and now the entire capital is aware of our acquaintance. You claim you do not rely on me, nor do you wish to borrow my reputation, yet others, upon learning of our relationship, will undoubtedly treat you like an esteemed ancestor. Xiahua Huai abruptly stood, slamming his palm on the table. Brother, tell me, how can I prove that without your connections, I can still rise to prominence? Wu Mu composed his expression, feigning contemplation for a moment. There is indeed a method. Are you willing to proceed? I am. Excellent. Xiahua Huai, I knew I had not misjudged you. Tomorrow, go to the innkeeper downstairs and claim you wish to compensate for the items damaged last night. I shall instruct the innkeeper to publicly declare that I sent someone to the Shuntian prefecture to inquire about you. Upon discovering that the Drunken Autumn Pavilion is my establishment, you will approach me seeking an apology and compensation. Seeing your sincere attitude, I shall invite you upstairs for a drink, thus clearing our association. I cannot linger in the capital for long. In a few days, once these matters are settled, I must journey to defend Yunnan. After that, I will not be able to assist you. You must rely on your own capabilities at the Dali Temple. Xiahua Huai readily agreed. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. Wu Mu raised his right hand, palm facing Xiahua Huai. This is our brotherly gentleman's agreement, limited to 1 year, sealed with a clap. Xiahua Huai did not hesitate to slap his palm against Wu Mu's. Brother, when you return to the capital for your duties at the end of the year, I shall ensure you look at me with new eyes. At that moment, Yi Chuyan entered the room and caught sight of the scene. Wu Mu discreetly exchanged a glance with her. Yi Chuyan approached with a smile, inquiring about the source of their merriment and the reason for their oath. Xiahua Huai, brimming with pride, replied, Sister-in-law, I just made a gentleman's agreement with my brother. Wait and see how I thrive at the Dali Temple. The thought of this invigorated Xiahua Huai, and he grew increasingly excited as they conversed. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Mu invited Xiahua Huai to stay at his residence. But Xiahua Huai refused. Brother, from this moment on, if I do not achieve success, I shall never see you again. Wu Mu mentioned that he had instructed the innkeeper of the Drunken Autumn Pavilion to waive all of Xiahua Huai's expenses, but Xiahua Huai would not agree. We had an understanding not to rely on your influence. How can I accept free lodging and meals? Wu Mu then sent over a stack of silver notes, claiming they were for tomorrow's compensation, but Xiahua Huai declined the silver. The items I broke are mine to repay. I shall not take your money. Wu Mu could only acquiesce helplessly. It was not until both were intoxicated that the evening's revelry came to an end. On the way back to the residence, in the carriage, Wu Mu's drunken eyes suddenly regained clarity. As Yi Chuyen massaged his temples, she admonished him. How much wine did you pour into Xiahua Huai to trick him? That boy seemed utterly dazed. You are too much. Wu Mu pulled Yi Chuyen into his embrace, kissing the corner of her lips. Today he had taken the initiative to enter the circle. It was not me who bullied him. Can you truly let him fend for himself? Trust me, I shall let him learn to handle his own matters. He has 2 friends. If things get dire, he will surely swallow his pride and seek their assistance. He won't be left to wander the streets, so do not worry. Chapter 9. Tears without crying. The following morning, Jiang Zhefeng stood at the door of Xiahua Huai's room, hesitating for a moment before gently knocking. Brother Xiahua. His voice was crisp like shattered ice. Xiahua Huai felt utterly drained, his head heavy and his limbs light. The aftermath of intoxication was indeed unpleasant. He struggled to recall the events of the previous night, having consumed considerable drink after making a gentleman's agreement with Brother Wu and ultimately being assisted back to his room by the waiter. Brother Xiahua, are you alright? Jiang Zhefeng's voice carried a hint of concern. Xiahua Huai vigorously shook his head and opened the door. I am fine. How much did you drink? Jiang Zhefeng detected the strong scent of alcohol on Xiahua Huai. I was worried that the Shantian prefecture officials would give you trouble, so I refrained from resting. When I saw the Marquis of Ping'an escorting you upstairs, I did not wish to intrude upon your reunion. Seeing the worry in Jiang Zhefeng's charming eyes filled Xiahua Huai with inexplicable sadness. He had promised Wu Mu to uphold their gentleman's agreement, yet now he had to confess to Jiang Zhefeng that he had lied. Do not worry, I am fine. Jiang Zhefeng, I apologize. I deceived you. I do not know the Marquis of Ping'an. I merely admired his reputation and spoke carelessly. It was only when he sent someone to inquire at the Shantian prefecture that I discovered the Drunken Autumn Pavilion belongs to him. Regarding the incident with the Drunken Autumn Pavilion, I have already apologized to him. As he finished speaking, his ears burned with embarrassment. How boastful he had been the night before, and now the truth felt so painful to admit. Jiang Zhefeng was momentarily perplexed. Do you truly not know the Marquis of Ping'an? She assumed that since he had entered with Xiahua Huai, they must be acquainted. Xiahua Huai, recalling the gentleman's agreement from the night before, swallowed hard, suppressing the truth from spilling forth. I do not know him. I merely apologized yesterday, and he invited me upstairs for a drink upon perceiving my sincere demeanor. Jiang Zhefeng let out a deep sigh of relief. Brother Xiahua, acknowledging one's mistakes and striving to improve is commendable. I am pleased you can refrain from boasting and share the truth with me. Whether you know the Marquis of Ping'an is of no consequence to me. As they spoke, Xing Wuxiao approached. Brother Xiahua, Jiang Qing, good morning. Today he donned a pristine white robe, his eyes gleaming with mirth. Had they not already met, Xiahua Huai would have suspected that Xing Wuxiao was some celestial being descended to earth. Jiang Zhefeng nodded in acknowledgement to Xing Wuxiao. Akan has already gone to view a small courtyard early this morning and has rented it. I must go settle matters there. It will serve as my base in the capital. If you do not mind, you may come over for tea in the future. Xiahua Huai was taken aback by Jiang Zhefeng's efficiency. Where is your rented residence? I need to handle some affairs, and will come find you once I am finished. Xing Wuxiao replied, I also have matters to attend to. Once I am done, I will visit your residence to see how it is. Xiahua Huai stretched, loosening his shoulders. Jiang Zhefeng, please reserve a space for me in your residence. Jiang Zhefeng provided the location of her residence, and the three engaged in light conversation before parting ways. Once they had left, Xiahua Huai called for the waiter to bring in fragrant soup. After washing up and changing clothes, he felt refreshed and set out riding his horse. He arrived at the Shantian prefecture, just in time to encounter Niu Fu, who was heading out on business. Upon seeing Xiahua Huai, Niu Fu's eyes sparkled. Brother, you have come. Did you mention my name to the Marquis of Ping'an yesterday? Let us set that aside. How is the matter with Wan Lu resolved? Xiahua Huai cleared his throat, feeling a bit awkward. Niu Fu clicked his tongue in response. What else could be done? You left just as Wan Lu was released. Since you did not provide a statement, This case is deemed invalid. The higher-ups declared it a misunderstanding, instructing Wan Lu to compensate the drunken autumn pavilion for the damages caused by his guards. Xiahua Huai's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean my statement is invalid? I have returned to provide my statement now.
Niu fu chuckled in disbelief.
Brother, do you still not understand? Your statement is useless now. Theft is not a serious crime. Even if convicted, it would only be for a short while. They all say Wan Lu is the nephew of the Minister of Works, a young man of influence. Even if he were convicted, he would only serve a symbolic sentence before being released. Xiahua Huai gritted his teeth. Fine, I understand. This bureaucratic world is indeed dark and unfathomable. He turned, mounted his horse, and rode away. Niu Fu called after him. Brother, where are you going? Do not forget your promise to me. Xiahua Huai galloped toward the entrance of the Dali Temple. Outside, a bustling crowd had gathered, discussing the notice affixed to the wall. After dismounting, he squeezed inside. Above him was a notice recruiting laborers, offering a monthly salary of 1 tael of silver, with several requirements listed below. Essentially, no criminals in the family, a robust physique, and priority given to those with skills. At the entrance, a table was set up where a middle-aged man with a beard was bent over, diligently registering applicants. A queue of people stood in front of the table. Without hesitation, Xiahua Huai joined the line to register. Noticing his youthful and handsome appearance, the registrar inquired about his martial skills. Xiahua Huai demonstrated a few moves and was immediately accepted. Holding the employment document, he prepared to mount his horse and seek out Jiang Zhefeng. Passing by the Zuicula, he contemplated that living there would be too ostentatious, so he decided to purchase a courtyard in the capital for convenience. He entered his room to pack his belongings and approached the front desk, addressing the innkeeper. Please settle my bill, including the items I damaged last night. Certainly, esteemed guest. Please hold on a moment. The innkeeper's fingers danced over the ledger, quickly calculating the total. You owe a total of 7,500 taels of silver. Xiahua Huai was taken aback. Innkeeper, you must have made a mistake. He nearly exclaimed. Is this a black shop? The innkeeper, polite, replied, no mistake at all. Your expenses here amount to 50 taels, while the value of the damaged items is 7,500 taels. He then handed Xiahua Huai a ledger. After reviewing it, Xiahua Huai's expression grew complex. Indeed, this was the finest establishment in the capital, with not a single piece of furniture that was inexpensive, all outrageously priced. He rummaged through his pack, producing all his silver notes, only totaling 10,400 taels. The innkeeper accepted the notes, smiling at Xiahua Huai. Esteemed guest, you are still short by 300 taels. Gritting his teeth, Xiahua Huai pulled out the last 3 notes from his pouch and handed them to the innkeeper, who beamed with delight. The amount is just right. Your bill is settled. You shall be our esteemed guest at Zuicula from now on. Next time you dine with us, I shall treat you to 2 jars of wine. Xiahua Huai forced a smile that was more painful than a frown, murmuring his thanks. Once outside Zuicula, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Just yesterday, he had arrived here as a wealthy young master, carrying a fortune of 10,000 taels. Carefree and ready to meet a sworn brother before spending some time at the Dali Temple to topple Wan Lu and his associates, then continue his carefree wanderings. Yet now, after drinking with Ping and Ho, he found himself broke and reduced to the lowest rank of labor at the Dali Temple. The more he thought about it, the more perplexed he became, recalling that it was indeed he who had suggested going to the Dali Temple. He had also agreed to the compensation. The gentleman's agreement was also initiated by him. There seemed to be no issue. But the problem was, he was now utterly penniless, with no place to stay. Was he destined to roam the streets? Riding his horse, Ju Di, he slowly made his way down the street, lifting his gaze to see a blue flag at the entrance of a spice shop. The flag bore the emblem of Shanhai, a distinctive mark known only to its members. He halted Ju Di, hesitating for a moment. Never mind if he had to swallow his pride. It was better to return home and face his parents' disdain than to remain empty-handed. He dismounted and entered the spice shop. A young attendant was busy serving customers and greeted Xiahua Huai with a smile. Esteemed guest, what spices do you desire? Xiahua Huai replied, anything from the mountains or oceans, bring them all to me. He spoke in the secret code of Shanhai. The attendant bowed, indicating, esteemed guest, you clearly have discerning taste. Please, follow me upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, He was led into a room where a white-bearded elder sat, over 60 years old. Xiahua Huai entered and cupped his hands in greeting. "Innkeeper, I seek a loan. Just a modest sum of 10,000 taels will suffice." He then produced a white jade pendant from his person and handed it to the elder. The front of the pendant bore the characters for Xiahou, while the back had the character for Huai. This pendant served as proof of his identity. The elder inspected the pendant for a long while before putting it away and angrily proclaimed, "Who is this thief, daring to impersonate a member of Shanhai Lu? Throw him out." Xiahou Huai's eyes widened in disbelief. "Old man, are you not one of us? You don't even recognize this pendant. Look closely. I am Xiahua Huai." The elder slammed the table and shouted, "There is no Xiahua Huai in Shanhai Lu. Throw this person out. If he continues to spout nonsense, report him to the authorities." As soon as he finished speaking, several men in black entered, seizing Xiahua Huai and dragging him down the stairs and out the door. Once thrown outside, Xiahua Huai stood frozen, staring dumbfounded at the spice shop sign and flag. After a long moment of shock, he finally understood that this was a deliberate scheme orchestrated by his father. How cruel. It was as if they were intent on ruining their own son. More alarmingly, he could not raise his voice in protest or confront his own people. He had to swallow his grievances. He had made a gentleman's agreement with Peng and Ho, a pact that he could not break, and he must remain in the capital. Yet now, he was entirely broke. At this moment, Xiahua Huai felt utterly desolate. Chapter 10. Jinyang Alley in Kyoto. Jinyang Alley was once the site of a charity establishment, surrounded by desolation. After the charity moved away, numerous shops and taverns sprang up in the nearby alleys, transforming it into an ordinary street. However, despite the surrounding bustle, this alley remained shunned and perpetually quiet. The residences here were larger than in other areas, yet the rent was considerably cheaper. Jiang Zhefeng strolled to the entrance of a small courtyard in the middle of the alley and knocked a few times. The door opened to reveal the smiling face of Mrs. Zhou, who appeared particularly refreshed today. "Yan Qing, you've returned." Zhuang Chan was tidying up the house and paused upon seeing Jiang Zhefeng's return. "Zhefeng, what do you think of this courtyard? Do you like it?" Jiang Zhefeng surveyed the surroundings. The courtyard was simple yet clean. "I like it." She turned to Mrs. Zhou and said, "Mother, I'm hungry. I want to eat the food you make." Mrs. Zhou hurriedly agreed and rushed to the kitchen. Once Mrs. Zhou left, Jiang Zhefeng pulled Zhuang Chan into the room, closed the door behind them, and handed her a letter. "Sister, I just met with the teacher. He inquired extensively, and it seems that even the best doctors in Kyoto cannot cure hysteria. I had already anticipated this outcome. However, there are methods to significantly improve the scars from your burns." "Really?" Zhuang Chan's voice trembled. The burns inflicted by Wanlu had not only scarred her right cheek, but her entire body. The scars often itched, causing her unbearable pain. Since saving her, Jiang Zhefeng had been seeking ways to treat her scars. There is a Taoist priestess named Guanyun on the mountain in the eastern suburbs of Kyoto, skilled in treating burns, particularly in smoothing out scars. However, the process is slow and depends on the severity of the injuries. My master's wife is an old acquaintance of the priestess. This letter is in her own handwriting. Upon seeing it, she will know who you are and will assist in treating your scars." Zhuang Chan did not take the letter. "If I leave, what about you? How will you take care of mother and manage other affairs on your own?" Jiang Zhefeng looked intently at Zhuang Chan's face and replied seriously, "I will find a reliable maid to help. Sister, go and focus on your treatment. I will visit whenever I can." Zhuang Chan could not help but touch her right cheek, feeling the uneven and coarse texture of the scars. She rarely looked in the mirror, but each time she did, the sight of those scars suffocated her with discomfort. The pain of being burned alive seemed to resurface. She raised her gaze, locking onto Jiang Zhefeng's face, her eyes slightly red. That day, so many people watched as Wanlu burned me, yet no one dared to intervene. If it weren't for you, I would have perished in those flames, and you, too, have incurred Wanlu's wrath because of me. You aided in the burial of my father and journeyed with me to Kyoto to tend to my burns. Fearing that others might scorn me, you referred to me as your wife, knowing that they would respect you as a scholar and refrain from mocking me to my face. While you often addressed me as Ah-chan due to your status, you have always treated me as a beloved sister in private. I owe you so much. How can I ever repay this kindness?" Jiang Zhefeng pressed the letter into Zhuang Chan's hands, offering a faint smile. Regardless of how others perceive or act, I cannot remain indifferent while witnessing a living soul perish in flames. This matter should not weigh upon your heart. One must always act in accordance with their conscience. My intention in saving you is solely to uphold my own moral duty, devoid of ulterior motives." Zhuang Chan lowered her gaze to the letter in her hands, tears glistening in her eyes. Without Jiang Zhefeng, she would not have found the courage to survive. After a moment of silence, she bit her lip and gazed intently at Jiang Zhefeng, articulating each word. "Zhefeng, I understand that you are a person of deep feelings and steadfast promises. You have donned male attire to participate in the imperial examinations, driven by a vow made long ago, and you are determined to uncover the truth behind your uncle's case. However, either of these endeavors carries the risk of dire consequences. I respect your choices and will not obstruct you. I implore you for one favor. Allow me to take your mother along with me. I will care for her. If you succeed in revealing the truth of your uncle's case and triumph in the examinations, you may return for us once you achieve your goal. Should anything happen to you, I shall treat your mother as my own, ensuring she suffers no hardship for as long as I live." Jiang Zhefeng was momentarily taken aback, her fingers curling slightly. The path she had chosen was fraught with peril, and one misstep could lead to ruin. Zhuang Chan sought to grant her peace of mind to pursue her desires. She stood still, her throat tightening, stepped back, and knelt before Zhuang Chan's sister. "To have encountered you in this life is a blessing. This bow is rightfully yours." With that, she earnestly bowed her head toward Zhuang Chan. Zhuang Chan helped her rise, smiling warmly. "Zhefeng, you are my sister. Whatever you choose to do, I will support you unwaveringly." Jiang Zhefeng's eyes glistened with unshed tears.
Yan King, at Shan.
"The meal is ready," called Zhou. The two hurriedly composed themselves, opening the door to find Zhou carrying the dishes, puzzled. "Why is the door closed in broad daylight?"
Come.
"Let us eat." Jiang Zhefeng accepted the food from Zhou, and the three shared a meal filled with conversation. Jiang Zhefeng cautiously discussed with Zhou her preparations for the examinations, expressing concern that she might not be able to care for her, and suggested that she and Zhuang Chan stay at a temple in the mountains for a while. Zhou readily agreed, repeatedly advising Jiang Zhefeng to treat the examinations with utmost seriousness and promising to pray for her daily, hoping for her success. Zhuang Chan and Jiang Zhefeng felt a wave of relief at Zhou's prompt agreement. When Zhou was lucid, she recognized that Zhuang Chan was Jiang Zhefeng's wife. Despite the burn on her face, Zhuang Chan's gentle demeanor and attentive care earned Zhou's approval, fostering a harmonious relationship. After their lunch, Zhou eagerly urged Zhuang Chan to pack her belongings, fearing it might delay Jiang Zhefeng's studies. Jiang Zhefeng felt that after their arduous journey to Kyoto, it was too soon to rush to the outskirts, suggesting they rest for a day before departing. However, Zhuang Chan wished to take advantage of Zhou's clarity and expedite their plans. Ultimately, Jiang Zhefeng was compelled to assist in gathering their things. While packing, she inadvertently discovered the medicine given to her by Xing Wuxiao, who had claimed it would help Zhou regain consciousness quickly. Recalling the strange dream she had while unconscious in Zuicula, she felt an inexplicable urge to keep the medicine to herself, withholding it from Zhuang Chan and Zhou. Once their luggage was ready, Zhou refused to allow Jiang Zhefeng to escort them, fearing it would interfere with her studies. Jiang Zhefeng, resigned, sought the help of a carriage driver to take the two to the eastern outskirts. Not long after Zhuang Chan and Zhou departed, Xiahua Huai arrived from another direction at Shenyang Alley. Seeing Jiang Zhefeng lost in thought at the entrance, he rode forward, calling out, "Jiang Zhefeng." Jiang Zhefeng turned to see Xiahua Huai approaching on horseback, clad in a vibrant bamboo-green brocade robe, radiating vitality under the bright March sun. She mused that had the real Yan Qing lived, he would undoubtedly have been a similarly spirited youth, gallivanting in spring with friends, composing poetry and sharing aspirations, rather than embodying her own cold and mundane existence. Noticing a hint of sorrow in Jiang Zhefeng's expression, Xiahua Huai dismounted. "Jiang Zhefeng, are you all right?
Come.
Let me see your home." Jiang Zhefeng led him into the courtyard, where he scanned the surroundings but found no sign of Zhuang Chan or Zhou. "Where are Zhuang Chan and your mother?" he inquired. "Ah Chan has taken mother to a temple in the countryside. They intend to stay there for a while until my examinations conclude," Jiang Zhefeng replied vaguely, unwilling to divulge too much. Xiahua Huai nodded, acknowledging that the countryside was indeed pleasant during this fine March weather. As Jiang Zhefeng guided him into the simple abode, she implored him not to mock its modesty. Xiahua Huai, however, remained still, surveying the yard. It was a compact courtyard with the main house to the north and rooms on either side. The kitchen nestled in the eastern corner, beside a well. The yard was clean, with a few sparse bamboo plants growing in the corners, otherwise bare. Xiahua Huai loosened the reins and found a clean patch to lie down, basking in the sun's warmth. Jiang Zhefeng couldn't help but smile, appreciating his easygoing nature. This place is quite pleasant, clean and refreshing, truly delightful, he remarked sincerely before taking a deep breath and deciding to make a rather bold proposal. Jiang Zhefeng, how about I stay here? You? Stay here? Jiang Zhefeng was taken aback. Although she was unaware of Xiahua Huai's true background, his extravagant spending at Zuicula suggested he was of wealthy lineage. Why would he wish to reside in such a humble abode? Yes, I want to stay with you, he affirmed. Jiang Zhefeng's instinct was to refuse. Having Xiahua Huai here would complicate her efforts to disguise her identity as a woman. Before she could voice her objection, Xiahua Huai continued, with your wife and mother absent, you have 2 vacant rooms. I can occupy either, and rest assured, I will remain silent while you study. You, a frail scholar, are not safe here. If I stay, no demon or ghost shall harm you. Furthermore, I shall handle all household chores. You need only focus on your studies. I can fetch water and sweep the floors, and I can cook as well. Xiahua Huai eagerly enumerated the countless advantages of his staying here. Embarrassed to ask Jiang Zhefeng for money, he resorted to shamelessly seeking a place to stay. Jiang Zhefeng was perplexed. She could not fathom why Xiahua Huai would forsake Zuicula to stay here, despite his numerous justifications. After a moment of contemplation, a thought struck her. Xiahua, did someone swindle you out of your money? Xiahua Huai's expression shifted instantly, his ears turning red and hot. He never lied to his friends, and being so easily read by Jiang Zhefeng filled him with shame. Lowering his head, he replied sheepishly yes. It was rather akin to being deceived. The outcome is the same. I am now left with not a single coin. However, I have secured a position at the Dali Temple, with a monthly salary of 1 or 2 silver coins. Xiahua Huai, standing before Jiang Zhefeng, appeared considerably more despondent, akin to a child who had erred. His voice diminishing with each word. Consider this as my rental of your abode. I shall remit the rent once I receive my salary. Until then, I must rely on your support. Rest assured, I am easy to care for and I am not picky with food. I will not be an idle guest. I can assist with chores. Jiang Zhefeng, rendered speechless, had not anticipated that Xiahua Huai would find himself destitute after a mere morning's absence. Brother Xiahou, there is no need for you to give me silver. You may keep your salary for yourself. You are my savior, and as long as you do not mind, you may stay here for as long as you wish. I can manage the household chores myself.
What happened to you?
Do share. Perhaps I can assist in retrieving what you lost. Xiahua Huai hesitated to disclose how he lost his money, insisting, no, it was willingly given away. Noting his reluctance, Jiang Zhefeng refrained from further inquiries and asked which room he preferred. He pointed to the west wing, saying, that one will suffice. You may take the main house, and the east wing can serve as your study. I shall be quite comfortable in the west wing. Understanding Xiahua Huai's discomfort with occupying the main house, Jiang Zhefeng readily agreed. As they conversed, there was a knock at the door. Xiahua Huai promptly went to answer it. Brother Xiahou, you are here too? Exclaimed Xing Wuxiao, his lips curling into a smile, his voice as refreshing as a clear spring. Chapter 11. Not easy. Xiahua Huai was delighted to see Xing Wuxiao.
Come in, quickly.
What do you think of our living quarters? Every time he encountered Xing Wuxiao, he was captivated by his pristine eyes. Jiang Zhefeng's peach blossom eyes concealed the world's beauty, while Xing Wuxiao's eyes seemed to cleanse the world of its allure, evoking a sense of reverence. Xing Wuxiao paused, tilting his head to regard the exuberant Xiahua Huai. Your residence? He inquired, narrowing his eyes in subtle surprise. Xiahua Huai stammered, I was swindled out of my money. Coincidentally, Jiang Zhefeng's family has gone to the mountains for a while, so I moved here. I have found a position as a minor official at the Dali Temple, and I intend to save money to move out later. Jiang Zhefeng stepped forward, inviting Xing Wuxiao in for tea, but he declined. I just visited the Imperial Medical Office and learned they are indeed hiring. There will be an examination the day after tomorrow. The top 3 candidates will be accepted. I have booked a room at the inn next to the office, preparing for the exam. I came over to see where Yanqing resides and unexpectedly found you here. Brother Xiahou, what a coincidence. I have no acquaintances in the capital. You are my only friends. When I am accepted into the Imperial Medical Office, I shall treat you both to drinks. As Xing Wuxiao spoke, his voice flowed like a gentle stream, melodious and pleasant, his eyes sparkling with endless warmth and laughter. Standing in the courtyard, the breeze rustled his clothing, and the sunlight graced his ethereal visage, enlivening the humble surroundings. Jiang Zhefeng and Xiahua Huai both offered their congratulations, preemptively wishing him success in the examination. After exchanging pleasantries, Xing Wuxiao leisurely took his leave. Once Xing Wuxiao departed, Jiang Zhefeng expressed her desire to purchase some writing supplies, and Xiahua Huai volunteered to assist her. Together, they ventured to a street in the capital known for its stationery shops, where many scholars roamed, purchasing goods. Jiang Zhefeng and Xiahua Huai, one as elegant as snow and the other tall and handsome, attracted attention as they walked together. Jiang Zhefeng acquired several commonly used inkstones and xian paper, with Xiahua Huai carrying them. Just as they were about to return, they noticed a group of scholars gathered at the end of the alley, animatedly discussing a notice on the wall, their faces flushed with excitement. Xiahua Huai could not resist stopping. Jiang Zhefeng, let us go take a look. Jiang Zhefeng, who typically shunned crowds, shook her head in refusal. Xiahua Huai pressed the items into her hands. I will go see. You wait here for me. Before she could respond, he had already pushed his way into the throng of scholars, standing out like a crane among chickens due to his height. Before long, Xiahua Huai emerged, brimming with excitement. No wonder these scholars are so animated. It turns out Emperor Yuanjin wishes to host a grand ceremony, compiling all the books of the realm to pass down to future generations. The Hanlin Academy is responsible for this and is seeking individuals skilled in beautiful script to assist in the copying. These scholars were eagerly preparing to apply to the Hanlin Academy, for being selected would be a matter of great honor. You possess beautiful calligraphy. You should certainly give it a try. Xiahua Huai recalled the time he had witnessed Jiang Zhefeng's exquisite calligraphy, leaving him in awe. During his time at Shanhai Tower, he had often been compelled to learn various skills, including calligraphy, under the guidance of renowned masters. He had thought himself capable, yet upon seeing Jiang Zhefeng's writing, he felt a profound sense of inadequacy. Jiang Zhefeng's heart raced. She had been contemplating how to uncover the truth behind her uncle's case, which necessitated reviewing the records. The grand ceremony would undoubtedly involve legal matters, requiring the examination of various documents, presenting a rare opportunity. Steeling herself, she looked up at Xiahua Huai and smiled faintly. Thank you, Brother Xiahou. This smile, with her peach blossom eyes curving slightly, sparkled like flowing light, surpassing the beauty of spring. Jiang Zhefeng, your smile is truly enchanting. Xiahua Huai found it hard to believe. Jiang Zhefeng was typically aloof, occasionally smiling, yet never had she appeared so lively. You should smile more often. Do not maintain a cold expression every day. Jiang Zhefeng touched her face, puzzled, as she did not perceive her smile as particularly different from usual. As they walked back, Jiang Zhefeng declared her intention to register for the examination, and Xiahua Huai immediately supported her decision, insisting that if Jiang Zhefeng applied, it would be an injustice if she were not selected. On their way back, they also purchased some ingredients and household necessities. By the time they returned to their residence, it was already evening. Xiahua Huai volunteered to cook, while Jiang Zhefeng looked on skeptically. Xiahua Huai confidently assured her, I have said it. I reside here, and all chores are my responsibility. You may focus on your studies. In less than half an hour, Xiahua Huai emerged from the kitchen with 3 exquisite dishes featuring greens, bamboo shoots, and wild mushrooms. Standing by the table, he gazed at Jiang Zhefeng with fervent eyes. Do try it. I assure you, my culinary skills are top-notch. Skeptically, Jiang Zhefeng picked up a piece of bamboo shoot, and upon tasting it, she could not help but exclaim, this bamboo shoot is even more delicious than meat. Xiahua Huai sat down, pouring himself a cup of tea, his expression one of satisfaction. You are the first to enjoy this privilege. I rarely cook for others. Before leaving, he had learned to cook from the chefs at Shanhai Tower, one of whom had been an imperial chef with exceptional skills. He had initially thought it prudent to learn cooking to avoid starvation while away from home, never anticipating how useful it would prove. Jiang Zhefeng was equally astonished that Xiahua Huai could cook so remarkably well. Initially, she regarded him as her savior, deserving of her respect, yet over these past days, she had come to see him as more childlike, innocent, straightforward, and somewhat talkative. She lavished him with praise, leaving Xiahua Huai floating in delight. After their meal, they prepared to wash up. Not wishing to impose further on Xiahua Huai, Jiang Zhefeng volunteered to heat the water, but he was reluctant. I have stated that I will handle all chores as long as I reside here. You may focus on your studies. Swiftly, he adeptly heated the water. Jiang Zhefeng found herself somewhat unaccustomed. Since she had begun to masquerade as a man, she had mostly been the one caring for others, rarely receiving care in return. The way Xiahua Huai treated her felt akin to climbing a mountain burdened with weight. After becoming accustomed to the toil, the sudden relief of having someone assist her with the load left her both relaxed and bewildered. After washing up, the two retreated to their respective chambers to rest. Jiang Zhefeng lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. Her mind was preoccupied for two reasons. She was concerned about Zhuang Quan and the Zhou family, uncertain of their well-being in the eastern suburbs, and she could not fathom the true nature of Xiahua Huai. He was straightforward, highly skilled in martial arts, strikingly handsome, and well-versed in numerous intriguing tales. Generous when affluent and open even in times of financial straits. He could relish in fine clothing and sumptuous feasts or make do with simple fare, adept at cooking and performing various tasks, all without a hint of complaint. While he displayed cleverness in devising plans to pilfer silver from Wanlu, he was nonetheless deceived into losing every last coin he possessed. Xiahua Huai had not disclosed his identity voluntarily, and she refrained from prying. The only certainty was that he harbored no malice and was, indeed, a good person. Meanwhile, Xiahua Huai lay awake in the western chamber, equally restless. The environment, though humble, mattered little to him. He was not accustomed to the pampered life of a noble. With his hands propped beneath his head, he stared at the spider silk on the beams above, contemplating the uncanny events of the past few days. Was it mere coincidence that the compensation from Xiahua Tower equaled the exact sum of his own silver? Such a perfect alignment seemed too coincidental and peculiar. He closed his eyes, replaying the events of last night and that morning, and suddenly sat upright. Indeed, he had been deceived. He leaped from his bed, growing increasingly incensed. Wu Mu, his sworn brother, had betrayed him without remorse. He resolved to confront Wu Mu and settle the score. At that moment, within the imperial palace at Qianyuan Hall, Emperor Yuanzhen, Pei Xiuyan, was engaged in a game of chess with Wu Mu. Both were silent, their lips pressed together, while maids and eunuchs awaited outside. The chamber was enveloped in silence, save for the flickering candlelight. The game had reached a stalemate. After an extended pause, Pei Xiuyan sighed, declaring, "I am as immobile as this chessboard, unable to progress." The formidable Sheng of Beirong, the newly appointed high priestess of the southern frontier, and the notorious Dib of the eastern sea were not to be trifled with. The flickering candlelight cast tall, bright shadows against the opulent palace walls, rendering the atmosphere both desolate and melancholic. Both sovereign and subject fell into a contemplative silence, the ambience growing increasingly oppressive. De Foam and Beirong had successfully repelled the Dashur tribe, yet the threat of their return loomed, uncertain in its timing. Sheng of Beirong was known for his capricious cruelty. Having just emerged from war, the temporary peace with De Foam was fraught with uncertainty. When they had battled the Dashur tribe, Dib had vowed to assist against the Japanese pirates, but now, with the conflict behind them, he had reverted to being an adversary, and the eastern sea was once again the domain of marauders. The southern frontier, adjacent to Dianzhou, had historically maintained a non-interference policy. The southern frontier was diminutive in size, with its people adept in witchcraft, relying on the high priestess to uphold justice. 2 years prior, the sudden death of the previous high priestess had caused unrest until a new one was appointed, restoring tranquility. However, this new high priestess swiftly excavated a deep trench at the only border between the two nations, filling it with poison and miasma, effectively severing De Feng's communication and leaving them unaware of her identity. Wu Mu lifted his gaze to see Pei Xiuyan furrowing his brow over the chessboard. Before ascending the throne, Pei Xiuyan had lost his left eye and now wore a black iron mask over it. Just months into his reign, due to past grievances, his once dark hair had turned white by the age of 25. The past 2 years had been marred by the Dashur invasion, and his reign had been anything but stable. He possessed a striking appearance, but since becoming emperor, his demeanor had grown increasingly formidable. In this moment, he shed the weight of imperial authority, revealing a weariness seldom seen. After considerable deliberation, Wu Mu spoke, "Your Majesty need not fret. If you so desire, these stalemates can be resolved." "How so?" Pei Xiuyan raised his head, meeting Wu Mu's dark, shining eyes. They had known each other since childhood, having once shared grievances, but all had been set aside. They were both sovereign and trusted friends. Your Majesty, would you consider inviting Dib to the capital? Pei Xiuyan pinched the bridge of his nose, replying, I would, but would he dare enter the city? Would he not fear an assassination attempt? Wu Mu smiled slightly, exuding confidence. Your Majesty, Dib is shrewd. He would undoubtedly prepare thoroughly before arriving. If anything were to befall him in the capital, the Eastern Sea would descend into chaos. As long as he agrees to come, he will have no fear. Pei Xiuyan nodded in agreement. Very well. Let it be as you say. Your Majesty, I believe we need not worry about the Dashur tribe or Barong for the time being. I visited the manufacturing bureau today, and they are producing 3,000 new firearms based on my designs. They will be ready shortly. With these new weapons, neither the Dashur tribe nor Barong will dare to invade. Wu Mu paused before continuing. As for the southern frontier, upon my return to Dianzhou, I shall endeavor to visit and ascertain the situation there. Your Majesty need not worry about the new high priestess plotting against a foe. As long as I am in Dianzhou, I will not allow the southern frontier to encroach upon our land. The weariness on Pei Xiuyan's face dissipated, and he stood, placing a hand on Wu Mu's shoulder. Having you to safeguard Dafeng is a blessing for me. Should I succeed in establishing a prosperous era for Dafeng, you shall share in the glory. Wu Mu bowed, ready to pay his respects. Your Majesty, the fortune of Dafeng lies in having a wise ruler like you. It is my honor to serve you. I dare not claim credit. Pei Xiuyan supported Wu Mu, stating, Many in the court have secretly submitted petitions urging me to be wary of your rising influence. Yet they do not understand that you are the person I trust most in this world. Their voices rang with strength. Wu Mu straightened, and both men shared a sudden, knowing smile. Their bond transcended the confines of sovereign and subject. They were also the closest of friends, a connection that others would never comprehend. They resumed their serious analysis of the current situation, ultimately deciding that Wu Mu would set out for Dianzhou the next day to swiftly ascertain the circumstances in the southern frontier. Xiahua Huai dashed across rooftops toward the street where the Pingan Marquis's residence was located, but halfway there, he abruptly halted. Perched atop a high roof, he gazed upward at the sky. Tonight, there were neither stars nor moon. The heavens were dark as ink, and the night breeze carried a warm comfort. After a moment of reflection, he murmured, At last, I comprehend. They are all conspiring against me. Wu Mu, as his sworn brother, had always looked out for him, thinking of him whenever there were good things to share. The predicament was meticulously orchestrated by Wu Mu, who had specifically dispatched someone to deliver it to him at Shanhai Tower. He would never recklessly leave him destitute in the capital. The mastermind behind this scheme was undoubtedly his father. With this realization, Xiahua Huai's resolve ignited, since everyone perceived him as an inexperienced child. Waiting for him to suffer misfortune and return to Shanhai Tower, he was determined to prove his own capabilities. As he was about to turn back, he suddenly spotted two individuals sprinting through a secluded alley in the distance, carrying a large box with remarkable speed, clearly skilled in their craft. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickened his pace to follow them. Chapter 12. Claiming Jiang Zhefeng had just dozed off when she was jolted awake by a knock at the door. Startled, she reached for the dagger hidden beneath her pillow and approached the door, inquiring through it, Who is it? A man's voice responded, Do you know Xiahua Huai? He has gotten himself into trouble. If you recognize him, you must come with me now to redeem him with 10 taels of silver. Otherwise, he shall be whipped 30 times. The man slipped a crescent-shaped pouch through the crack of the door. This is his token. He said you would understand upon seeing it. Jiang Zhefeng took the pouch and recognized it as the very one Xiahua Huai had used to frame Wan Lu at the Zuiqiu Tower. She hurried to the door of the west chamber, knocked several times, but received no response. Upon opening the door, she found the bed empty. She was uncertain when Xiahua Huai had slipped away or how, given his remarkable abilities, he could have been captured by the officials. Yet, she knew he had kept the crescent pouch close ever since he had been betrayed, never parting with it lightly. After swiftly donning her attire and gathering her silver, she concealed her dagger in her sleeve and opened the door to find a lean little constable clad in the garb of the Shuntian prefecture. Let us go, he said with a smirk. Brother Xiahou mentioned he is a good friend who would surely secure his release. It seems he spoke the truth. Along the way, Jiang Zhefeng conversed with the constable, learning that Xiahua Huai had somehow ended up by the Yudai Lake, where he was caught by patrolling officers. Though no incriminating items were found on him, he was deemed to have violated the curfew. Ordinarily, such an offense would warrant 30 lashes. But the constables of Shantian Prefecture had established an unwritten rule. If a relative could pay for the release, the punishment could be waived. This messenger constable, Niu Fu, was unknowingly ensnared by Xiahua Huai's charm, voluntarily running errands to find help for him. After paying the ransom, Jiang Zhefeng was led by Niu Fu to the prison where Xiahua Huai lay on a straw mat, eyes closed in repose. Hearing footsteps, he suddenly opened his eyes, displaying a bright smile. "I knew you would come to claim me," he exclaimed, his joyful demeanor dispelling the gloom of the cell. Jiang Zhefeng felt her spirits lift in response to his radiant smile, momentarily reminiscent of her claiming a wayward child from school. "Yes, I have come to claim you," she replied, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Niu Fu opened the door and addressed Xiahua Huai. "Brother, my duty compelled me. I apologize for the inconvenience." Xiahua Huai stepped out with his head held high, patting Niu Fu on the shoulder.
I understand, Niu Fu.
"Next time I have the chance, I will come find you to reminisce." Niu Fu eagerly assented, escorting Jiang Zhefeng and Xiahua Huai out of the gates of Shantian Prefecture. On their way back, Jiang Zhefeng refrained from mentioning the circumstances of Xiahua Huai's capture. He held a myriad of explanations for her, but her silence drove him to the brink. "Jiang Zhefeng, why don't you ask me why I was out?" She gazed straight ahead, replying coolly, "Aren't you going to tell me?" Xiahua Huai felt momentarily stifled, but ultimately relented, choosing not to reveal his intent to confront Wu Mu. Instead, he claimed he had been bored and decided to take a stroll, only to encounter two thieves fleeing with a box. He had chased them to Yudai Lake, lost them, and was subsequently spotted by patrolling officers. "So, you didn't run," Jiang Zhefeng observed. "Not fleeing would merely count as a curfew violation. Had you run, it would be indefensible." Xiahua Huai nodded in agreement. "I was about to start my duties at the Dali Temple. If I had been recognized while fleeing, my position would be compromised." Jiang Zhefeng pondered whether to commend his cleverness or admonish him about the strict curfews in the capital, advising him not to wander at night. "What if you got lost? I may be directionally challenged, but I am not blind. The streets have signs. I can find my way back." "True. Just follow the signs next time and avoid being spotted by the patrolling officers, all right?" "I had my reasons today," he defended. Jiang Zhefeng had never walked the streets at midnight before, and the March night breeze felt quite pleasant against her skin. The stillness of the streets echoed with Xiahua Huai's voice, and she felt that this spring night was more intoxicating than those of years past. As they approached Zhanyang Alley, the sky began to brighten. Jiang Zhefeng suggested they go for breakfast, to which Xiahua Huai readily agreed. After enjoying their meal, they returned to their lodgings to prepare. Jiang Zhefeng expressed her intention to visit the Hanlin Academy. Xiahua Huai urged her to ride Zhu Di to ensure she arrived promptly, as the distance to the academy was considerable and she might miss her place in line. Zhu Di seemed to understand Xiahua Huai's words, nuzzling Jiang Zhefeng's face affectionately. After a moment's reflection, she decided against being overly coy and mounted the horse. Just as she was about to leave, she halted, retrieving the crescent pouch from her sleeve and tossing it to Xiahua Huai. "It's your first day at the Dali Temple. You will need to make connections. I've placed some silver in your pouch. Keep it safe and don't let anyone deceive you again." Xiahua Huai caught the pouch, looking up at Jiang Zhefeng, who was adorned in a beautifully embroidered green robe, her features glowing in the morning light, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with a hint of laughter. A wave of inexplicable joy surged within him as he smiled. "If you are successfully appointed, you must take me out for lamb soup tonight." Jiang Zhefeng savored the words, observing Xiahua Huai standing in the light, his vigor surpassing that of the rising sun. Her voice resonated with warmth. "Yes. Wait for my return."
With that,
she spurred her horse onward. After watching her depart, Xiahua Huai emptied the pouch, counting the silver, 5 full taels. He could hardly contain his delight. Yet, a curious thought nagged at him. Why did Jiang Zhefeng seem like the authoritative figure while he felt more like the subordinate? In truth, he felt as if Jiang Zhefeng were the head of the household, while he played the role of a delicate wife. After the incident, it was she who came to his rescue, and he relied on her for support. Even hoping she would take him out for lamb soup once, she secured her position at the Hanlin Academy. After a moment of contemplation, he finally grasped the reality. Indeed, wealth dictated the hierarchy within a household. He could be flexible. If Jiang Zhefeng had the means, he could allow her to take the lead, albeit temporarily. Locking the door behind him, he hurried to the Dali Temple, locating the office of the chief clerk and presenting his appointment papers. The chief clerk, A man in his 40s registered the documents and handed Xiahua Huai a set of indigo official robes, instructing him to change behind the screen. Once attired, Xiahua Huai emerged, and the chief clerk presented him with a badge. Go to Selding. There is a man named Su Hong inside. You will be responsible for overseeing that cell. The cells in the Dali Temple were classified into 4 categories based on the severity of the crimes, with Selding housing corrupt officials. Seizing a moment of privacy, Xiahua Huai discreetly slipped a silver coin to the chief clerk. Please take care of me in the future. The chief clerk accepted the coin without revealing his thoughts. Sizing up Xiahua Huai, the humble attire of a lowly servant seemed anything but shabby on him. Tall and striking, with dark, handsome features and a bright smile that revealed his pulley white teeth, Xiahua Huai exuded a refreshing charm. The chief clerk appreciated Xiahua Huai's good looks, discretion, and perceptiveness, patiently providing him with a brief overview of the Dali Temple's operations. The minister of Dali, known as Shi Lu, is a promising young man of integrity, still unmarried, who holds no affection for flattery and favors those with genuine abilities. He is highly regarded by the current emperor. After sharing these thoughts, the clerk earnestly patted Xiahua Huai's shoulder. Young man, I have heard of your skills. If you perform well here, your future will undoubtedly be bright. Thank you. Esteemed clerk, Xiahua Huai expressed his gratitude multiple times before striding towards the Dinghao prison. Upon reaching the prison gate, the guards recognized his waist badge and allowed him entry. Once inside, Xiahua Huai was nearly overwhelmed by the stench. The room was devoid of light, lacking windows, with only the dim flicker of candlelight on the walls casting shadows in the murky air. After a considerable adjustment, he cautiously ventured deeper. There were 4 cells. 3 were empty, while the innermost cell contained a half-conscious man lying face down in tattered prison garb, rendering his features indistinguishable. Standing outside the cell was a guard in similar attire, maintaining a stern expression. As Xiahua Huai approached, he was amused to discover that the man was none other than the head officer from Shuntian Prefecture whom he had encountered at the Xiahua Tower. Surely, you are Su Hong? He exclaimed in astonishment. Su Hong recognized Xiahua Huai, recalling the incident at Xiahua Tower, where he had vehemently berated Wan Lu, only to be taken away by the guards of the Duke of Ping'an. Initially, he had perceived Xiahua Huai as a reckless young nobleman, indifferent to the rules, a type he held in disdain. However, upon learning that the Duke of Ping'an had no acquaintance with Xiahua Huai and that Xia had taken responsibility for the damages incurred at Xiahua Tower, he reconsidered, viewing him as a man of principle. What brings you here?
Su Hong inquired.
I am here to serve as a guard. After compensating Xiahua Tower, I found myself without funds. I cannot simply starve, can I? With a bit of skill, I decided to enlist as a guard, Xiahua Huai replied, tugging at his collar. I rely on no one but myself, living with dignity. There is no shame in that. Yet you are not from Shuntian Prefecture. How did you end up here? Su Hong pondered, appreciating Xiahua Huai's forthrightness. I insisted on searching Wan Lu at Xiahua Tower and ruffled some feathers. Early yesterday, they reassigned me here. Xiahua Huai's irritation grew.
Who are they?
You were merely executing your duties. What fault lies therein? My error was in knowing that Wan Lu is the nephew of the Minister of Works. Yet I pressed on with the search, Su Hong explained. Xiahua Huai clenched his fists. Is the Minister of Works truly so unreasonable? Su Hong let out a cold laugh. Minister Du, in his 40s, often dresses in patched clothing, leading a life of simplicity and humility. He maintains a reputation as an upright official and seldom associates with other bureaucrats.
What?
Xiahua Huai was taken aback, having assumed Wan Lu's uncle would be a corrupt official, only to find him a paragon of virtue. Su Hong, noticing Xiahua Huai's astonishment, softened his expression. However, rumors abound that he privately exploits his power for personal gain. Yet, without evidence, such claims remain mere gossip. Xiahua Huai furrowed his brow, contemplating. If Minister Du is indeed an honest man, then should he be corrupt, he must first be brought down to eliminate Wan Lu. I understand now. Since I have arrived at Dali, I shall devise a way to unveil the truth behind Minister Du, whether he is a genuine or a false corrupt official. Xiahua Huai felt a surge of passion, convinced he had come to the right place. Su Hong couldn't help but chuckle at Xiahua Huai's audacity. A mere lowly guard speaking with such bravado. Eager to integrate into Dali, Xiahua Huai, leveraging his chatty nature, began to bombard Su Hong with inquiries.
Su Hong.
Familiar with Dali from his time in Shuntian, initially resisted engaging in conversation but eventually relented under Xiahua Huai's relentless questioning, detailing the workings of the place. Unlike other departments where corruption flourished, Dali's prison dealt with the gravest of crimes, and no one dared to intercede on behalf of those imprisoned here. Inmates could not receive visitors unless expressly permitted by the emperor, and guards who dared to grant favors risked execution upon discovery.
Consequently,
The guards received minimal pay and faced significant risks, as they were held accountable if an inmate fell ill or committed suicide.
meanwhile,
Jiang Zhefeng arrived at the gates of the Hanlin Academy, where a throng had gathered. Although the recruitment for scribes was unofficial, the requirements were stringent. Applicants had to possess exemplary calligraphy, a clean background, and a minimum status of a Jiren, with no history of disgraceful conduct. After registering, candidates were required to transcribe a passage from the Analects and sign their names on the paper. Exams were held every morning, with results posted each afternoon until all positions were filled. Jiang Zhefeng patiently queued, and by the time she emerged after the exam, it was already noon. With the hiring list to be posted in the afternoon, with some time to kill, she decided to ride her horse, Ju Di, around the vicinity. Passing a pastry shop, Ju Di stubbornly refused to move, reminding Jiang Zhefeng of Xiahua Huai's mention of Ju Di's fondness for sweets. "Would you like a treat?" she asked. Looking down at Ju Di, the horse snorted in affirmation. Accustomed to Ju Di's expressive nature, she replied, "Wait here. I'll get you something." Not knowing Ju Di's specific preferences, she purchased a variety of pastries. Presenting the treats to Ju Di, the horse sampled each one before devouring the mung bean cake entirely. Noticing Ju Di's delight in the mung bean cake, she bought 2 more packages to take along. After perusing some books at a bookstore, she casually snacked on a few items before realizing it was nearly time to return to the Hanlin Academy. Upon her arrival, the hiring list was already displayed prominently at the entrance. Crowds of scholars jostled near the announcement, expressing their outrage. This Jiang Zhefeng must have secured her position through nepotism. With 200 candidates this morning, how could she be the only one accepted? "I have lived in the capital for years and have never heard of anyone named Jiang Zhefeng. Where did she even come from? Unfair. We demand to see what she transcribed this morning. Yes, we must see the quality of Jiang Zhefeng's work. Otherwise, we will not be satisfied." Jiang Zhefeng sat atop Ju Di at a distance, staring at the large announcement where only her name appeared, feeling dazed. While she knew her calligraphy was decent, she had never imagined that in such a competitive environment, she would surpass all others and be singularly selected. As the scholar's agitation grew, she hesitated to dismount or reveal her identity as Jiang Zhefeng. The guards outside the Hanlin Academy were unable to quell the unrest among the defenseless scholars and resorted to verbal intervention as tensions escalated. Suddenly, the academy's grand doors swung open, revealing a young man with an air of righteousness. "What is all this commotion?" His deep, steady voice commanded attention, silencing the crowd. Many scholars recognized him. Zhang Puyu, whose father was the current prime minister, whose sister was the reigning empress, and whose wife was the sister of the Duke of Ping'an. Last year, the empress had given birth to a son, Pei Ling, who was quickly named heir apparent, and the emperor appointed Zhang Puyu as the grand tutor. The Zhang family wielded immense power in the capital. While Zhang Puyu may not have held the highest official rank, even first-tier ministers would respectfully address him as Grand Tutor Zhang. Zhang Puyu surveyed the crowd. "The Hanlin Academy is not a marketplace. Why are you all causing such a ruckus?" The unexpected appearance of Zhang Puyu left the crowd in stunned silence, each person exchanging glances. Hesitant to speak for fear of offending the Grand Tutor, Zhang Puyu furrowed his brows, asserting that the admission list had been personally curated by him, ensuring absolute fairness and justice. The audience remained silent. It turned out that Zhang Puyu was present due to his involvement in the grand ceremony. A bold scholar stepped forward and respectfully performed a bow. "Master Zhang, we do not doubt your integrity. We merely wish to admire the calligraphy of Jiang Zhefeng to emulate it upon our return." This statement was both reasonable and exceedingly diplomatic. Zhang Puyu was acutely aware of the true intentions of these scholars. "Bring forth Jiang Zhefeng's writing," he commanded. A servant responded promptly, presenting a scroll. Zhang Puyu accepted it, unfurling it to display before the crowd. "Whoever can surpass this exquisite small script shall be appointed on the spot." The crowd surged forward, only to fall into silence. The characters danced across the page like elegant swans in flight, graceful and ethereal, as if they were trees swaying in a gentle breeze. Many of the scholars, who prided themselves on their calligraphy, now felt a sense of inadequacy. Someone finally spoke up. Master Zhang is indeed fair and just. We are utterly convinced. Others echoed the sentiment. Zhang Puyu's expression softened slightly as he remarked, the disparity in today's writing is indeed vast. After seeing this, I have little desire to view others' work. Tomorrow's copying session shall determine multiple selections if the quality is comparable until the positions are filled. This declaration ignited the crowd once more. As long as selections were not based on Jiang Zhefeng's script, there remained hope. Thus, it was deemed fair. Zhang Puyu waved his hand, and the scholars bowed before dispersing in small groups. Jiang Zhefeng remained mounted on her steed, observing the spectacle from a distance. As the crowd gradually dispersed, she pondered that this might indeed be a fortunate turn of events. Presently, she needed to care for her steed, Zhu Di, as well as Xiahua Huai, which required considerable expenditure. Her small script had gained fame today, and in the future, she could command a higher price for her copies. As the sun began its descent, recalling her promise to Xiahua Huai, she patted Zhu Di's neck. Your master is off work now, let us go fetch him some lamb soup. Jiang Zhefeng arrived outside the Dali temple, dismounted, and stood beneath the camphor tree with Zhu Di, awaiting Xiahua Huai's emergence. In the distance, the clouds glowed like fire. A gentle breeze rustled, and the shadows of the trees danced. Xiahua Huai emerged, arm in arm with Su Hong. In just one day, Su Hong had been so ensnared by Xiahua Huai's charm that he had relinquished several household items and found himself reluctantly categorized as a friend. Even his usual stern demeanor, while on duty, had crumbled. The two laughed and conversed as they exited the temple, their eyes immediately catching sight of the pair standing beneath the tree. The spirited steed held its head high, its mane billowing. The slender figure beside it shimmered with a celestial glow, exuding an air of tranquility and elegance, the evening light stretching their shadows long, playfully fragmented by the dappled tree shadows. Xiahua Huai called out excitedly, Jiang Zhefeng, are you here to fetch me? Chapter 14. Evening Breeze. Jiang Zhefeng had anticipated that Xiahua Huai, having fallen from the ranks of a generous young master to the lowest echelon of the Dali Temple, would emerge filled with resentment and dissatisfaction. Yet, the tall and handsome youth stood at the temple's entrance, radiating vitality, the evening breeze tousling his hair, and the sunset illuminating his entire being with exuberance and joy, devoid of any weariness or complaint. She waved at Xiahua Huai,
Su Hong instanti zekogin Jiang Zhefeng.
recalling her adept collaboration with Xiahua Huai when accusing Wanlu of theft, and how strikingly beautiful she was, her enchanting eyes leaving a profound impression. Who is this? My best brother, Jiang Zhefeng. I mustn't delay. My brother has come to fetch me. See you tomorrow. Before he could finish, he dashed towards Jiang Zhefeng like a gust of wind. Jiang Zhefeng stood quietly beneath the tree, her gaze following Xiahua Huai. Su Hong shook his head in exasperation, likening Xiahua Huai to a foolish dog reunited with its master, and walked away in another direction. Upon reaching Jiang Zhefeng, Xiahua Huai noticed the faint smile in her eyes and exclaimed in delight, You were accepted, right? Jiang Zhefeng nodded affirmatively. Xiahua Huai threw his arm around her shoulder. I knew it. You were bound to be accepted. Jiang Zhefeng attempted to shrug off his arm but found herself drawn forward by his enthusiasm, with Zhu Di trailing leisurely behind. How about that? Didn't I say you would be accepted? Your small script is truly magnificent. Anyone who sees it cannot help but praise its beauty. Jiang Zhefeng glanced at Xiahua Huai, whose eyes sparkled with genuine joy. Looking down at the large hand resting on her shoulder, she subtly smiled, relinquishing the thought of removing it. The evening sun elongated their shadows, and the gentle breeze wrapped around them comfortably. On their way, Xiahua Huai learned that Jiang Zhefeng had been personally selected by Zhang Puyu and was the only one. Ecstatic, he danced with joy. They passed a stall selling lamb soup, and Xiahua Huai pulled Jiang Zhefeng to sit down. This is the place. The aroma of the soup is delightful. Owner, 2 bowls of soup, please. The stall owner, an elderly man with a head full of white hair, smiled. Certainly. Please wait a moment. Add 3 more pounds of lamb, Jiang Zhefeng interjected. Xiahua Huai looked astonished, glancing at her slender shoulders. Can you eat that much? It's not for me. It's for you. You're tall and strong. You should eat more. Upon hearing this, Xiahua Huai's expression grew complex. Jiang Zhefeng, noticing his unusual demeanor, inquired with concern. Are you all right? Xiahua Huai shook his head. I'm fine. I must earn money quickly. I can't rely solely on Jiang Zhefeng to support me. Otherwise, I might truly become a little lady. The stall owner soon brought 2 bowls of soup and a large platter of lamb, saying, "Enjoy, gentlemen." Xiahua Huai took a sip of the soup, smacked his lips, and exclaimed, "Old man, your stall may be small, but this lamb soup is exquisite. It's the best I've ever had." His praise was heartfelt and sincere. The stall owner beamed with delight, not expecting such a young, handsome patron to speak so kindly. "You truly know how to flatter." As they continued to eat, Xiahua Huai showered the soup with compliments, claiming it was heavenly. Jiang Zhefeng, however, thought the soup was merely decent, certainly not exceptional. After hearing Xiahua Huai's praises, she began to question her own taste buds and quietly sipped her soup. Before long, the stall owner brought out a plate of lamb offal, saying, "This is a complimentary gift for you. In the future, when you come here for soup, I'll add extra meat." Xiahua Huai expressed his gratitude repeatedly, and the stall owner continued to smile broadly. Jiang Zhefeng, seated across from him, was astonished, not expecting the chatty Xiahua Huai to possess such charm. Other diners at nearby tables began to take notice. After finishing their meal, Jiang Zhefeng paid the bill. The stall owner told Xiahua Huai, "Young master, do come by often. You've made my day." Xiahua Huai promised, "I shall definitely return. Your lamb soup is undoubtedly the finest in the capital." His fluency in the local dialect was impressive, his voice bright and resonant, making the stall owner beam with joy. As they departed from the stall, Jiang Zhefeng couldn't help but admire Xiahua Huai. "You are truly remarkable. That old man must be over 50. At his age, running a stall is not easy. Complimenting him is no crime. When I say a few kind words, he becomes happy, and so do I. After a hearty meal, I feel completely at ease," he replied casually. Jiang Zhefeng glanced at him, reflecting on the nearly month-long acquaintance they had shared. Her impression of Xiahua Huai remained that he was wealthy, straightforward, and fiercely righteous, able to adapt to circumstances with ease. Though initially somewhat boastful, he has since shed that habit. Unexpectedly, his thoughts are equally intricate. The two stroll back, passing a lumber shop where Xiahua Huai instructs Jiang Zhefeng to wait at the entrance while he ventures inside. Shortly after, he emerges with a piece of wood, an exceedingly ordinary plank of poplar, thin and square, each side measuring 1 foot. "What do you intend to do with this wood?" Jiang Zhefeng inquires. Xiahua Huai raises an eyebrow, a playful mystery dancing in his expression. "I shall not divulge." Jiang Zhefeng smiles, deciding against further questions. Based on her understanding of Xiahua Huai, she is certain he will be unable to contain his secret for long. Within 3 days, he will undoubtedly reveal its purpose. Upon returning to their residence, Xiahua Huai beseeches Jiang Zhefeng to assist him in composing a 3-character classic. Without questioning his request, she readily agrees. Xiahua Huai dutifully lights the lamp in the east wing, prepares the ink and paper, while Jiang Zhefeng sits at the table, writing with utmost seriousness. Tonight is another moonless night, the heavens appearing as a monstrous maw, terrifyingly dark. The nearby streets of Zhenyang Alley bustle with life, illuminated as if it were day, while Zhenyang Alley seems like another world entirely. Once a site for funerary rites, the 6 houses along this alley remain unoccupied save for theirs, rendering it desolate and silent by night. The courtyard is shrouded in darkness, as quiet as a graveyard, the light from the east wing swallowed whole by the encompassing night. Standing beside the writing desk, Xiahua Huai grinds the ink, casting glances at Jiang Zhefeng as she writes. He notices that when she bows her head, her eyelashes are as thick and curled as a woman's, her hands delicate and slender, each finger a graceful jade, guiding the brush with a black wolf hair tip, producing exquisite small characters that resemble flowers in the wind. The candlelight casts their shadows upon the wall, Jiang Zhefeng's outline revealing her feather-like lashes. Xiahua Huai is struck by a curious thought. To witness Jiang Zhefeng write each day would surely be a delightful experience. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Zhefeng remains focused on her task, perceiving writing as a sacred ritual that demands sincere devotion. At last, having completed her work, she places the brush on the stand and gently blows upon the paper, hastening the drying of the ink. She inspects her writing, nodding slightly with satisfaction. Every character is flawless. She rolls the paper and hands it to Xiahua Huai, who gratefully accepts it. "Thank you. You should read well tonight. I shall not linger here." He steps outside, kindly closing the door to the east wing behind him. Returning to his room in the west wing, Xiahua Huai discovers a letter on the floor. The envelope bears no signature, and within is a single line. I have departed the capital for Yunnan. Do not forget the gentleman's agreement. The handwriting belongs to Wumu. He had not heard of the Marquis Pingin's departure today, suggesting it was done in secrecy. Xiahua Huai raises an eyebrow, contemplating the gentleman's agreement. His second brother is the renowned physician of Snow Mountain. A letter sent via carrier pigeon to his brother had gone unanswered, indicating that this group had conspired together, withholding assistance until the agreement was fulfilled. I refuse to believe that I cannot make a name for myself without your aid, he muses. Chapter 15. Fearless and unfettered. The following day, Xiahua Huai instructs Jiang Zhefeng to ride the exceptional steed to the Hanlin Academy. I am but a lowly servant at the Dali Temple. There is no need for such a fine horse. When you visit the Hanlin Academy, filled with nobility and high-born youths, do not allow them to look down upon you. A wave of warmth surges within Jiang Zhefeng, and just as she is about to decline, Xiahua Huai interjects, if you dare refuse, you do not regard me as a brother. Enough talk, hurry along. He crosses his arms, lazily leaning against the doorframe, before striding away. By the time Jiang Zhefeng rushes out, he has already vanished. Having left, Xiahua Huai finds the hour still early and turns into a street vendor selling breakfast. After wandering for quite some time, he discovers a group of children gathered at the entrance of a bun shop, pleading with the owner for food. The plump proprietor, somewhat irritated, warns, "Go away. If you come asking for buns again, I shall give you a beating." These children, around 7 or 8 years old, wear patched clothing and exhibit sallow complexions, unmistakably the offspring of impoverished families. Xiahua Huai counts them, 10 in total. Approaching the bun shop, he calls out, "I would like 50 buns. Certainly 50 large meat buns." The proprietor replies, deftly preparing the order with a grin that nearly obscures his eyes. After receiving the buns and paying, Xiahua Huai turns to the eager children. "Would you like some? If so, follow me." The children, ecstatic, trail behind him to a secluded spot at the end of the alley. Xiahua Huai crouches down, holding up the buns. "Here, each of you shall have 5 buns. No fighting. There is enough for everyone." The children rush forward, clutching the buns to their chests, immediately biting into one, grimacing from the heat yet refusing to stop. Xiahua Huai cautions, "Be careful not to burn yourselves. Eat slowly." One particularly slender boy, resembling a bean sprout, consumes a bun before approaching Xiahua Huai and bowing politely. "Thank you, big brother." Inquiring about the boy's background, he learns the child's name is Xiahua, the oldest among them at 9 years, perpetually hungry and small for his age. They are all children of nearby poor families. Unable to afford education, and with nothing to contribute at home, they spend their days wandering the streets, occasionally running errands for a few coins. After listening, Xiahua Huai stands, raising an eyebrow. "Xiahua, from now on, you shall follow me and call me big brother. I will buy you buns every day. How does that sound?" The children erupt in cheers, surrounding Xiahua Huai. "Big brother, I am Xiaohai. Big brother, I am Fugui." They are enamored with Xiahua Huai, handsome, unpretentious, and generous with buns. He memorizes each child's name, stating, "I cannot simply provide you buns without something in return. You must assist me and keep it a secret." Xiahua quickly responds, "Big brother, we won't engage in any illegal activities." Xiahua Huai pats the boy's head. "You have principles, little one. Do not worry. I shall not involve you in anything unlawful." He patiently explains his plans. First, shout loudly at the entrances of major bookstores, claiming someone is selling Jiang Zhefeng's imitation calligraphy boards featuring the 3-character classic. The children, puzzled, ask who Jiang Zhefeng is, but Xiahua Huai waves his hand. "Do not concern yourselves with that. Simply follow my instructions." Second, keep watch at the gate of the Minister of Works residence, noting who enters and exits, regardless of their stature. Xiahua excitedly replies, "Big brother, this is my forte." They often observe the comings and goings of the nobility and the guards, seeing their gaunt faces and tattered clothes, usually dismiss them as beggars, not bothering to engage. Third, jot down any interesting or peculiar occurrences you witness while idling on the streets. When I return, you shall share these tales with me. Remember what I have instructed. I will visit you every morning, and for your reports, I shall buy you buns. If you do well, I shall reward you with extra coins. The children had anticipated grand tasks but were instead met with these trivial matters, which they excelled at, leading to a lively discussion among them. Xiahua Huai cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. "Did you remember everything I just said?" The children chorused, We remembered. Xiahua Huai waved his hand. Off you go. The children scattered, and once they had departed, he rubbed his ears and clicked his tongue. These rascals are noisier than I am. He glanced up at the sky, sensing the time was right, and hurried off to the Dali Temple. Jiang Zhefeng arrived at the Hanlin Academy and, after revealing her identity to the guards at the entrance, was escorted into a grand hall where she was instructed to wait. Shortly after, a guard emerged and beckoned her to enter. Zhang Puyu, donned in a striking crimson official robe, was seated behind a desk, engrossed in documents. Upon entering, Jiang Zhefeng respectfully performed a bow, introducing herself as Jiang Zhefeng, the junior scholar. Following her salutation, she stood quietly to the side. Zhang Puyu looked up, slightly astonished. He had not anticipated that the only candidate he had selected the previous day would be so strikingly handsome, composed, and respectful, an exemplary young talent. He nodded in approval and inquired briefly about her background, learning that she had excelled in the imperial examination, which pleased him greatly. Excellent, a young achiever, he remarked, glancing at an attendant who presented a white jade waist token. Zhang Puyu took the token, which represented the category of historical documents, a field of utmost importance to the emperor. The emperor would be visiting soon, and he encouraged her to perform well, suggesting that a favorable impression could lead to remarkable opportunities in future examinations. As he handed the waist token to Jiang Zhefeng, she did not accept it. Master Zhang, it is an immense honor to be chosen by you. However, I cannot take on the task of transcribing historical documents. Zhang Puyu, taken aback, asked, why not? Jiang Zhefeng raised her gaze, her eyes bright and her posture as upright as a pine tree. Master Zhang, as your only selected candidate yesterday, I cannot transcribe the most prestigious category. How would you face rumors of favoritism in the future? Zhang Puyu was momentarily speechless before bursting into hearty laughter. Indeed, Jiang Zhefeng, you embody your name. Your brilliance is as clear as a moonlit night. Many who had applied were confidants of court officials who had sought to manipulate the selection process. And he despised such corruption. After examining Jiang Zhefeng's transcription of the Analects, he had decided to accept her alone, hoping to incite the ire of other scholars and thus quell any notions of backdoor dealings. He understood that if she were to gain visibility in a prestigious role, it would reflect poorly on him, casting shadows of favoritism over his integrity. What category do you wish to pursue? He asked. Law, she replied. A nation cannot stand without law. It is the foundation of governance and equally vital. Zhang Puyu was taken aback. The law encompasses numerous aspects: criminal statutes, regulations, codes, decrees, and precedents. The Dali Temple, which dealt with legal matters, had strict protocols, and obtaining materials required a waist token for access. If she went to the law section, the staff, aware of her lack of connections, would likely assign her to the Dali Temple to transcribe sensitive cases, which could lead to significant complications, even perilous consequences, should any injustices be uncovered during her work. I understand, she said, though she refrained from voicing the potential dangers of reporting such findings. I am unafraid and seek your support, Master Zhang. Jiang Zhefeng knelt, looking up at Zhang Puyu with unwavering determination. Zhang Puyu studied her closely, noting her enchanting peach blossom eyes, yet as serene as a pine in winter. Her demeanor, devoid of flattery or deceit, prompted him to commend her. Very well, a fearless spirit indeed. I admire your courage. If you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. He helped her to her feet and presented her with a black waist token. Jiang Zhefeng accepted it, expressing her gratitude for Zhang Puyu's support. After a few more words of advice, she departed. Once outside, she caressed the black waist token, exhaling deeply, having broken out in a light sweat. The previous night, after assisting Xiahua Huai with the 3-character classic, she had pondered alone in her room and finally understood why she was the only one selected. Zhang Puyu intended to use her to thwart those seeking unfair advantages. As the emperor's chosen tutor for the crown prince, Zhang Puyu was a man of integrity, unwavering in his principles. She had leveraged his straightforward character to secure her position in the legal category. Chapter 16. Guilt with the waist token in hand. Jiang Zhefeng arrived at the law transcription section. The guards confirmed the legitimacy of her token and pointed her towards a building, instructing her to seek out old Master Kong. Upon reaching the door, she knocked. Inside, a white-bearded elder was focused on his writing and did not look up upon hearing the sound. Enter. Pushing the door open, Jiang Zhefeng entered and bowed. I am Jiang Zhefeng. Honored to meet you, Old Master Kong. The old man paused, lifting his head. Upon recognizing her, he frowned in anger. Nonsense. Yanqing, you are my most promising student. How can you act so recklessly? He hailed from Shanhai and, after retiring, returned to visit friends at the local academy, where he had encountered Jiang Zhefeng. He admired her and offered to take her as a student. Upon learning of his status, she requested that their relationship remain undisclosed, wishing to avoid riding on his coattails. This only deepened his admiration for her, and he consented to her request. Over the years, Jiang Zhefeng had only written to him for academic advice, never seeking any assistance. Last year, she unexpectedly reached out for help regarding a significant case of stolen military supplies. He was puzzled by her interest in such a serious matter, but after pressing her, he discovered that Zhou Zhaokong, the mastermind behind the theft, was her uncle. Zhou's family had faced disgrace due to an unwed pregnancy, and despite efforts to cover it up, her family believed she had perished. For years, she had secretly provided support to her uncle. Last year, amidst a fierce conflict between two nations and the Dashi tribe, Zhou Zhaokong had been responsible for guarding a massive supply of grain, which was stolen overnight, leading to his mysterious disappearance. The evidence was damning, inciting the emperor's wrath, resulting in the annihilation of the Zhou family. He had communicated this to Jiang Zhefeng, believing she had moved on from the matter. You think I am unaware of your intentions? You remain fixated on Zhou Zhaokong's case. After learning that Jiang Zhefeng had been selected, he had consulted Zhang Puyu that morning, who expressed his intent to assign Jiang Zhefeng to the historical category, which brought him relief, believing she was destined for greatness. However, he had not anticipated her choice of the law section. I have made my stance clear. Despite any familial bonds, Zhou Zhaokong is not a commendable soldier. Yanqing, why persist in pursuing this matter? Kong Bin stood, his face a mask of fury as he regarded Jiang Zhefeng. She, aware of her renewed position by the emperor, had come to him only to request medical assistance, refraining from inquiring about her assigned duties or seeking any political favor. His admiration for her was profound, and he wished to shield her from any missteps. Jiang Zhefeng met the elder's gaze, noticing the tremor of his white beard as he breathed heavily. She understood that old Master Kong was only looking out for her best interests. Teacher, even if my uncle possesses extraordinary abilities, it is improbable for him to stealthily abscond with an entire 1,000 loads of provisions from the military camp overnight. The theft of provisions is a crime that could annihilate a family. He has not even forsaken my mother, who has brought shame upon our clan. It is inconceivable that he would condemn the entire Zhou family to perdition for his own selfish desires. Furthermore, 1,000 loads of provisions is no trifling matter. Where could he have concealed them after the theft? Jiang Zhefeng knelt down, lifting his robe. Teacher, the student does not comprehend why this case, fraught with uncertainties, has been hastily concluded. Kong Bin pointed at Jiang Zhefeng, his fingertips trembling. Seeing him kneeling there, face resolute, he eventually sighed heavily and slumped into his chair. What of the doubts? All evidence points to your uncle. If he were innocent, why would he vanish? Jiang Zhefeng, kneeling on the ground, gazed ahead with clarity in his eyes. What if he did not flee out of guilt, but rather fell victim to foul play, his body destroyed and erased? Yanqing, do you know that this case was personally adjudicated by the emperor? Kong Bin spoke earnestly. To overturn the verdict would be akin to slapping the emperor's face. Where lies the majesty of the Son of Heaven? Jiang Zhefeng looked at Kong Bin and articulated each word. Teacher, you have taught me that recognizing one's mistakes and striving to amend them is of utmost importance. The emperor is human and can err as well. She understood that the swift conclusion of this case was due to the necessity of punishing one to deter many. Someone must bear the burden of this crime. Because her uncle has disappeared, he must shoulder the blame. No one cares whether her uncle is truly the mastermind.
She cares.
She has no father, only a sick mother, and an uncle who visits her clandestinely. That uncle, who loves and cherishes her, should not be burdened with eternal infamy. The room fell into an unusual silence. Kong Bin exhaled softly, furrowing his brow as he regarded his student. A gifted individual, possessing remarkable talent, with exquisite penmanship, unassuming and composed. He is lofty in character, not one to fawn upon the powerful. While pursuing his studies, he also tended to his ailing mother without a single complaint, resolute in spirit. Last year, he offended the powerful while rescuing a woman from a fire, subsequently marrying her, demonstrating loyalty and compassion. He is upright, filial, and kind-hearted. He is the student of whom he is most proud. Yet he is also the most obstinate. Very well. Even if I prevent you from going to the Dali Temple, you will find a way to investigate the case regardless. I can arrange that for you. However, I have one request. If you uncover any issues, do not act rashly. Inform me, and I shall devise a plan. If your uncle is indeed wronged, I will certainly find a way to clear his name. Jiang Zhefeng's eyes brimmed with tears. The trend of officials in Dafan recruiting students is rampant. They claim to be nurturing talent, but in reality, they are merely weaving networks of connections. For a student to deny their teacher's identity is a grave affront. She is reluctant to let others know of her relationship with Kong Bin, fearing that if her identity as a woman were to be revealed during the imperial examinations, it would implicate him. Kong Bin remains unaware. Having taken her as a student, he cannot enjoy the privileges of a teacher. Yet he selflessly helps her inquire about supplies and physicians without a hint of complaint. Kong Bin is not only her academic mentor, but also her benefactor. She bowed deeply to Kong Bin, saying, "Teacher, you are already in your 60s. I cannot allow you to be implicated. This matter is my obstinacy and has nothing to do with you. Regardless of the outcome, I shall bear the responsibility, no matter what is uncovered." She cannot seek her teacher's assistance. Otherwise, with a single misstep, his lifelong integrity would be irrevocably tarnished. She must rely on her own capabilities to restore the truth. After a long pause, Kong Bin sighed deeply. Yanqing, oh Yanqing. When Xiahua Huai arrived at the Dali Temple, Su Hong had just changed into his official attire. Xiahua Huai donned his official robes and entered the prison cell alongside Su Hong, where the two guards on duty briefly recounted the events of the night. Essentially, the sole prisoner remained stable, having been fed in the morning. The so-called meal was merely a bowl of watery porridge. After both parties signed, the shift change was complete, and the night guards departed, leaving Xiahua Huai and Su Hong behind. Xiahua Huai smacked his lips in contemplation, wondering when the daily feedings would come to an end. He had also fed this prisoner once yesterday. During the feeding, he noticed that the prisoner was unkempt, facial hair obscuring his features. Appearing to be between 30 and 40 years old, emaciated to the point of near skeletal form, with all 10 fingers broken and unable to grasp the bowl. Relying on others for sustenance. Su Hong raised an eyebrow. I mentioned yesterday that until the prisoner is executed, we must ensure he remains alive. Otherwise, we will bear the consequences. Xiahua Huai crouched outside the cell, observing the prisoner, who lay with his eyes fixed on the ceiling. Only the faint rise and fall of his chest betraying his continued existence. He straightened up and turned to Su Hong. "Brother Su, what crime has this man committed?" Su Hong, seated at the table outside the cell, glanced at Xiahua Huai, warning him not to ask questions that were not to be asked, urging him to simply keep watch. Xiahua Huai nestled close to Su Hong, grinning. "Brother Su, tell me in secret, and I promise not to divulge it. Not knowing the crime of the prisoner I'm guarding makes me uneasy. Brother Su, you are like my own brother. Please share the details of this prisoner's offense." Su Hong, upon seeing Xiahua Huai's playful demeanor, felt an immediate sense of dread. The terrifying feeling from yesterday, having been pestered all day, returned. He abruptly stood up and took 2 steps back. "Xiahua Huai, can I call you my brother? Please refrain from pestering me daily with endless questions." Xiahua Huai stood up, took a step forward, and placed his hands on Su Hong's shoulders, earnestly stating, "Brother Su, since I am your brother, how can you conceal matters from me? Quickly tell me what this prisoner's background is." After saying this, he looked at Su Hong with a beaming smile. Su Hong gazed at Xiahua Huai's handsome face, utterly perplexed as to why such a young and charming lad could be an incessant chatterbox. He truly felt overwhelmed. I said, "Xiahua Huai, you genuinely frighten me. If you have questions today, ask them all at once. I assure you I will speak freely. Starting tomorrow, please refrain from speaking to me. All right? Brother Su."
How can you say that?
"I regard you as my own brother, and you wish to avoid conversing with me?" Su Hong took a deep breath and said, "Xiahua Huai, I implore you to be quiet. I will speak. I will reveal everything. Last year, during the war with the Dashi tribe, the supplies at the rear were guarded in batches. Among them, 1,000 loads of provisions were entrusted to a soldier named Zhou Zhaokong.
Subsequently,
Zhou Zhaokong committed the crime of embezzlement and vanished. This prisoner is Zhou Zhaokong's personal guard." Xiahua Huai was taken aback, his eyes widening. "So, Zhou Zhaokong absconded after embezzling the provisions, and his guard was caught. Su Hong nodded, his brow furrowing with indignation. Although the case has been concluded, Zhou Zhaokong and the whereabouts of the 1,000 loads of provisions remain unknown. This man, being Zhou Zhaokong's personal guard, claims to know nothing. No matter how he is questioned, he insists that Zhou Zhaokong could not possibly have stolen the provisions. As for the fate of Zhou Zhaokong and the supplies,
He has no knowledge.
what kind of enchantment has Zhou Zhaokong cast upon him to render him so utterly devoted? Even after enduring such torment, he remains tight-lipped. Xiahua Huai listened with clenched teeth. His father was from Beirong, and his mother was from Dafan, giving him deep ties to both nations. The battle against the Dashi tribe concerns the safety of both countries. Though he did not personally go to the battlefield, he remained attentive to all developments from the Shanhai Tower, acutely aware of the war's arduousness and brutality. Fortunately, both nations ultimately triumphed in this conflict. It was unthinkable that, while the two nations united against external enemies, someone would brazenly steal provisions from behind. Su Hong cast a sidelong glance at the prisoner lying on the floor, scoffing softly. Some time ago during an interrogation, I inadvertently crushed his finger.
Now.
I must await his recovery before resuming the questioning. The temples of Xiahua Huai throbbed with anger. While the soldiers valiantly faced external foes, these scoundrels behind the scenes, feasting on the fruits of others' toil, audaciously pilfered supplies. It was utterly infuriating. The punishment of merely crushing a finger seemed far too lenient. He longed to dig 3 feet into the earth to find Zhou Zhaokong and demand an explanation for such depravity.
Su Hong, witnessing Xiahua Huai Zaita Indigatino,
Patted him on the shoulder and, after a pause, spoke gravely. You are still young and unaware that some people don the guise of humanity while possessing hearts more sinister than demons. Chapter 17. No Stars. No moon. Jiang Zhefeng, concerned, went to the Dali Temple on the very first day to copy case files, his intentions glaringly obvious. After suggesting to return in a few days, Kong Bin acquiesced, advising Jiang Zhefeng to temporarily transcribe other legal statutes within the Hanlin Academy. Others, aware that Jiang Zhefeng was the only recruit from the previous day, subtly inquired about his relationship with Zhang Puyu. Upon learning there was none, they relaxed. For a cold-born scholar without connections was of immense utility. During the compilation of the Grand Legal Code, should any difficult issues arise or mistakes occur, they could easily cast the blame upon him. Amongst the noble scions he worked with, despite their inner disdain for Jiang Zhefeng, they maintained a facade of amiability and decorum, never making things difficult for him. When the workday concluded, several young gentlemen invited Jiang Zhefeng to join them for drinks at the brothel, graciously extending their invitation. The emperor of the Great Feng dynasty was fond of drinking, prompting the populace to emulate him. Thus, visiting brothels to drink and compose poetry became a refined pastime amongst literati. They even jested that although Jiang Zhefeng was a gentleman, he could still outshine the courtesans at the brothel. After he declined, their insistence waned, and they exchanged a few pleasantries before parting ways. Exiting the Hanlin Academy, Jiang Zhefeng leisurely walked back, leading his steed, Ju Di. After many years of caring for the Zhou family, she had grown accustomed to having Zhuang Chan by her side. Zhuang Chan was privy to all her background and secrets, confidences she couldn't share with outsiders. When Zhuang Chan and the Zhou family were present, she felt a sense of familial completeness, akin to having a mother and sister. Now, with both absent and the matter concerning the Dali Temple progressing, a sense of emptiness enveloped her. She paused, surveying her surroundings, suddenly engulfed in confusion. The streets bustled with life, vibrant and noisy. The capital was splendid and lively, yet this vivacity felt disconnected from her. At that moment, she felt utterly alone. Suddenly, Jiang Zhefeng regained her composure, turning to find Xing Wuxiao, his eyes twinkling with mirth. I was just about to seek you and Brother Xiahou in Jinyang Lane to invite you both for a drink. Jiang Zhefeng recalled that Xing Wuxiao had mentioned a celebration upon his success in the Imperial Medical Bureau. Did you gain admission to the Imperial Medical Bureau? Xing Wuxiao smiled and nodded. Indeed. Today, the head of the bureau presided over our evaluations, and we diagnosed 3 patients afflicted with grave ailments. In truth, none were ill. They had merely ingested a small amount of toxic herbs. Having grown up with a country doctor in the mountains, I am well versed in the symptoms of these toxins. I diagnosed them accurately, naming the herbs and their remedies, which led to my recruitment. Clad in a bamboo green robe adorned with cloud patterns and cinched with a wide belt, His voice flowed like a mountain spring, contrasting with the clamor of the market. Jiang Zhefeng perceived that Xing Wuxiao might be a celestial being wandering the mortal realm. For many physicians, entrance to the Imperial Medical Bureau was a lifetime aspiration, yet he was assured of his success, and indeed, he had triumphed. As two striking individuals, accompanied by their rare steed Ju Di, they drew curious glances from passers-by, who wondered where these ethereal beings had come from. Uncomfortable under the scrutiny, Jiang Zhefeng suggested, "Shall we seek Brother Xiahou now? He should be finishing up soon." Xing Wuxiao recalled their last meeting when Xiahua Huai mentioned his work at the Dali Temple, and he readily agreed. They led their horses toward the Dali Temple. Along the way, Jiang Zhefeng recounted her experiences at the Hanlin Academy. Arriving at the temple's entrance, they spotted Xiahua Huai emerging arm-in-arm with Su Hong. Upon seeing them, Xiahua Huai hurriedly bid farewell to Su Hong and rushed over, excitement radiating from him. "Let me guess. It's certainly that Xing Wuxiao has been admitted to the Imperial Medical Bureau, am I right?" Xing Wuxiao nodded affirmatively. "I have secured a boat on Yudai Lake. Shall we enjoy drinks while sailing today?" Xiahua Huai exclaimed, "Xing Wuxiao, are you mad? Renting a boat is exorbitant." In the past, such expenses would have seemed trivial to him, but now he viewed this indulgence as extravagant. Jiang Zhefeng interjected, "Xing Wuxiao, we could simply find a tavern. There's no need for such extravagance." Xing Wuxiao could not suppress a chuckle. "You two are quite in sync, both intent on saving me money. Today is a rare occasion for joy. Let's not fret over such matters. The monthly stipend from the Imperial Medical Bureau is substantial, with additional rewards for treating palace patients. Worry not for me." As they conversed, they made their way to the shores of Yudai Lake. Xiahua Huai walked beside Jiang Zhefeng, casually resting his hand on her shoulder. "You two truly make me proud. It seems I must exert myself to keep up with you." Jiang Zhefeng found Xiahua Huai's habit of draping his arm around her shoulders rather exasperating. Unable to remove his hand without causing offense to his jubilant demeanor, she resigned herself to it. Xing Wuxiao, walking on Jiang Zhefeng's other side, glanced at Xiahua Huai, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Reaching the lakeside, Xiahua Huai entrusted Ju Di to a young servant for safekeeping. The three of them boarded the boat, which glided serenely into the lake center. The flower boat had 2 levels. The first floor was for dining, while the second was a resting area. Lavishly adorned, the table was set with sumptuous dishes, accompanied by a singing girl and a dancing girl, with 2 young attendants dedicated to pouring wine. The sound of the pipa resonated, and veils danced gracefully. Jiang Zhefeng, citing her poor tolerance for alcohol, declined to drink much, only taking a few sips. Xing Wuxiao, however, indulged alongside Xiahua Huai, who drank heartily. As night descended, both Xiahua Huai and Xing Wuxiao began to show signs of inebriation. Jiang Zhefeng proposed, "Shall we step to the stern of the boat to air out the wine and enjoy the night view of Yudai Lake?" Xiahua Huai nodded in agreement.
Indeed.
"Xing Wuxiao is younger and leaner than I. Let's not burden him with more drink tonight." The 3 of them exited the cabin and made their way to the stern. As lanterns flickered to life, the illuminated flower boats adorned the lake, resembling scattered stars. A sight to behold. The evening breeze caressed them gently, cool and soothing, as the water rippled softly. Xiahua Huai gazed up at the sky, which loomed like a dark abyss overhead. How strange. For 3 consecutive days, the sun has shone brightly, yet the nights remain devoid of stars and moonlight. Pitch black to the point of discomfort. The other night, while pursuing the men in black carrying a coffin, it was also a moonless night. Thus, the continuous days of such weather unsettled him. Xing Wuxiao stood beside him, his gaze fixed not on the sky, but dreamily upon the lake's surface. The end of the month approaches. Even on clear nights, it is merely the solitary star and the waning moon. Xiahua Huai pondered for a moment, indeed. The cool night breeze swept over them, and the effects of the drink began to take hold. Jiang Zhefeng noticed Xiahua Huai's eyes beginning to wander and expressed her concern. "Brother Xiahou, are you well? Should we return early to rest?" Xing Wuxiao lifted his gaze to Jiang Zhefeng and softly suggested, "Shall we stay aboard this flower boat for the night?" Jiang Zhefeng hesitated, glancing between Xiahua Huai and Xing Wuxiao before shaking her head in refusal. In the flower boat room, everything was tailored for men, making it somewhat inconvenient for her to stay here. Xiahua Huai assumed Jiang Zhefeng was preoccupied with thoughts of returning to her studies. Xing Wuxiao, however, replied, "Today we shall return. Let's find another occasion to engage in a heartfelt conversation." With her gaze lowered, A faint trace of disappointment graced her features. I have no family, nor do I possess friends. In the capital, I am acquainted only with the two of you. After gaining admission to the Imperial Medical Bureau, I specifically chartered a boat to share this joy with you. I thought you were my friends. He shook his head in self-deprecation, bitterness spilling from the corners of his mouth. Chapter 18. No return without intoxication. Xing Wu Zhao's eyes were filled with sorrow, yet she endeavored to maintain a semblance of cheerfulness. Witnessing her forced smile, Xiahua Huai's drunkenness evaporated in an instant. Jiang Zhefeng was suddenly struck with a pang of compassion. Their eyes met, and Xiahua Huai gently patted Xing Wu Zhao's shoulder, offering comfort. What nonsense are you speaking? Of course, we consider you a friend. Tonight, wherever you wish to stay, that shall be your place. I will not depart. Jiang Zhefeng echoed. Indeed, I shall also remain here tonight. Xing Wu Zhao raised her gaze to the two, her clear eyes sparkling like ignited fireworks, illuminating with hope. Really? Xiahua Huai grinned broadly. I am known for my unwavering word. Come, let us return to our revelry. Tonight, we shall not part until we are fully intoxicated. The three of them, filled with laughter, returned to the boat to continue their drinking and conversation. Fueled by the spirit of the wine, Xiahua Huai began recounting various strange tales. Jiang Zhefeng and Xing Wu Zhao listened with rapt attention, continually amazed by the endless stories he had to share. Proudly, Xiahua Huai declared, "Let me put it this way. The tales within me could fill a lifetime." Xing Wu Zhao raised her cup in salute. To you? Brother Xiahou, this drink is for you. As the hour of the rout approached, both Xiahua Huai and Xing Wu Zhao found themselves slightly intoxicated. With a rosy complexion, Xiahua Huai observed Xing Wu Zhao's ethereal face now tinged with color, laughing heartily. Xing Wu Zhao. Who would have thought that a being as divine as you could also succumb to drunkenness? Yet, when you are inebriated, you hardly resemble a celestial being. Xing Wu Zhao, her gaze unfocused, shook her head, striving to retain her clarity. Brother Xiahou, please do not jest. I am no divine being. Merely an ordinary person who consumes the grains of the earth. Jiang Zhefeng, having only sipped a modest amount of wine, remained remarkably clear-headed, watching the two engage in their playful banter with a smile in her eyes. Before meeting Xiahua Huai, she had never formed friendships, nor had she indulged in wine with others. Now, realizing that having one or two friends, sharing laughter and drink, was indeed a delightful experience, she poured 2 cups of strong tea, placing them before them. You both must attend to your duties in the morning. Refrain from drinking tonight, and partake in this tea to sober up. Xing Wu Zhao lifted her cup, taking a sip before tilting her head to gaze at Jiang Zhefeng, smiling. Yanqing, Brother Xiahou says I resemble a celestial being, yet in my heart, you are the true divine figure, always so considerate. Xiahua Huai glanced at the tea before him, raised it, and drank it down, agreeing, indeed. Jiang Zhefeng is the most thoughtful person I have ever encountered. He recalled how, after being apprehended for violating curfew, she had intervened without inquiry, knowing he was penniless, and had discreetly placed 5 taels of silver in his pocket, acts that warmed his heart. Realizing the conversation had turned towards her, Jiang Zhefeng felt both amused and exasperated. You two have surely had too much to drink, now you wish to tease me. Suddenly, Xing Wu Zhao sprang to her feet, one hand clutching the wine jug, the other holding a cup, declaring, Yanqing, I assure you, I am not intoxicated. I can still drink a few more. With that, she poured herself another cup and downed it in one go. Xiahua Huai exclaimed, Xing Wu Zhao, you truly are impressive. Jiang Zhefeng stood up to seize Xing Wu Zhao's cup. Xing Wu Zhao, you must report to the Imperial Medical Bureau in the morning. Refrain from further drinking. As Xing Wu Zhao attempted to evade Jiang Zhefeng's grasp, she suddenly swayed and leaned against Jiang Zhefeng's shoulder, causing her to tilt slightly. Her gaze wandered and she murmured, Today has been so joyous. Having friends to drink with is just splendid. Jiang Zhefeng felt a pang in her heart upon hearing these words. Before meeting Xiahua Huai and Xing Wu Zhao, she too had been without friends, and she understood Xing Wu Zhao's sentiments all too well. Xiahua Huai attempted to rise to assist Xing Wu Zhao, but stumbled as he stood. 2 young attendants hurriedly rushed to steady him. Xiahua Huai, being tall and heavy, was challenging for the two to support. Jiang Zhefeng glanced at Xiahua Huai, then at the leaning Xing Wu Zhao, feeling a mild headache. Indeed, both were thoroughly intoxicated. Together with the young attendants, She managed to guide Xing Wushao and Xiahua Huai to upstairs rooms, assigning one to each, with the attendants caring for them. Xing Wushao lay on the bed, allowing the attendant to clean his face and change his clothes, quickly falling asleep once settled. While the attendant stood vigil by his side, Jiang Zhefeng, seeing him peacefully slumbering, offered a few words of instruction to the attendant before heading to Xiahua Huai's room. There, she found him already prepared, lying on the bed, clutching the attendant's hand. Mumbling incessantly, the attendant's wrist was turning red from the pressure, on the verge of tears. With a sigh, Jiang Zhefeng approached the bed, gently pulling Xiahua Huai's hand while softly saying, "Brother Xiahou, please release your grip." Xiahua Huai refused to let go, continuing to murmur. Curiosity piqued. Jiang Zhefeng leaned in closer, listening intently until she finally discerned his words. "Jiang Zhefeng, will you come to pick me up from work every day?" Jiang Zhefeng paused, straightening up with a faint smile. She gently patted his hand, softening her tone. "All right, I promise. Can you let go now?" Upon her assurance, Xiahua Huai finally released his grip and turned over, sinking into a tranquil slumber. The attendant quickly rose, bowing to Jiang Zhefeng, expressing gratitude. She instructed the attendant to keep a watchful eye on Xiahua Huai and, if anything arose, to seek her in the adjacent room. After the attendant acknowledged, she returned to her own room. As she lay in bed, gazing at the gauzy canopy above, her mind was filled with thoughts of Zhou Zhaokong. And she did not fall asleep until late into the night. The following day, as dawn began to break, Jiang Zhefeng heard sounds outside. After washing up, she opened the door to find Xing Wushao conversing with Xiahua Huai in the corridor, both jesting about each other's poor drinking capacity. Upon seeing Jiang Zhefeng emerge, they simultaneously expressed their gratitude, acknowledging her efforts from the previous night. In the midst of their conversation, a young attendant approached, informing them, "Esteemed guests, the boat has docked." The trio disembarked, and the sun had fully risen. Xiahua Huai and Jiang Zhefeng repeatedly expressed their appreciation for Xing Wuzhao's hospitality, to which he humbly replied, "It is my honor to have friends like you." As the first rays of the sun illuminated the horizon, the three made plans to find a time during their next break to embark on an outing together. Afterward, Xiahua Huai and Jiang Zhefeng accompanied Judy back to Zhenyang, while Xing Wushao proceeded to the Imperial Medical Bureau. On the way, Jiang Zhefeng inquired, "Xiahua Huai, your skills are remarkable and your inner strength is formidable. How is it that you still become intoxicated?" Some masters of internal strength can dispel the effects of alcohol, remaining unaffected even after numerous cups. Xiahua Huai, reclining with his hands behind his head and raising an eyebrow, replied, "When drinking with friends, using inner strength would be rather inconsiderate." Suddenly he halted, a complex expression crossing his face. It dawned on him why he always fell short against Ping and Ho Wumu. Wumu must have been discreetly employing his inner strength while drinking. The more he pondered, the more disheartened he became. He had always believed this sworn brother to be as honest and straightforward as himself, only to discover otherwise. Upon returning, they changed out of their wine-soaked garments. Xiahua Huai once again offered to give the Judy to Jiang Zhefeng, but this time, she did not refuse. Xiahua Huai stepped out, making his way to the place where he had purchased buns for the children the previous day. He bought 50 buns and arrived at a secluded spot at the end of the alley, where a group of children had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing him approach with the buns, they swarmed around him. After distributing the buns, Xiahua Huai began inquiring about the arrangements made the day before. Little Dizzy eloquently reported the situation. Now, many shopkeepers were aware that someone intended to sell imitation boards of Jiang Zhefeng's calligraphy, and they were asked to find out where to procure them. In the Ministry of Works, apart from Minister Du, who went out daily to attend court, the servants only ventured out to procure supplies. The atmosphere was quite tranquil. The previous day had seen a variety of unusual happenings in the streets. Grandma Lu's large yellow dog had stolen a piece of pork from Butcher Zhao, leading to a heated argument between the two. Ultimately, Grandma Lu rolled on the ground in protest, and Butcher Zhao, frightened, quickly apologized, bringing the matter to a close. Xiahua Huai interrupted, "Stop, stop, stop. Please refrain from telling me about such trivial matters in the future, unless they are particularly extraordinary." Little Dizzy, munching on a bun, tilted his head in curiosity, asking what constituted an extraordinary event. After all, was it not peculiar for the fierce Butcher Zhao to apologize to Grandma Lu? Noticing the confusion on Little Dizzy's face, Xiahua Huai paused for a moment before conceding. "All right, let us consider that an extraordinary occurrence. Continue. The children began chattering excitedly, recounting everything they had heard and seen to Xiahua Huai. He listened for a good half-hour, finally finishing the tales of these trivial matters. Butcher Zhao was usually quite fierce, while Grandma Lu doted on her large yellow dog. A new courtesan had arrived at the Huayan building, rumored to be as beautiful as a fairy. An old beggar had stolen a roasted chicken from the city god temple's offerings and was beaten when caught. A vendor selling candied hawthorns had clashed with a tofu vendor, resulting in a scuffle that led to their arrest by the officials. He forced a smile for the children and managed to say, "Very good, excellent. Please continue to report any occurrences to me in the future." He then handed each child 2 copper coins, prompting them to gleefully run off. Xiahua Huai sighed in relief. Finally, having sent the noisy children away, he furrowed his brow, contemplating that this information, though seemingly trivial, was not entirely useless. At the very least, he had learned of a new courtesan who was said to possess ethereal beauty. Chapter 19. A good show for several consecutive days. Jiang Zhefeng rode to the Hamlin Academy on Ju-Di to copy texts, while Xiahua Huai carried out his duties at the Dali Temple. Jiang Zhefeng noticed that Xiahua Huai had been rising particularly early, sometimes leaving before dawn. When it was time to leave, she would wait for him, leading Ju-Di to the entrance of the Dali Temple. On their way home, they would stop to purchase some ingredients. Xiahua Huai took charge of the cooking, allowing Jiang Zhefeng to relax and read in the eastern chamber, without concern. Initially, Jiang Zhefeng struggled with this arrangement, eager to assist, but Xiahua Huai firmly declined her help. Unable to persuade him, she eventually adapted to this new lifestyle. She realized that living with Xiahua Huai indeed alleviated many worries. She no longer had to worry about household chores, nor did she fear thieves breaking in, as most thieves would not dare confront Xiahua Huai. Today, as Jiang Zhefeng went to pick up Xiahua Huai after work, she was surprised to see him exchanging greetings with the officials who came out alongside him, responding to each with a smile. "Are you familiar with all these people?" Jiang Zhefeng asked, astonished. Xiahua Huai chuckled proudly. "If I wish, I could turn everyone in the Dali Temple into my brothers." When she inquired how he achieved this, he replied, "It's simple. Every morning, I bring over many breakfast portions and share them with everyone. My handsome looks, charming smile, and pleasant words leave them unable to refuse. Once they've tasted my breakfast, they are bound to be my brothers." Jiang Zhefeng paused, unable to suppress a laugh. She could easily imagine that if these people had refused, Xiahua Huai would have relentlessly pursued them with 1,000 reasons and excuses, making it impossible to refuse. When she laughed, her almond-shaped eyes curved into a beautiful arc, sparkling like the moonlight upon fresh snow, transforming into blooming spring flowers. Xiahua Huai, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Zhefeng's laughter, felt a sudden rush of breathlessness. Regaining his composure, he furrowed his brow, pondering that he needed to consult Xing Wuxiao about his health. Something must be amiss, as he had been experiencing frequent breathlessness, particularly when witnessing Jiang Zhefeng smile. He snapped his fingers, exclaiming, "Come, I'll take you to a wonderful place." Without further ado, he scooped Jiang Zhefeng into his arms and leapt onto Ju-Di. Startled by the sudden embrace, Jiang Zhefeng exclaimed, "Xiahua Huai, have you lost your mind?" Xiahua Huai urged Ju-Di into a gallop, shouting, "I'm not mad. Hold on tight." It baffled him that despite cooking diligently every day, Jiang Zhefeng still appeared so slender, her shoulders and waist delicate, like those of a woman. Clearly, she needed to eat more nourishing foods to replenish her strength. Xiahua Huai was an adept horseman, and Ju-Di was remarkably intuitive, skillfully avoiding pedestrians and ensuring no one was startled. Jiang Zhefeng had never galloped through the streets before. It was early April, and the evening breeze was intoxicating, with the sunset painting the sky in vibrant hues. The wind whistled past her ears, and her back pressed against Xiahua Huai's warm chest, creating a cozy sensation. The boy exuded a clean scent, reminiscent of a breeze in a summer bamboo forest, lingering at her nose. She suddenly felt a swell of happiness within her. In her entire life, she had never felt so liberated. They swiftly arrived at a bustling street, where Xiahua Huai reigned in Ju-Di at the alley's entrance. "For a while, don't speak, just stay by my side. I promise you'll witness an exhilarating performance." Jiang Zhefeng was uncertain of Xiahua Huai's intentions, but she chose to trust him. He led her to an establishment within the alley, and as Jiang Zhefeng looked up to see the character's Huayan building, she was taken aback. This was a brothel. Xiahua Huai was actually taking her to a brothel. At the entrance of Huayan building stood an alluring woman, adorned in vibrant attire and heavily powdered. Upon spotting Xiahua Huai and Jiang Zhefeng approaching with their horse, her eyes sparkled with excitement. It had been long since she had seen such a young and handsome gentleman, and now, two had arrived at once. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please come inside." Xiahua Huai produced a silver ingot and tossed it to the matron, requesting the best private room. The matron accepted the silver, biting it with satisfaction, and beamed, "Very well. Esteemed guests, please come inside." She led them into the hall, summoning a server to escort them to a private room. The hall was bustling, filled with laughter and chatter, the air thick with a scent of perfume. A few courtesans, catching sight of the two, lunged toward them like hungry wolves, eager to ensnare them. Jiang Zhefeng's expression shifted in alarm. She quickly stepped back, fearful of the women who might tug at her clothes. Xiahua Huai stepped in front of her, angrily declaring, "Step away. Do not touch my brother." Seeing Xiahua Huai's fierce demeanor, the courtesans hesitated, their eagerness dampened by the chill emanating from him, and they reluctantly watched as the two ascended the stairs. Once inside the room, the server attentively served them tea, and Xiahua Huai tossed a coin to him, saying, "Here's a tip. Leave us and don't disturb us unless necessary." The server, delighted with the coin, happily obliged and exited. The room was decorated with a serene simplicity, devoid of the overwhelming scent of perfume, allowing Jiang Zhefeng to finally breathe freely. "Xiahua, what on earth do you intend to do? Where did you acquire so much silver?" She had only given him 5 taels, and the amounts he had just given to the matron and the server far exceeded that. Xiahua Huai poured a cup of tea for Jiang Zhefeng, saying, "Drink some tea and don't be anxious. After the performance, I will explain everything to you." Jiang Zhefeng was taken aback by the unexpected silence of Xiahua Huai. Observing his expression, which was both wicked and enigmatic, she felt a surge of curiosity, eager to uncover the nature of the so-called spectacle. After finishing a cup of tea, the atmosphere outside suddenly hushed. Xiahua Huai smiled and beckoned her to come closer. As she approached, she discovered a clear view of the first-floor hall through the gap in the curtain. In the center of the hall stood a 3-foot-high platform adorned with a precious guqin. A woman, clad in a flowing scarlet silk gown and veiled, gracefully ascended the stage. Her hair was elegantly styled, and her every step seemed to blossom like a lotus. This mere posture was enough to ignite the imagination. The woman seated herself before the guqin, her delicate hands rising to produce melodious notes, while her lips parted to release a song as sweet as a nightingale's. In an instant, all patrons of the brothel were entranced by the performance. When the song concluded, the woman rose and bowed deeply to the audience before retreating. The madam stepped onto the stage, surveying the eager crowd, her satisfaction evident as she observed the predatory glances directed towards her. "Esteemed guests, our Yuyue has completed her performance. As is the custom at Huayan Tower, I shall not elaborate further. The starting bid is 500 taels. Soon, voices erupted from the crowd. 550 taels. 600. 650. The bidding escalated rapidly. Jiang Zhefeng watched the fervent crowd with wide eyes. She had heard of such events. The debut of a new courtesan was traditionally auctioned to the highest bidder. "Is this the grand spectacle you wish to show me?" she thought, incredulous. Xiahua Huai turned to her with a scoff. "In my eyes, you surpass this courtesan in beauty, and I have no interest in such frivolities." He gestured towards a private room diagonally across, confident that its occupant would soon place the highest bid. The atmosphere in the hall grew, increasingly charged, with the price soaring to 1,000 taels. Typically, a courtesan's price would reach 800 taels at most. Just as the crowd believed the bidding would conclude, a deep voice emerged from the private room, declaring 1,500 taels. The hall fell into a hush, all eyes drawn to the source of the bid. The identity of the generous patron remained concealed behind the beaded curtain. The madam's delight was palpable. 1,500 taels. "Any further bids?" Before she could finish, Xiahua Huai called out boldly, 2,000 taels. His voice rang with authority. In the private room, Wan Lu's face darkened upon hearing that proclamation, his teeth clenching in frustration. He recognized that voice, Xiahua Huai's. Having been sheltered and unaccomplished, he had recently returned from a 6-month confinement due to a scandal involving Jiang Zhefeng and Zhuang Chan.
Now,
compelled by his mother to seek a position in the capital, he found himself in a precarious situation, especially upon encountering Xiahua Huai here. With a sinister smile, he whispered to his attendants, who then shouted, 2,500 taels. 3,000 taels. Xiahua Huai followed suit, and the bidding escalated further. 3,500 taels. 4,000 taels. His determination to win became evident. The hall was enveloped in silence, save for the competitive calls from the two private rooms. The monthly salary of a ninth-grade official was a mere 5 taels, yet these two bidders were increasing their stakes by 500 taels at a time. The madam, frozen on stage, was at a loss for words. After Xiahua Huai declared 4,000 taels, he exchanged a triumphant wink with Jiang Zhefeng, who was left in a state of bewilderment. Xiahua Huai, have you lost your mind? Even if you desire the courtesan, I cannot afford to cover such an expense. Her voice was urgent. Sensing her closeness, Xiahua Huai momentarily lost focus, feeling the warmth of her breath and the softness of her touch on his lips. He shook off the distraction, silencing her with a gesture.
I told you not to speak.
Just watch the unfolding drama. He shouted again for 1,500 taels. His opponent, evidently perturbed, retaliated with 5,000 taels. Gasps rippled through the crowd, and whispers ignited as the two bidders reached an extraordinary sum. The madam regained her composure, her voice trembling with excitement as she announced, 5,000 taels once, 5,000 taels twice, 5,000 taels thrice. Congratulations to the patron of the Qingju room. You have secured a rare beauty today. The hall erupted in commotion. This fierce competition between two mysterious bidders would soon become the talk of the capital. Wan Lu, having spent 5,000 taels to outbid Xiahua Huai, felt a pang of regret but was consoled by the thought of the latter's dismay and the allure of the courtesan. The manager entered to congratulate him on acquiring the courtesan's debut, a mere pretext to request payment. In the brothel, monetary transactions took precedence over personal relationships. Wan Lu handed over a stack of banknotes, and the manager, beaming, invited him upstairs, where the courtesan awaited. Wan Lu stood, instructing his attendants to remember their task. Once Xiahua Huai exited the brothel, they were to find a secluded alley, incapacitate him, and dispose of him in the lake. He harbored a complex mix of hatred and desire towards Jiang Zhefeng, yearning to mar her beauty, yet unwilling to extinguish her life. As he followed the manager upstairs, Jiang Zhefeng remained in a state of confusion. It dawned upon her that Xiahua Huai's intention was not to win the auction but to force the occupant of the opposite room to bid higher. What kind of spectacle was this? Her bewildered gaze met Xiahua Huai's. Patience, the true drama has only just begun. No matter what transpires, you are to remain here and observe, he instructed, grinning before leaping out the back window and vanishing in an instant. The manager led Wan Lu to the courtesan's chamber and bowed deeply as he exited. As Wan Lu contemplated the prospect of becoming the first man to water Moon,
His throat suddenly went dry.
he licked his lips and rubbed his hands together, just as he was about to push the door open when someone seized him by the collar from behind. Wan Lu, we meet again. At the sound of that voice, Wan Lu's fists clenched, a mix of shock, anger, and irritation coursing through him. How could Xiahua Huai have escaped despite the two attendants he had stationed to watch over him? The brothel had always kept its patrons' identities shrouded in secrecy. And just moments ago, the turtle master had brought him in through the back door. To his incredulity, Xiahua Huai had brazenly called out his name. It was an act of recklessness. He felt an overwhelming desire to stab Xiahua Huai right then and there, to silence him forever. Xiahua Huai, release me, or I shall ensure you have no place to be buried. Help! Someone please. He lacked any internal energy and was rendered immobile by Xiahua Huai's grip. The enforcers of Hua Yanlu heard the commotion and quickly surrounded Xiahua Huai. Capture this man, and I shall reward you with 100 taels of silver. Wan Lu's two attendants, who had been guarding outside Xiahua Huai's room, rushed in upon hearing the noise. With Wan Lu still in Xiahua Huai's clutches, they dared not act hastily. Xiahua Huai, noticing the fierce looks directed at him, raised an eyebrow. You lot think you can capture me?
Dream on.
With that, he lifted Wan Lu and soared down, landing steadily at the center of the first floor. The patrons below, drawn by the sound, turned their gazes toward the unfolding scene. Xiahua Huai released Wan Lu, placed his hands on his hips, and declared loudly, Wan Lu, today I demand a duel with you. You stole my silver at Suiqiu Lu last time, and I let it slide. Today you have taken Water Moon from me, and I am furious. Do you dare to face me one-on-one? Using your wealth to bully me and snatching people away, what skill is that? Do you think your status as the nephew of the Minister of Works makes you remarkable?
Come.
Let us duel. He infused his voice with internal energy, allowing it to resonate throughout the building, overpowering all other sounds, ensuring every ear present could hear him clearly. The onlookers stared wide-eyed at the two, many recalling tales of a ruckus caused by someone stealing silver at Zui Qiulu, not realizing it was the very two people before them. The revelation that they were clashing once more, one being the nephew of a minister, ignited the atmosphere into a frenzy. This spectacle was undeniably thrilling. As Wan Lu felt the weight of the crowd's penetrating gazes, a sinking feeling washed over him. His identity had been exposed. If his uncle found out, he would surely be met with dire consequences. Two attendants chased after him, intending to subdue Xiahua Huai, but Wan Lu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Do not act rashly, retreat. Seeing Wan Lu attempt to leave, Xiahua Huai pursued him. The enforcers blocked Xiahua Huai's path. The madam, a cunning figure in the realm of pleasure, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. It could not escalate further, or no one would be able to contain the fallout. She hurried forward, waving her hands to disperse the enforcers, and with a smile said, "Young master, you are intoxicated and have mistaken the person. Why not retire upstairs for a while?" Her words portrayed Xiahua Huai as a drunken fool, dismissing his earlier statements as mere ramblings. Xiahua Huai glanced at the madam, furrowed his brow, and after a long pause, muttered, "Yes, you are correct. I have indeed had too much to drink." He then turned to the crowd, cupping his fists and apologizing. "Esteemed guests, I am Xiahua Huai. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. The ladies of Hua Yanlu are simply too enchanting, and the drinks too delightful, leading me to speak inebriated nonsense. I apologize for troubling you all." The madam, relieved by Xiahua Huai's cleverness in deflecting the situation, breathed a sigh of relief. "Young Master Xia, allow me to offer you a free hangover remedy," she suggested. Xiahua Huai nodded in acceptance and made to return to his private room. The madam addressed the onlookers. "The young master was merely intoxicated and did not mean to disrupt your enjoyment. We sincerely apologize to all esteemed guests." The crowd, with expressions of mixed emotions, pondered whether the man who had fled after attempting to claim the first night of Water Moon was indeed the nephew of the Minister of Works. The madam understood the suspicions brewing among the guests, yet without evidence, she felt unperturbed. As she felt a weight lift off her shoulders, Xiahua Huai returned, tossing something at her feet. "I inadvertently pulled this from that gentleman's clothing while I was intoxicated. Please return it to him when he comes looking for it." The object thudded to the ground, a wooden waist token, intricately carved with a hollowed-out Du character, signifying exquisite craftsmanship. This was an item he had intentionally pilfered from Wan Lu earlier. In the capital, noble families often fashioned their waist tokens from agarwood, adorned with gold leaf inscriptions. Minister Du was known for his carpentry skills, having carved this unique token himself, making it a distinctive item. Many recognized the hollowed waist tokens of the Du family. The madam's expression changed dramatically as she hurriedly picked up the token and concealed it within her sleeve. However, the characters inscribed on it had already caught the attention of some patrons, who exchanged knowing glances. Upon returning to his private room, Xiahua Huai noticed Jiang Zhefeng gazing at him with a complex expression, and he flashed a devilish smile. Wasn't he that quite the performance? Jiang Zhefeng paused in thought before replying. Indeed, it was utterly captivating. You knew Wan Lu would be here and deliberately exposed your voice, knowing he would recognize it and surely devise a way to outsmart you. You also understood the madam would prevent you from escalating the situation, leading her to feign an apology, claiming you were merely drunk. Yet, you tossed that waist token in, ensuring Wan Lu's identity could not remain concealed. The crowd would perceive him as a bully, forcing you to publicly admit you were rambling. You revealed your name, Xiahua Huai. So, if anything were to happen to you, everyone would suspect Wan Lu's involvement. Consequently, not only would he refrain from harming you, but he would also wish for your safety, lest he bear unfounded accusations. This tactic mirrors the situation when he had previously bound my mother and wife, compelling you to avoid conflict with him. More importantly, you have implicated both the Du and Wan families. Wan Lu's uncle and father are officials, and their combined monthly salaries would not suffice to amass 5,000 taels over decades without sustenance. Even if they possess some shops or assets, 5,000 taels is no trivial sum. Producing such a large amount at once would indicate significant profits, inevitably leading to substantial tax obligations. Due to the ongoing war, the Ministry of Revenue has strictly enforced tax collection from merchants, issuing repeated orders against tax evasion. With Wan Lu's identity revealed, the source of this money must be accounted for, otherwise, it would imply that someone in his family is accepting bribes or evading tax payments. Chapter 21. The Hunting Ground. Xiahua Huai applauded repeatedly. Jiang Zhefeng, you are truly deserving of the brotherhood I have chosen. You are as astute as I am. Jiang Zhefeng shook his head. No, I fall far short in comparison to you. For instance, I do not know where today's funds for your visit originated. Nor do I understand how you learned of the auction or Wan Lu's whereabouts. Xiahua Huai's actions today had completely reshaped her perception of him, revealing a level of intelligence far surpassing her expectations. The entire arrangement was flawlessly executed. He had not harmed Wan Lu. Yet he had instilled sufficient fear to deter any retaliation, while simultaneously ensuring that the Du and Wan families would face hidden repercussions. Du Yong would undoubtedly seek retribution against Wan Lu, who now had to grapple with the daunting task of justifying the origin of 5,000 taels. Xiahua Huai retrieved several banknotes from his sleeve and shook them. I bribed a few children who loiter around the streets. They were the ones who informed me of Wan Lu's and the courtesans' movements. These banknotes are a result of your generosity. He had instructed Xiao Dizzy and the others to keep a close watch on the Du residence for news of the courtesan, ensuring they would report back the moment Wan Lu emerged. Today, upon learning of the courtesan's first appearance, he had rushed here, leading to the orchestrated spectacle that had just unfolded. Jiang Zhefeng, perplexed, accepted the silver note and counted it, an impressive total of 1,500 taels. She pursed her lips in contemplation for a moment, then raised her gaze to meet Xiahua Huai's. The young man's face radiated with a charming confidence. How could such a clever individual exist in this world? Was the purchase of Willow would merely a ruse to sell my calligraphy? Xiahua Huai had requested she write the 3-character classic, undoubtedly to carve and replicate the characters onto a board for resale. However, she never anticipated her writing would be so valuable. Xiahua Huai took a few exaggerated steps back, scrutinizing Jiang Zhefeng with feigned astonishment. Jiang Zhefeng, how are you so astute? I utter a single word, and you immediately deduce everything. I had people spreading rumors that I possess your replicated calligraphy boards, available exclusively for sale. There are countless wealthy individuals in the capital, and the 3-character classic is perfect for children to practice. They would gladly invest a fortune in these boards for their offspring's education. To secure a good price, I carved 4 boards, shattered 3 on the spot, and kept 1 for the highest bidder. Jiang Zhefeng handed the silver note back to Xiahua Huai, feeling a deep admiration for him. After being employed at the Hanlin Academy, her sole focus had been to sell her copied texts for a bit of silver. She had never considered such lucrative methods. In your presence, I dare not claim to be clever. You surpass me in wisdom by far. I lack the ability to handle affairs like Wan Lu, nor can I carve boards. And I certainly cannot earn such a considerable sum in such a short time. Xiahua Huai did not accept the silver note. Instead, he grasped Jiang Zhefeng's face earnestly, saying, You should keep this money as repayment for what you are owed, including the rent for your residence. The remainder is for your calligraphy. I find it truly difficult for you, a frail scholar who cannot conduct business and has no unscrupulous means to earn money. You have a sick mother and a burnt wife, and the entire family's livelihood depends on you. I have seen you burning the midnight oil in the East Wing, transcribing texts, and it pains me. Henceforth, you are not to copy any more books. For every board I sell, you will receive half the earnings. I will support you. Jiang Zhefeng was momentarily taken aback, lowering her eyes and curling her fingers slightly, feeling a sting of emotion. She had grown accustomed to such a life, never feeling hardship or fatigue. She had not anticipated that Xiahua Huai would notice her struggles, feel compassion, and even share his earnings with her. Observing the redness at the corners of Jiang Zhefeng's eyes, Xiahua Huai placed his arm around her shoulders, mockingly declaring, Is there anyone else as concerned for you as I am? Are you not deeply moved? Do not overthink it. I fear your gratitude may lead to an unwelcome commitment. Though I swear I have no affection for women, I am equally disinterested in men. Moreover, you are already married. With that, he strode over to the table, seated himself with an air of nonchalance, propped his leg up, and began to munch on the pastries that lay before him. Let us not complicate matters. We are merely partners in business, earning money together. Here, taste this pastry. It is delightful. I shall pack some for Judy as well. It has been ages since I have treated that ancestor. It has been eyeing me with disdain lately, and I must quickly appease it. Jiang Zhefeng found herself both amused and exasperated by Xiahua Huai's words. The sentiment of gratitude that had briefly blossomed within her dissipated instantaneously. Once Xiahua Huai made a decision, no amount of persuasion could sway him, otherwise, he would pester relentlessly. She silently resolved to remember this kindness and ponder the possibility of gifting him a piece of calligraphy from a renowned master of a previous dynasty when the opportunity arose. After a brief while, they exited the Huayan building, and Zhu Di disdainfully ignored the pastries that Xiahua Huai had packed. Jiang Zhefeng chuckled. Zhu Di has recently developed a fondness for mung bean cakes. She intended to take Xiahua Huai to the shop where they often purchase mung bean cakes. And Zhu Di let out a delighted whinny. Xiahua Huai shook his head, noting how Zhu Di had forgotten its loyalties, now favoring Jiang Zhefeng's beauty over its own master. As they walked and chatted, Jiang Zhefeng expressed her desire to find some time to visit Zhuangchan and her mother in the eastern suburbs. Upon hearing this, Xiahua Huai immediately insisted on joining her, claiming he had a delightful gift for Mrs. Zhou. Unable to withstand Xiahua Huai's persistent pleas, Jiang Zhefeng reluctantly acquiesced. Meanwhile, in the palace at Qianyuan Hall, eunuchs and maidservants stood guard outside, forbidding any approach, as the hall doors remained tightly closed. Emperor Yuanjin stood in the center of the grand hall, hands clasped behind his back, emanating an air of chilling fury. It had been 7 days, yet there were no clues. Useless fools. 7 days prior, 3,000 flintlock guns had just been completed by the Manufacturing Bureau, only to vanish overnight. With the throats of 20 guards cut, the patrolling guards that night had claimed everything was normal, failing to see any sign of the culprits, only to discover in the morning that the gatekeepers had been dead for quite some time, their bodies stiffly standing at the entrance, appearing alive from a distance. The matter was of grave importance. He had secretly detained all who were privy to the information, sealing off all news. He instructed the dark guards to investigate the matter discreetly. However, 7 days had passed without a single lead. The head of the dark guards knelt, beseeching, "Your Majesty, I am but a humble servant, lacking in ability. I implore you to grant me more time." Time? The emperor's voice was icy, his gaze penetrating. "Do you understand what the disappearance of these 3,000 guns signifies?" The dark guard bowed his head, unable to speak. As the leader of the dark guards, how could he be unaware? It meant that someone had freely traversed the heavily guarded Manufacturing Bureau, signifying that the soldiers at the border had lost their support. Victory over the enemy relied on flintlock guns and phoenix cannons. The latter were cumbersome to transport, but the former could be used at any moment. The old flintlocks had been nearly exhausted, and these were the latest designs by the Marquis of Ping'an, intended for transport to the border. With these guns in hand, the enemy would think twice before challenging them, and should Northern Rome harbor any intentions, they would reconsider carefully. Now, should the news of their disappearance leak, the consequences would be dire. If they fell into enemy hands, Zhefeng would face a new calamity. Emperor Yuanjin gazed at the dark guard kneeling before him, his lips pressed tightly together, his eyes flickering. "In a few days, I shall embark on a grand spring hunt. Let us see what malevolent spirits are at play." The founding emperor of Zhefeng was martial-minded. To showcase the valor of royal offspring, he had established a tradition of hunting in the outskirts every April, which had become a customary practice over time. The thief who had stolen the 3,000 guns sought to annihilate Zhefeng. Knowing the emperor would go hunting, they would never miss such an opportune moment for assassination. He would use himself as bait. The dark guard instantly understood Emperor Yuanjin's intention and hastily cautioned, "Your Majesty, please reconsider." Emperor Yuanjin let out a cold laugh. "Reconsider? You have yet to uncover any leads, and I must wait indefinitely?" The soldiers at the border are eagerly anticipating the arrival of these guns. The news cannot be suppressed for long. We must act swiftly to locate the individual intent on destroying Zhefeng and uncover the whereabouts of the guns. I command you to lead all dark guards to lay an ambush at the hunting grounds. Should any assassins appear, capture them alive. The following day, Jiang Zhefeng arrived at the Hanlin Academy, where Kongbin summoned her into a room and informed her that she could go to the Dali Temple today. After transcribing the required materials for the Hanlin Academy, she was to leave them at the Dali Temple, as they were not to be taken outside. The Academy would send dedicated personnel to retrieve them. Once she completed her task, she could return home directly, only needing to report on her copying progress each morning. However, while there, if she were to examine Zhou Zhaokong's case files, she needed to exercise utmost caution to avoid drawing the attention of those guarding the documents. Jiang Zhefeng suppressed her inner joy and nodded in agreement. with her waist token in hand. She made her way to the area managing the case files at the Dali Temple. After the guard inspected her token, he arranged for an official to accompany her inside, tasked with monitoring her. This place resembled a library with 6 levels, featuring a spiral staircase. The case files were categorized by date, with each shelf clearly marked. Her primary objective for today was to transcribe significant cases that had altered the laws. Zhou Zhaokong's case had not resulted in any legal revisions, thus falling outside her scope of inquiry. Accompanied by a constable, she refrained from any impulsive actions and diligently sought out the relevant case files. Bending over the desk to transcribe them, the constable, a middle-aged man with a plump face and small eyes, sat languidly nearby, yawning. With nothing else to occupy his time, he began to scrutinize Jiang Zhefeng, and after a while, he could not help but commend, those from the Hanlin Academy are indeed exceptional. Even when bowing their heads to write, they exude such elegance. Such flattery was misplaced. Jiang Zhefeng smiled lightly, continuing her transcription with no intention of prolonging the conversation. She wished to avoid drawing attention from anyone present, fearing that words might lead to trouble. The small-eyed constable pondered to himself that this scholar was not only refined but also rather taciturn. He inquired about several matters regarding the Hanlin Academy, to which Jiang Zhefeng replied that she had only recently arrived and was not well informed. After a lengthy series of questions yielded little, he found the conversation rather dull, remarking, "You speak so stiffly, there is no interest in it whatsoever. We have a new white servant here, tall and handsome, who is quite entertaining and knowledgeable. Far more than you scholars. Engaging with him is far more enjoyable than speaking with you." Jiang Zhefeng paused her pen, momentarily envisioning the playful visage of Xiahua Huai. As if she could still hear his incessant chatter, she lowered her gaze, allowing a slight smile to grace her lips, and resumed her writing. When the afternoon dismissal time arrived, the small-eyed constable stood, stretched lazily, and declared, "That will be all for today. We shall continue tomorrow." Jiang Zhefeng ceased her writing, organized her materials, and nodded with a smile at the constable before leisurely making her way outside. Upon exiting the main door, she observed the constable diligently locking it, checking 3 times to ensure its security before he turned to leave. Outside, the guards quickly formed a line, firmly blocking the entrance. As she walked away, her brow furrowed in contemplation. The security here was excessively strict. Aside from entering openly, there was scarcely any opportunity to infiltrate. Tomorrow, how might she manage to access the files concerning Zhou Zhaokong under the watchful eye of the small-eyed constable? Jiang Zhefeng, what are you doing here? Chapter 22. The wilderness. Jiang Zhefeng turned to see Xiahua Huai and Xing Wuxiao standing side by side beneath a distant corridor. Xing Wuxiao smiled and nodded at her, while Xiahua Huai eagerly waved, revealing a row of pulley white teeth. Jiang Zhefeng hurried over. "Xing Wuxiao, weren't you at the Tai office? Why are you here?" Xiahua Huai interjected. "What a coincidence. The only prisoner in my cell was taken out for questioning the other day. He couldn't withstand the torture, and was on the brink of death. The chief physician of the Dali Temple was at a loss and sought assistance from the Tai office. And guess who they sent? Xing Wuxiao." Xing Wuxiao offered a wry smile. "What can I say? I just joined the Tai office, and being without connections, I was dispatched for this thankless task." Understanding dawned on Jiang Zhefeng. Assisting the Dali Temple with a prisoner was indeed a thankless endeavor. If healed, it was expected. Yet if not, any misfortune befalling the prisoner would certainly lead to accountability. Such tasks were typically shunned. "And you? Aren't you working at the Hanlin Academy? How did you end up here?" Xing Wuxiao inquired in return. Jiang Zhefeng mirrored Xing Wuxiao's earlier expression of resignation. "I was sent by the Hanlin Academy to transcribe documents." "Much like your situation." Xing Wuxiao fell silent. Without connections or influence, they were both relegated to laborious tasks of little reward. United in their plight, they shared an understanding. Xiahua Huai clapped both of their shoulders, unable to suppress his astonishment. "Who would have thought that one of you would enter the Tai office while the other joined the Hanlin Academy, only to end up doing menial work at the Dali Temple, just like me? I've decided to prepare a few delightful dishes to comfort you both." Xing Wuxiao looked surprised. "You can cook?" "Not only can I cook, but my culinary skills rival those of a restaurant chef." Jiang Zhefeng couldn't help but glance at Xiahua Huai, recalling how he busied himself in the kitchen daily, a smile breaking on her lips, her eyes shimmering with warmth like flowing water. "Indeed, I possess talents beyond just cooking," Xiahua Huai declared, tilting his head proudly. The trio purchased ingredients on their way back to their residence, where Xiahua Huai instructed the two to rest inside while he took to the kitchen. Xing Wuxiao offered to help, but Jiang Zhefeng stopped him, saying, Xiahua Huai never allows anyone to assist him while cooking. Xiahua Huai nodded. Jiang Zhefeng understands me well. Reluctantly, Xing Wuxiao acquiesced. Soon, Xiahua Huai had prepared dinner, enthusiastically urging Xing Wuxiao to try his dishes. Come, taste this crispy Christian carp, this chicken with jade orchid, and this shrimp with night jasmine. As Xing Wuxiao savored the meal, he praised Xiahua Huai's talent. Xiahua Huai whispered, Eat well. When you're full, I have a favor to ask. Seeing Xiahua Huai's conspiratorial demeanor with Xing Wuxiao, Jiang Zhefeng chuckled, saying, I'll clear the table and wash the dishes later. You two can chat at your leisure. After the meal, Jiang Zhefeng took the dishes to wash in the kitchen. Xiahua Huai placed his hands on the table, saying, Xing Wuxiao, quickly take my pulse. I feel something is off lately, occasionally short of breath. Xing Wuxiao's expression turned serious as he prepared to take Xiahua Huai's pulse. After a moment, he examined his tongue and pondered before saying, Xiahua Huai, your pulse is completely normal. I believe your shortness of breath may be attributed to spring lethargy. There is no need for medicine, just rest early tonight. Xiahua Huai furrowed his brow, wanting to probe further, when he noticed Jiang Zhefeng entering with tea.
Today,
she wore a pale green robe adorned with silver edges, exuding an air of elegance. Her hair was pulled up with a simple bamboo hairpin, and her lips curled into the faintest of smiles, her eyes shimmering like rippling water. Xiahua Huai was momentarily taken aback, his ears turning slightly red as he lowered his head, his breath becoming somewhat erratic. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind, causing his entire back to stiffen. He felt as though he had plunged into a desolate wilderness, surrounded by an overwhelming silence, standing alone in the vast emptiness. After Jiang Zhefeng placed the tea on the table and spoke a few words to him, he could hear nothing of the outside world, only the frantic beating of his heart, thudding loudly.
Xiahua Huai.
Xiahua Huai. Xing Wuxiao's clear voice jolted him back to reality.
I'm Fine.
I was just contemplating how you took the prisoner away to recuperate, leaving my cell completely empty. Can that prisoner be saved? If not, I'll have nothing to do. Certainly. Although his fingers have all been broken, one leg severely injured by interrogators, and he's developed sores in his cell, his will to live is remarkably strong. Xing Wuxiao spoke with certainty. Today, while administering his medication, he pleaded with me to ensure his recovery. Jiang Zhefeng was perplexed. I've heard that many people, once imprisoned in the Dali Temple's Zhaoyi prison, will seek various means to take their own lives. Why does he, despite such torment, still yearn to survive? Xiahua Huai scoffed. Because he wants to live to escape. You are aware of the case involving Zhou Zhaokong's theft of provisions, aren't you? Jiang Zhefeng's heart raced at the mention of Zhou Zhaokong, yet her expression remained composed. Yes, this matter is widely known. Mentioning Zhou Zhaokong ignited Xiahua Huai's anger. This is not a secret, so it matters little to speak of it. The prisoner I oversee is a close guard of Zhou Zhaokong, named Sun Feng. He refuses to divulge Zhou Zhaokong's whereabouts or the provision's fate, stubbornly holding out, likely awaiting Zhou Zhaokong to rescue him. This Zhou Zhaokong is utterly despicable. While battles rage ahead, he remains behind to pilfer provisions, devoid of loyalty or compassion. Such a person has fled. How could he possibly return to save Sun Feng? Sun Feng must have been fed some delusional concoction, clenching his teeth and insisting that Zhou Zhaokong could not have stolen the provisions, refusing to concede no matter the torture. Xing Wuxiao remarked nonchalantly, I'm merely a physician, with little interest in the case. However, I do admire Sun Feng. His leg was shattered during interrogation yesterday, yet he still managed to endure until today. Such resilience is indeed rare. Jiang Zhefeng's teeth trembled slightly as she bit down hard on her tongue, the metallic taste of blood flooding her mouth, finally managing to regain control over her emotions. Her uncle had once mentioned Sun Feng, who had been loyal to him for over a decade, known for his integrity and unwavering dedication. She had assumed that Sun Feng, imprisoned in the Dali Temple, had long since met his demise. To her astonishment, he was still alive. His steadfast refusal to acknowledge her uncle's alleged crimes indicated that her uncle had not stolen the grain supplies. Sun Feng's survival was a testament to his hope that one day he could exonerate her uncle. Yet, what if Sun Feng remained silent? Jiang Zhefeng raised her teacup and took a sip, her tone casual. The interrogation methods employed by the Dali Temple were numerous, and with time, they would surely extract the truth from him. The mere thought of the brutal interrogation techniques she had heard about sent shivers down Xiahua Huai's spine. Some of those methods were so cruel they surpassed his worst nightmares. As a delicate scholar, it was perhaps better for him to remain oblivious to such matters, sparing himself from sleepless nights filled with dread. Jiang Zhefeng's heart felt as though it were gripped by a powerful hand, making it difficult to breathe. She endeavored to appear calm and composed. Very well, let us speak of lighter matters, for it is rare that we are gathered together. As a scholar, she should not incessantly inquire about the affairs of the Dali Temple. To those outside, she was not a person of idle curiosity. The three of them exchanged anecdotes and amusing tales, and as the sky darkened, Xing Wuxiao rose to take his leave. After completing her evening routine, Jiang Zhefeng lay on her bed, unable to contain the tumultuous emotions within her, her eyes reddening with tears. Sun Feng believed in her uncle's innocence. Even if he had his bone shattered, he would not permit her uncle to be wronged. Besides her, there were others striving for her uncle's vindication. Chapter 23. Not deceiving you. The following day, when Jiang Zhefeng arrived at the Dali Temple, the same small-eyed officer was on duty. She leaned over the desk, transcribing the incomplete case files from the previous day. As noon approached, an officer entered with lunch. The small-eyed officer glanced at him with little enthusiasm. Their midday meals were typically standardized, and the fare for the lower-level staff at the Dali Temple had always been rather meager. As the lunch officer began to serve the dishes, he said, "Don't look so glum. This esteemed gentleman from the Hamlin Academy has generously added extra dishes." He brought out 6 dishes in total, including 4 vegetarian options, alongside pork knuckle and squab. After setting everything down, he left with the empty food container. The small-eyed officer, eyeing the spread, grinned and said, "Zhang Gongzi, you are too extravagant." Jiang Zhefeng gestured for him to partake, replying, "Officer, I must come here daily to transcribe the archives. I appreciate your company in this endeavor. Please accept this small token of my gratitude." The small-eyed officer was taken aback by Jiang Zhefeng's seemingly cold demeanor. Yet her eloquence charmed him immensely. He could not contain his joy and sat down without hesitation, eagerly picking up his chopsticks. After hastily devouring a piece of pork knuckle, he exclaimed in delight. Observing Jiang Zhefeng's preference for vegetables, he inquired, "Why do you only eat greens?" "My appetite has always been poor. I cannot consume too much nor indulge in rich meats," she replied. The small-eyed officer chuckled. "No wonder you appear so frail. I shall not be shy about enjoying this pork knuckle." After satisfying his hunger, he reclined lazily in his chair, squinting his eyes and patting his round belly, letting out a contented burp. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhefeng sat quietly at the writing desk, continuing her transcription. The room fell into a profound silence, the only sounds being the occasional grinding of ink and the rustling of papers. Suddenly, the small-eyed officer stood up, his expression darkening. "Zhang Gongzi, I must step out for a moment. I will return shortly." With that, he clutched his stomach and hurried out. Seeing him depart, Jiang Zhefeng quickly got up and rushed to the back of the room, searching for the case from the 3rd year of Yuanjin. Seizing the opportunity while the small-eyed officer was distracted, she had discreetly sprinkled a small amount of laxative powder on the pork knuckle, just enough to prompt a brief visit to the restroom. Finding the file on Zhou Zhaokong, she suppressed her excitement and opened it, revealing a thick stack of case documents. The first page contained a simple entry, Year 3 of Yuanzhen, on the 9th day of the 10th month, cold weather, overcast during the day, no moon at night. Grain officer Zhou Zhaokong, accompanied by 2,000 soldiers, guarded 10,000 loads of grain 300 miles from the eastern border. At the hour of high, the soldiers rested normally. 500 patrolling soldiers began their night watch, and there were no anomalies reported. On the following day, all 500 patrolling soldiers were found dead within the encampment of Zhou Zhaokong, killed by the same weapon. Signs of a struggle and large pools of blood were present on the ground. Subsequently, the murder weapon was discarded outside the door, which was identified as Zhou Zhaokong's personal weapon. Zhou Zhaokong was nowhere to be found, and all 10,000 loads of grain had vanished. Just as she was about to turn the page, she heard footsteps approaching the door and quickly put the documents away, returning to her seat. She had rushed too quickly, her breathing becoming labored. Sitting back down, she ground the ink while taking a few deep breaths to steady herself. The footsteps grew nearer, and soon someone entered. Standing in the doorway, backlit by the light, was a tall figure who raised an eyebrow at her. "What brings you here?" Xiahua Huai made a shushing gesture, then closed the door behind him. "I came to look at Zhou Zhaokong's files." Ever since learning about Sun Feng's predicament, he had been contemplating this opportunity. If he could find the 10,000 loads of grain and Zhou Zhaokong, it would not only be a service to the nation but also a chance for personal advancement. A swift path to promotion. Jiang Zhefeng's heart, which had just settled, began to race again. What do you need to see his files for? Your current position does not grant you access to these documents. If discovered, it would be a grave offense. How did the officers outside permit you to enter? Xiahua Huai surveyed the library while explaining, the officers on duty outside are all my brothers. It was as easy as pie to get in. The officer accompanying you, known as Wang Xiaoyan, has a 6-year-old son who loves toys like the Luban lock and the 9 linked rings. After learning this, I made 2 for him as gifts, and his son cherishes them. Wang Xiaoyan practically wants his son to recognize me as a godfather, hoping I will craft such items for him every day. Sun Feng is still recuperating, and I had nothing to do in the cell, so I mentioned it to Su Hong and slipped out. Just now, I saw Wang Xiaoyan outside, and I told him I knew you, fearing you might be bored, and wished to come in to chat for a bit. Without hesitation, he granted me a stick of incense's worth of time. After scanning the shelves, Xiahua Huai quickly located Zhou Zhaokong's file, organized chronologically. Let me take a look as well. We can piece together the clues. It was an opportunity too precious to miss. Xiahua Huai furrowed his brow, his eyes glued to the documents as he flipped through them rapidly. No need. The Dali Temple has been interrogating for so long without any leads. I might not succeed either. You should focus on your own matters. I am nimble. Should the patrol officers come, I can swiftly hide everything and escape. You, however, lack such skills and would find it difficult to flee. If discovered rifling through the files, it would be a severe crime, ruining your future. I asked Wang Xiaoyan, and he mentioned that not all the files are here. Some are still with the interrogating officers. After reviewing these, I will seek clues from the officers conducting the interrogations. Jiang Zhefeng's heart plummeted into icy depths, her feet feeling as if they were frozen. She had assumed all the files were contained within, only to realize that some remained with the interrogating officers. The endeavor to uncover the truth for her uncle was proving to be even more arduous than she had anticipated. She needed to devise a way to approach the interrogating officers. Xiahua Huai looked up, noticing Jiang Zhefeng standing still, her expression unsettled. If you're interested, when we return home, I will share everything with you, and you can help me piece together the clues. He did not wish to see Jiang Zhefeng disheartened. He cherished the sight of her peach blossom eyes, illuminated with a gentle, watery smile. Jiang Zhefeng snapped back to attention. Really? Her voice trembled with barely concealed excitement. Xiahua Huai continued to examine the documents. When have I ever deceived you? As long as you wish to hear, I am willing to reveal all my secrets. Suddenly, a cough echoed from outside, signaling that it was time for me to leave. Xiahua Huai swiftly gathered his documents. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Wang Xiaoyan's smiling face. Kid, you're quite punctual. Xiahua Huai chuckled. My brother may be taciturn, but he's a decent fellow. I appreciate your kindness these past few days. I'll return home and craft a jiutong qiu for you, which I'll bring tomorrow. Wang Xiaoyan, astonished, exclaimed, Xiahua Huai, you can make a jiutong qiu? The jiutong qiu is an exceedingly intricate contraption, laborious to create and a true test of a carpenter's skill, fetching a high price that common folk typically cannot afford. Xiahua Huai smirked. Let me put it this way. There is no wooden toy I cannot create. Not to mention the jiutong qiu, even something that soars through the sky, I can construct. As the dismissal bell rang, Xiahua Huai animatedly recounted the latest developments at Huayan Tower to Jiang Zhefeng on their way home. The Du family was currently spreading rumors that Wanlu had stolen their family's only ancestral painting, which was worth several thousand taels of silver, all squandered at Huayan Tower. In a fit of rage, Du Yong staged a grand performance, personally administering several blows to Wanlu, compelling him to swear he would never steal from his family again and never set foot in Huayan Tower. It was said that Wanlu was left bloodied and unconscious, likely to be bedridden for a month or two. Indeed, Du Darren is a seasoned figure in the bureaucratic realm. With a few words and a scheme of flesh and blood, he cleansed the 5,000 taels of silver entirely. This morning, when Xiao Duzi shared this incident with me, I couldn't help but applaud Du Darren. You previously mentioned that someone like Wanlu isn't worth my committing a crime or staining my hands with blood. I heeded your advice and spared him, allowing Du Yong to beat him nearly to death. Such a person deserves a far harsher fate. Once he recovers and is able to venture outside, I shall continue to deal with him. Xiahua Huai relayed the entire situation regarding Wan Lu in one breath, while Jiang Zhefeng listened absent-mindedly. She was preoccupied with matters of the documents. Upon returning home, she remained distracted during dinner, prompting Xiahua Huai to place a piece of fish on her plate. "Hurry, eat up. You've grown alarmingly thin since I carried you onto your horse last time." He glanced pointedly at her chest. "Aside from a bit of flesh there, you're all bones. Anyone unaware might think I've mistreated you, my brother." Jiang Zhefeng choked slightly, momentarily rendered speechless. Xiahua Huai continued his chatter. "Finish your meal quickly. Afterwards, I need to borrow your East Wing to jot down the several points of doubt in the Zhou Zhaokong case. I find it rather peculiar and need to organize my thoughts. Together, we shall deduce the truth. You, like me, are astute, and together our intellect will surely uncover the clues." Chapter 24. Speculation. Once the meal concluded, Xiahua Huai stood before the writing desk, abandoning his usual casual demeanor, and solemnly recounted the case's progression. Jiang Zhefeng listened intently. The details he provided closely mirrored her own examination earlier that day, albeit with additional nuances and soldier testimonies. "I have reviewed all the documents. This is all there is," she remarked, somewhat astonished. "You read through all of it? In just the time it takes to burn a stick of incense?" Xiahua Huai, while jotting down his points of doubt, replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, I read it all. I possess the ability to read 10 lines at a glance. A stick of incense is ample time for me to peruse such material. After being confined in Shanhai Tower for 3 years, I finished all its tomes, honing the skill." Jiang Zhefeng, coming back to her senses from her astonishment, glanced at Xiahua Huai's script, which was a wild scrawl, exuberantly free, exuding the aura of a master. She suddenly found herself curious about his true identity. Such a talented individual, why would he settle for being a mere clerk in the Dali Temple? "I believe there are 3 points of doubt regarding this matter, currently lacking concrete evidence for confirmation. First, all the soldiers who were resting that night reported hearing no unusual sounds. How could 1,000 loads of grain vanish and 500 soldiers be slain without a single noise? Second, how could Zhou Zhaokong, with his own bare hands, eliminate 500 soldiers in one night? Even with my skills, it would be a daunting task to dispatch that many without a sound. Third, how did Zhou Zhaokong's accomplices transport 1,000 loads of grain away? The documents state that no traces of carts were found near the granary. How could they have moved all that grain without leaving a trace?" Xiahua Huai stared intently at the 3 points of doubt on the paper, his brow furrowed. Jiang Zhefeng stood by, her mind racing. The primary reason for suspecting her uncle was that all 500 soldiers fell to his blade, and he vanished without a trace, which certainly suggested guilt. However, she knew well that the second point was impossible. Her uncle was not a martial arts master, having never practiced internal skills. He only knew some basic hand-to-hand techniques, and he certainly lacked the ability to kill 500 soldiers. After a moment of contemplation, Xiahua Huai said, "I have a rough hypothesis regarding these 3 points, but I am uncertain how to substantiate it." "What hypothesis?" Jiang Zhefeng inquired, noticing Xiahua Huai's serious demeanor. Devoid of his usual candor, his dark brows and eyes appeared particularly resolute. All the soldiers were likely drugged in their meals, which is why they slept soundly that night and heard no commotion outside. Many such drugs are made with great skill, and afterward, doctors cannot detect them. Zhou Zhaokong is a reclusive master, trained in formidable techniques, capable of killing that many in a very short time. His accomplices may have used aerial contraptions to transport the grain. Jiang Zhefeng furrowed her brows in response. "Have you been reading too many novels? What flying contraptions exist in this world? If Zhou Zhaokong were indeed a hidden master, why would he settle for the lowly position of a grain officer? He could seek refuge among martial sects or powerful families and enjoy a life of luxury. Moreover, the food in the military camp is prepared by the same cook. Why do the patrolling soldiers eat the meals laced with the drug without incident, while those resting were rendered unconscious? Wouldn't it have been simpler for Zhou Zhaokong to drug all the soldiers outright?" Xiahua Huai lifted his gaze to meet Jiang Zhefeng's, sensing her displeasure, and paused before earnestly explaining, "There are indeed flying contraptions in this world. You simply are unaware. Should you be interested, I could construct one for you to see. The patrolling soldiers may not have been unscathed either. Perhaps they too were drugged, allowing Zhou Zhaokong to dispatch them effortlessly. If Zhou Zhaokong did not desire wealth and power, he would not have stolen 1,000 loads of grain. If he had not allied with others, how could he have accomplices?" Jiang Zhefeng was momentarily at a loss. Every word Xiahua Huai spoke seemed to possess a modicum of reason. Yet, she was acutely aware that her uncle was not that sort of person. Even if your deductions were true, there remains a significant point you have yet to address. Why did Sun Feng not escape as well? If the two were not accomplices, Sun Feng, as a close guard, would always be by Zhou Zhaokong's side. Zhou Zhaokong would have had to kill Sun Feng first to have the opportunity to steal the grain. If Zhou Zhaokong abandoned Sun Feng during his flight, it would imply betrayal, and logically, he should harbor a deep-seated hatred for Zhou Zhaokong. Why, then, did he endure such torment without confessing? You mentioned yesterday that Sun Feng might be waiting for Zhou Zhaokong to rescue him, which is why he clung tightly to his secret. Do you find this speculation reasonable? If it were you, would you protect someone who betrayed and harmed you at all costs? Xiahua Huai slowly raised his gaze, locking eyes with Jiang Zhefeng. And after a moment of silence, he stated deliberately, "How do you know I wouldn't? We are brothers. I have faith in you. One day, if you betray and harm me, I would still keep your secret. At any cost." Each word resonated powerfully, striking with conviction. Jiang Zhefeng found herself frozen in place. She had not anticipated that during this case analysis, she would hear such sentiments from Xiahua Huai. It was beyond her imagination that she could earn such trust and sincerity from Xiahua Huai. She lifted her gaze to meet his face. The young man appeared to be pledging an oath, wearing an unprecedented seriousness as his fervent eyes fixated on her. A wave of bittersweet emotion surged within her, gradually filling her heart and soul. Her breath faltered, and she could no longer bear to meet his gaze directly. Pretending to study the clues on the paper, she spoke softly. "We are still unaware of who provided the testimony at the interrogation officer's office and what was conveyed. Thus, we cannot jump to conclusions just yet." Xiahua Huai took a seat, sighing, "You are right. However, Sun Feng is currently in a healing chamber, oblivious to his circumstances, while the interrogation officer is tasked with guarding him. Minister Shi Lu occasionally visits Sun Feng, so I have yet to find an opportunity to mingle with the interrogation officer and Sun Feng." Jiang Zhefeng pondered for a moment. "If I can delay Shi Lu for an hour tomorrow, preventing him from visiting Sun Feng, do you have a way to sneak into the chamber during that time?" Xiahua Huai straightened up suddenly, surprised. "Really? I could take the opportunity to consult Shi Lu about the law and strike up a conversation. It is said that Shi Lu is a man of integrity and rigidity, yet he is well versed in the legal codes of Dafeng. The late emperor greatly valued him and regarded him as a confidant. The current emperor cherishes talent and spared him after ascending the throne, allowing him to continue as the minister of the Justice Department. He is not exceptionally gifted, coming from a humble background. His achievements are the result of diligent study, and he has always favored industrious youths from modest families. If I approach him with questions, he would be eager to assist." Xiahua Huai stepped closer to Jiang Zhefeng, placing an arm around her shoulder and giving it a hearty pat. "Jiang Zhefeng, you are truly clever. Together, as brothers, we shall surely unearth the truth soon." Jiang Zhefeng winced at the forceful pat, forcing a smile as she thought to herself that she must find a way to dissuade Xiahua Huai from this habit of shoulder patting. She outlined her plan in detail, and they agreed to cooperate the following day before parting ways to wash up and rest. Chapter 25. Direction the next day. As lunchtime approached, Jiang Zhefeng informed Wang Xiaoyan that there were certain aspects of the case file she did not understand and wished to consult Master Shi. Wang Xiaoyan, having received the 9 communication balls from Xiahua Huai that morning and intending to look after Jiang Zhefeng, readily agreed and dispatched a guard to relay the message. The guard soon returned. "Master Shi has granted permission." He escorted Jiang Zhefeng to meet Shi Lu. Upon entering the room, Jiang Zhefeng realized that Shi Lu was even younger than she had anticipated, perhaps around 24 or 25. Dressed in a deep blue official robe, with sword-like brows and a serious demeanor, he scrutinized her. After she respectfully paid her respects, she stood to the side. Shi Lu examined Jiang Zhefeng for a moment. Noting her poise, he spoke in a deep voice. "What do you wish to inquire about?" Jiang Zhefeng produced the questions she had prepared in advance. "In the past 2 days, I have transcribed several cases of modified laws. I find the reasons for these amendments perplexing and seek your guidance, Master Shi." Shi Lu accepted the paper, admiring the elegant and precise calligraphy. He lifted his gaze to scrutinize Jiang Zhefeng with a serious expression. "You are only responsible for transcription. The reasons behind these legal modifications do not fall within your purview. Why do you wish to inquire about them? The sage has taught me that in matters of study, one must diligently seek knowledge and accumulate understanding through effort." Hearing that Master Shi is well versed in law, I wish to seize this opportunity to inquire while I transcribe the case files. Her answer was sincere and humble. She had anticipated that as the Minister of the Justice Department, Lu would be astute and vigilant. This response would undoubtedly satisfy him. Lu's tense expression gradually softened. He began to examine Jiang Zhefeng's questions seriously, explaining them one by one. Throughout the explanation, Jiang Zhefeng listened intently, though her thoughts drifted to Xiahua Huai, silently wishing for his success. Meanwhile, at the Justice Department, within the small courtyard designated for the injured prisoner, a gaunt man lay on the bed in the main room. His eyes closed and lips pale, exuding an unpleasant odor. A physician clad in a crimson robe was administering acupuncture to the man, who showed no sign of response. 2 guards nearby wrinkled their noses in disdain and whispered amongst themselves, "How foul. With all these festering sores, it smells horrendous. Enough complaining. The physician hasn't voiced any grievances. What are you whining about? Look at this young physician. He's as handsome as a deity. How can he endure such a stench? I feel like vomiting just from the smell, yet he remains so attentive and gentle while treating Sun Feng. What do you know? If Sun Feng dies, he can't escape responsibility. No matter how foul, he cannot show disdain. He surely wants Sun Feng to recover quickly. To be honest, it's strange that Sun Feng is still clinging to life in such a state." As the two continued their murmurs, Xing Wuxiao finished the acupuncture, packed his medical box, stood up and addressed the guards kindly. "I have completed the acupuncture for today. If all goes well, the patient should awaken within an incense stick's time. Ensure he is well monitored, administering medicine every hour without fail. I will return tomorrow morning to change his dressings." The guards immediately ceased their whispers. One of them, with a square face, nodded vigorously. "Thank you, Dr. Xing, for your hard work." Xing Wuxiao smiled and nodded at the two before leisurely departing. Once he was out of earshot, the square-faced guard commented on Xing Wuxiao's graceful demeanor. "Look at how he walks. It's as if he glides like a celestial being."
What?
"Are you smitten with that young physician? Come on, don't be ridiculous. He's still just a man. I'm no rabbit spirit." As they jested, the man on the bed opened his eyes, rasping, "Water. I want water." Upon hearing the voice, the guards turned to see the patient had awoken and hurriedly poured a cup of tea to offer him. After a few sips, they urged Sun Feng, "What is the point of lingering in this state? Confess early, and you may find mercy. Perhaps the emperor will show you leniency, and you won't have to suffer further." Having quenched his thirst, the cracked lips of the man barely glistened. He clenched his teeth, glaring at the ceiling, remaining silent, as if oblivious to the guards' words. The guards grew frustrated. "Here we go again. Whenever he wakes up, he goes mute. I wonder how many days he can hold out like this?" As they continued their complaints, someone peered through the door, grinning mischievously, revealing a set of pearly whites. The square-faced guard quickly rushed over, pulling Xiahua Huai outside to a secluded area. "Xiahua Huai, how did you get in here? What about the guards at the main entrance? You must leave quickly. Master Shi will arrive shortly. Be careful or you'll find yourself in trouble." Xiahua Huai spoke conspiratorially. "Brother Ding, don't fret. Master Shi is busy at the moment and likely won't be here for a while. I just came to see if Sun Feng is still alive." With that, he attempted to step inside. The square-faced guard blocked his way, giving him a fierce glare. "Rest assured, he is alive. The young physician who came to help is quite remarkable. After seeing Sun Feng on the brink of death yesterday, he managed to save him with his treatment." Xiahua Huai feigned admiration. These physicians from the medical office are truly extraordinary, able to bring someone back from the brink. "When will Sun Feng return to his cell? I miss him." The square-faced guard chuckled. "Xiahua Huai, you never take anything seriously. Even once he recovers, Sun Feng will still need to face further interrogation. So, he won't be back anytime soon."
Stop thinking about him.
Xiahua Huai pretended to be astonished. "Another interrogation? Can't you give him a break? Why not question others involved in the case first?" The square-faced guard snorted.
Who else is there?
"In this case, aside from Zhou Zhaokong, Sun Feng is the only one who knows anything. Why does Sun Feng refuse to elaborate?" Summer Hawad intentionally nudged the square-faced officer with his elbow. It turned out that the documents in the officer's hands were solely related to questioning Sun Feng. "I too am curious as to why he remained silent." The square-faced officer sighed helplessly. He had been out on duty that day, returning home only past midnight, insisting he had seen nothing and knew nothing, even claiming that Zhou Zhaokong could not possibly be guilty of theft. Who would believe such words? The officer's casual lament, however, caught Summer Huai's attention. All 500 soldiers who possessed knowledge of the situation were dead, while the others were in a deep slumber, oblivious to any commotion. Sun Feng was the sole individual present at the scene during the night, and he was still alive afterwards. Summer Huai had gleaned the information he sought, and without further ado, he jested lightly before making a swift exit. That evening, upon returning to his residence in Zhanyang Lane, Summer Huai and Jiang Zhefeng began to analyze the information they had acquired. The documents in the officer's possession were entirely focused on interrogating Sun Feng. Sun Feng had returned home at the very moment the incident occurred, and he must have witnessed the unfolding events. It was no wonder Lu was so concerned for him, seeking the physician's assistance for his injuries and constantly inquiring about his well-being. In this case, Sun Feng was the only breakthrough. The room was enveloped in silence, the flickering candlelight casting ethereal shadows. The cotton wick of the candle sputtered softly, creating a delicate crackling sound. The two sat across from each other, both lost in contemplation. After a long pause, Jiang Zhefeng cautiously ventured, "Brother Summer, perhaps we should consider a different angle. It might lead us to new discoveries." "A different angle?" Jiang Zhefeng nodded earnestly. "What if Zhou Zhaokong is innocent, and so is Sun Feng? Someone could have rendered 1,500 soldiers unconscious, while simultaneously incapacitating Sun Feng upon his return home, erasing his memories, and then abducting Zhou Zhaokong, using his knife to slay the 500 soldiers and steal all the grain. In this scenario, the blame could easily be placed upon Zhou Zhaokong. As the grain officer, he has means to acquire grain. Everyone would believe he was acting out of self-interest, committing theft. The Court of Judicial Review believes that as long as Sun Feng speaks, or if Zhou Zhaokong is found, they will uncover the whereabouts of the grain. If my speculation holds true, then Sun Feng remembers nothing at all. No matter how much he is interrogated, it would be futile. Zhou Zhaokong has likely been silenced permanently. As she spoke, her hands trembled slightly. She did not wish to delve into such grim possibilities, yet this was the only explanation for why Sun Feng returned home at midnight claiming to have seen nothing. He genuinely remembered nothing. He simply understood his uncle's character and believed he was not capable of such deeds. Hence, he steadfastly asserted he knew nothing, insisting his uncle could not have stolen the grain. What we truly need to identify is the mastermind behind this incident and their motives. Transporting 10,000 loads of grain is troublesome, and selling it is even more difficult. If the perpetrator is not motivated by money, that is the most terrifying aspect of all. Summer Huai was taken aback by Jiang Zhefeng's final remark. Stealing 10,000 loads of grain, if not for money, could it be for amassing troops for war? Aside from military needs, an ordinary person could not possibly consume such a vast amount of grain. I am merely speculating. Without any evidence, we must inquire with Sun Feng to uncover the truth. Does he truly not remember, or is he unwilling to disclose what he witnessed? It is challenging. Today, I could only stand at the door and catch a glimpse of Sun Feng, with no opportunity to enter. Summer Huai pondered for a moment. The only individuals who could meet Sun Feng were the officer overseeing his interrogation and Xing Wuxiao, who attended to his injuries daily. Upon mentioning Xing Wuxiao, Jiang Zhefeng quickly shook her head. Xing Wuxiao is a physician, solely responsible for healing the wounded. Do not entertain any ideas involving him. For some reason, she instinctively felt that this matter should not involve Xing Wuxiao, nor should he be entangled in it. Summer Huai chuckled softly. What are you thinking? How could I involve Xing Wuxiao in this? Investigating this case is my own responsibility. Logically, it should not involve you. Do not concern yourself with this. I will devise a way to meet Sun Feng. Did you not mention you were going to the eastern suburbs? Sun Feng is still recuperating, and I have some free time at the Court of Judicial Review. In 3 days, I will have a day off. Why not coincide your day off with mine? And we can go to the eastern suburbs together? Chapter 26. Guilt. Jiang Zhefeng dared not dwell on Zhou Zhaokong's matter, fearing it would raise Summer Huai's suspicions. She readily agreed to his proposal, all the while contemplating how to find an opportunity to meet Sun Feng during her time at the Court of Judicial Review. That night, she tossed and turned in bed, pondering until dawn, finally devising a plan to see Sun Feng, but it would require Summer Huai's assistance. She feared being too hasty would make her intentions too obvious, so she resolved to wait until their return from the eastern suburbs to discuss the matter with Summer Huai. The following day, Jiang Zhefeng reported for duty at the Hanlin Academy. On her way to the Court of Judicial Review, she passed by a quaint old pharmacy and paused at the entrance, hesitating for a moment before stepping inside. The young apprentice, upon seeing her, hurriedly approached. Jiang Zhefeng pulled out a small blue porcelain vial from her pocket. I would like the doctor to examine this medicine. It was the first gift she received from Xing Wuxiao, and she felt it prudent to confirm its efficacy before administering it to the Zhou family. The apprentice led her into the inner chamber, where a kind-looking elderly doctor was seated. After explaining her purpose, the doctor poured a pill from the vial, sniffed it, crushed it, and began to examine it closely. After a considerable time, he reconstituted it with honey and placed it back in the vial, smiling as he spoke. If I am not mistaken, this medicine is intended for individuals suffering from hysteria. It can quickly restore their sanity. Jiang Zhefeng had not mentioned the purpose of the medicine, yet the doctor had accurately discerned it, filling her with admiration. Doctor, your medical skills are remarkable. I am truly impressed. Are there any side effects with long-term use of this medicine? None at all. The formula is exquisite, and the person who concocted it must be a master in the field of medicine. I am ashamed to be in their presence. The elderly doctor handed her the vial, his gaze lingering on it with reluctance. Young lady, may I make a humble request? Would you be so kind as to spare me a pill? Jiang Zhefeng obliged, handing him a pill, which instantly brought a broad smile to his face. He carefully placed the pill into a porcelain container. The doctor introduced himself as Wei, formerly a physician in the palace, claiming to have encountered countless miraculous medicines, but this was the first time he had seen such a remedy. Thus he felt compelled to ask. Jiang Zhefeng felt entirely reassured. A physician of his background must be highly skilled, and since he deemed the medicine safe, she could confidently administer it to the Zhou family the following day. That evening, as Jiang Zhefeng prepared her belongings for the trip to the eastern suburbs, Xiahua Huai knocked and entered. I forgot to give you this earlier while we were dining, he said, retrieving a small white jade jar from his sleeve. Jiang Zhefeng, curious, accepted it, asking, what is this? Xiahua Huai gestured for her to open it. This was given to me by Xing Wuxiao. He visited the Court of Judicial Review today to treat Sun Feng. Since he could not access where you were taking notes, he came to the prison to find me and handed me this. He said it is for treating Zhuang Chan's burn scars. He added that since Zhuang Chan is a woman and his wife, it would be inappropriate for him to administer needles, so he specially formulated this ointment, hoping it could assist both you and Zhuang Chan. Jiang Zhefeng removed the lid, revealing a light green ointment with a refreshing fragrance. Zhuang Chan had always been reluctant to let a male doctor examine her scars due to her own insecurities. Thus, she had never consulted Xing Wuxiao about her condition. To her surprise, Xing Wuxiao had been silently concerned for Zhuang Chan's scars and had quietly prepared the ointment to assist her. Reflecting on the morning when I suspected Xing Wuxiao's medicine and sought a doctor's assistance, I felt an increasing sense of guilt. To suspect a gentleman with the mind of a petty person is truly unbecoming of one with noble character. I must find an opportunity to express my gratitude to Xing Wuxiao. Xiahua Huai, standing nearby and observing the ointment in Jiang Zhefeng's hand, also felt a pang of guilt. He had previously suggested that Jiang Zhefeng seek help from his second brother, the Snow Mountain Healer, for Zhou's ailment. He had hoped that upon their arrival, they could also find a remedy for Zhou Chan's burn scars. Instead, he had been deceived by this group of individuals and now found himself isolated and helpless. Fortunately, Jiang Zhefeng had not taken this matter to heart and had refrained from mentioning it. Seeing Xing Wuxiao specially concocting ointment for Zhou Chan only deepened his sense of remorse. Make sure to rest early. We shall set off at dawn tomorrow, Xiahua Huai remarked before hastily departing. At the break of dawn the following day, both individuals arose. Jiang Zhefeng had rented a horse-drawn carriage in advance, filled with prepared dried fruits and feminine necessities. Xiahua Huai mysteriously placed a wooden box into the carriage, claiming it was a gift for Zhou. It was to be opened only upon arrival. Jiang Zhefeng could not help but smile. Xiahua Huai had indeed kept his promise about bringing a gift for Zhou. Xiahua Huai urged Jiang Zhefeng to ride the horse, while he took the reins of the carriage, and they set forth towards the eastern outskirts with vibrant spirits, basking in the morning sun. The journey along the official roads was smooth and uninterrupted. Upon reaching the foot of the eastern mountain, Xiahua Huai realized that this place was desolate and remote, with only a narrow path, barely passable by carriage, leading to the summit, obscured by overgrown foliage. If one were not attentive, it would be nearly impossible to find this route. Looking up at the mountain, with its dancing shadows of trees and the cool breeze, one could occasionally hear the chirping of insects and birds. How did you come across such a secluded place? A classmate informed me. He arrived in the capital early and is quite familiar with it. He mentioned a Taoist priestess skilled in treating burns here, and Zhou Chan was eager to try it. This also grants me a chance to read in solitude, so I brought my mother along. It is my first visit as well. Previously, she had only mentioned resting and did not speak of healing. Today she decided to disclose this to Xiahua Huai, omitting her student-teacher relationship with Kong Bin. Xiahua Huai, without suspicion, exclaimed, "It is indeed suitable for healing. Let us hasten to the mountain." Upon reaching the summit, they discovered a quaint and solemn Taoist temple nestled among lush trees, with the 3 characters Xuan Miaoguan inscribed on the plaque. The temple was modest, with some peeling walls, yet the steps leading to the entrance were spotless. As they dismounted and prepared to knock, the door swung open from within, revealing Zhou's delighted face. "Yanqing, you have come to see me." Jiang Zhefeng had not seen Zhou for a long time. Noticing her spirited demeanor and radiant smile, she joyfully called out, "Mother." Zhou hurriedly ran out and grasped Xiahua Huai's arm, exclaiming, "I heard voices outside while in the courtyard and guessed it was you visiting." Xiahua Huai, quick to respond, supported Zhou's arm and said, "Mother, I have recently been admitted to the Hanlin Academy as a record keeper. I came specifically to share this good news with you." Zhou was overjoyed. "Yanqing, you truly make me proud. Mother, I also brought you a gift that you will surely love. Additionally, I have purchased your favorite fruits," Xiahua Huai said, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Zhou laughed heartily at his words. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhefeng stood to the side, feeling a mix of emotions. Xiahua Huai's casual demeanor with Zhou seemed more intimate than her own. Xiahua Huai shot a glance at Jiang Zhefeng, who understood and returned a grateful look. Zhou Chan and a kindly Taoist nun in her 40s emerged with smiles. Jiang Zhefeng, noticing the nun holding a Buddhist whisk and possessing a gentle appearance, surmised that she was the cloud-watching Taoist and hurriedly approached to pay her respects. After the cloud-watching Taoist returned the greeting, she invited them into the inner chamber for conversation and called for 2 other Taoists to assist with the carriage and horses. Jiang Zhefeng noted that one of the Taoists bore scars from burns on her face, albeit not severe. Once inside the chamber, the cloud-watching Taoist encouraged them to reminisce at their leisure and promised to summon them for lunch. Zhou took hold of Xiahua Huai and chatted animatedly in the hall. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Zhefeng and Zhou Chan moved to converse behind a screen in the inner room. It was then revealed that the cloud-watching Taoist had recently fallen into a fire pit, sustaining burns to her thigh, and had been cast out by her husband's family, who disdained her. With no support from her impoverished family, she fortuitously arrived at this temple. The elderly Taoist priest had somehow acquired a remedy for burns, combining acupuncture and ointment, and after years of care, her scars had finally healed. Following the priest's passing, she took charge of the temple, helping many women with burn injuries, most of whom had been scorned by their families, some choosing to remain there after recovery. Upon finishing her tale, Zhou Chan smiled. "In truth, I have grown fond of this place. No one casts strange glances at me here, and they all understand my suffering. However, my scars are too severe. It may take 3 years to heal." As she spoke, a satisfied smile graced her face, the scar on her right cheek visibly moving with her words. Jiang Zhefeng felt a deep discomfort within. Women in this world indeed face numerous hardships. When their appearance is marred, they are often scorned and forced to live in the shadows, surviving in seclusion. Even those unblemished in appearance find their paths limited to marriage and motherhood, with no other options available. For instance, should she wish to participate in the imperial examinations, she would have to disguise herself as a man. Since Mother arrived here, everyone has been very considerate of her. When her hysteria flares up, I merely need to say that Yanqing will come to see her after the exam, and she calms down swiftly. "Zhefeng, do not worry about us. Go pursue your endeavors. We are living well here." Seeing the tranquility and warmth in Zhou Chan's eyes, Jiang Zhefeng felt a modicum of relief in her heart. She produced the medicine given by Xing Wuxiao and handed it to Zhou Chan. The porcelain vial contained pills that would quickly awaken her mother during episodes, while the white jade jar held ointment to soothe her scars. These were provided by Xing Wuxiao. "Use them first, and if you find them effective, send word, and I will request more from him." Zhou Chan took the items and glanced at Zhou outside. "Should I give Mother one now?" Jiang Zhefeng also turned to look into the hall, where Xiahua Huai seemed to have said something amusing, causing Zhou to laugh heartily. "No need. She is quite happy now and does not require medicine." Zhou Chan scrutinized Jiang Zhefeng's face, pursing her lips in thought for a moment, then asked, "Do you harbor feelings for Xiahua Huai?" Jiang Zhefeng was taken aback. "Sister, please do not speak frivolously. Seeing Jiang Zhefeng's anxious expression, Zhou Chan couldn't help but chuckle. Zhefeng, I noticed the joy in your eyes when you looked at Xiahua Huai. The first moment I saw you today, I felt you were different, less cold and detached. With a smile in your eyes and light upon your face. Jiang Zhefeng stood frozen, touching her own face for a moment. Really? Her tone was filled with disbelief. She had always thought she remained as aloof as before, merely speaking more due to the presence of Xiahua Huai. Sister, do not misunderstand. Xiahua Huai has temporarily taken residence in the house we rented after losing his fortune. Perhaps because he wears a constant smile, I have felt a bit happier as well. But it does not imply affection, she explained earnestly. Zhou Chan smiled softly, taking her hand and gently patting it. Zhefeng, regardless of the path you choose, whether to disguise yourself as a man to take the examinations or to abandon this route and seek a husband, I will support you as long as you find happiness. Jiang Zhefeng firmly grasped Zhou Chan's hand, stating solemnly, Sister, you know well that I am not qualified for marriage, nor can I don women's attire again. Once the investigation into my uncle's case is resolved, I shall have no other desires in this life apart from participating in the imperial examinations. Zhuang Chan furrowed her brow, questioning his stubbornness, but before she could finish her thought, Xiahua Huai leaned in and called out, Come on out, you too. Zhuang Chan and Jiang Zhefeng turned simultaneously. Xiahua Huai's gaze inadvertently fell upon their tightly intertwined hands, and with a mischievous grin, he urged, Come see the gift I prepared for mother. Zhuang Chan released Jiang Zhefeng's hand and, as she stepped outside, whispered in Jiang Zhefeng's ear, He is quite shameless, calling her mother as if he were closer than you. If one day you were to don women's attire and marry Xiahua Huai, it would save us the trouble of a name change. Jiang Zhefeng's ears flushed with embarrassment at her teasing, and he retorted with mild irritation, Don't say such nonsense. Zhuang Chan suppressed her laughter. All right, I shall remain silent. As Xiahua Huai observed the pair emerge from behind the screen, he noticed them whispering to each other. Jiang Zhefeng's expression sour, while Zhuang Chan seemed to be both scolding and jesting. He paused momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. It was then that Jiang Zhefeng and Zhuang Chan beheld the exquisite gift Xiahua Huai had crafted for Madame Zhou, a six-sided rotating egret lamp, meticulously designed. Each of its 6 sides was adorned with intricate paper cuttings of galloping steeds, each depicting a unique pose of motion. Once a candle was lit, the paper wheel spun, casting shadows on the wall that made the horses appear as though they were galloping in real life, an enchanting sight by day and a breathtaking spectacle by night. Zhuang Chan, having only ever seen a 4-sided version, was utterly captivated by this 6-sided marvel. Jiang Zhefeng smiled gently as she gazed at the shadows dancing on the wall, intrigued by Xiahua Huai's multifaceted talents. Unable to restrain himself, Xiahua Huai boasted, declaring that there was nothing he could not create. Suddenly, a series of resounding drumbeats and bugle calls echoed from afar, startling the group. Zhuang Chan explained, It is the Emperor on the spring hunt. 50 miles to the north lies Phoenix Mountain, within which resides the royal hunting grounds. In preparation for this event, the Imperial Guard has been patrolling the vicinity for several days, inspecting every inhabited place within 100 miles, including our temple. Xiahua Huai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he glanced at Jiang Zhefeng's chest, contemplating that the royal hunting grounds must be teeming with exotic beasts. He thought to seize the opportunity to procure some venison for Jiang Zhefeng. After lunch, as Madame Zhou sought an afternoon rest, Xiahua Huai expressed a desire to stroll nearby. Jiang Zhefeng, wishing to check on Zhuang Chan's scars and engage in some intimate conversation with her and Madame Zhou, felt that Xiahua Huai's presence was inconvenient and agreed to his proposal, cautioning him to return before nightfall. Heeding her advice, Xiahua Huai readily complied and rode off northward on his steed, Ju. As he neared Phoenix Mountain, the terrain became increasingly rugged, making it difficult for Ju to gallop, forcing them to proceed slowly. After nearly half an hour, Xiahua Huai paused, leaping up to a tall tree to survey the landscape. In the distance, he spotted a circular ridge, obscuring the view of the valley below, where a throng of individuals clad in silver armor stood, banners fluttering, their gleaming armor reflecting the sunlight like scattered stars. Retracting his gaze, he descended from the tree and approached a bamboo grove. Drawing his flexible sword, he sliced down a bamboo stalk, crafting a short, slender blade. Lacking a bow, he needed a tool for hunting. He tossed the bamboo blade toward a distant tree, where it embedded itself firmly into the trunk. Satisfied with his creation, he exclaimed to himself, I am truly the most clever person under heaven. He proceeded to fashion several more bamboo blades, stowing them in his sleeves, and remounted Ju Di, declaring, "Let us venture to the royal hunting grounds and see if we can catch a deer." Meanwhile, within Phoenix Mountain, Pei Xiuyan, adorned in a crimson military uniform, rode upon his steed, drawing an arrow from his quiver and knocking it to his bowstring. Releasing the arrow, it soared through the air, striking a white fox mid-leap, its blood staining the ground. He lowered his bow and gazed at the sky, the midday sun of April blindingly bright. "Yanju, how long until we return?" Behind him, a stoic man clad in silver armor replied, "It is nearly noon, your majesty. We should be heading back." He was the commander of the Imperial Guard, tasked with the emperor's personal protection during this spring hunt. Pei Xiuyan furrowed his brow in contemplation. According to tradition, the sound of drums and bugles at noon would signal the end of the hunt. Having waited thus far without any disturbances, he wondered if today would truly pass without incident. Could it be that his instincts had misled him? The thief of the firearms did not intend to assassinate him. Return to the palace. Chapter 28. Run. At the exit of the hunting grounds on Phoenix Mountain, the accompanying officials huddled together, whispering anxiously. According to protocol, the emperor was to be guarded by at least 20 elite members of the Imperial Guard during the hunt. However, today, Emperor Yuanjin had insisted on minimal disturbance to the game, permitting only Commander Yanju to accompany him. Though the hunting grounds were secured by the Divine Machine Camp, the emperor's prolonged absence left everyone uneasy, prompting murmurs about whether they should search for him. Suddenly, a series of loud explosions reverberated through the mountains, scattering countless birds from the trees. Panic ensued among the crowd. "It is the sound of firearms. The emperor! Save him! There are assassins." The royal hunts traditionally utilized arrows. Yet today, Emperor Yuanjin had brought a firearm for protection. With the Divine Machine Camp patrolling outside the mountains, he was the sole individual permitted to use such a weapon within. Chaos erupted among the officials, many of whom were skilled horsemen and warriors, eager to rush in and rescue the emperor. However, Minister Shen Duangui swiftly intervened, halting their advance with his long blade raised, its glimmering edge intimidating. His hawkish gaze swept over the crowd, fierce and commanding. "Do not move. Anyone who dares to act recklessly shall be dealt with mercilessly." Coming from a family that had guarded the borders for generations, Shen Duangui had fought valiantly under General Shen since his youth. After sustaining grave injuries on the battlefield last year, he was appointed as Minister of War upon recovery. Having spent so long in the throes of combat, his presence radiated a palpable aura of intimidation. "Where are the Imperial Guards? Leave 2,000 here to protect everyone. The rest, follow me." With Commander Yanju absent, the Imperial Guard lacked leadership. The vice commander, recognizing Shen Duangui's capabilities, followed his lead without hesitation, rallying the guards to pursue the direction of the firearm sound. At that moment, Lu stepped forward, his expression grave. "The emperor may merely be using the firearm for hunting.
Do not panic.
Remain here until Minister Shen returns." Shen Duangui, a seasoned warrior, understood the gravity of the situation. If the emperor truly faced an assassination attempt, he was the best suited to intervene. Others would only complicate matters. All present recognized Lu. Though not the highest-ranking official there, he had survived the reigns of 2 emperors. His authorities silenced the group, but their varied expressions betrayed their underlying anxiety. In recent years, the Great Feng dynasty had endured significant political upheaval and invasions from the Dashur clan, just beginning to recover. Should anything befall Emperor Yuanjin, the dynasty would face dire consequences once more. Lu furrowed his brow as he gazed deeper into Phoenix Mountain, his demeanor growing increasingly serious. He was acutely aware that Emperor Yuanjin was a formidable expert, renowned for his equestrian and archery skills. It was unlikely he would resort to using a firearm for hunting. The only scenario that warranted such an action was an urgent situation requiring self-defense. Begrudgingly carrying a slain deer, its blood staining the horse's mane as it followed Xiahua Huai through the forest. Xiahua Huai chuckled, "Brother Juedi, this deer is rather heavy. I cannot possibly carry it back alone, can I? Do not fret about soiling your mane. I shall wash it thoroughly for you upon our return. Do you not fancy the mung bean cakes from Shanhai Tower? Tomorrow, I shall procure 10 pounds for you, so you can indulge to your heart's content." Juedi snorted in indignation, continuing to glare at Xiahua Huai. Xiahua Huai gently patted Juedi's head, feigning innocence. "This deer is meant for Jiang Zhefeng. If you are unwilling to bear it, we might as well abandon it. Juedi ceased his furious glare, instantly whinnying in delight. Xiahua Huai sighed deeply. A horse cannot be retained against its will. Look at Jiang Zhefeng. He is far more handsome than I, always choosing to be near him, while he hardly acknowledges me.
His true master.
What a frivolous steed. Juedi ignored Xiahua Huai, and the two ambled leisurely through the forest, finding the woods rather too serene for his liking. Xiahua Huai could not resist engaging Juedi in conversation. Those gunshots from Phoenix Mountain earlier nearly startled this deer away. If you ask me, Emperor Yuanjin lacks martial virtue. How can one hunt with firearms? It is utterly uninspiring. Did they not claim that Emperor Yuanjin is a supreme martial artist? This is sheer trickery. To use firearms against prey that cannot be struck by arrows. He rambled on, but Juedi suddenly halted, displaying signs of agitation. Xiahua Huai strained to listen, hearing faint sounds of a struggle behind him. He swiftly drew his soft sword from his waist, his expression turning grave. Juedi, stay put. I shall investigate, he ordered, leaping into the trees towards the source of the noise. After a few moments of flight among the branches, he spotted a young man running through the woods, a tall figure with flowing white hair, clad in red military garb. A black iron eye patch covered his left eye, and he appeared somewhat frantic, with his right arm bleeding profusely. In his left hand, he wielded a long sword, its blade glistening with blood. The man's face was pale, clearly exhausted, yet he emanated a commanding presence, his striking features betraying no hint of fear. In an instant, Xiahua Huai recognized him. It was the portrait of Emperor Yuanjin, Pei Xiuyan, he had seen in the library of Shanhai Tower. With a graceful descent, he landed before Pei Xiuyan, turning his back to him. Climb up, I shall carry you away. Pei Xiuyan took 2 steps back, pointing his sword at Xiahua Huai with an icy glare.
Who are you?
He demanded. Xiahua Huai turned, impatience creeping into his voice. I am merely trying to save you. Why the unnecessary questions? If I were a villain, I would have slain you already. He knew Pei Xiuyan was the emperor, but had to feign ignorance. Commoners had no right to recognize the emperor's visage. Pei Xiuyan assessed the man before him, clad in a simple white robe, exuding a clean aura with deep-set eyes and an honest expression, tinged with an air of innocence. His breaths quickened, and the pain from his wound intensified. After a moment of silence, he finally leaned onto Xiahua Huai's back, with Pei Xiuyan on his back. Xiahua Huai dashed to Juedi, drawing a bamboo knife and plunging it into the dead deer, causing blood to flow profusely. You take the deer and run, luring our pursuers to the cliff's edge. Find a way to shake them off and return to the Taoist temple. Do not let them catch you, understood? Juedi nodded, kicking off at a gallop. Pei Xiuyan, resting on Xiahua Huai's back, was astonished. The bond between horse and rider was striking. As the sounds of pursuit grew closer, Xiahua Huai closed his eyes to listen. About 40 individuals, each a top-tier martial artist, were in pursuit. He leaped into the trees, concealing himself within the canopy. Hold your breath and remain silent, he whispered. Pei Xiuyan's sword and right arm dripped with blood, each drop falling to the ground below, mingling with the blood of the deer. Xiahua Huai tore a piece of cloth from his robe and handed it to Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan glanced up at Xiahua Huai, silently accepting the cloth to clean his sword. Xiahua Huai then tore another piece to bind Pei Xiuyan's wounded arm. Just as he finished, a group of people rushed beneath the tree. The two held their breath. The newcomers were all clad in black, their faces obscured by black cloth. One individual knelt to examine a bloodied patch of earth, then stood, making a series of gestures with his hands. Xiahua Huai, peering through the branches, recognized the movements with a start. His pupils dilated, revealing the tumult within him. This was the gesture of the Dashur clan. Due to the conflicts between their nations, he had studied many texts regarding the Dashur clan at Shanhai Tower. One book had noted, the Dashur people differ from the Central Plains folk, possessing fair skin, high brows, and deep-set eyes, often adorned with distinctive facial hair, and they frequently accompany their speech with hand gestures. His curiosity had led him to learn various Dashur gestures, including this one. It signified, the blood is fresh, he cannot have fled far. We shall split up and follow the trail of blood. The group of black-clad figures dispersed silently. After a long while, confirming they would not return, Xiahua Huai exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Pei Xiuyan mirrored his breath, his body swaying precariously. Xiahua Huai hurriedly steadied him. Suddenly, Dark clouds gathered ominously above, thunder rumbling in the distance. Xiahua Huai glanced up, seeing the clouds descend further, signaling an impending downpour. Your arm is injured. If you get caught in the rain, the wound will surely become infected. We must find a cave to take shelter. Pei Xiuyan looked down at his arm, the blood already soaking through the cloth. He nodded in agreement. Xiahua Huai leaped to a higher tree, scanning the surroundings until he spotted a cave not far to the south. He carried Pei Xiuyan toward it just as the torrential rain began to pour down. Chapter 29. Pace of the cave was narrow yet deep, with an uneven floor, but a flat area lay at the back, dimly lit. Xiahua Huai helped Pei Xiuyan to the flat ground, and they sat facing each other. Both martial artists quickly adjusting to the darkness, silently observing one another. Pei Xiuyan spoke first. Your skills, your steed, and your soft sword are remarkable. Upon seeing someone pursuing me, you swiftly arranged for your horse to carry the deer, misleading those assassins into believing the blood belonged to me. Such intelligence and composure are rare indeed.
Who are you?
His voice, devoid of anger, carried a weight of inquiry. Xiahua Huai relaxed his back and stretched. I saved you first. If anyone should be asking questions, it is I. Who are you, and why are you being pursued by so many skilled fighters? His tone was clearly discontented. Unable to reveal his knowledge of Pei Xiuyan's identity, he resolved to maintain the charade. Pei Xiuyan paused, realizing that the other man did not know who he was. He suppressed his imposing aura. I am here to hunt. Those pursuing me are my enemies. Xiahua Huai scoffed, shooting Pei Xiuyan a sidelong glance. You lack sincerity. I saved your life, yet you have not even said thank you or shared your name. Pei Xiuyan felt a surge of anger. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner, acknowledging the debt owed for his life. He quelled his fury and replied coolly, My name is Pei Su. Xiahua Huai grinned widely. I am Xiahua Huai. He remembered hearing from the Marquis of Pingan that Emperor Yuanjin had a childhood name, Asuo. This name was not a deceit. He crouched beside Pei Xiuyan, speaking conspiratorially. Where do you reside? Why venture so far for a hunt? How could your enemies be so formidable? Do your family members know of your whereabouts? Will they send someone to rescue you? If not, why not accompany me? Although you are a few years my senior, I will reluctantly accept you as my younger brother. You may call me Brother Xiahou, and from now on, I shall protect you. Xiahua Huai rattled off a string of words, causing Pei Xiuyan's temples to throb with anger. No one had ever dared to speak so audaciously before him. This Xiahua Huai not only cast him a disdainful glance, but also shamelessly proclaimed his intention to take the emperor as a younger brother. Infuriated, Pei Xiuyan gritted his teeth and uttered each word with icy disdain. Xia.
Ho. Da. Ye.
By the end, his eyes were cold and piercing. Xiahua Huai feigned ignorance of Pei Xiuyan's fury, raising an eyebrow with delight. Ah, the tone is quite elongated. Pei Xiuyan, unable to contain himself any longer, sprang to his feet. Xiahua Huai, do you realize? He abruptly fell silent, furrowing his brows as he focused on the cave entrance. Xiahua Huai drew his flexible sword, his expression equally grave. Despite the heavy rain, they could discern the presence of a group of skilled assassins slowly encircling the cave. Pei Xiuyan glanced at Xiahua Huai beside him, his mind racing. If the assassins entered, they would have no place to hide within the cave and would have to confront them head-on. With Xiahua Huai's skills, he could easily abandon him and escape. Taking him along would complicate matters. If you wish to survive, you must flee now. He had long ceased to fear for his life. From the moment he had named his son the Crown Prince, he had discreetly arranged everything. Should he suddenly pass away, the Prime Minister and the Marquis of Pingan, along with a host of elder statesmen, would assist the Crown Prince in ascending the throne, ensuring that the court of the Great Foam would remain largely unaffected. Xiahua Huai murmured, What are you talking about? You've already called me Brother Xiahou. Would I run off by myself? Before Pei Xiuyan could react, he swiftly immobilized him. Pei Xiuyan, filled with astonishment and anger, demanded, What are you doing? As he began to remove Pei Xiuyan's clothing, Xiahua Huai replied, What do you think? I'm here to protect my brother. Standing at the same height as Pei Xiuyan, he donned the emperor's red military garb perfectly. He tore a piece of cloth from his robe to cover his hair and snatched Pei Xiuyan's dark iron mask, placing it over his own face. Once dressed, he flashed a wicked smile at Pei Xiuyan and said, Stay here and do not go outside. I assure you, you will be safe. He released Pei Xiuyan's pressure point and dashed out of the cave. Outside, The assassins, armed with long swords, were slowly approaching the cave when they suddenly spotted a red figure wearing a dark iron mask darting out and quickly gave chase. Xiahua Huai sprinted towards Phoenix Mountain, with the pursuers hot on his heels. Just as they were about to catch up, he abruptly turned and hurled a barrage of bamboo blades. The bamboo blades sliced through the curtain of rain, exuding an air of lethal intent. The pursuers swiftly dodged, but when they turned back, the red-clad figure had vanished amidst the dense forest, leaving only the sound of pouring rain behind. The leader, furious, signaled for his men to pursue Phoenix Mountain. Seizing the opportunity while the others were distracted, Xiahua Huai swiftly returned to the cave. Upon his return, he was met with a sword pointed at his neck. Recognizing Xiahua Huai, Pei Xiuyan lowered his weapon, leaning weakly against the cave wall. Xiahua Huai hurried to support him, only to discover that Pei Xiuyan's lips were frighteningly pale, and his entire body trembled slightly. "What's wrong with you?" Pei Xiuyan gritted his teeth and replied, "It's nothing." His left eye was gone, and the empty socket ached painfully whenever it rained. Today, the rain was particularly heavy, and the cave felt unusually damp, exacerbating the pain in his left eye socket. Xiahua Huai helped him to the innermost part of the cave, letting him lean against the rocky wall, and returned the dark iron mask to him. Looking down at himself, he noticed his clothes were soaked. "Your wounds must not touch water. You cannot wear this." Pei Xiuyan suppressed the pain in his left eye, took a deep breath, and managed a faint smile. "Thank you." Xiahua Huai scanned the cave, which contained nothing but dirt and stones. Glancing at the half-reclined Pei Xiuyan, he sighed deeply. "Being an elder brother is no easy task. Don't thank me just yet. We can discuss it when we are truly safe. I will step out for a moment and return shortly. Wait for me." With that, he dashed out like a whirlwind. Pei Xiuyan paused for a moment, then suddenly chuckled softly. He realized that Xiahua Huai, who insisted on being called elder brother, merely sought to gain some advantage through words. His nature was not bad. He was innocent, kind-hearted, and quite clever. Xiahua Huai soon returned, dragging several bamboo stalks and large pieces of birch bark. He began to use his internal energy to dry the birch bark. Pei Xiuyan cautioned, "If you waste your internal energy on this, we will not escape when they arrive." "It's fine. They won't come back here anytime soon," he replied. As he dried the birch bark, he took out his flint and, while starting a fire, remarked, "Fortunately, I am fond of using flint. Otherwise, if I had matches, we would be out of options now." The cave quickly brightened and warmed up, and Pei Xiuyan felt the pain in his left eye ease slightly. However, the wound on his right arm began to throb again, and he could not help but touch the injured area. After heating the sword over the fire for a while, Xiahua Huai raised his gaze to Pei Xiuyan. "Your wound cannot be exposed to water, and with the rain pouring continuously, we cannot venture outside. It seems this rain will not cease anytime soon." He paused for a moment before continuing, "I have no hemostatic medicine. We must treat the wound quickly." Pei Xiuyan smirked slightly, rolled up his sleeve to reveal the wound on his right arm, and said, "Go ahead." Xiahua Huai stepped forward, finally seeing that the sword wound was a good 2 palms wide. Even obscured by blood, the raw flesh within was still visible. He gently pressed the heated sword against the wound. It emitted a sizzling sound, and the smell of burnt flesh filled the cave. Xiahua Huai quickly withdrew his hand, concerned that Pei Xiuyan might not withstand the pain. "Continue." He looked at Pei Xiuyan, noticing the veins in his forehead bulging, sweat beading on his brow. Yet he remained stoic. Unable to suppress his admiration, he gritted his teeth and pressed the sword to the wound a few more times. At last, he managed to treat the wound. Sinking down onto the ground opposite Pei Xiuyan, Xiahua Huai let out a long breath, wiping the sweat from his forehead.
"Basic.
You truly are resilient, a true hero. I've decided not to call you brother any longer." He quickly adjusted himself, grabbed a bamboo stick from the ground, and began to whittle. "Earlier, I took advantage of the bamboo blades to ambush them, which allowed me to return. They should have pursued towards Phoenix Mountain and will likely not return for a while. To be safe, I will set up a trap outside." Pei Xiuyan silently observed Xiahua Huai as he busied himself and did not speak. Before long, Xiahua Huai had fashioned a pile of bamboo strips and whittled over 100 bamboo blades. Once completed, he hurried outside, returning after a considerable time. Sitting by the fire, he warmed himself and said, "I have set everything up outside. If they approach within 10 meters of the cave entrance, the bamboo blades will automatically launch. Even if we cannot kill them all, we will have a chance to escape. If you are tired, rest for a while. I will keep watch here. Before he could finish, the sound of bamboo blades slicing through the air echoed from outside, and both their expressions changed instantly. Chapter 30. Rabbit meets Xiahua Huai exchanged a glance with Pei Xiuyan, signaling that he would check outside first. Pei Xiuyan nodded. Xiahua Huai pressed against the cave wall, sword in hand, and stealthily approached the entrance. Pei Xiuyan held his sword, his face set with caution. Soon, Xiahua Huai's joyous voice rang out from outside. It's a fat rabbit. Pei Xiuyan breathed a sigh of relief, easing his tense back. As Xiahua Huai did not return for a while, Pei Xiuyan was about to call out when Xiahua Huai entered, one hand wielding a sword and the other holding a skinned rabbit. He raised the rabbit triumphantly, flashing a bright smile at Pei Xiuyan. This rabbit was shot by the bamboo blades. I took advantage of the rain outside to prepare it. The skin and blood have been buried, so rest assured, there are no traces left. The campfire illuminated Xiahua Huai's face, casting a warm glow in his deep, dark eyes, akin to the shimmering brilliance of glazed pottery, radiating an inexhaustible vitality. Pei Xiuyan offered a silent smile. Xiahua Huai picked up a piece of bamboo from the ground, skewered a rabbit, stuffed a handful of bamboo leaves into its belly, and sat by the fire, diligently roasting it. Outside, the rain intensified, cascading down the cave entrance like a waterfall. Pei Xiuyan glanced at the entrance, his lips pressed tightly together, lost in thought. Noticing Xiahua Huai's silence, he could sense Huai's concern that the heavy rain would hinder anyone seeking to rescue them. After a moment's contemplation, Xiahua Huai boldly declared, "Stop worrying. This rain won't cease anytime soon." He had also been anxious about his prolonged absence and whether Jiang Zhefeng would venture out to search for him, pondering the potential dangers of encountering assassins on the way. However, with the downpour now so relentless, he felt a strange sense of reassurance. Jiang Zhefeng would surely understand that he was taking shelter from the rain and would not be foolish enough to venture out into the storm in the dead of night. Once I finish roasting this rabbit, you'll find yourself forgetting about home. Not to boast, but my grilling skills are quite exceptional. It's a pity there is nothing here. Next time I venture out, I shall be sure to bring some salt. By the way, Pei Su, I still don't know how old you are this year. Have you married? Is there a lady that captures your heart? Where do you reside? And why? At such a young age. Is your hair completely white? Do you suffer from some ailment? Fear not, I have a dear friend skilled in medicine. I shall inquire if he possesses any secret remedy to restore your youthful locks. Xiahua Huai rambled on, leaving Pei Xiuyan with a buzzing head, unable to respond and merely pursing his lips in silence. When Xiahua Huai saw his lack of response, he lifted his gaze to him and, noticing his serious demeanor, sighed. You shouldn't wear such a grim expression. With your striking looks, it's quite unbecoming. At this rate, no girl would take a liking to you. Pei Xiuyan had never encountered such a loquacious individual and inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. Xiahua Huai, I prefer not to discuss my private matters with others. Why didn't you say so earlier? We could talk about something else. Have you heard of the Huayan Tower in the capital? There's a new courtesan named Xiahua, whose beauty is said to rival that of celestial beings. Pei Xiuyan, sensing that Xiahua Huai was about to continue his monologue, endeavored to suppress his growing irritation. I am not interested in courtesans. Xiahua Huai burst into laughter. What are you thinking? Xiahua's first knight has already been auctioned off to Wanlu. Even if you were interested, it would be of no consequence. By the way, do you know who Wanlu is? He is the nephew of the Minister of Works, Du Yong, and he is quite formidable. He spent 5,000 taels of silver to secure Xiahua's first knight. Pei Xiuyan's temples throbbed suddenly. The minister's nephew? 5,000 taels? Xiahua Huai's eyes remained fixed on the rabbit, his head down as he turned it over on the fire, casually remarking, What? Do you think that's excessive? Pei Xiuyan replied coolly, How could the nephew of a minister possess such wealth to squander so freely? The rabbit sizzled as it roasted, mingling with the fragrance of bamboo leaves that wafted throughout the cave, tantalizing their senses. Xiahua Huai tore off a small piece of the rabbit, wincing as the hot meat burned his mouth, and mumbled indistinctly, Wanlu's father is the governor of Shanhai. In this world, nothing compares to the wealth amassed from holding office. A 3-year governorship can yield 100,000 taels of silver. The Wan family is far from impoverished, practically sitting on mountains of gold and silver. Any claims that the money was obtained through stolen ancestral paintings are mere excuses. I know the truth well. He swallowed the meat hastily, tearing the rabbit in half and offering one half to Pei Xiuyan. Here, taste my bamboo leaf rabbit. Pei Xiuyan accepted the piece, tearing off a small morsel and savoring the tender meat that was imbued with a refreshing bamboo aroma, leaving a lingering aftertaste. After finishing his bite, he casually inquired, "How do you know Wan Lu so well?" Xiahua Huai understood that Pei Xiuyan would undoubtedly investigate his background once he returned to the palace. His father had fabricated identities for their brothers, and his own persona in Dafeng was that of the chief escort of the Chongmen Escort Agency, a role that had been established at his birth, ensuring no discrepancies would arise from any inquiries. The soft sword he possessed was a family heirloom, the precious sword gifted by a benefactor of his father, and his martial skills were honed from a young age at the escort agency. All of this had plausible explanations, leaving him untroubled by the prospect of scrutiny. As for the grievances between him and Wan Lu, those would also be thoroughly investigated. Pei Xiuyan held a deep disdain for corrupt officials and those who trample upon the law. After hearing Xiahua Huai's words today, he would certainly delve into the affairs of the Wan and Du families. "Let us not talk about this. It only angers me," Xiahua Huai exclaimed, his frustration evident. Wan Lu's father is corrupt and has spoiled Wan Lu to the point of lawlessness. He brazenly abducts women in the streets, and when they resist, he threatens to set them ablaze. My good brother could not stand idly by and rescued one of those women, marrying her thereafter. Wan Lu has held a grudge against my brother ever since, seeking to ruin his reputation. I dealt Wan Lu a beating, and from that moment on, we became adversaries. To be honest, I am here in the east suburbs today to accompany my brother to see his wife. She has been horrifically burned, her face disfigured, and is recuperating in a temple nearby. The thought of it fills me with a burning desire for vengeance against Wan Lu. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, biting into the rabbit meat with resentment. It is a pity that murder is a crime. Otherwise, I would have taken Wan Lu's head long ago. Setting fire to people in the streets is a capital crime. How can Wan Lu escape justice? Pei Xiuyan's expression darkened, his voice chillingly cold. Xiahua Huai looked at him in astonishment. "Pei So, you're still quite young. How can your memory be so poor? Did I not just tell you? Wan Lu's father is the governor of Shanhai and has an uncle who is a minister. Who would dare pass a death sentence on him?" Pei Xiuyan let out a cold laugh, his teeth grinding audibly. "Indeed, my memory has failed me. I cannot recall that the laws of Dafeng allow a governor's son to murder openly in the streets." Xiahua Huai set down the rabbit meat in his hands and glanced at the cave entrance, the rain pouring relentlessly, showing no signs of abating. "Not every governor is like this, though. My brother says that the current Emperor Yuanjin is a rare and exemplary ruler who will surely bring about a prosperous era. It is just a pity that he is human, not a deity, and cannot see every dark corner." After expressing his sentiments, he turned back, picked up the rabbit meat, and continued to eat. "Let us not dwell on this. It vexes me and diminishes my appetite." Having finished the last bite of rabbit meat, Xiahua Huai clapped his hands to remove the remnants and stood up, saying as he walked, "You rest for a while. I will guard the entrance. As long as this rain continues, we have no choice but to remain here." Pei Xiuyan sat on the ground, watching Xiahua Huai's retreating figure, his expression inscrutable. The pain in his left eye and the wound on his arm surged with discomfort, and he leaned slightly against the rock wall, closing his eyes for a moment. Chapter 31. The Son of Heaven. Pei Su, wake up quickly. Pei Xiuyan suddenly opened his eyes, instinctively drawing his sword in front of him. Xiahua Huai quickly stepped back a half step. "Don't be alarmed. It's me." Pei Xiuyan was taken aback, realizing he had dozed off. "Pei So, you have a fever. You cannot sleep." Pei Xiuyan touched his forehead, feeling the heat radiating from it. He discovered that Xiahua Huai had dried his military attire and draped it over him at some point. As he moved, he felt the ache throughout his body and couldn't help but curl his lips in self-mockery. Since ascending the throne, he had been preoccupied with state affairs, sleeping little and practicing martial arts even less. He had not anticipated that after sustaining an injury, coupled with the intense pain in his left eye, he would develop a fever. Xiahua Huai looked anxious. "I wish to go out to find medicine for you, but I'm concerned that those assassins might come. You will not be able to handle them alone. Please do not sleep. Hold on a little longer. Once the rain stops, I will take you out to find medicine." "I'm fine. I can manage." His voice was hoarse. "Xiahua Huai, Outside, a distant shout pierced through the rain, sounding somewhat ethereal. Xiahua Huai dashed out of the cave and noticed a tiny flicker of light in the distance. A figure clad in a raincoat was holding a lantern wrapped in oilcloth, calling out anxiously amidst the downpour. He was filled with a mix of joy, surprise, and anxiety as he evaded the bamboo sword traps and rushed towards the light. The rain poured heavily, and Jiang Zhefeng repeatedly shouted with a hoarse voice. "Jiang Zhefeng, how did you manage to escape?" Raising the lantern, he spotted Xiahua Huai running towards him from the rain, unharmed, which filled him with astonishment and delight, yet also anger. "I rushed back to the Taoist temple through the torrential rain, and I noticed faint traces of blood in its mane, fearing you had been attacked by a beast. Now that you are safe, why have you been delayed? Do you have any idea how worried I was?" Jiang Zhefeng's boots were caked in mud, and his brows were tightly knit, his elegant and handsome face marred with concern, which unexpectedly warmed Xiahua Huai's heart. "This is not the time for conversation. We must hurry," he urged, swiftly pulling Jiang Zhefeng back towards the cave. Once inside, he pointed to Pei Xiuyan and explained, "This is Pei Su. He is being pursued by enemies, and his arm is injured. He cannot be exposed to the rain. After I saved him, we took refuge in this cave, which is why I have been delayed in returning. I had Juedi carry a dead deer to divert the assassins. Perhaps seeing the rain, they could no longer track it and return to the Taoist temple. I am sorry. I did not intend to worry you, so please do not be angry." Seeing Xiahua Huai with his head down, appearing childlike and somewhat awkward, Jiang Zhefeng sighed in relief. "I am not angry. It is enough that you are unharmed." She glanced deeper into the cave and noticed an elderly man with white hair seated by the bonfire, his eyes slightly closed and his face unusually flushed, as if suffering from a fever, startling her. She had heard some people in the Hanlin Academy describe the appearance of Emperor Yuanzheng, and this man bore striking resemblance to him. After a moment of astonishment, she quickly regained her composure. The sovereign of the realm could not possibly be found in such a desolate wilderness. "Next time, regardless of the circumstances, do not venture into the wild at night to seek me. I am skilled and not easily harmed. Today you were fortunate to encounter neither assassins nor ferocious beasts. Otherwise, if anything were to happen to you, I would never find peace in this lifetime." Jiang Zhefeng looked up at Xiahua Huai, enunciating each word. "Before I left, I was unaware of any assassins. I believed you had been attacked by a beast, which is why I sent Juedi back to inform you. No matter when or where, knowing you are in danger, I will never turn a blind eye. I brought an oil lantern that will not be extinguished by the rain. Beasts fear fire and will not dare to attack me. I would not be foolish enough to sacrifice my life without finding you first." She had once told Zhuang Chan that Xiahua Huai had saved her life, and she would gladly face any peril for him. After saying this, she removed her raincoat, revealing a bundle on her back, and walked slowly towards the depths of the cave. A warm, tender feeling surged within Xiahua Huai, prompting him to follow her. Jiang Zhefeng reached the bonfire, unfastened her bundle, and placed it on the ground, opening it. Pei Xiuyan, hearing the sound, lifted his eyelids. He had been resting with his eyes closed but had already overheard their conversation. Beside him, a frail young man in white was kneeling and methodically unpacking the items from the bundle. A water flask, provisions, a large piece of clean cotton cloth, and several porcelain vials. "I was worried you might suffer a severe injury from a beast attack, and I feared you might fall ill from the rain. When I set out to find you, I obtained these supplies from Daoist Guanyin. This vial contains fever-reducing pills. This one is for treating external wounds. And these vials contain energy-restoring pills." The young man's voice was remarkably calm. Xiahua Huai's heart leaped with joy. "Pei Su, this is the brother I mentioned to you. His name is Jiang Zhefeng. He has come to find me and brought many useful items that can aid you." Pei Xiuyan nodded slightly at Jiang Zhefeng, who responded with a faint smile and handed the items to Xiahua Huai. With a glance, she indicated for Xiahua Huai to tend to Pei Xiuyan's wounds. Without the need for words, Xiahua Huai understood and took the items, applying some medicinal powder to Pei Xiuyan's wounds and wrapping them with clean cotton cloth. He then administered fever-reducing and energy-restoring pills and offered him some water. After consuming the medicine and resting for an hour, Pei Xiuyan felt significantly better as the rain gradually subsided. Pei Xiuyan gazed at the dark, silent night outside, a flicker of light dancing in his eyes. Xiahua Huai pondered for a moment, then said, "Pei Su, even if the rain has stopped, it is still unwise for you to go out now. Let us rest here for the night, and in the morning, I shall escort you to find your family. Pei Xiuyan remained silent for a long while before hoarsely agreeing.
All right.
At that moment, countless soldiers, brandishing torches, surrounded the entire wilderness like a net. Shen Duangu, clad in a raincoat, stood on a hillside, surveying the dark expanse with a stern expression. The muddy ground was too deep, and with the rugged mountain path, they could not ride but had to proceed on foot. The post-rain forest was terrifyingly dark, the torchlight swallowed by the shadows, leaving only faint glimmers that could not illuminate the entire wilderness. As the night wore on, his expression grew increasingly somber. They must find the emperor without delay. Not a single hiding place should be overlooked. Soon, someone rushed over. Minister Shen, we have discovered this ahead. He handed over a bamboo sword. Shen Duangu took the sword, wiped the mud off, and found it exceedingly sharp. Accelerate the search. The emperor must be nearby, he commanded sternly. Xiahua Huai sat at the cave entrance, arms crossed and sword in hand, while Jiang Zhefeng tended to the bonfire. And Pei Xiuyan sat quietly, eyes closed in contemplation. The cave was eerily silent, save for the faint crackling of the firewood under heat. In the distance, several dark figures approached the cave, prompting Xiahua Huai to spring to his feet. He squinted, trying to discern their attire in the darkness, unsure if they were assassins or rescuers. After a moment's thought, he warned the others, "Someone is coming, I will check. Stay inside for now." Jiang Zhefeng promptly extinguished the bonfire, and Pei Xiuyan gripped his sword, ready for action. As Xiahua Huai drew closer, he realized that this group comprised the black-clad assassins from earlier. The assassins, with their keen hearing, quickly surrounded the area upon detecting movement in the bushes. Frustrated, Xiahua Huai felt these individuals were excessively persistent, akin to a stubborn adhesive. He sprinted away from the cave, pursued relentlessly by the assassins. Jiang Zhefeng waited anxiously for a long while without seeing Xiahua Huai return, her hands clasped together in worry. Suddenly, a flash of torchlight illuminated a vast expanse of wilderness outside, accompanied by shouts of "Your Majesty." Upon hearing the voices, Pei Xiuyan furrowed his brow momentarily before exhaling sharply. Moving toward the cave entrance, where he indeed saw Shen Duangu and a group of imperial guards approaching. "Do not come closer. There are traps here. Cut down all the bamboo spears around the trees before approaching," Pei Xiuyan cautioned. From a distance, Shen Duangu noticed Pei Xiuyan standing at the cave entrance with a deep gaze, his right arm seemingly injured. He hastily instructed the imperial guards to cut down the bamboo spears from the trees. Jiang Zhefeng's back stiffened suddenly. Pei Su truly was Emperor Yuanzhong. She hurried forward, kneeling and bowing her head. "This humble subject did not know your Majesty's identity and has committed many offenses. Please punish me." Pei Xiuyan regarded Jiang Zhefeng with a downward glance. "Jiang Zhefeng, your act of saving the emperor today is commendable. There is no need for punishment."
Rise.
As the imperial guards cut down the bamboo, Shen Duangu approached the cave entrance, knelt, and said, "I have arrived late to rescue the emperor. I beseech your Majesty's forgiveness." "Shen Duangu, did you see a boy of similar height to mine, around 19 years of age, while coming here?" Pei Xiuyan inquired. "Replying to your Majesty." "I did not see him," Shen Duangu answered. "Quickly send people nearby to search for him. He should have gone to divert those assassins. Capture them alive if possible. Leave a team here to guard the cave. If he returns, bring him to see me." Jiang Zhefeng's heart sank suddenly. The individuals who had come earlier were assassins. Could Xiahua Huai escape safely from a group of pursuers? Shen Duangu rose, dispatching a team to search the vicinity. Once arrangements were made, he approached. "Your Majesty, you are injured. I have brought the imperial physician. It would be prudent to allow him to bandage your wounds before descending the mountain." Pei Xiuyan glanced at his right arm and replied, "No. Return to the palace." Shen Duangu waved his hand, and a sedan chair was brought forth. "Your Majesty, I wish to wait here for my friend's return. I beseech your grace." Pei Xiuyan raised an eyebrow and settled into the sedan chair. "You shall await him and enter the palace with him to see me." "Thank you for your grace, your Majesty." Chapter 32. The imperial physician's office. Xiahua Huai experienced a long and vivid dream, wherein he found himself back on that fateful night, battling assassins. He had run desperately, pursued relentlessly, and even as he cast aside his bamboo sword, they remained undeterred. In his frantic flight, he lost his way, ultimately cornered at the edge of a precipice. The assassins recognized his face and, realizing they had been deceived, surged forward in a furious throng. He was compelled to fight them off, his heart racing with terror. These adversaries were well-trained, synchronized in their attacks, unafraid of death, employing brutal, self-sacrificial tactics. It dawned on him why Emperor Yuanjin, despite being a master, had fallen victim to such assailants. A blade pierced his back, blood gushing forth. Just as he felt his strength waning, a legion of imperial guards arrived, surrounding the assassins. After that, he fell into unconsciousness. Sensing a coolness on his forehead, he abruptly opened his eyes to find himself lying on a bed, with Jiang Zhefeng wiping the sweat from his brow. Upon seeing him awake, Jiang Zhefeng exclaimed, "You have finally awakened." Xiahua Huai surveyed his surroundings. The room was simply and elegantly adorned, the air thick with the scent of medicine, and sunlight lazily filtered through the windows, warming the interior. "Where am I? How long have I been unconscious?" His voice was hoarse. Jiang Zhefeng rose and poured a cup of tea, handing it to him. "You are in the imperial physician's office. You have been unconscious for 2 days. The person you saved that day is the current emperor. That night, you nearly perished at the hands of the assassins. Fortunately, the imperial guards arrived in time to rescue you. However, I have heard that all the assassins perished, with no survivors captured." Xiahua Huai attempted to reach for the water, but as he moved his arm, a sharp pain shot through his back, causing him to gasp. "Do not move, allow me to feed you." Jiang Zhefeng knelt beside the bed, her movements gentle. As she brought the water to his lips, her eyelashes cast delicate shadows beneath her eyes, reminiscent of a butterfly's wing, her fingertips bearing a faint aroma of pine smoke ink. Xiahua Huai felt his breath quicken. After sipping a couple of times, he nodded to indicate he had had enough. "Why are you here as well?" "The imperial guards informed me you were injured, and I was deeply concerned, so I accompanied them to the imperial physician's office. The emperor said, upon your awakening, I should accompany you to meet him." Xiahua Huai rested his face against the pillow. "The emperor must be worried that we are in league with the assassins, hence the request for us to enter the palace together. His appearance was too fortuitous, coinciding perfectly with Pei Xiuyan's injury, while you coincidentally brought medicine to find him. It raises suspicions of collusion." The more he pondered, the more he wanted to laugh, but the pain in his back stifled any amusement. "Fear not. Once the emperor clarifies our backgrounds and realizes we are unrelated to the assassins, he shall surely reward us handsomely. For now, focus on what you might request as a reward when we meet the emperor." Jiang Zhefeng shook her head. "You are the one who saved the emperor, and it was you who was injured for his sake. I merely went out to search for you. I did not specifically intend to rescue him. I am unworthy of any reward." Xiahua Huai shifted slightly, feeling the pain in his wound ease a fraction. "How can you, a scholar, be so stubborn? Regardless of your intentions, you aided the emperor. That is a merit worthy of reward. Speak, what do you wish for? If you truly do not desire a reward, I shall accept it on your behalf and present it to you. My pride is thick, I fear no embarrassment." A warmth surged within Jiang Zhefeng. "I wish for my mother's hysteria to be cured and for Zhuangchan to return to her former self. Yet, these matters are beyond anyone's power. In truth, she also longed for the truth behind the Zhou Zhaokong case and for all women to participate in the imperial examinations. However, she was but an ordinary scholar now. Mentioning the Zhou Zhaokong case before the emperor would inevitably expose her identity as a member of the Zhou family and her disguise as a male candidate for the examinations. Either revelation would be a grave offense. As for my mother's hysteria, it cannot be remedied at present. I have already avenged Zhuang Chan's injuries. Soon, Ruan Lu and his father shall face execution." Jiang Zhefeng looked up, astonished at Xiahua Huai. The young man's lips were somewhat pale, lying against the pillow, his bright black eyes concealing a glimmer of cunning and satisfaction, occasionally inhaling sharply due to the pain in his back. "You know I am quite the chatterbox. That day, unaware of the emperor's identity, I spoke freely with him, inadvertently revealing all our grievances with Ruan Lu." Jiang Zhefeng chuckled. "Your loquaciousness has proven to be of genuine use. Being a chatterbox is not a fault. Consider this. Since you met me, you've conversed more and laughed often, unlike before when you were cold and taciturn. You've begun to express your emotions, haven't you? You seem far happier than you once were." Jiang Zhefeng paused, suddenly recalling Zhuang Chan's words, since knowing Xiahua Huai, she had changed entirely. Xiahua Huai radiated vibrant energy and a pure smile. Those who lingered in his presence were easily influenced by his spirit. She realized she had indeed been affected by him. "I heard your lively voice from outside, Xiahua Huai. Xing Wuxiao, dressed in a red physician's robe, entered with a medicine box, a smile gracing his lips. Xiahua Huai, you look splendid in that red attire, like a divine attendant beside Guanyin. Xing Wuxiao could not help but chuckle. Your way with words could charm anyone, Xiahua Huai. He approached the bedside, opening the medicine box to retrieve a vial of ointment. Xiahua Huai, I must apply this to your wounds. It may sting a bit, so bear with it. I am not one to shy away from pain. Jiang Zhefeng stepped aside as Xing Wuxiao lifted the blankets and began to change Xiahua Huai's bandages. Xiahua Huai shuddered, inhaling sharply. Xing Wuxiao, what kind of medicine are you using? It truly hurts. Xing Wuxiao remained silent, and once he finished, he leisurely replied, It is a potion of my own concoction. Though it stings, it works wonders on external injuries. If you rest for 3 more days, you shall be able to rise. Suddenly, Xiahua Huai thought of Sun Feng, who had also sustained numerous injuries. Did you use the same medicine on Sun Feng? When he presented himself to the emperor, knowing of Sun Feng's position in the Dali Temple, he would surely be promoted, granting him the authority to visit Sun Feng openly.
Indeed.
I applied this medicine when I treated him 2 days ago. His wounds had improved significantly. I believed he would recover soon. Xing Wuxiao paused, gathering the medicine box,
And sighed.
This morning, I went to the Dali Temple to change his dressings as usual, only to learn that Sun Feng has died. This morning, the guards overseeing him fell asleep, and he crawled out of bed, accidentally colliding with the bedpost and perishing. By the time I arrived, his body had already been removed. Both Xiahua Huai and Jiang Zhefeng exclaimed in astonishment. What? Jiang Zhefeng, realizing her reaction was overly intense, explained, You previously mentioned he endured such suffering yet persisted in living. How could he suddenly take his own life? Xing Wuxiao appeared somewhat helpless. As a physician, regardless of Sun Feng's heinous deeds, they are irrelevant to me. He was my patient, and I merely wished for his recovery. Learning of his death leaves me with an unsettled heart. You both understand that the Dali Temple's prisoners are often muzzled to prevent them from biting their tongues in suicide. He may have longed for death, but could not find a means to achieve it. The reason I cooperate in healing is to regain strength, aiming for a successful self-destruction at once. Chapter 33. Friends Xiahua Huai was stunned for a long while before he regained his composure. Had he truly died like this? The sole clue in the Zhou Zhakong case was completely severed. Jiang Zhefeng lowered his gaze in silence, his thoughts racing. Sun Fengming, knowing that the Dali Sea prison was akin to hell on earth, had many opportunities to take his own life on the way back to the capital. Yet he chose to survive. Now, his sudden decision to end his life must contain some mystery. Could it be that uncovering the truth behind Sun Feng's suicide might reveal clues to the case? Perhaps, for him, death was a form of liberation. Xing Wuxiao arranged the medicine box and smiled gently at Xiahua Huai. Do not think of anything now. Focus solely on your recovery. You have rendered great service in saving the emperor, and you will surely become a favored individual in his court. Yan Qing, I will take care of Brother Xiahou here. You should rest for a bit, Jiang Zhefeng suggested after pondering for a moment, glancing between Xiahua Huai and Xing Wuxiao. All right, I will rest in the adjacent room. If anything arises, have someone call for me. After Jiang Zhefeng departed, Xiahua Huai inquired, Isn't there a dedicated medical attendant at the Tai Bureau? Why do you and Jiang Zhefeng need to care for me? When you were first brought back, you had lost too much blood and were unconscious. Jiang Zhefeng was concerned that the medical attendants might not be meticulous enough and insisted on personally tending to you. The attendants have been assigned to other duties, leaving no extra hands to assist you now. Xiahua Huai felt a tumult of emotions. His mind consumed by a single thought. Jiang Zhefeng's worry about the attentiveness of the medical attendants compelled him to care for Xiahou personally. He crossed his arms, resting his chin on them, lost in deep contemplation. He had merely subdued the mad horse by chance to save the Zhou family. Afterward, Jiang Zhefeng had helped him settle the meal bill, which was considered even. He had rescued Jiang Zhefeng from the hands of the jade-faced fox purely by coincidence. Beating up Wan Lu was simply an act of chivalry. He would have aided anyone in need. It seemed he had not intentionally done anything for Jiang Zhefeng. Yet, Jiang Zhefeng had unconditionally taken him, and Zhu Dian had gone to Shuntian Prefecture to redeem him in the dead of night, had provided him with money, had picked him up from work daily, and upon learning of his investigation into the Zhou Zhaokong case, willingly assisted him in entangling Shi Lu, diligently helping him analyze the case. A frail scholar had braved the rain at midnight to find him, and had cared for him tirelessly. Jiang Zhefeng's kindness appeared to be extraordinary. After much deliberation, Xiahua Huai was still perplexed. Brother Xiahua? Seeing Xiahua Huai suddenly become silent and serious, devoid of his usual playful demeanor, Xing Wuxiao could not help but call out. Xiahua Huai snapped back to reality and hesitantly spoke, Xing Wuxiao. If there were someone without exceptional martial skills or immense power, yet who would do everything within their means to help you, care for you, and do many things for you, how would you respond? Xing Wuxiao lowered his gaze and pondered for a moment, his emotions tinged with melancholy. My adoptive father treated me this way. After his passing, no one has ever treated me so kindly again. I believe that if someone were willing to treat me this way, I would surely give my life in return. Xiahua Huai inhaled sharply, his heart even more troubled. At that moment, he found it difficult to confront Jiang Zhefeng's kindness, and he felt a pang of sorrow at Xing Wuxiao's words. A celestial being, abandoned by his biological parents in the wilderness at birth, with his only adoptive father and teacher now deceased, he was left alone in the capital, without kin. Xing Wuxiao, do not be saddened. Though you lack family, you still have friends. Let it be said, should anyone dare to bully you, as your friend, I would not hesitate to retaliate. Xing Wuxiao was amused by Xiahua Huai's words, her eyes sparkling with joy. Brother Xiahua, your words suffice. I am a physician. No one dares to bully me, and I do not seek out trouble, so rest assured. From that day forth, Xiahua Huai began to secretly observe every small gesture and detail in Jiang Zhefeng's speech. Before offering him water, Jiang Zhefeng would test the temperature on the back of his hand. He inquired if there was anything special he wished to eat, specifically instructing the Tai Bureau to prepare it for him. He reassured him that Zhu Di was doing well at home, advising him not to worry. He reminded him not to move carelessly, as it would aid in the recovery of his wounds. Aside from not assisting him to the latrine, his attentiveness was almost excessive. Every day, he maintained a facade of normalcy while internally feeling a whirlwind of confusion. On the third day, when Xing Wuxiao went to the palace to attend to a noble, an elderly physician came to change Xiahua Huai's dressing. Master Xiahua, you may now rise and move about freely, but refrain from engaging in martial arts for the time being and avoid straining your back injury. Tai has prepared a medicinal ointment for you to take home and apply daily. In half a month, you shall recover fully, with no scars or lasting effects. Xiahua Huai received the ointment with joy. Just then, a flurry of footsteps approached, and several eunuchs entered, carrying a wooden box and a bucket of fragrant soup. The leading eunuch bowed and said, Master Xiahua, the emperor summons you and young Master Jiang. The carriage awaits outside. We hope Master Xiahua can change and wash up promptly, so as not to delay the audience. The eunuchs set down the box, moved the fragrant soup behind a screen, and withdrew in succession. The elderly physician stroked his beard and chuckled. In recent days, there have been palace officials visiting the Tai Bureau daily, inquiring when you could rise. Upon hearing today was the day, they were eager to come and fetch you. Xiahua Huai opened the box to find a complete set of light blue brocade robes, along with a matching belt and a jade crown for his hair. If I am to meet the emperor, why must I wash and change? Jiang Zhefeng.
Why do you not need to change?
Jiang Zhefeng explained, because you were caught in the rain that day and have lain for 3 days without washing. You carry an unpleasant odor. These eunuchs are quite perceptive and fear you might offend the emperor's dignity, hence they specifically instructed you to cleanse yourself before the audience. Xiahua Huai raised his arm to sniff himself. The scent of medicine mingled with sweat and the dampness from the rain was indeed quite unpleasant. The elderly physician gathered his things and admonished Jiang Zhefeng, young Master Jiang, when you assist Master Xiahua with his bath, ensure his wounds do not come into contact with water. Jiang Zhefeng felt her ears heat up, shaking her head repeatedly. I am not particularly suited for this, physician. Please arrange for 2 medical attendants to assist. The elderly physician frowned slightly. Young Master Jiang, you have been the one caring for Master Xiahua these past few days. You are most familiar with his injuries. You are both men. There is nothing inappropriate about it. The palace officials are still waiting. Do not delay any longer. The elderly physician stepped out, closing the door behind him. Jiang Zhefeng found herself momentarily at a loss for words. When Xiahua Huai first entered the Tai Bureau, he was unconscious, his body heavy. It took several medical attendants to help him into clean clothes. In the days following, her care for Xiahua had merely involved wiping his hands and face, pouring water, and serving meals. She had never helped him change clothes, nor had she seen his body. In the present situation, she felt caught in a dilemma. Xiahua Huai's ears also grew warm. In the past, he would not have minded such a matter, but now, knowing Jiang Zhefeng held deeper feelings for him, he found it awkward to contemplate. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Xiahua Huai was the first to break the silence, boldly stating, "I am a grown man. I do not need anyone to assist me with bathing. You may wait outside." Jiang Zhefeng quickly agreed, hurrying out and standing by the door, taking several deep breaths to calm herself. Xiahua Huai stood inside, doing the same to settle his nerves. He loosened his clothing and carefully sat in the bathtub. The water reached just above his waist, avoiding contact with his back injury. Jiang Zhefeng stood outside when suddenly she realized that while Xiahua Huai could wash his front, he would have difficulty reaching the area near his back wound. Clenching her fists, she hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and gently knocked on the door. "Brother Xiahua, do you need assistance?" Assuming her male identity. She thought that there would likely be such situations in the future, and to truly embody her male persona, she could not harbor the same scruples as a woman. After waiting a while without any response from within, Jiang Zhefeng's heart sank. She pushed the door open and rushed inside. Xiahua Huai was deep in thought, contemplating how to wash his hair without aggravating the wound on his back or wetting the area. He was oblivious to the sounds outside until a hurried footfall jolted him from his reverie. "Brother Xiahua." He turned abruptly, locking eyes with Jiang Zhefeng. The room fell into a tranquil silence, the air thick with warmth, their faces shrouded in mist, rendering them somewhat indistinct. Chapter 34. Rewards and Relationships. Startled, Xiahua Huai nearly stood up, hastily turning his back, crossing his arms, and stammering incoherently. Jiang Zhefeng's face flushed crimson as she quickly averted her gaze. She felt a wave of relief that the mist obscured her view, yet chastised herself for her weakness. She had finally summoned the courage to enter, only to be overwhelmed by embarrassment at the sight of Xiahua Huai's face. Taking a moment to compose herself, she clenched her fists slightly, steadied her breath, and spoke with regained calmness. "Brother Xiahua, I knocked earlier, and when you did not respond, I worried something had happened, so I came in. Let me assist you." She resolved to adopt a masculine demeanor, believing that between men, there was no need for reservation. No need for that," Xiahua Huai hurriedly protested. Before he could finish, he felt a warm touch on his back. Jiang Zhefeng was gently using a washcloth to clean his back while carefully avoiding the injury. His entire spine stiffened in an instant. Jiang Zhefeng furrowed her brow, inhaling deeply to maintain her composure, focusing entirely on the wound on Xiahua Huai's back. This opportunity allowed her to clearly see the injury. It was located on the right side of his back, long but not deep, slashing diagonally across half of his back. The wound had closed, but the surrounding area appeared red and swollen. She concentrated fiercely, ensuring that no water droplets splashed onto the wound. Xiahua Huai felt her fingers brush against his back occasionally, igniting a burning sensation wherever she touched. He dared not breathe, speak, or move. Once she finished, Jiang Zhefeng dried his back and said, "Brother Xiahua, after you put on your clothes, lie down on the soft couch. I will help you wash your hair." Her tone was calm and collected. Xiahua Huai cautiously exhaled, his voice lacking confidence. Once he heard her footsteps retreating, he took deep breaths, hastily dried himself, dressed, and stepped outside. Jiang Zhefeng had him lie on the soft couch, meticulously washed his hair, and then carefully wrung it dry. Considering Xiahua Huai's back injury, she styled his hair into a bun for him. Noticing how carelessly he had dressed, with many creases around his waist and cuffs, she smoothed out his robe. Throughout the process, Xiahua Huai kept his eyes downcast, unable to meet Jiang Zhefeng's gaze. Once everything was set, Jiang Zhefeng scrutinized Xiahua Huai. Dressed in a blue brocade robe, he exuded a refreshing and elegant aura, a sight that would surely please Emperor Yuanjin. Having accomplished a significant feat in rescuing the emperor, his future appeared boundless. With this thought, Jiang Zhefeng couldn't help but smile slightly, genuinely happy for Xiahua Huai. Seeing her silently appraising him, Xiahua Huai noted the absence of her usual cool demeanor, replaced by a faint smile and a glint of approval in her eyes, which caused his heart to sink. He realized he had been correct. Jiang Zhefeng indeed harbored unusual feelings toward him. She lifted her chin slightly and nodded at him. "Let us go. We must not keep those in the palace waiting." Upon exiting, the eunuch ushered them into a carriage, offering a brief reminder of the etiquette for meeting the emperor before they set off toward the palace. Xiahua Huai and Jiang Zhefeng sat on opposite sides of the carriage. Xiahua Huai remained silent, his expression complex, occasionally glancing at Jiang Zhefeng. Confused by his behavior, Jiang Zhefeng inquired if something was amiss, to which he shook his head in denial. At that moment, within the Qianyuan Hall, Pei Xiuyan sat behind a desk, examining a secret letter with a furrowed brow. It contained an investigation into the backgrounds of Xiahua Huai and Jiang Zhefeng. Xiahua Huai, a native of Yuqing and the youngest son of the Changmen escort agency, had run away from home in a fit of mischief, arriving in the capital, where he lost all his money after a scuffle with Ron Lu at the Drunken Autumn Pavilion. Due to his skill, he became a white worker at the Dali Temple. Conversely, Jiang Zhefeng hailed from a humble background. Her father, a mountain hunter, perished in a hunting accident, leaving behind a pregnant Zhou Shi, who later gave birth to a pair of twins. Tragically, the twin sister, Jiang Wanyue, died in an accident at the age of 6, leading to Zhou Shi's hysteria. The two relied on each other until Jiang Zhefeng, showcasing remarkable talent, was taken in as a student by a local scholar and eventually excelled academically. The letter also contained details of the grievances among Jiang Zhefeng, Zhou Shi, and Ron Lu, echoing Xiahua Huai's account. The day Xiahua Huai appeared at Phoenix Mountain was indeed to check on Zhou Shi. A smirk appeared on Pei Xiuyan's face as he recalled Xiahua Huai's playful demeanor. And he sighed, rubbing his temples. How should he reward this chatterbox? A eunuch entered, bowing, "Your Majesty, the individuals have arrived and are waiting outside." Pei Xiuyan rose and instructed that Xiahua Huai be brought in. As Xiahua Huai entered the hall, he prepared to kneel in greeting, but Pei Xiuyan raised his hand. "You need not pay your respects. Your injury has not yet healed." Xiahua Huai bent down to kneel. "Commoner Xiahua Huai pays his respects to Your Majesty." "Long live the Emperor." "Your Majesty, on that day, I was unaware of your identity and inadvertently offended you. I beg for your forgiveness." Pei Xiuyan chuckled. "Xiahua Huai, you are quite clever. I invite you to the palace, and you begin by apologizing. If I were to continue reprimanding you, it would seem I am narrow-minded. Ignorance is no crime. Rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xiahua Huai's face lit up as he got up and took a seat beside the Emperor. Pei Xiuyan, seated on a higher chair, sipped his tea while scrutinizing Xiahua Huai with an imposing presence. Xiahua Huai gazed at the ornate carpet beneath him, sensing the atmosphere grow heavy. Returning to the palace, Pei Xiuyan, now Emperor, could no longer speak with the same carefree manner he had in the cave. He remained silent as Pei Xiuyan did not initiate conversation. After a moment, Pei Xiuyan set down his teacup. "Xiahua Huai, do you know why I summoned you?" Weighing his words carefully, Xiahua Huai replied, "If Your Majesty does not blame me for the offense, then it must pertain to the matter of the rescue. You have summoned me to bestow a reward, am I correct?" Pei Xiuyan burst into laughter. "Xiahua Huai, not only are you thick-skinned, but you also possess great audacity. Even with a meritorious rescue, no one would dare be as forthright as you in seeking a reward." Pei Xiuyan's laughter subsided. "I permit you to request any reward you desire, as long as it is within my power." Xiahua Huai lowered his gaze in contemplation before kneeling again, proclaiming, "I hope Your Majesty will thoroughly investigate the Yuan family, rid the people of their harm, and ensure that corrupt officials have nowhere to hide." Pei Xiuyan raised an eyebrow, half smiling. "Xiahua Huai, I am aware of your grievances with the Yuan family. Regardless of whether you mentioned it, I would have pursued an investigation into them. I shall grant you another chance. What reward do you wish for?" "Your Majesty, aside from this, I seek nothing more." Pei Xiuyan remained silent for a moment, hands clasped behind him, exuding authority. "Xiahua Huai, do you realize that if I grant you this, even if you desire mountains of gold and silver, I would fulfill it? You truly wish only for a thorough investigation of the Yuan family? Nothing else?" Xiahua Huai answered resolutely, "Indeed. I seek nothing more. If Your Majesty insists that I request something, I wish for the prosperity and peace of the common people, that there be no more villains like the Yuan family." Pei Xiuyan clapped in approval. "Excellent. Xiahua Huai, I promise you a thorough investigation of the Yuan family, and regardless of how many officials may be implicated, they shall be punished without mercy." Xiahua Huai expressed his gratitude profusely, and Pei Xiuyan waved his hand, allowing him to withdraw. As he rose, a sharp tug at his back wound made him involuntarily inhale sharply. This subtle gesture did not escape Pei Xiuyan's notice. A faint smile danced on his lips as his gaze flickered momentarily. Chapter 35. The Imperial Edict. Just as Xiahua Huai stepped out of the palace doors, a young eunuch entered, escorting Jiang Zhefeng. The eunuchs outside instructed Xiahua Huai to wait briefly until Jiang Zhefeng emerged, so they could depart together. Xiahua Huai waited less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense when Jiang Zhefeng reappeared, and the two followed the eunuch out of the palace. Once outside, Xiahua Huai exhaled deeply, relieved to finally be free to speak. Jiang Zhefeng, what did you discuss with the emperor to have returned so swiftly?
What did he bestow upon you?
The emperor inquired what I desired, but I told him I would not accept rewards without merit. I only ventured into the wilderness to find you, and the gifts are meant for you. I merely lingered in the cave for a while, without truly serving the emperor. Thus, I felt unworthy of any reward. The emperor, seeing my refusal, praised me and allowed me to leave. Jiang Zhefeng, you are truly foolish for asking for nothing.
And you?
What did the emperor grant you? Xiahua Huai smiled mysteriously.
I shall not divulge that.
Jiang Zhefeng, observing his renewed vigor, couldn't he help but smile. There are many eyes around. This is not the place for conversation. Let us return home. For the next few days, you must focus on recuperating, and I will take care of you. Whatever you desire for dinner, I shall prepare. Xiahua Huai paused, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Home? Care for me? Jiang Zhefeng, puzzled by Xiahua Huai's sudden shyness, noted his peculiar demeanor on the way here. Indeed. The Court of Judicial Review has permitted you to recover before resuming duty. It would be inconvenient for you to manage alone at home. I have taken a few days off from the Hamlin Academy. During this time, I shall attend to you. Xiahua Huai turned away, stammering. I don't need your care. I can manage. Jiang Zhefeng pondered for a moment, furrowing her brow with a serious expression. Xiahua, did I inadvertently touch your wound today? I apologize. I shall be more cautious next time. Xiahua Huai recalled the burning sensation when Jiang Zhefeng's fingers grazed his back during her ministrations, leaving his throat parched. No, that's not it, Jiang Zhefeng. Unsure of Xiahua Huai's reaction, believed he would eventually speak if troubled, thus she refrained from pressing further. She asked him what he wished to eat that evening, to which he replied nonchalantly. On the way back, Jiang Zhefeng purchased an array of ingredients along with a soft pillow. Upon returning to Jinyang Alley, the sun was setting. As soon as she entered the courtyard, Zhu Di rushed over, affectionately nuzzling Xiahua Huai's face. Xiahua Huai felt a mix of joy and nostalgia. It seemed that only in times of injury did Zhu Di show concern for him. Jiang Zhefeng placed the soft pillow on Xiahua Huai's bed, encouraging him to rest while she prepared the meal. As Xiahua Huai lay on the bed, his mind was tumultuous. Jiang Zhefeng had taken leave from the Hamlin Academy to care for him. Was her attention born out of genuine concern for his injury? Or was there a deeper motive behind her nurturing? After dinner, Jiang Zhefeng offered to apply medicine to his wound. Xiahua Huai found himself without a valid excuse to refuse and reluctantly complied. As her fingers accidentally brushed against his back again, that peculiar heat surged once more. Once the medication was applied, Xiahua Huai discreetly observed Jiang Zhefeng's expression, noting her demeanor remained unchanged, leading him to conclude that it was merely his imagination. In the days that followed, Jiang Zhefeng meticulously tended to Xiahua Huai, managing his meals, assisting with bathing, and forbidding him from any household chores. Each evening, she applied his medicine post-dinner. Xing Wuxiao visited twice, remarking on how well Xiahua Huai's back was healing and commending Jiang Zhefeng's attentiveness. Seizing the opportunity, Xiahua Huai scrutinized Jiang Zhefeng's interactions with Xing Wuxiao, noting her polite and formal demeanor, which starkly contrasted with her casualness around him. Unease settled within him once more. Jiang Zhefeng remained unaware of his inner turmoil. She recognized the importance of investigating Sun Feng's demise, yet prioritized the living over the deceased, as Xiahua Huai was her benefactor, deserving of her utmost care. On the 7th day of Xiahua Huai's convalescence, he was free to move without any hindrance. Jiang Zhefeng informed him that she would return to the Hamlin Academy the following day, urging him to remain at home until her return. Xiahua Huai nodded in agreement. The next day, after Jiang Zhefeng departed, Xiahua Huai rose and strolled through the courtyard, feeling a sense of boredom. He stepped into the east wing. During his days of recuperation, when Jiang Zhefeng was not attending to him, he would quietly read and write there. Now, with her absence, he felt an emptiness within. Seated in the study, Xiahua Huai rested his forehead against his hand, lost in contemplation. From the moment he laid eyes on Jiang Zhefeng, an inexplicable sensation had stirred within him. In terms of appearance, Xing Wuxiao resembled a celestial being, surpassing Jiang Zhefeng, Yet upon first meeting Xing Wuxiao, he was merely astonished by the clarity of his gaze, devoid of any peculiar feelings. When he first met Jiang Zhefeng, he wished to form a bond of brotherhood with her, yet he had no such desire with Xing Wuxiao. When Jiang Zhefeng was bullied by Wan Lu, he felt a fierce urge to retaliate. Xing Wuxiao, it seemed, had never been wronged. He would lose himself in Jiang Zhefeng's laughter. Not so with Xing Wuxiao. The discomfort he felt when Jiang Zhefeng applied his medicine was absent with Xing Wuxiao. Jiang Zhefeng's slender frame made him feel she needed nourishment, whereas Xing Wuxiao's slimness seemed natural. Whenever he spotted Jiang Zhefeng coming to retrieve him from class, exhilaration surged within him, yet when Xing Wuxiao was present, he felt nothing. The more he pondered, the more despondent he became. Ultimately, despair enveloped him. Suddenly, a rapid knocking at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Young Master Xiahou, please open the door." Collecting himself, Xiahua Huai hastened to open the door. A eunuch stood outside, followed by several imperial guards. The leading rotund eunuch entered the courtyard, beaming. "Young Master Xiahou, kneel and receive the imperial edict." Xiahua Huai raised an eyebrow. The edict had come swifter than he anticipated. Upon kneeling, the plump eunuch began to read aloud. "Imperial decree, Xiahua Huai possesses both wisdom and valor, a loyal heart. He is indeed a pillar of the court and a bastion of the nation. Henceforth, he is to be appointed as the Vice Minister of the Court of Judicial Review. It is hoped that he will act with integrity and serve the nation with loyalty. All hail." Xiahua Huai bowed deeply to receive the edict, and after rising, discreetly slipped a silver note into the eunuch's hand. The eunuch accepted it with a grin, bowing in return. "Congratulations, Master Xia. You are the only individual I have seen rise directly from commoner status to the 4th rank. You are still young, and a bright future awaits. I hope you will look after me in the future." Chapter 36. Wisdom. The plump eunuch continued to flatter him, stating that the emperor held him in high regard, having personally penned the edict, urging him to promptly visit the Ministry of Personnel to collect his official robe and credentials, reminding him to attend court punctually the next day. Xiahua Huai smiled until his cheeks ached, finally bidding farewell to the plump eunuch. After closing the door, he opened the edict, reading it attentively, ultimately summarizing 2 points. First, it was said that Emperor Yuanjin's cursive script was exceptional, having been eagerly emulated by the Hanlin Academy even during his princely days. Indeed, it was far superior to his own writing. Second, Emperor Yuanjin was truly unfathomable. Jiang Zhefeng, upon arriving at the Hanlin Academy that day, sensed an unusual atmosphere. Those who had previously treated her with polite courtesy suddenly became exceedingly warm. She was compelled to engage in pleasantries with everyone. Kong Bin summoned her into a room, praising her for her selflessness in the matter of the rescue, urging her to remain humble and vigilant, asserting that should an opportunity arise for the palace exam, she would undoubtedly soar to greatness. After his admonition, he inquired whether she would still pursue the investigation into Zhou Zhaokong's case in light of Sun Feng's sudden death. Jiang Zhefeng pressed her lips together in silence. Kong Bin, exasperated, waved her away. She arrived at the Dali Temple as usual, and upon her arrival, Wang Xiaoyan eagerly approached her to greet her. "Young Master Jiang, I heard that you and Xiahua Huai rescued the emperor together. Why are you still here transcribing documents? We all thought you would certainly be retained at the Hanlin Academy and become a Hanlin scholar." Jiang Zhefeng patiently explained. "It was Xiahua Huai who saved the emperor,
Not I.
I do not seek rewards for unearned merits. I have not requested anything from the emperor." Wang Xiaoyan chuckled. I understand. You scholars value literary integrity. Although you did not seek a reward, when you participate in the palace examination, the emperor will surely bestow upon you the title of the top scholar." He continued, "Young Master Jiang, since we have worked together, do not forget me when you achieve success." Jiang Zhefeng smiled slightly. "I am uncertain whether I shall attain the title of top scholar. However, I am grateful for your constant support during my time at the Dali Temple. If you would not mind, I would like to write a piece of calligraphy for you." "That would be wonderful. Young Master Jiang, your calligraphy will become a family treasure for the Wang family once you achieve success." Wang Xiaoyan exclaimed, excitement illuminating his face. Jiang Zhefeng promised to write it that night and bring it the next day, leaving Wang Xiaoyan overjoyed. In the evening, upon returning to Xinyang Alley, Jiang Zhefeng was taken aback. The courtyard was filled with boxes, fabric, paintings, and other gifts, and Xiahua Huai stood nearby, deep in thought. "What is going on?" Jiang Zhefeng inquired. Xiahua Huai turned to her, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. These are all congratulatory gifts for my appointment as the Vice Minister of the Dali Temple. Vice Minister of the Dali Temple? Jiang Zhefeng was astonished. That day, you asked me what reward the emperor granted me, but I did not tell you. In truth, I asked for nothing. I only requested the emperor to thoroughly investigate the Yuan family. The emperor agreed and stated that he would impose severe punishment, regardless of how many officials were involved. There is another matter I have not yet disclosed to you. I am the chief escort of the Longmen Escort Agency in Yuqing, with 2 elder brothers. And our family has been in the escort business for generations. Jiang Zhefeng gazed intently at Xiahua Huai, who bore a smug and mischievous smile. After a moment of contemplation, her pupils dilated. Uncle Juan is a minister, and her father is a prefect. The connections within the court are intricate. If corruption is investigated, it will certainly lead to widespread repercussions. Thus, a person without court ties, fearless and resolute, is needed to handle this matter. Yuqing is located far from the capital, near the northern border of Dafeng, and as an escort with no court connections, Xiahua Huai is indeed the most suitable to undertake a thorough investigation of the Yuan family. Therefore, Xiahua Huai's proposal to investigate the Yuan family was tantamount to self-nomination. You dare to scheme against the emperor? Jiang Zhefeng exclaimed. Xiahua Huai pointed to his own face. Incredulous. I scheme against the emperor? It is the emperor who has schemed against me. Do you know? The emperor openly offered me any reward I desired. Whatever it may be, he would grant it. Is that not a scheme against me? He is the son of heaven. His word is law. If I say I want the position of prime minister, will he grant it or not? If he truly wished to reward us, would it not be simpler to send gold and jewels directly? Why must we enter the palace to meet him? To ask for money is to be greedy. To ask for a position is to covet power. You are a jinsher. Even if you desire nothing, he will not slight you during the palace examination. I am but a servant at the Dali Temple. When he asks me what I want, I can only demand the lives of corrupt officials to satisfy him. He knows my background is clean, that I am young and impetuous, unafraid of danger, and have a vendetta against the Yuan family, wanting me to be a sharp blade in his hand to eliminate these corrupt officials. Jiang Zhefeng, recovering from her astonishment, could not help but chuckle. Brother Xiahou, you truly are remarkable. For a moment, she found it difficult to find the right words to praise him. The seemingly carefree and boisterous man had managed to peel back the layers of the emperor's intentions, articulating his thoughts with precision, fulfilling the emperor's demands while also securing his own position, an accomplishment beyond her imagination. Xiahua Huai crossed his arms, gazing at the pile of gifts on the ground, and sighed deeply. If you wish to commend my cleverness, I advise against it. The emperor is the true mastermind. He assigned me a 4th-rank official position, binding me tightly. First, let me recount my initial challenge. This afternoon, I went to the Ministry of Personnel to collect my official credentials and nearly had a heart attack. A crowd was gathered outside my door, all there to congratulate me on my appointment. I did not know a single one of them. They simply dropped off this pile of gifts and left. Accepting these gifts means I have accepted their goodwill, and during the investigation, I must show them some consideration. If I refuse, I would offend them, making my future endeavors in the officialdom exceedingly difficult.
Now,
for my second challenge, I have suddenly transformed from a mere servant to the Vice Minister of the Dali Temple. With a family background in the escort business and no connections in the court, there will surely be many who are unwilling to accept this. Once I assume office, how to earn the respect of those beneath me is a daunting problem. I must overcome these 2 challenges to pass the test and mobilize others to assist me in my investigations. Xiahua Huai plopped down on a gift box. Crossing his legs and gritting his teeth, the emperor has even calculated my injuries, anticipating that I would recover sufficiently by today. He sent someone early to summon me to formally assume my post tomorrow. Truly a man of meticulous strategy. Jiang Zhefeng approached and casually opened one of the boxes, revealing a set of exquisite gold bowls and chopsticks. After examining them for a moment, she teased, "Did you not already have a plan?" Jiang Zhefeng, how is it that you see through everything? Xiahua Huai exclaimed, astonished. He had indeed devised a strategy. Given your character, had you not prepared a plan? Upon seeing this crowd, you would have quietly slipped away and not allowed them entry. Jiang Zhefeng carefully placed the gold bowls and chopsticks back and sealed the box. This set alone was worth over 100 taels. These people truly are generous. Xiahua Huai raised an eyebrow and flashed a playful smile at Jiang Zhefeng. Help me count the gifts. I will need your assistance in writing a list. He began to open the gifts, recalling which official had sent each one, while Jiang Zhefeng diligently noted them down. After cataloging everything, he realized that the gold bowls and chopsticks were the only gifts without any indication of their sender. Once finished, he looked over the list with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. These people will undoubtedly thank me later for accumulating virtue on their behalf. After dinner, Jiang Zhefeng, as usual, applied medicine to Xiahua Huai's injuries. Xiahua Huai lay on a soft pillow, pondering for a long while before tentatively asking, Jiang Zhefeng, why are you so kind to me? Without a moment's hesitation, she replied, because you are my savior. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. A life saved deserves a life in return. Xiahua Huai lowered his gaze, silent. So, because of the life you owe me, do you wish to offer yourself? Brother Xiahua, soon you will be a fourth-rank official, and when interacting with your colleagues, you will inevitably need to spend silver. I have not spent the banknotes you previously gave me, and I will return them all to you shortly. Indeed, he was reluctant to spend a single coin of the money he had given her. While other officials travel to court in palanquins, you dislike riding in one. Perhaps you should ride a steed to court instead. I can simply purchase another horse. You have thought of everything, fearing I might lose face on the way to court, while suggesting I ride a steed. Attending court is no trivial matter. You must be cautious with your words in the palace and refrain from speaking too much. If you feel the need to express yourself, I will be here to chat with you upon your return. Concerned I might cause trouble with my words, he willingly subjects himself to my ramblings. Brother Xiahua? After saying so much, Jiang Zhefeng waited in vain for Xiahua Huai's response, feeling somewhat puzzled. Xiahua Huai turned to look at her, his clear, shimmering eyes holding a hint of confusion. He pursed his lips and furrowed his brow, asking, Are you unsettled by my silence? Jiang Zhefeng paused, then nodded a little. I have grown accustomed to your incessant chatter, so your sudden silence is indeed disconcerting. Xiahua Huai fastened his clothing and sat cross-legged, intently staring at Jiang Zhefeng's face. Unable to hear my voice, one finds it difficult to adapt. This remark is quite blunt. Jiang Zhefeng was perplexed under Xiahua Huai's gaze, touching his face and asking, Brother Xiahua, is there something on my face? Xiahua Huai's eyes wandered absently toward the door, his heart heavy with emotion. What should I do? Jiang Zhefeng is becoming conscious of her appearance in my presence. He forced a smile, replying, No, I'm just a bit tired. Jiang Zhefeng put away the ointment and advised, You should rest early. Tomorrow is the first day of court, do not be late. She turned and left the room, closing the door behind her. Xiahua Huai returned to his bed, burying his head in the soft pillow, sighing repeatedly. Now I am already worrying about tomorrow's court session. Even if a wife cares for her husband, it is seldom to this extent. The next day, Xiahua Huai rose promptly at the first watch. Just as he donned his attire, a knock came at the door. Brother Xiahua, are you ready? Upon opening the door, he found Jiang Zhefeng entering with a tray. I prepared some food. Please eat before you leave. As she spoke, she carefully arranged the dishes on the table. Xiahua Huai glanced at the spread, a bowl of porridge, a serving of steamed dumplings, a portion of pastries, and a bit of pickled vegetables. You woke up early to make breakfast for me? He exclaimed, his voice rising slightly. The morning court convenes at the second watch, and officials typically arrive early, often missing breakfast, merely snacking in their palanquins and having a proper meal only after court. He had no palanquin and had considered stopping by a bun shop for a quick bite. You are injured. It would be unwise to attend court on an empty stomach. I prepared a little something, so please eat quickly and do not delay. After saying this, Jiang Zhefeng surveyed Xiahua Huai from head to toe. Clad in a red official robe embroidered with clouds and wild geese, his stature appeared taller and more imposing. The official cap accentuating the gravity of his dark brows and eyes, his features strikingly defined. However, his demeanor lacked the requisite steadiness. Brother Xiahua, your attire bears a hint of a youthful minister. If only you were a tad more solemn. Really? Jiang Zhefeng smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with sincerity. Xiahua Huai could not withstand the warmth of her smile, his cheeks flushing as he hastily consumed his meal and rushed out. Throughout the journey, he pondered Jiang Zhefeng's direct gaze. It made his heart race. What should I do moving forward? After Jiang Zhefeng tidied up, she proceeded to the Hanlin Academy for attendance, then headed to the Dali Temple. Young Master Jiang, did you bring the calligraphy I requested? Jiang Zhefeng retrieved a scroll from her travel case and handed it to Wang Xiaoyan, who expressed his gratitude profusely. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Zhefeng began a conversation. Are you aware that Xiahua Huai has been appointed as the junior minister of the Dali Temple? Wang Xiaoyan's smile broadened, his delight evident. Who isn't aware? This morning, the Dali Temple was abuzz with excitement. Who would have thought Xiahua Huai would transition from a mere guard to a junior minister? He will undoubtedly come here after court. I shall greet him as Lord Xiahou. What about his previous position? Has a new guard been appointed? No new appointments were made. Wang Xiaoyan's eyes remained fixed on the calligraphy, growing more enamored as he carefully rolled it up. The cell he formerly guarded was now entirely vacant. The sole prisoner had committed suicide. When new prisoners arrived, they would simply transfer someone from another cell. Jiang Zhefeng feigned curiosity. Isn't the Dali Temple supposed to maintain strict oversight? How could a prisoner manage to take their own life? Wang Xiaoyan, excited by the rare opportunity to converse with Jiang Zhefeng, eagerly explained, it is quite peculiar. This prisoner endured severe punishment, but never confessed. Just a few nights ago, for reasons unknown, he suddenly struck the bedpost and died. Wouldn't it be normal to end one's suffering in such circumstances? Why do you deem this matter peculiar? Jiang Zhefeng inquired, maintaining her composure. Wang Xiaoyan shook his head. What is peculiar is not the prisoner's suicide, but the two guards assigned to him. Both are seasoned officials of the Dali Temple, capable of staying awake for nights on end. Yet that particular night, they both inexplicably fell asleep, allowing the prisoner to escape. Jiang Zhefeng's heart raced at the realization, and she casually remarked, have you not suspected that someone might have drugged the guards? How else could this incident be so strange? The gates were tightly secured at night. Not even an insect could enter. Wang Xiaoyan shrugged. No one entered that night. After the prisoner's death, the guards were scrutinized for a long time, but there was no evidence of drugging or bribery. They were simply exhausted. Jiang Zhefeng suddenly recalled the case of Sun Feng, where those in the tent had similarly succumbed to sleep without any signs of foul play or unusual occurrences. The suicide and the theft of provisions bore an eerily similar resemblance. The unseen hand had already reached the Dali Temple. She suppressed her inner shock, lamenting, surely those two guards faced punishment? Suicides among prisoners are common in the Dali Temple. Typically, their salaries are docked for 3 months, followed by 20 lashes. Wang Xiaoyan's expression turned bittersweet as he spoke. Given the unique nature of this prisoner, the senior officials found no abnormalities with the guards and ultimately, they were each punished with 50 lashes, a punishment severe enough to incapacitate them. Their families had to carry them away. Jiang Zhefeng feigned curiosity and asked about the guards' family situations, discreetly committing to memory all that Wang Xiaoyan revealed. Chapter 38. Fierce Tiger. While Jiang Zhefeng continued her light conversation with Wang Xiaoyan, a chorus of shouts from the guards outside broke in. Lord Xiahou. The door swung open to reveal Xiahua Huai, hands clasped behind him, his expression stern as he strode in. Wang Xiaoyan stepped forward with a smile, bowing. I have the honor of meeting you, Lord Xiahou. Xiahua Huai nodded slightly, responding in a deep voice, you may leave now. Wang Xiaoyan bowed and exited. Jiang Zhefeng paused, suddenly realizing that, according to etiquette, she too should bow. She stepped forward and performed a bow, but Xiahua Huai quickly softened his earlier severity, supporting her. Jiang Zhefeng, what are you doing? Lord Xiahou, this is the Dali Temple, and you are the junior minister. It is only proper for me to show respect. Jiang Zhefeng stepped back and bowed properly again. Xiahua Huai stood still, his expression darkening, muttering after a moment, I did not come here to flaunt my position. Jiang Zhefeng replied, I understand, but propriety cannot be disregarded. Xiahua Huai slumped into a chair, shoulders drooping, appearing somewhat disheartened. You still bow to me. It seems pointless. Jiang Zhefeng perceived that Xiahua Huai was typically casual in his demeanor, often prone to rambling. In the palace, where rules were stringent and one had to tread carefully, coming to the Dali Temple while still upholding the airs of a junior minister must be stifling for him, which is likely why he sought her out for conversation. Her insistence on bowing only made him uncomfortable. She patiently counseled, it is your first day in office. You should not be here to chat with me. Let us converse when you return home, shall we? Xiahua Huai found himself at a loss for words. He had not intended to seek out Jiang Zhefeng for idle chatter, and he could not articulate why he had come here at all. His gaze met Jiang Zhefeng's, which remained as cool and elegant as ever, but with a hint of helplessness and mirth in her eyes. His heart raced. He felt that Jiang Zhefeng's gaze held a certain fondness. I shall take my leave. Jiang Zhefeng watched him depart, and he walked a considerable distance before calming his tumultuous heart. Along the way, the guards greeted him with smiles and bows, which he responded to with a serious demeanor. Although his expression was grave, his mind was occupied with thoughts. This cannot continue. The gentleman's agreement with Wumu still stands, and there remains much to be done. He must remain composed, avoid Jiang Zhefeng, and focus on his duties. From that day onward, Jiang Zhefeng had not seen Xiahua Huai for 3 consecutive days. Upon returning home one evening, she discovered the water tank was full and the firewood neatly chopped, leading her to realize that Xiahua Huai must have returned before her. The next day, she found Xiahua Huai at the Dali Temple and advised him to refrain from performing such chores in the future and to focus on his casework. Xiahua Huai stammered a response, claiming he had promised to handle the household tasks and could not go back on his word. From that moment on, he began to avoid her. For an entire month, Jiang Zhefeng did not encounter Xiahua Huai, yet she heard tales of his remarkable exploits. For instance, in the early days of his appointment, he spent most of his time engaging in casual conversations with the subordinates at Dali Temple, rarely attending to official matters. On one occasion, when he assigned a task to someone who failed to complete it after 3 days, Xiahua Huai took matters into his own hands, administering 20 lashes to the individual and subsequently dismissing him. This person was a distant relative of a third-rank military official, having secured his position through connections. He had become accustomed to slacking off at Dali Temple, with everyone turning a blind eye to his negligence. However, he met his match in Xiahua Huai, who wasted no time in expelling him from Dali Temple. The third-rank military official severely reprimanded Xiahua Huai in the court, accusing him of neglecting his duties and spending his days idly chatting with subordinates, which constituted dereliction of duty. Xiahua Huai countered that his conversations were aimed at understanding the operations of Dali Temple to facilitate future casework. He further revealed that many individuals in Dali Temple were actually placed there by court officials, drawing salaries without contributing anything, and even selling information regarding Dali Temple's cases. For instance, the dismissed individual had been privy to the sale of numerous case secrets. This revelation stunned the court officials. The covert practice of placing individuals in various offices to draw salaries without work was an accepted norm within the bureaucracy, with every official involved to some extent, including the emperor himself, who was well aware of the situation. No one had ever dared to openly discuss this matter, and all remained silent. Xiahua Huai's audacity in exposing it and calling for Emperor Yuanjin to cleanse the various offices of such individuals effectively alienated him from a significant portion of the court officials. Lu admired Xiahua Huai's boldness and wholeheartedly supported him in court, alongside a few others like Zhang Puyu and Kong Bin. However, Chief Minister Zhang Qingman was displeased with the situation, believing that a thorough investigation would inevitably lead to chaos within the court. Emperor Yuanjin delayed his response, resulting in a fierce confrontation between the two factions. The conflict strained the relationship between Zhang Qingman and his son, Zhang Puyu, leading the latter to move out of the Zhang residence and into a separate courtyard provided by his wife, Wu Yuelin. After 5 days of contention, Emperor Yuanjin decided to instruct each department to conduct self-examinations and expeditiously remove those drawing salaries without performing their duties, thus attempting to appease both factions. However, the investigations turned out to be superficial. Many offices merely pretended to identify a few individuals, while Dali Temple was meticulously scrutinized by Xiahua Huai and Lu, resulting in the expulsion of over 100 improperly appointed individuals. The remaining officials, upon encountering Xiahua Huai, greeted him respectfully as Your Excellency. The day after this matter concluded, an official accused Xiahua Huai in court, claiming that he had accepted numerous gifts the day before his appointment, including a set of gold bowls and chopsticks worth over 100 taels of silver, suggesting corruption. According to the laws of Dafeng, accepting gifts exceeding 60 taels of silver constituted a grave offense, and Xiahua Huai's acceptance of gifts exceeding 100 taels could warrant execution. Xiahua Huai, however, scoffed at the accusation, stating that on his first day in office, he had privately submitted a list of received gifts to the emperor and was unaware of who had presented the gold bowls and chopsticks. He had already sold these gifts and, in the emperor's name, discreetly donated the proceeds to establish a school named Dine-and-dash Academy, allowing underprivileged students to receive an education without cost while constantly reminding them of their gratitude. Xiahua Huai further revealed that when he visited Dine-and-dash Academy to check on its progress, he discovered that the Minister of Works, Du Yong, had been substituting inferior materials for the construction, indicating possible embezzlement. He conducted a private investigation and found that Du Yong had been consistently engaging in bribery, not only using his position to procure substandard materials, but also colluding with the governor of Shanhai, Ruanyongrong, in the sale of official positions. Emperor Yuanjin, upon reviewing the documents, was furiously incensed as he despised the sale of official ranks. He demanded that Xiahua Huai thoroughly investigate the matter. Xiahua Huai, accompanied by his subordinates, commenced the inquiry. Any officials who did not cooperate were confronted the next day in court, questioned about their lack of assistance in his investigations, vividly portraying how some officials had obstructed his efforts. The assembly was left astounded. This incident stirred the court into a fervor, leaving many officials trembling with fear. Following this event, no one dared to obstruct Xiahua Huai again, and he swiftly clarified all cases related to Du Yong's embezzlement. This case sent shockwaves through the populace of the capital, with discussions erupting on every street corner regarding the audacious Xiahua Huai, who seemed to have emerged from nowhere, boldly challenging the entire bureaucratic establishment. Even those within the Hanlin Academy could not help but express their astonishment, remarking on the young man's audacity and fervor in his endeavors. In the imperial palace, within the Qianyuan Hall, Pei Xiuyan surveyed the towering pile of memorials on his desk, massaging his temples, when he suddenly chuckled softly. While hiding from pursuers on Phoenix Mountain alongside Xiahua Huai, he had perceived him as clever yet overly naive, lacking the necessary cunning. However, upon summoning him to the palace for rewards, he was astounded to find that Xiahua Huai had accurately discerned his thoughts, bestowing upon him a fourth-rank official position. Pei Xiuyan had worried he might be unable to handle it, yet Xiahua Huai had seized upon the issue of officials placing their relatives in Dali Temple as leverage, compelling the various departments to conduct self-examinations, thus clearing out all who opposed him. The matter of accepting gifts was a masterstroke, serving multiple purposes. It bolstered his own standing, established the Long'an Academy, and cleared him of any suspicions of bribery, all while providing him with a pretext to investigate Du Yong without raising doubts about his motives. In his investigations, he dealt with adversaries ruthlessly, causing court officials to avoid him entirely. Xiahua Huai's actions far exceeded Pei Xiuyan's expectations. After laughing for a while, he turned to the rotund eunuch beside him and inquired, "What further surprises do you think Xiahua Huai has in store for me?" The plump eunuch, with a grin, flattered, "Your Majesty, it all boils down to your discerning eye in promoting Lord Xiahua, granting him the opportunity to shine." Pei Xiuyan cast a sidelong glance at the eunuch, chuckling derisively. "I have elevated many individuals, yet none possess the audacity of Xiahua Huai, who fears neither heaven nor earth, daring to do anything and brimming with ingenious ideas, single-handedly stirring chaos within the court." A young eunuch bowed as he entered, announcing, "Your Majesty, Dali Temple S. Xiahua Huai requests an audience." "Admit him." Xiahua Huai entered, kneeling to pay his respects, then presented a scroll. "Your Majesty, this is the detailed investigation report regarding the Du Yong case. Rise and take a seat." The young eunuch received the scroll from Xiahua Huai and handed it to Pei Xiuyan, while Xiahua Huai rose and took a seat on a nearby chair. Pei Xiuyan perused the document for a while, his expression darkening, a chilling aura emanating from him. After finishing, he slammed the scroll down onto the table, exclaiming, "I believe their transgressions were merely acts of embezzlement, yet it seems they dare to openly price official positions. Even fifth-rank officials' posts are for sale. Their audacity is beyond measure. Xiahua Huai, how do you propose we deal with these officials?" Xiahua Huai raised his gaze to meet Pei Xiuyan's, observing the fury radiating from him, his eyes sharp as daggers. He let out a quiet sigh, composed his expression, and replied, "Your Majesty, I believe that all 101 officials implicated in this case, regardless of their rank, should be publicly executed to serve as a warning to others." Pei Xiuyan stood up, hands clasped behind his back, pacing the room before suddenly halting and looking up at Xiahua Huai. "I command you to personally oversee the executions." Xiahua Huai cast a glance at the mountain of memorials piled on the table and replied solemnly, "I shall obey your command." Noticing Xiahua Huai's subtle movements, Pei Xiuyan waved his hand, signaling the young eunuch to leave and close the door. Once they were alone, Pei Xiuyan relaxed his imposing demeanor and, with a light chuckle, said, "Enough of the formalities. Speak your mind freely. It must have been quite exhausting for you to maintain the airs of a minor official and refrain from speaking these past days." Xiahua Huai looked up at Pei Xiuyan, observing the absence of imperial severity in his expression, replaced by a hint of jest and warmth. He eased his stiff posture and sighed deeply. Your Majesty, not only have I been suffocated by silence, but I am also utterly exhausted. After the executions, may I have a moment to breathe? Even a donkey at the mill deserves a break after such relentless toil. Pei Xiuyan chuckled, Xiahua Huai. This is the first time I have met someone who compares himself to a donkey. Xiahua Huai faltered slightly. Your Majesty, with the numerous memorials on your desk, I can guess that at least half are aimed at impeaching me. You present me with such challenges from the outset, admonishing me not to be complicit, urging me to rein in my subordinates, forcing me to find a legitimate reason to investigate Du Yong, and compelling me to expose all the corrupt officials behind this. As a result, I have offended nearly half of the court. Some officials who support me have even insisted on marrying their daughters to me, which I have declined, further alienating them. Now, you expect me to oversee the executions. Once these individuals are executed, their allies will surely come for me with a vengeance. If I do not take a moment to gather my strength now, I will be engaged in a daily battle of wits with them, leaving no time for respite. If I do not restore my energy, I fear I will not prevail. Should I exhaust myself, you will find it difficult to locate another capable individual like me. Dressed in the official robes of a fourth-rank officer, Xiahua Huai still bore a hint of youthful exuberance in his demeanor. As he vented his frustrations, his expression resembled that of a wronged spouse, eliciting a hearty laugh from Pei Xiuyan. I heard that yesterday, 2 first-rank officials encountered you outside the palace and were so frightened they took a detour. Are there still those you cannot contend with? Pei Xiuyan poured a cup of tea and handed it to Xiahua Huai, who accepted it without hesitation and drank it all in one go. That is because they are closely associated with Du Yong and fear that I will tarnish their reputations. Once this matter concludes, they will no longer fear me. After the executions, I permit you to visit the Longyin Spring at Shanghai Temple for a cleansing bath to dispel any malevolent influences. Shanghai Temple is a sacred site, reserved for the royal family of the Pei clan to offer prayers and blessings. The Longyin Spring is renowned as a holy spring, exclusively for the emperor's use, occasionally bestowed upon meritorious ministers for bathing. Legend has it that soaking in its waters extends one's life and cures ailments. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xiahua Huai's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he was about to kneel in gratitude when Pei Xiuyan swiftly supported him. However, after your bath, I have a more pressing matter for you to attend to. Xiahua Huai looked up in astonishment, detecting an unprecedented seriousness on Pei Xiuyan's face, his heart sinking. He knew that whenever he was rewarded, it rarely signified anything positive. After a lengthy pause, Xiahua Huai exited the Qianyuan Hall, gazing up at the sky with heavy footsteps. 3 days later, at the vegetable market. It was now the end of May, and the sun blazed mercilessly. Today marked the most bustling day of the year, even surpassing the festivities of the Spring Festival. The principal event was the public execution of all criminals involved in the Long and Academy case. This case began with the investigation into the Minister of Works, Du Yong, who had substituted inferior materials for the construction of the Long and Academy, and ultimately implicated numerous officials in selling positions, abusing power for personal gain, and bribery. In total, 101 implicated officials were uncovered, marking the largest corruption scandal since Emperor Yuanjing's ascension, known as the Long and Academy case. The populace gathered early at the market, filling the streets to capacity. Who is this Xiahua Huai? I have heard he is merely 19 years old, yet he has become the Vice Minister of Justice, single-handedly toppling the Minister of Works. And the emperor has personally appointed him to oversee the executions. His family runs a security agency, and he has no remarkable credentials. He merely relied on a stroke of luck to save the emperor and was thus promoted. In essence, he is a brash individual, acting without careful consideration, having arrested over 100 officials without securing his own safety. With no connections or backing, he is now flaunting his favor with the emperor, drawing attention to himself. If others find any leverage against him, he will surely be doomed. I heard that Xiahua Huai is still unmarried, tall and imposing, and some court officials who admire him wish to marry their daughters to him. Unfortunately, he has declined their offers. Is that true? He has offended both his enemies and admirers. Is he not a bit foolish? Once the crowd arrives, we shall see whether he is truly foolish or merely feigning it. Jiang Zhefeng stood amidst the throng, stifling a laugh at the conversations around her. She had taken a leave of absence to visit the market today, hoping to catch a glimpse of Xiahua Huai. Recently, she had visited the homes of the 2 guards, claiming that the brothers of the Justice Ministry were concerned for them and had entrusted her with delivering some silver. The two officials were quite touched and chatted with her for a while. She took the opportunity to inquire about the circumstances surrounding Sun Feng's death, and their accounts were largely consistent. In the days leading up to his demise, Sun Feng's outward injuries had healed well, and his leg was also recovering nicely. During the day, Xing Wuxiao had administered medicine to him, remarking that Sun Feng's recovery was promising and that he would likely be able to walk in a couple of days, reminding them to keep a close watch on him, as usual. Later, Shi Lu visited Sun Feng 3 times, but Sun Feng remained tight-lipped. During the nights, they kept vigil by his bedside, but for some inexplicable reason, both fell into a deep slumber and awoke only to the sound of a loud crash, discovering that Sun Feng had died by colliding with the bedpost. Afterward, they were plagued by fear and guilt, puzzled by why they had both fallen asleep without any unusual events occurring that day. Jiang Zhefeng pressed them further and learned that the 2 guards had eaten very little in the evenings, one having gone 6 hours without food before sleeping, and the other 4. She pondered whether the guards had been drugged, and if so, how the perpetrator had managed to synchronize the effects of the drug on both individuals. During her time at the Justice Ministry, she had shared casual conversations with Wang Xiaoyan, who, aware of her good rapport with Xiahua Huai, had treated her with particular courtesy, allowing her to peruse the case files of Zhou Zhaokong. After a thorough review, she noted that several soldiers' testimonies indicated that they had been patrolling in shifts during the day and that their meal times did not coincide, yet on the night in question, they had all slept deeply. This only reinforced her conviction that a mastermind was capable of inducing a deep slumber in people at a predetermined time. However, she remained at a loss as to how this individual had accomplished such a feat. She had scoured numerous texts, but found no answers to her queries. Remembering that Xiahua Huai seemed to possess vast knowledge, she thought he might know the answer. While at the Justice Ministry, she had attempted to request an audience with him several times, only to be turned away by his subordinates, who claimed that Lord Xiahou was too busy to meet with outsiders. Today, she had come to the market hoping to find an opportunity to speak with Xiahua Huai privately after the executions concluded. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd as someone exclaimed, "They've arrived. The prisoners are being escorted. Lord Xiahou is here too, the one riding in front." Chapter 40. I understand a multitude of officials escorted several dozen prison carts, advancing with great authority. Xiahua Huai and Shi Lu rode side by side at the forefront of the procession. Jiang Zhefeng, following the gasps of the crowd, turned his head and immediately spotted Xiahua Huai. After a month apart, he appeared considerably thinner, his complexion darker, accentuating his sharp, defined features. Dressed in official robes and mounted on his steed, he exuded an air of grace and dignity. Suddenly, Shi Lu furrowed his brow and whispered something to Xiahua Huai. Xiahua Huai glanced back at the prison carts, raised an eyebrow with a smile, but soon suppressed his expression, adopting a solemn demeanor. Jiang Zhefeng couldn't help but smile. During this time, he had learned of Xiahua Huai's remarkable deeds and often worried that he might become embroiled in treachery due to offending powerful officials. To his surprise, Xiahua Huai had secured his position as the deputy chief of the Dali Temple in an astonishing manner, personally investigating the Long and Academy case and apprehending the corrupt officials. Today, he would personally oversee the execution of these wrongdoers in front of the citizens of the capital. Xiahua Huai's growth surpassed all expectations. Xiahua Huai suddenly looked at him, and he returned to smile. The officials cleared the way, dispersing the crowd, and the air was filled with cheers, some denouncing the corrupt officials, while others praised Xiahua Huai. The atmosphere was electric. Upon his appearance, Shi Lu overheard the citizens debating Xiahua Huai, many commending him for his youth, courage, and commitment to eradicating corruption for the welfare of the people. Having spent considerable time together, he knew that Xiahua Huai could be serious when attending to official matters. But once alone, he would quickly revert to his playful self. He reminded him that today was a day of execution and that he must maintain decorum. After Shi Lu's reminder, Xiahua Huai endeavored to present a stern visage. Over the past month, he had learned how to exude authority by lowering his brow and slightly unleashing a hint of his inner force. Just as he composed himself, he caught sight of Jiang Zhefeng in the crowd, and his expression faltered. For a while, he had avoided Jiang Zhefeng, uncertain of how to confront him. He had not anticipated Jiang Zhefeng's presence today. Clad in an embroidered jade-colored robe, he appeared somewhat gaunt, making the garment seem oversized. Despite the heat, He fastened it meticulously to his neck, accentuating his slender figure. He stood quietly amidst the crowd, exuding an ethereal elegance, and offered a gentle smile in Xiahua Huai's direction. Xiahua Huai could distinctly hear his own breath and heartbeat. The sensation transported him back to the day he first encountered Jiang Zhefeng. On that day, Jiang Zhefeng wore white, exuding a chill reminiscent of a moonlit night after snowfall, expressing gratitude, yet remaining unperturbed. Now he patiently conversed with him, smiling, and his enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with warmth. Noticing a shift in Xiahua Huai's demeanor, Shirlu raised an eyebrow and inquired about his well-being. Xiahua Huai quickly regained his composure, assuring, "I am well." As all the prisoners were brought to the execution platform, the appointed hour arrived. Xiahua Huai stood upon the platform, loudly reading the imperial edict. With a single command, the executioners struck, severing heads, blood splattering, and the crowd erupted into applause. Voices rose in praise. Lord Xiahou is wise and valiant. Xiahua Huai surveyed the cheering crowd, his emotions a tumultuous blend. Among the condemned were the father and uncle of Ruanlu. Ruanlu had perished during interrogation at the Dali Temple for selling positions alongside his father. He had previously vowed to protect Jiang Zhefeng and eliminate the Ruan family. While he had fulfilled this promise, he found no joy in it, instead feeling utterly defeated. He could argue with officials in court, express his grievances unreservedly to Pei Xiuyan, and, within a month, deal with these corrupt officials, earning the people's recognition. Yet, he lacked the courage to confront Jiang Zhefeng. Seeing the citizens' exuberance and their continuous calls for Xiahua Huai's name, Shirlu, concerned about potential stampedes, arranged for a group of officials to escort Xiahua Huai away while he attended to the aftermath. Jiang Zhefeng, hearing the crowd's fervor and witnessing Xiahua Huai hastily departing with the officials, silently stepped out of the throng. Xiahua Huai had become the esteemed and valiant Lord Xiahou in the hearts of the people. Finding a moment to speak with him seemed increasingly impossible. Upon returning to the Dali Temple, Xiahua Huai remained silent. Niu Fu scratched his head. "My lord, is this your first time witnessing an execution? Are you feeling unwell after seeing so many heads roll?" After Xiahua Huai became deputy chief, he had brought Niu Fu from Shuntian Prefecture to be his aide. Niu Fu was well acquainted with the various offices in the capital and had been invaluable in helping Xiahua Huai navigate the intricacies of his duties over the past month. When alone, Xiahua Huai showed no airs, and the two often shared laughter and playful banter. Sitting at his desk, resting his chin on one hand, Xiahua Huai pondered for a moment before looking at Niu Fu and asking, "Niu Fu, if a man is clearly married but still harbors affection for other men, what could be the reason?" Niu Fu grinned knowingly. "More often than not, he might be a rabbit spirit. Many such spirits marry to distract others and conceal their true preferences. In reality, they have no genuine affection for women. Some women, unable to bear children or with other ailments, marry rabbit spirits to maintain their reputations, living together while each keeps to their own life." Xiahua Huai's pupils dilated, and he stammered, "Is that true?" Niu Fu, with utmost seriousness, explained, "Some lecherous individuals visit brothels solely for the beauty of the courtesans, not out of genuine affection for men. Only rabbit spirits truly love men. Thus, even if a rabbit spirit marries, he may still be drawn to men." Xiahua Huai stiffened at Niu Fu's words. After a long pause, he sprang to his feet and rushed out the door. Niu Fu was left bewildered. "My lord, where are you going?" Shirlu returned with the news that the emperor had granted him leave, and he would not be returning to the Dali Temple for the next 2 days. Jiang Zhefeng returned from the market, entered the courtyard, and paused to survey the small space. Every corner seemed to echo with the playful presence of Xiahua Huai. He had cooked in the kitchen, chopped wood in the yard, and watched her write in the eastern wing, drawing water from the well. Once, he had been a constant presence, his chatter filling the air, yet now, seeing him felt like an insurmountable challenge. She smiled wryly to herself, realizing he might never return to live here again, and that seeing him would only become more difficult with time. Standing outside the gate, Xiahua Huai overheard Jiang Zhefeng's murmurs. He had been contemplating how to navigate the path ahead, separated by societal norms and the presence of Zhuang Chan. Just then, Niu Fu's words struck him like a revelation. Zhuang Chan, with burn scars and unable to marry, faced discrimination. Jiang Zhefeng had wed her to conceal his identity. They were merely a nominal couple, devoid of true affection. Yet, what did societal opinion matter? Some transcended life and death for their beloved. Thus, He too could transcend gender for the one he cherished. Jiang Zhefeng. Jiang Zhefeng turned at the sound of a clear male voice, finding Xiahua Huai, holding his steed, standing at the gate with a bright smile. Unable to resist, she mirrored his smile, saying, "You have returned." Xiahua Huai loosened the reins and swiftly approached Jiang Zhefeng, halting before her. "You did not attend duty today, but instead rushed to the execution ground to see me?" Jiang Zhefeng nodded, affirming that she had indeed come to seek his help in unraveling a confusion. "Yes. I wanted to stop right there, I understand now." He realized she had come to see him, because he was on her mind. Jiang Zhefeng had poured her heart into this feeling, and he could no longer evade it. He hoisted Jiang Zhefeng horizontally, leaped onto the precipice, and galloped away. Startled, Jiang Zhefeng exclaimed, "Where are you taking me?" Xiahua Huai replied loudly, "Hold on tight. You will know when we arrive." Jiang Zhefeng, unsure of Xiahua Huai's intentions, questioned him repeatedly, but he refused to respond. Her voice was drowned out by the wind, leaving her no choice but to fall silent. Chapter 41. Misunderstanding. Xiahua Huai led her on a wild ride until they reached the Xian temple outside the city. Standing at the foot of the temple's mountain, Jiang Zhefeng was taken aback. "This is reserved for the royal family. We can enter. The emperor has permitted my access." The guard stationed at the mountain saw Xiahua Huai and hurried over, bowing. "Lord Xiahua, please follow me." The two followed the guard up the mountain, arriving at the temple's entrance, where they entrusted their horse to the guard. They then followed a young monk inside. They journeyed to an unnamed great hall at the back of the temple, where a group of guards was stationed at the entrance. Upon arriving, the young monk joined his palms in prayer, saying, "Lord Xiahua, I am unworthy to enter. I can only bring you this far." Xiahua Huai bowed in return, taking Jiang Zhefeng's arm and leading her inside. Pushing open the grand door, they found themselves in a long corridor with 6 door curtains. As they navigated through the layers of curtains, they finally discovered a spacious hall adorned with luminous pearls embedded in 3 walls. At the center lay an immense hot spring, its waters a gentle green, steaming with warmth. The room was enveloped in a mist, creating an ethereal ambience as the fog mingled with the light from the pearls. The hall was furnished with comfortable tables and soft couches for rest, alongside a designated dressing area. By the hot spring stood a stone table laden with clean garments, towels, and bathing essentials, all one could desire. "This is the emperor's exclusive longing spring?" Jiang Zhefeng finally comprehended Xiahua Huai's intentions. "Yes. The emperor granted me permission to bathe here, and allowed me to bring a companion." Jiang Zhefeng pushed Xiahua Huai's hand away and turned to leave, saying, "I dislike hot springs. I will wait for you outside."
Why?
Jiang Zhefeng did not turn her head, replying, "No particular reason. I simply do not enjoy it." Xiahua Huai scoffed at her retreating figure. "Jiang Zhefeng, your reluctance to bathe with me reveals something deeper. You and Zhuang Chan are merely pretending to be a couple, aren't you?" Jiang Zhefeng froze, her back to Xiahua Huai, her blood running cold as her spine stiffened. Did he deduce her true identity as a woman? How much did he know about her origins? While her mind raced, her face quickly regained composure, and she relaxed her rigid posture, feigning ignorance. "Brother Xiahua, I do not understand your meaning. My preference for hot springs has nothing to do with my marriage to Zhuang Chan. I care not for appearances. I married her for her gentle and kind nature, nothing more." Xiahua Huai stepped in front of her, gazing intently into her eyes. "Because Zhuang Chan bears scars on her face, ordinary men shy away from marrying her. Your union not only grants her a title but also conceals your true identity. You fear revealing yourself, hence your reluctance to undress in front of me, or to bathe together. Is this not the reason for your aversion to hot springs?" His tall frame obstructed her path, casting a shadow over her. He was now convinced that Jiang Zhefeng's restraint stemmed from her affection for him, prompting her to maintain decorum in his presence. Jiang Zhefeng lowered her gaze, falling silent. It seemed Xiahua Huai had pieced together everything, her identity as a woman and the pretense of her marriage to Zhuang Chan. She clenched her teeth and met his gaze. "Yes, you are correct. Since you know everything, what do you intend to do?" Were it not for necessity, she would never have disguised herself as a man. If Xiahua Huai sought to expose her true identity to the world, she would accept it. After all, she had been the one to deceive. Suddenly, Xiahua Huai laughed. "I have no plans. Since everything is true, I feel at ease. Being with you has not harmed anyone." He joyfully lifted Jiang Zhefeng and, with a cheer, jumped into the hot spring. Soaking wet, she pushed him away, her anger flaring. "Xiahua Huai, What is your meaning? Knowing I am a woman, you still bring me into the water. This is disrespectful. Xiahua Huai, beaming with delight, replied, in truth, I like you too. Whether others call me a fool or say I have a peculiar heart, we harm no one by being together. Let them say what they will. Jiang Zhefeng was momentarily stunned before realizing the implications of his words. Their earlier conversation had been a perfect misunderstanding. Her tension dissipated, replaced by a mix of amusement and exasperation. Xiahua Huai, do you truly believe I harbor feelings for you? Xiahua Huai cleared his throat, his face tinged with embarrassment. You treat me with such kindness, and your gaze is often peculiar. Could it be anything else? Jiang Zhefeng, reflecting on her previous thoughts at the execution ground, realized she had misjudged Xiahua Huai's maturity. When it came to matters of the heart, he was utterly naive. Xiahua Huai, see clearly, I am a man. I know. Did I not say so earlier? I care not for societal opinions. Moreover, I once vowed never to fall for a woman. You need not worry that I will stray for the sake of romantic affection. Jiang Zhefeng thought this was quite considerate of him. Even if he agreed, he would still urge her to reconsider. Jiang Zhefeng sighed, finding it impossible to continue the conversation. This was not the esteemed young official of the Dali Temple. He was merely a simpleton. She regarded Xiahua Huai seriously, saying, Brother Xiahua, I believe you have misunderstood. I have made my intentions clear. My kindness stems from your being my savior, nothing more. With that, she turned to walk toward the bank. Xiahua Huai seized her arm, exclaiming, I do not believe it. If it were merely gratitude, why did you visit me at the execution ground? Clearly, you missed me after our long separation. Jiang Zhefeng fell silent. My visit was not due to longing. I sought your counsel on a matter. And your hospitality, your financial support, and your efforts to rescue me. What were those for? Even if it were not you, but Xing Wuxiao, I would have taken him in and redeemed him. I could not stand idly by while a friend faced peril. Then why did you care for me so tenderly at the Imperial Medical Office, helping me bathe, and even taking leave from your duties to attend to me? I already told you. You are my savior, and caring for you is my duty. Why do you not spend the silver notes I gave you? I have few expenses and some savings. I cannot find a use for that money. You entrusted me with the horse. The horse was always yours. I merely returned it to you. When you braved the rain at midnight to seek me out, was that not affection? It was concern, not affection. You are both my friend and my savior. Upon seeing blood on the horse, I feared for your safety and could not ignore it. Xiahua Huai found himself at a loss for words. Upon reflection, it was clear that Jiang Zhefeng had always been forthright. Her care was a result of gratitude for saving her life. It was his stubbornness that had twisted her intentions into something else. His heart sank, as if plunged into an icy abyss. After finally summoning the courage to confront his feelings, he realized it was all a misunderstanding. Seeing Xiahua Huai lost in thought, Jiang Zhefeng offered, Brother Xiahua, if my actions have led to a misunderstanding, I sincerely apologize. Thankfully, we have clarified this in time. You are exceptional. You shall surely encounter someone who truly cherishes you. However, I still hope you will fall for a normal girl, for two men in love will ultimately face societal scorn. Xiahua Huai raised his gaze to meet Jiang Zhefeng's eyes. At that moment, he finally discerned a gentle light within them, not tenderness, nor indulgence. Jiang Zhefeng was merely repaying a life-saving grace, devoid of affection for him. He had woven a web of falsehoods for himself, ensnaring his own heart. It turned out that he alone had fallen into this misunderstanding. He felt as if the sky had collapsed. Suddenly, Jiang Zhefeng felt a pang of sympathy for Xiahua Huai. The young man had dared to transcend societal norms in his affections, only to find himself ensnared in a colossal misapprehension. But reflecting on it, sympathy was futile. Such matters required personal resolution. Due to the heat, her garments were made of thin fabric, and fearing that they might become transparent when wet, she sought to seize the moment while Xiahua Huai was lost in thought to hasten her change of attire. Thus, she carefully tugged his hand away and turned to walk towards the shore. Xiahua Huai, coming back to his senses, stepped forward. Jiang Zhefeng, do you truly feel nothing for me? Just as Jiang Zhefeng reached the shore and had yet to steady herself, she was unexpectedly seized by the hem of her garment from behind, causing her to fall backward unprepared. Xiahua Huai hurriedly caught her. His long arms inadvertently enveloped her at the chest, and upon feeling something unusual, he couldn't help but press twice. His gaze then fell upon the damp area of her garment, which had become semi-transparent, revealing a faint outline of the bandage wrapped around her chest. He was taken aback. Jiang Zhefeng had fallen into the hot spring, half reclining in Xiahua Huai's embrace, her breath in disarray, and she slapped him fiercely across the face. Previously unaware of her feminine identity, he had merely touched her chest, but now, having discovered the anomaly, he pressed twice and stared unabashedly. Such behavior was despicable and shameless. The sound of the slap echoed particularly sharply in the stillness of the chamber. Xiahua Huai suddenly regained his wits, his face flushing crimson. After they changed their clothes, they sat facing each other in the inner chamber. Jiang Zhefeng had now regained her usual composure, stating, "I know you are not that kind of person. I lost my composure earlier and slapped you. That was my fault." After delivering the slap, she quickly calmed down, knowing Xiahua Huai was not a lecherous man, and his earlier actions were likely unintentional. No, you had every right to hit me," Xiahua Huai replied, covering his reddened left cheek, his gaze lowered, feeling as though he were on fire, unable to meet Jiang Zhefeng's eyes. He had found that soft sensation rather strange, and had pressed it almost as if in a trance. For a girl, such an affront was a grave insult. Jiang Zhefeng's single slap had been far too lenient. After a moment of hesitation, he timidly inquired, "How did you evade the emperor's investigation?" Before Pei Xiuyan and the others were granted an audience in the palace, their family backgrounds would have been thoroughly scrutinized. His false identity had been fabricated by Shanhai Tower. So evading scrutiny was not surprising. Jiang Zhefeng, being an ordinary scholar, how could she have escaped investigation? He found it perplexing. The room fell unusually silent. After a prolonged pause without a word from Jiang Zhefeng, Xiahua Huai couldn't help but raise his gaze slightly, only to meet her obscure and inscrutable eyes, which frightened him into quickly looking down again. "If you choose not to speak, I shan't pry. I am merely concerned that if the emperor discovers your true identity..." He hesitated, not daring to finish his sentence. If Jiang Zhefeng's identity as a woman were to be exposed while participating in the imperial examinations, it would amount to treason. Observing Xiahua Huai, a grown man, rendered speechless and seemingly wishing to bury his head in the ground, Jiang Zhefeng felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Knowing her identity, he did not question why she disguised herself as a man, but instead worried about her being discovered by the emperor. Xiahua Huai truly retained his inherent kindness. "I understand that you are concerned for me. You are my savior. Even if you wished for my demise, I would willingly oblige, let alone simply my background. I was just silent earlier, pondering how to begin recounting this tale." Xiahua Huai hastily gestured. "If you don't wish to share, then do not. I promise I will never disclose your identity as a woman." Jiang Zhefeng pressed her lips together. "Xiahua Huai, I trust your character. Given the circumstances, there is no longer any need for me to conceal the truth from you." Xiahua Huai froze momentarily. Despite his reckless actions, Jiang Zhefeng chose to trust in his integrity, which only deepened his sense of shame. "Do you remember Zhou Zhaokong? He is my uncle." Jiang Zhefeng's words struck Xiahua Huai like a thunderclap, causing him to tremble and look up in astonishment. "What?" Jiang Zhefeng slightly lowered her gaze. "My birth name is Jiang Wanyue. I have a twin brother named Jiang Zhefeng, styled Yanqing. My mother was unmarried and pregnant in her youth. Unwilling to reveal the identity of my father, she was cast into the pig pen by the Zhou family. My uncle secretly rescued my mother and brought her to Shanhai, arranging for her a new identity as the widow of a hunter who fell from a cliff. The hunter indeed existed, but he lived alone in the mountains for years, unnoticed, and no one knew if he had a wife. Thus, my mother remained in the mountains under this guise, and my uncle would visit us yearly, bringing silver whenever he could. He was merely an ordinary soldier, of honest character, not particularly affluent. My mother refused his money, relying instead on sewing and washing for others to make a living, while teaching us to read and write in her spare time. My brother had a remarkable talent for learning. He could memorize any book he read and, at the age of 4, penned beautiful calligraphy. He was always obedient and filial, never mischievous, and my mother took great pride in him, hoping he would achieve greatness and return to the Zhou family with her. I could not match my brother in studies. I preferred painting. Due to our poverty, he often stayed up late at night, copying books for our mother, secretly exchanging them for money to buy me paints. When my mother found out, she scolded him, urging him to focus on his studies and not to trade books for my art supplies. Yet he continued to support my painting in secret. One day, He returned from the mountain with news of a talented painter named Qianshan who was willing to take students free of charge. Many brought their works to seek his tutelage, and he encouraged me to try, claiming the painter would surely accept me as a disciple upon seeing my work. I spent 3 days creating a painting of a lucky crane, and that day marked the last opportunity for students to be accepted. My mother had gone down the mountain to wash clothes, and I prepared to take my painting to seek the painter. However, as I rolled it up, I accidentally let it slip, and it blew up into a tree. My brother insisted on climbing up to retrieve it, despite my objections that it was too dangerous in the strong wind. He insisted that such a free opportunity would be hard to come by again. Jiang Zhefeng paused, taking a moment before continuing slowly. My brother retrieved my painting, perched in the tree, smiling as he said, "Fortunately, the painting is unharmed. I will surely become the greatest female painter in Dafeng." In the next moment, I watched in horror as he fell straight from the tree, landing before me, bloodied. Yet he never released my painting. With his last breath, he urged me not to blame myself or feel guilt, asserting that it was his own choice to retrieve the painting and had nothing to do with me. After he departed, he asked me to take good care of our mother. He was always so kind and considerate, never wanting anyone to grieve for his death. I forgot how to cry and lost all sense of pain. I loathed myself for being the cause of his demise. I held his lifeless body, sitting beneath the tree until night fell. When my mother returned and saw everything, she broke down completely. She frantically kicked and struck me, demanding to know why it was not I who had died. After burying my brother, she often mistook me for him, even attempting to unearth Yanqing's grave, insisting he was merely asleep and had not truly died. I understood she was overwhelmed with grief and had developed hysteria. I burned all of my paintings, changed the name on the tombstone to Jiang Wanyue, donned my brother's clothes, and emulated his every action, deceiving my mother into believing that it was Jiang Wanyue who had perished. Xiahua Huai felt as if he had been plunged into icy waters, rendered completely immobile. He had never anticipated that the reason for Jiang Zhefeng's disguise as a man was so harrowing. He could scarcely fathom the depth of guilt and anguish that the young Jiang Wanyue must have felt, silently sitting in the dark with Yanqing's lifeless body. As she painstakingly rewrote the name on the tombstone, burying herself in the earth, what despair must she have endured to resolve to live as Yanqing? Chapter 43. Suffocation. He felt a constriction in his throat, struggling to articulate the words that followed. In less than a day, he had experienced an unprecedented roller coaster of emotions, as if he had been subjected to the extremes of fire and ice. Mustering the courage to confront his feelings, acknowledging his affection for a man, despite the risk of being labeled a rabbit spirit, he was abruptly met with a misunderstanding. Just as he had expressed his sentiments and before he could revel in joy, he was struck by the revelation that the one he cherished was, in fact, a woman. He was left in a state of uncertainty, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. The joy lay in the fact that the object of his affections was a girl, dispelling the notion that he was a rabbit spirit. The sorrow stemmed from the realization that this girl wished only to be a man and had no desire for marriage. Now, having learned the reason behind Jiang Zhefeng's masquerade, he was overwhelmed with compassion, struggling to breathe as he pondered how to soothe her wounds and untie this complex knot. Jiang Zhefeng gazed vacantly out the door. The mist rising from the hot spring still lingered like a fairyland, yet her heart felt as if it resided in hell. My brother and I were identical in appearance, and at a young age, it was impossible to distinguish us without undressing. My mother gradually accepted this deception, and her hysteria began to improve. Upon regaining her senses, she believed I was Yanqing. To conceal this truth completely, I had never changed clothes in front of my mother, and even my uncle was unaware that I was Jiang Wanyue. Over time, I began to believe that I was indeed Yanqing. Before my brother's death, he implored me not to feel guilty, a promise I found impossible to keep. He urged me to take care of our mother, to which I acquiesced. If his survival was the only way to bring joy to our mother, I was willing to live as his likeness. He aspired to excel in examinations, and I endeavored to study diligently. Jiang Zhefeng composed herself, turning to look at Xiahua Huai, offering a self-deprecating smile as she slightly lowered her collar, revealing her slender neck. To appear more masculine, I had someone craft a false Adam's apple that I affixed to my neck. This was the reason few questioned my identity. In this world, aside from Zhuang Chan, you are the only one who knows I am a woman. Jiang Wanyue's grave has always been on that mountain. Even if the emperor were to investigate, he would find nothing amiss. He only needs to know Jiang Zhefeng's lineage, without the necessity of unearthing a child's grave from over a decade ago to discern gender. Thus, the emperor has not uncovered my true identity as a woman. Xiahua Huai felt an intense ache in his heart as he met Jiang Zhefeng's calm gaze, the suffocating sensation intensifying. How much suffering and despair must one endure to recount such bloody past events with tranquility and detachment? He had been born into the Shanhai Tower, living a life devoid of worry, with loving parents and 6 older brothers. Everyone within the tower treated him with kindness, no matter the mischief he caused. There was always someone to help him out of trouble. He could live freely and boldly, unafraid even in disputes with officials in the grand court, confident that his family and Wu Mu would never abandon him. Initially, he believed Jiang Zhefeng to be naturally aloof, unaware that she bore the weight of a profoundly burdensome past, which rendered her disinclined to smile. An unknown father was a source of shame. Her brother's death while trying to help her with a painting drove their mother to madness. The only relative who had shown her kindness, her uncle Zhou Zhaokong, also fell victim to the case, disappearing without a trace. She buried herself, living as her brother's shadow, cautiously navigating life to prevent others from discovering her true identity, all while striving to fulfill her brother's aspirations and care for the Zhou family. She even risked defending Ruanlu to save Zhuangchan, wholly devoted to healing her wounds. Having merely aided Zhuangchan in passing, she received an overwhelming expression of gratitude in return. She chose to tread a path devoid of light, devoid of sadness, devoid of complaints, holding steadfastly to her original intent with both determination and sincerity. Xiahua Huai's sorrow extended beyond Jiang Zhefeng's life. It was the tragic nature of her existence that had not shattered her spirit. She retained a heart full of kindness and gratitude, never harboring hatred for anyone. Even when Ruanlu nearly forced her to mar her own visage, she did not actively despise him. When he impulsively contemplated harming Ruanlu, seeking to confess his crimes, Jiang Zhefeng reminded him not to stain his hands with blood over such a person, for it was not worth it. Such a frail individual. Yet she lived with remarkable resilience. After recounting these long-buried memories with a calm demeanor, Jiang Zhefeng noticed Xiahua Huai enveloped in sorrow, his fingers trembling slightly. She felt deeply moved, managing a small smile. I am living well. You need not grieve for me. My disguise as a man serves not only my mother but also myself. Only by embodying Yanqing can I find happiness, feeling as though he is still by my side. In assisting you with the case of Zhou Zhaokong, I acted out of selfishness. I apologize for having utilized you. You believed me to be a man, willing to defy societal norms for me, and I am genuinely touched by your earnestness. However, I must regretfully inform you that I can offer you no reciprocation in this lifetime, and I am truly sorry for disappointing your affections. After speaking, she exhaled deeply. It turned out that revealing all her secrets was not as arduous as she had imagined. Rather, it was a relief. At least now, she need not tread carefully in Xiahua Huai's presence. Xiahua Huai's shoulders slumped, his heart plummeting into an abyss. Jiang Zhefeng had laid bare her heart, offering him her very life, yet she could not reciprocate emotionally. He found himself at a loss, unsure how to confront his feelings for her. He felt like a wilted eggplant, his back gradually bowing under the weight of his emotions. After a lengthy silence, he finally managed to speak, his voice hoarse. The investigation into Zhou Zhaokong's case was motivated by my desire for advancement, and it had nothing to do with you. Thus, it cannot be said that you exploited me. In my view, your assistance at that time was indeed genuine. He felt his breath grow increasingly labored, forcing himself to take a deep breath to compose himself before continuing. In truth, I brought you here today not only to express my feelings, but also to share another matter with you. A few days ago, I visited the Emperor, who entrusted me with an important case and granted me the freedom to summon anyone I wished. I requested your assistance in the investigation, and he consented. Jiang Zhefeng looked at Xiahua Huai, who appeared as though he had lost his very soul, his gaze dim and ethereal. Suddenly, her heart sank. She adjusted her breathing, swiftly regaining her composure. With calm resolve, she inquired, I am but a frail scholar, lacking martial skills, official rank, or any information channels. Why would you have me accompany you in this investigation? Xiahua Huai replied in a hushed tone, because this case bears similarities to Zhou Zhaokong's. When you previously assisted me in analyzing that case, you asserted that Zhou Zhaokong was innocent, wrongfully accused, and that the theft of provisions was driven by a far more sinister motive. Your analysis seems to have been correct. The intentions of those involved are becoming increasingly evident. Hence, I requested the emperor allow your involvement in this case. Jiang Zhefeng's heart skipped a beat. What exactly is the case the emperor has assigned to you? Chapter 44. The secret case. Xiahua Huai steadied his expression, suppressing all emotions, and began to recount the case entrusted to him by Pei Shiyan. On the 25th of March, 3,000 flintlock firearms from the supervisory office were stolen overnight. The 10 guards assigned to the storage were found with their throats cut, their bodies stiffened in death. Standing at the entrance to the storeroom, appearing almost alive from a distance, only to be discovered the next morning. The guards on duty that night astonishingly failed to detect any signs of the perpetrators, insisting that everything was normal. The patrolling officers in the capital also reported no suspicious individuals near the supervisory bureau. The firearms destined for the frontier had sustained considerable damage and were nearly unusable. Their disappearance, if known to the Dashur clan, would inevitably provoke another assault. The consequences of these weapons falling into enemy hands would be dire. Concerned about a potential leak, the emperor sealed the matter, instructing his covert guards to conduct a discreet investigation. However, no leads emerged. Suspecting a conspiracy, he commanded the elite troops to patrol outside Phoenix Mountain during the spring hunt, while his secret agents concealed themselves in the shadows, deliberately bringing only the commander of the Imperial Forest Army, Yan Shao, to attract the hidden conspirators. Historically, even if assassins infiltrated, they would be few. Merely 1 or 2 disguised as soldiers. It was implausible for hundreds to enter unnoticed, thus only a handful of covert guards were deployed. On the day of the spring hunt, the emperor waited until the hour of the dog without any disturbance, preparing to leave when suddenly 300 assassins appeared within Phoenix Mountain. The emperor, armed with a firearm, only learned of the incident when the sound reached the elite troops. Yan Shao was gravely injured while protecting the emperor, and dozens of covert guards fought valiantly to escort him out of Phoenix Mountain. The emperor fled southward and encountered me along the way. The subsequent events are known to you. Afterward, an investigation into the elite troops revealed that all were engaged in their regular patrols, with no unusual occurrences reported. How the 300 assassins managed to bypass the elite troops and silently infiltrate Phoenix Mountain remains an enigma. In truth, I was concealed in a tree and witnessed one of the assassins using gestures characteristic of the Dashur clan. I suspect this group may be affiliated with them. However, one assassin sign alone is insufficient to definitively attribute the entire group to the Dashur. You are aware that members of the Dashur clan typically have denser eyebrows, are adept at growing beards, and possess slightly darker skin, allowing for identification by appearance. Subsequently, all those assassins perished, and upon unmasking them, it became apparent that their faces were severely disfigured, rendering it impossible to ascertain their identities. Regarding the possibility of the assassins being from the Dashur clan, I have no evidence, which is why I have not disclosed this to the emperor. He suspects a common mastermind behind both cases, but cannot ascertain this with certainty. Some of his covert guards have been dispatched to the frontier to prevent the firearms from being transported out of Dafeng, while others perished within Phoenix Mountain. Currently, there are insufficient personnel to investigate the firearms case. He requires someone to assist him in secretly delving into the matter. Upon hearing about these 2 cases, my immediate reaction was that they bore striking similarities to the Zhou Zhaokong case. I believe all 3 are orchestrated by the same hidden hand. The Zhou Zhaokong case involved the silent theft of 10,000 loads of grain, while the Supervisory Bureau's firearms case involved the silent theft of 3,000 firearms. And the assassination at Phoenix Mountain involved the stealthy infiltration of 300 assassins. If these 3 cases are indeed directed by one mastermind, then Zhou Zhaokong, a mere grain official, could not possess such formidable influence. Thus, a terrifying collective must be behind it. Stealing grain, pilfering firearms, attempting to assassinate the emperor, and colluding with the Dashur clan. These individuals are either plotting rebellion or seeking to destroy Dafeng. Before you were aware of these 2 incidents, you speculated that the thief behind the Zhou Zhaokong case might have stolen the grain to fund an army, and I believe you are correct. Until the truth is uncovered, I dared not inform the emperor of your hypothesis regarding the Zhou Zhaokong case. Nor did I express my suspicion that all 3 cases might be the work of the same perpetrator. I merely requested the emperor's permission for you to accompany me in the investigation. After sharing this, Xiahua Huai suddenly fell silent. Jiang Zhefeng's mind was blank for a considerable time before realizing the gravity of these 2 cases. Thus, The emperor surmised that regardless of whether the firearms case and the assassination case were orchestrated by the same mastermind, that individual must wield considerable influence, perhaps even colluding with certain officials in the court. He requires a trustworthy individual, one with a clean background, sharp intellect, audacity, and fearlessness to investigate this case. During the course of the investigation, should it be discovered that the two cases stem from the same hidden hand, they must be pursued together. If faced with uncooperative officials, one must confront them boldly. More importantly, should it be revealed that the mastermind belongs to an unassailable power faction, this individual must possess the courage to pursue the matter further and expose them entirely. Xiahua Huai lowered his gaze and murmured, I had initially contemplated that after I dealt with Du Yong and Wan Lu, certain officials would undoubtedly pursue me relentlessly. You share a good relationship with me and harbor enmity towards Wan Lu. I feared these officials might target you. My request for your assistance in solving the case serves three purposes. First, by having you by my side, I can protect you. Second, I believe your analysis of the Zhou Zhaokong case was astute, and I wish for you to assist me in dissecting these two cases. Third, should the case be resolved, whether or not you desire a reward, you will undoubtedly be recognized as a significant contributor, and the emperor will surely regard you favorably, ensuring that no one dares to bully you in the future. Moreover, I have also resolved that should the firearms case encounter peril, I will implore the emperor to protect you at all costs, ensuring you remain unharmed. His voice grew fainter, culminating in a long, sorrowful sigh. At this moment, I do not know if you are still willing to accompany me in this investigation. If you are unwilling, I shall not press you. I understand that even if you choose not to assist, you will not betray the secret. I shall inform the emperor. I am willing, Jiang Zhefeng replied resolutely. As you have indicated, these individuals may be linked to my uncle's case, and regardless of the peril that lies ahead, I am prepared to accompany you. This is not solely for your sake, but for my own. If the perpetrator behind my uncle's case is the same, I can restore his honor, and perhaps even uncover his whereabouts. I am grateful to you for this opportunity. Xiahua Huai's previously dim eyes brightened with surprise. Really? He studied his emotions and continued, however, the emperor has decreed that we cannot reside in our previous dwelling during the investigation to avoid being monitored. He has arranged a dedicated residence for me, and there will also be an aide assigned there. Moreover, when we venture out to investigate, we must disguise ourselves to prevent recognition. Jiang Zhefeng nodded, standing up and striding toward the exit. I understand. The emperor's arrangement of a residence is not only for our protection, but also to keep us under surveillance. Nevertheless, the investigation is of utmost importance. We must not delay. Let us return at once. Chapter 45. Meticulous thoughts. Xiahua Huai hastily rose to follow, and the two exited the temple. The guards brought their steeds, and as Jiang Zhefeng mounted, she noticed Xiahua Huai hesitating beside her, prompting her to inquire, What's the matter? Xiahua Huai's cheeks flushed.
I.
Jiang Zhefeng chuckled lightly. No need for concern. Mount up. Xiahua Huai lifted his gaze to Jiang Zhefeng, who sat confidently atop her steed, her expression untroubled. With trepidation, he carefully mounted, cautious not to brush against her, positioning himself further back, taking the reins and riding down the mountain. However, his awkward posture resulted in a noticeably slower pace. Once they descended and reached a secluded area, Jiang Zhefeng could no longer endure it. She seized the reins, halting the horse, and turned to face Xiahua Huai. Xiahua Huai, your behavior is merely broadcasting to everyone that I am a woman. If this continues, it won't be long before others discern the truth. You favor men, and I have no qualms regarding gender distinctions, so there is no need for us to be circumspect. You may treat me as you would Xing Wuxiao, employing the same manner in which you relate to him. Having acknowledged Xiahua Huai's preference for men and disclosed her own secret of being a woman, Jiang Zhefeng felt that Xiahua Huai was now the person she trusted most. Xiahua Huai's entire back tensed, his expression frozen as if encased in ice. After a long pause, he forced a smile and cautiously edged forward a bit, saying to himself, All right, I remember. The two continued their frenzied gallop. The faint scent of pine smoke and ink emanating from Jiang Zhefeng left Xiahua Huai in a tumult of emotions. When he expressed his feelings today, he believed Jiang Zhefeng to be a man. To reassure him, he had vowed he would never be attracted to women, hoping to put Jiang Zhefeng at ease. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Zhefeng mistakenly thought he favored men and remained completely unguarded. Yet, Xiahua Huai was acutely aware that his affection for Jiang Zhefeng transcended gender. It was evident that Jiang Zhefeng had no interest in him, solely intent on navigating the path of cross-dressing. Should he dare to reveal that his affection lay with the person of Jiang Zhefeng, regardless of gender, she would instantly become wary and distance herself from him. Thus, he resolved to maintain the facade of being attracted to men in her presence, hoping to draw closer to Jiang Zhefeng and gradually help her unravel her emotional knots. As a dignified man of 7 feet, he found himself playing the part of a timid rabbit before the woman he cherished. The mere thought brought him profound sorrow. A true tragedy of human experience. Upon their return to the capital, dusk had settled in. Xiahua Huai led Jiang Zhefeng through winding paths for quite some time until they arrived at a secluded alleyway. Entering a house nestled in the middle of the alley, he knocked thrice on the door. An elderly hunchback opened it with a smile. "Young master, you've returned." The residence was a 2-courtyard structure, exquisitely adorned. Xiahua Huai entrusted the situation to the old hunchback and guided Jiang Zhefeng into the courtyard, crossing the moon gate. He pointed to a couple of rooms, saying, "You will occupy the room in the middle, while I will take the one on the right. During our investigation, we will reside here temporarily. The man you just met is Old Hunchback, who will accompany us in our inquiries. Due to the confidentiality of the case, only 2 deaf-mute servants have been arranged to cook and manage chores. We cannot indulge in luxuries. I have already instructed Old Hunchback to move in the essentials, leaving only some necessary items. You need not worry about matters at the Hanlin Academy. The Emperor will take care of everything." A short incense stick's length from here lies the most bustling area of the capital, replete with taverns and tea houses, making it convenient to gather information. The Emperor has stationed secret guards nearby, so there is no need to fear being followed. Jiang Zhefeng regarded Xiahua Huai with a smile that held more than it let on. "Did you arrange all of this before taking me to Shangyun Temple today? Certain that I would agree to accompany you in this investigation?" Xiahua Huai turned his face aside, his ears burning crimson as he mumbled, "I initially thought you harbored feelings for me and would surely be willing to assist with the case. Thus, I had everything prepared before returning to Jinyang Alley to find you." Jiang Zhefeng chuckled, taken aback by the extent of Xiahua Huai's efforts to express his feelings. Hearing her laughter sent Xiahua Huai's heart racing, and he hastily reassured her, "You need not worry. I will not have such thoughts about you now." Jiang Zhefeng smiled knowingly, her glance at Xiahua Huai imbued with understanding. She grasped that his affections lay with men, and therefore, he bore no romantic thoughts about her, a woman. This realization left Xiahua Huai feeling utterly crushed. Forcing a calm smile, he said, "I have asked Old Hunchback to prepare a disguise for you. Please change into it, and we shall proceed to investigate." Returning to his own room, Xiahua Huai donned a human skin mask and changed into a pristine white brocade robe, grasping a jade fan. His statuesque figure, adorned thus, transformed him into a dashing young noble. After a lengthy wait for Jiang Zhefeng to emerge, Xiahua Huai hesitated before knocking on her door. "Are you ready?" Inside, Jiang Zhefeng sat before a mirror, exhaling deeply, before walking to the door and opening it. Xiahua Huai was startled to see her without the human skin mask, a small rash appearing on her forehead. What happened? Jiang Zhefeng lowered her gaze to the mask in her hands, looking somewhat disheartened. "I've tried various human skin masks since childhood, but every time I wear one, I develop rashes. This mask is no exception. As soon as I put it on, my face itched terribly. Is there another way to disguise myself so I won't be recognized?" Xiahua Huai pondered briefly and cautiously replied, "I have a method that can perfectly conceal your identity. However, I am uncertain if you would be willing." Jiang Zhefeng lifted her gaze, her eyes calm yet resolute. "Of course I am willing, as long as it won't cause rashes. I will embrace whatever disguise you suggest. In truth, if you were to dress as a woman, others would certainly not recognize you as Jiang Zhefeng." Making it more effective than a human skin mask, Xiahua Huai spoke, his voice slightly hesitant. "You need not worry about Old Hunchback growing suspicious. I will ensure everything is arranged." Jiang Zhefeng assessed Xiahua Huai, observing his transformation into a quintessential young master, and decisively replied, "Very well, your plan is excellent. I shall masquerade as your maid. This way, our departure together will not raise any suspicions." Xiahua Huai's heart raced, though he dared not reveal his excitement, nodding vigorously. "Wait here, I will have Old Hunchback prepare 2 sets of women's clothing for you." Jiang Zhefeng returned to her room, removing the wooden hairpin from her hair, letting it fall freely, and styling it into a maid's bun. Just as she finished, Xiahua Huai knocked on the door, announcing, "The clothes are at your doorstep. Please change into them." Jiang Zhefeng opened the door to find no one outside, only a wooden box quietly lying on the ground. She brought it inside and opened it, rendered speechless. Inside were not only a set of maid's clothing but also two soft fabric bundles resembling steamed buns. It turned out that this was Xiahua Huai's meticulous plan to prevent old hunchback from becoming suspicious. Chapter 46. The Supervisory Office after delivering the garments. Xiahua Huai hurried back to his own room. Glancing in the mirror, he was alarmed to see his ears were as red as blood. His heart was a tempest of conflicting emotions. He felt despicable for taking advantage of the situation to have Jiang Zhefeng don women's attire. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he realized he could not blame himself. Jiang Zhefeng could not wear the human skin mask, and regardless of what clothing she donned, her strikingly elegant face would be instantly recognizable. Only by dressing as a woman could she evade recognition should she encounter acquaintances. He continuously reassured himself that the case was of utmost importance, necessitating a secret investigation to preserve their identities. Everything he did was for the sake of the investigation, for the safety of the 3,000 fire guns, and for the peace of Zhefeng. I am ready. Let us depart. Jiang Zhefeng's voice suddenly rang out from outside the door, startling Xiahua Huai. He quickly adjusted his breathing and composure in the mirror until his ears returned to normal, then slowly opened the door. Upon doing so, his previously calmed emotions shattered once more. Jiang Zhefeng stood before him in a vibrant green maid's outfit, exuding a graceful elegance, her beauty akin to that of a celestial being. His heart raced uncontrollably, though he dared not show any sign of it, lowering his gaze and slowly saying, "You do not resemble a maid at all. It would be best if you could appear more demure and less aloof, or others might mistake you for the mistress." Jiang Zhefeng touched her face and nodded. "You are right. I will endeavor to act as a compliant maid once we step outside. You need not worry." Xiahua Huai cleared his throat lightly, unfurling his fan with a roguish smile. "Shall you accompany this young master?" With that, he fanned himself and strode confidently toward the door. Jiang Zhefeng gazed at Xiahua Huai, transformed into a charming young noble, and only after a moment did she realize he was calling for her. Hastily lifting her foot to follow, old hunchback had already prepared the carriage at the entrance. Upon seeing the two approach, he paused for a moment, astonished by how convincingly Jiang Zhefeng had transformed into a woman, and instantly admired Xiahua Huai's ingenuity. With a smile, he inquired, "Young master, how shall we proceed with our outing?" Xiahua Huai assumed a relaxed demeanor and slowly spoke. "Once we step outside, you shall be the coachman Lao Tua, and Jiang Zhefeng will be my maid, shall you? Address me as young master. If outsiders inquire, merely state that my surname is Xia, my name is Xiahua Huai, and I hail from a distant land to procure goods in the capital." Both Lao Tua and Jiang Zhefeng nodded in agreement. Just as Xiahua Huai was about to board the carriage, Jiang Zhefeng stepped forward, respectfully drawing back the curtain for him. Xiahua Huai paused momentarily, then stepped into the carriage, with Jiang Zhefeng promptly following suit. Lao Tua raised the whip and inquired, "Young master, where are we headed?" "To the supervisory office." Inside the carriage, Xiahua Huai lifted the curtain, gazing out at the bustling night scene, where the streets were alive with throngs of people and vibrant activity. After observing for a while, he composed himself, lowered the curtain, and fixed his gaze on Jiang Zhefeng, whispering, "The supervisory office is under strict imperial control now. Only insiders can gain entry. We must investigate the circumstances surrounding the incident that transpired that day. There has been persistent urging from the border, demanding that we expedite the delivery of the firearms. If we delay further, our plans will be exposed. We must hasten to locate the 3,000 firearms." Jiang Zhefeng immediately responded, "Thus, you will masquerade as a flamboyant young master, while I shall assume the role of a maid. This guise will grant us access to taverns, tea houses, and brothels, where we can gather information on any peculiar occurrences following the incident at the supervisory office. After all, 3,000 firearms are no trifling matter. Their concealment would inevitably generate some commotion." Xiahua Huai could not help but smirk. "Indeed. This is one of the reasons I chose you to assist in this investigation. Your intellect is remarkable. I need only utter a word, and you grasp my intent immediately." Jiang Zhefeng remained unfazed by Xiahua Huai's praise, sitting quietly in the carriage, her eyes lowered, her brow slightly furrowed in contemplation. Without the adornment of cosmetics, her emerald attire accentuated her delicate and graceful features. Xiahua Huai felt a dryness in his throat and hurriedly turned his head, opening the curtain to continue observing the world outside, inwardly scolding himself for his own lack of composure. Upon arriving at the supervisory office, Lao Tua presented a token, and the guard nodded slightly. Driving the carriage into the courtyard of the supervisory office, Lao Tua opened the curtain and quietly announced, "Young master, we have arrived." After Xiahua Huai and Jiang Zhefeng disembarked, a guard approached and said, "Young master, please follow me." The guard led them to a side room in the rear courtyard. Knocking on the door, which opened to a low, commanding voice, "Enter." Upon entering, Xiahua Huai was taken aback. "Commander Yan Shui, having sustained severe injuries while protecting Pei Xiuyan on Phoenix Mountain, had been recuperating. After he became the Deputy Minister of Justice, Xiahua Huai had visited him once out of courtesy, but he had not anticipated encountering him here today. Yan Shui's expression was grave as he stated, "The 3,000 firearms have gone missing, and we are currently in the process of reconstruction, but it will take 3 months to complete. The Emperor is wary of others and has publicly declared that I am recovering from injuries, instructing me to secretly oversee this place. During your investigation here, do not hesitate to inform me of any needs." Xiahua Huai wasted no time and directly requested, "Take me to the scene of the incident and recount the events of that day." Yan Shui led the two outside the room, explaining as they walked, "Since the war with the Dasher tribe began, the Emperor has cleared the supervisory office. Here, only the Phoenix fire cannons and flintlock firearms are manufactured. After the first batch of flintlock firearms was produced, the Marquis of Ping'an altered the blueprints, enabling the new firearms to fire 20 shots in succession with greater power. However, the manufacturing process is exceedingly intricate and slow. The 3,000 firearms that were lost were crafted over 6 months by more than 1,000 artisans, completed only 3 days prior to their theft, and had not yet been dispatched to the border. The items in the supervisory office were of utmost importance, hence, there was only one main entrance, with walls constructed to a height of several meters. 4 patrol squads guarded the perimeter, ensuring that even a bird flying over the supervisory office would be shot down immediately. Inside, 3 teams of guards rotated shifts, and access from the main entrance to the storeroom required passing through 4 gates, each manned by 20 guards. The patrol guards were prohibited from entering the final gate. This was primarily to prevent the patrolling guards from seizing the opportunity to steal firearms, as well as to minimize casualties in the event of an explosion in the firearms storeroom. Due to the stringent security measures in place, only 10 guards were stationed outside the firearms storeroom, whose duty was to prevent any unauthorized entry and to conduct inspections every 3 days to avoid rust. As Yan Shui spoke, he led the 2 through each gate, each standing 15 feet tall and approximately half a foot thick, forged from cast iron. Xiahua Huai noted that 10 guards stood on either side of each gate, their demeanor indicating that they were all top-tier experts. The heavy iron doors required the combined strength of 2 individuals to open. Upon reaching the storeroom, they found it completely empty. The storeroom, towering several dozen feet, had walls on 3 sides and only one large door, which was riddled with numerous finger-sized holes for ventilation. Yan Shui continued, "On that day, no one detected any anomalies. The guards at the last gate peered through the crack at night and observed the guards stationed at the storeroom standing as usual, raising no suspicions. It was not until the following day that they discovered the guard at the storeroom had had his throat slit. The guards were clad in armor, and blood flowed down their necks, making it impossible to discern any irregularities. Their armor propped their bodies against the wall, creating the illusion that they were still alive from a distance. Upon opening the storeroom's large door, all 3,000 firearms had vanished without a trace. There were no signs of will tracks within the supervisory office. Jiang Zhefeng quietly followed behind Xiahua Huai, her heart filled with astonishment. Had she not been present to hear and see these events firsthand, she would never have believed such occurrences could exist. They were more absurd than any ghost story. Perhaps a top-tier expert could infiltrate the supervisory office, evading detection, and silently eliminate 10 guards. But how could that individual abscond with 3,000 firearms under the very noses of so many, without making a sound or leaving any evidence? It was truly unfathomable. Xiahua Huai stood in the storeroom, surveying his surroundings with a grim expression. He approached the wall and tapped it, producing a deep, muffled sound. Yan Shui sighed slightly. When the Emperor learned of this, his first reaction was to suspect that the firearms had been concealed within the walls. The following day, we had all the walls excavated, but found nothing. While constructing the storeroom, the ground was laid with 3 feet of compacted earth to prevent thieves from tunneling into steel. Afterward, we also excavated the ground, and there were no anomalies. The items were indeed taken from here, not hidden within. Many of the guards here are secret agents placed by the emperor, and they are utterly loyal. Subsequently, the emperor ordered a thorough investigation of everyone present, yet no suspicious individuals were found. I inquired with the Shuntian prefecture, and on that night, the patrolling officials in the capital also did not detect any suspicious persons. Xiahua Huai fell into silence upon hearing this. After a long pause, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Who prepares the meals for the guards here?" "The kitchen staff here prepares the food." To prevent potential poisoning of the guards in the supervisory office, the kitchen staff consists of eunuchs without any familial ties, forbidden from leaving the supervisory office and prohibited from interacting with outsiders. They exhibited no abnormalities. The ingredients are delivered from the imperial kitchen. Having undergone multiple poison tests prior to delivery, all clear. Everything you can think of has been preemptively considered. The emperor's secret guards conducted extensive investigations, yet no leads emerged. This case is exceedingly peculiar. Xiahua Huai pressed his lips together. The guards responsible for guarding the storeroom must be experts, correct? Yan Shui nodded. Each one is exceptionally skilled. To kill 10 men without them reacting at all, the assassin's capabilities are beyond imagination. Among those I know, none possess such proficiency. Xiahua Huai glanced at Jiang Zhefeng, who remained deep in thought with her eyes downcast, then turned his gaze back to Yan Shui and continued. Who are the individuals that can freely enter and exit the supervisory office? Chapter 47. The city god temple. Yan Xie felt a sense of helplessness. The only individuals permitted to freely enter and exit the supervisory office as storeroom were the emperor and the chief minister, Zhang Qingman. Along with the people within the office itself, outsiders were strictly prohibited from approaching. The items produced by the supervisory office were transported under the watchful eye of their own personnel, with no external intervention allowed. The only items that could leave the supervisory office were those belonging to the honorific room. However, even the fragrant night incense underwent meticulous inspection before being released. Xiahua Huai slightly closed his eyes, pursed his lips in silence, and after a long pause, opened his eyes, his gaze dark and solemn. He nodded at Yan Xie, indicating his understanding. "If there are further inquiries, I shall seek you out again." Yan Xie escorted the 2 men outside, and as the guard secured the door once more, Xiahua Huai noted with astonishment that there was no sound as the heavy iron door closed. Such a massive door, yet it makes no noise? Yan Xie explained. This door was specially crafted to prevent anyone from discerning the timing of the guards' inspections of the firearms by the sound of the door opening. Xiahua Huai marveled at the emperor's meticulousness, realizing that this place was fortified even more securely than the imperial palace itself. Yan Xie's expression suddenly turned fierce, his body emanating an air of menace as he clenched his fists. Thus, we must swiftly uncover the hidden mastermind. If he could stealthily steal 3,000 firearms, he could just as quietly infiltrate the palace to assassinate the emperor. Xiahua Huai nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to Yan Xie, he entered the carriage and noticed that Jiang Zhefeng remained silent. He inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Jiang Zhefeng shook his head, utterly perplexed. This is even more bewildering than the case of stolen provisions. In that instance, the informants were killed, and others were in a deep sleep, leaving no one to detect the anomaly. Yet in this case, the patrolling guards were fully alert, all top-tier experts, yet no one heard a sound.
It is indeed too strange.
Xiahua Huai gently tapped his palm with his fan and suddenly remarked, "I believe we should not dwell on how the culprit absconded with the firearms. Our foremost priority is to locate the firearms themselves. I suspect that these 3,000 firearms were never transported out of the capital and have remained within. Otherwise, the mastermind could have easily used them to assassinate the emperor during the spring hunt. The emperor has already investigated all possible leads. If there were a way to find them, it would have been discovered by now. However, there is a group of individuals that the emperor likely did not investigate. We can inquire with them." Jiang Zhefeng, puzzled, asked, "What group?" Xiahua Huai grinned mischievously. "The beggars, of course. Do not underestimate them. They sleep in bridge tunnels and various inconspicuous corners at night. They are aware of even the slightest movements, and despite the prowess of the emperor's secret guards, when it comes to gathering information, this group can sometimes surpass them. We frequently rely on beggars for news at the Shanhai Tower. Many of them gather at the city god temple at night, scavenging for offerings. Let us head there and see what we can find." Jiang Zhefeng was taken aback by Xiahua Huai's sudden display of composure and analytical prowess during a crisis, far removed from his usual candid demeanor, and felt a surge of admiration. Teasingly, he remarked, "Young master, your wisdom truly surpasses all. I am utterly in awe. Xiahua Huai had never seen Jiang Zhefeng smile so charmingly, dressed in feminine attire, with his eyes sparkling like spring water. It left him flustered. He mumbled,
Do not tease me.
As they traveled, Xiahua Huai instructed the old camel driver to procure several roasted chickens, boxes of pastries, and some buns. Filling the carriage to the brim, he opened a package of pastries and offered them to Jiang Zhefeng. Here, have a bite to tide you over. Once we return from the city god temple, I shall treat you to a fine meal. Jiang Zhefeng could not help but look up at Xiahua Huai, who donned a human skin mask, his eyes deep and clear, his smile captivating. She picked up a piece of pastry and said softly, You play the role of a charming young master quite well. If I did not know the person behind the mask was you, I might truly have doubted whether you were Xiahua Huai. Xiahua Huai felt a blush creep to his face, but fortunately, the mask concealed it. He decided to embrace the moment, retorting playfully, What do you mean quite well? I am inherently charming and dashing. He then opened his fan, fluttering it gently while gazing at Jiang Zhefeng, lifting her chin with the fan, and in a hushed voice declared, Fair maiden, shall you accompany this young master for a drink tomorrow? His demeanor was that of a completely debonair young man. Jiang Zhefeng, caught mid-bite, looked up to see Xiahua Huai gazing at her with a playful smile, his eyes reflecting unspoken sentiments. She could distinctly feel his warm breath, which made her freeze in place. After a long moment, she managed to swallow the pastry, leaning back slightly, and replied, I am not one for drinking, nor the type of beauty you prefer. I apologize for dampening your spirits. Her words implied not only her lack of drinking prowess, but also suggested that the young master favored men over women like herself. This left Xiahua Huai momentarily at a loss for words, his bravado deflating as he withdrew his gaze and fan, feeling somewhat crestfallen. Jiang Zhefeng quickly apologized, I am sorry. I should not have spoken so thoughtlessly. She regretted jesting about Xiahua Huai's preferences. Xiahua Huai felt even more disheartened, forcing a smile as he uttered a few words. The atmosphere in the carriage grew awkward until the old camel driver's voice broke the tension. Young master, we have arrived at the city god temple. Jiang Zhefeng jumped down from the carriage, lifting the curtain with the poise of a maid. As Xiahua Huai descended, he cast a glance at Jiang Zhefeng, sighing heavily within. Pursuing a girl like Jiang Zhefeng was proving to be exceedingly difficult. Those beggars are all men. You should stay outside and wait for me in the carriage, he cautioned, regaining his resolve and striding purposefully into the temple, with the old camel driver trailing closely behind. Scattered across the ground were a few beggars, emitting a foul stench. Upon hearing footsteps, they lifted their eyelids and, upon spotting the pastries in the old camel driver's hands, instantly perked up. Xiahua Huai cleared his throat and called out, Esteemed gentlemen, I have brought some food for you. Once you have eaten, I would like to ask you a question. A group of them rose and surrounded him, noting that despite his splendid attire, he bore no airs. His clear eyes and bright smile endear him to them, and they eagerly grabbed the food, squatting down to devour it. Young master, what do you wish to inquire about?
Feel free to ask.
Xiahua Huai squatted among them, smiling. I wish to ask if any of you noticed anything suspicious on the night of the 25th of March? Two beggars clamored to speak. I saw something suspicious. Xiahua Huai quickly gestured for them to take turns. An old beggar missing 2 teeth, chewing on something, mumbled, I did not see anything suspicious that night, but I did see something the day before. Does that count? That counts. Please share, Xiahua Huai encouraged. The old beggar thought for a moment, then said, I saw 2 figures in black whispering on the Xixian bridge to the east of the city. That night, I was sleeping in the bridge's arch and was awakened by their hushed voices. I was too scared to breathe, fearing they might kill me to silence me. After a few moments, they fell silent and disappeared. Xiahua Huai clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for the information, old sir. Another thin beggar approached, extending his hand toward Xiahua Huai. You give me silver, and I will tell you more. Xiahua Huai readily retrieved a small piece of silver and handed it over, causing the thin beggar to beam with delight. That day, I found myself resting beneath the willow trees beside the jade-green lake. In the dead of night, I observed a flower boat gently swaying towards another. A figure emerged from one boat and entered the other, which then began to rock for quite some time before the person returned to their original vessel and drifted away. However, the distance was too great and the darkness too profound for me to discern their features. The emaciated beggar chuckled slyly. You have no idea. That boat rocked for a whole half an hour. In Kyoto, it is no rarity for certain young women, seizing the opportunity to enjoy the jade green lake alongside their intimate friends, to rendezvous with their lovers in flower boats. You wealthy folks, with your robust health, excel at everything. This remark elicited uproarious laughter from a gathering of beggars, each casting mischievous glances at Xiahua Huai. Xiahua Huai found the salacious tale somewhat tiresome. He suddenly recalled that, on that very night, he was also on the jade green lake with Xing Wuxiao and Jiang Zhefeng, thoroughly intoxicated. Striving to maintain a jovial expression, he inquired, "Did anyone witness any suspicious individuals or occurrences? If there were no suspicious matters, then recount whatever you observed that night, as long as it pertains to living beings, regardless of their actions. For every account shared, I shall offer silver." The beggars instantly became intrigued and began to recount the people they had seen while sleeping on the streets that night. A drunken man, while urinating by the roadside, broke his arm and bled. A pair of wild mandarin ducks caught in a tryst were seen by a beggar, leading the woman to shamefully take her own life on the spot. A couple quarreled in their shop in the middle of the night, disturbing the entire street. And an old man transporting fragrant herbs in a donkey cart encountered patrolling officials and was dismissed disdainfully. After patiently listening, Xiahua Huai instructed the old camel driver to distribute the snacks in the cart to the crowd. While doing so, he noticed an elderly beggar leaning against a pillar, remaining still with his back turned, not seeking anything from him. Curiosity piqued, he approached with a roasted chicken in hand, only to discover the old beggar, gaunt and with his eyes closed in repose. He crouched down and offered the chicken. "Here you go, sir." The old beggar abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as an eagle, startling Xiahua Huai. The beggar glanced at the chicken, then at Xiahua Huai, snatched the chicken, squinted, and coldly retorted, "You may leave." Xiahua Huai paid no heed to the rebuke, smiling as he stood up and departed. He bid farewell to the crowd, who, now in possession of the old camel driver's offerings, expressed their increased fondness for him, urging him to visit often, promising they would share everything they knew. Upon returning to the cart, Jiang Zhefeng asked, "Did you gather any useful information?" Xiahua Huai recounted all he had heard, but Jiang Zhefeng's brow furrowed deeply, as there seemed to be no valuable leads. The old camel driver, driving the cart back, had scarcely exited the city god temple when a figure obstructed their path.
What?
"I have something to tell your young master." The old camel driver halted the cart, and Xiahua Huai lifted the curtain, only to find the same old beggar who had earlier dismissed him. Unable to suppress a laugh, he jested, "Oh, so you want me back so soon after telling me to leave?" The old beggar surveyed Xiahua Huai and coldly stated, "Take me to Zuiqiulo for a good meal and drink, and I shall share a useful piece of information." Xiahua Huai leapt from the cart, lifted the curtain, and gestured invitingly. Jiang Zhefeng shifted slightly within the cart, creating space for the old beggar. Once aboard, the old beggar, upon seeing Jiang Zhefeng, froze for a moment, then suddenly seized her wrist, exclaiming, "What is your name?" Jiang Zhefeng winced from the grip, retorting, "Let go." Chapter 48. Recklessness unallowed. Xiahua Huai jumped onto the cart, forcefully pried the old beggar's hand away, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Zhefeng, drawing his soft sword and pressing it against the beggar's throat. His expression fierce, voice icy. "Get down." The old beggar glanced at Jiang Zhefeng, then at the menacing Xiahua Huai, and let out a derisive laugh. "Don't you want to inquire further?" Seeing the old beggar unfazed by the sword at his throat, Jiang Zhefeng felt a sense of unease. Sensing that the beggar was not as simple as he appeared, she tugged at Xiahua Huai's sleeve. "Young master, perhaps the old man merely mistook me for someone else. Why don't we discuss this calmly?" "Not necessary." Xiahua Huai remained unmoved, pushing the sword further into the beggar's throat. "Get lost. Anyone who dares to touch my people will face dire consequences." The old beggar cast a penetrating look at Jiang Zhefeng before dismounting the cart. Once the old beggar had left, Xiahua Huai commanded, "Old camel driver, let us go." The old camel driver cracked the whip and urged the horses to gallop away. Jiang Zhefeng lifted the curtain to glance back at the old beggar, who stood thoughtfully at the spot where they had disembarked. She lowered the curtain, her brow furrowed. "This old beggar is no ordinary man. He might possess valuable clues. He may have simply mistaken me for a relative. Why must you drive him away with a sword?" Xiahua Huai was still seething with rage. Even if he knew the identity of the killer, he wouldn't care. Does a simple case of mistaken identity warrant grabbing your wrist? Did you not see the malice etched on his face? Jiang Zhefeng spoke softly. "I understand your intentions to protect me from harm. However, we are here to solve a case, and sometimes we must endure Besides, he did not threaten me. He merely asked my name. Endure? For the sake of solving a case, I might endure, but you must not. I vowed to protect you, and at no time shall I allow you to suffer. Jiang Zhefeng was rendered speechless. When Xiahua Huai rescued her from the jade-faced fox, he had indeed made that promise, and she was touched to realize he still held it dear. She gently urged, "All right, do not be angry. Whatever you say goes. But what shall we do now?" Xiahua Huai leaned back against the cart, turning his face away, and huffed, "Not investigating. This case cannot be resolved in a day or two." Jiang Zhefeng observed Xiahua Huai's sulky demeanor, akin to a child pouting, and found it rather amusing. She pondered for a moment before softening her tone. "Young master, you mentioned bringing Xiaoyu out for a fine meal. How about we eat first, then return and meticulously write down all the information we gathered today?" Xiahua Huai covertly glanced at Jiang Zhefeng, who was looking at him with a blend of teasing and affection, her voice as melodious as ever. However, her calling him young master stirred something within him, igniting a delightful sensation. He began to grasp that for the case, Jiang Zhefeng was willing to set aside everything, don women's attire, engage the old beggar in conversation, and coax him to properly investigate. His heart swelled with joy, though his face remained impassive. Coldly he declared, "Your young master is in a foul mood today and does not wish to analyze any leads. After a good meal, I shall sleep soundly. Matters can wait until I awaken." Jiang Zhefeng, Xiahua Huai's childish temper was indeed apparent. She had previously thought him mature and composed after becoming the junior official of the Dali Temple, but it seemed she had been mistaken. "Xiahua Huai, you are now a junior official of the Dali Temple, carrying significant responsibilities. You cannot act so recklessly. Do you think I cherish this position or the weight of duty? It is merely the Emperor's design. He uses me as a pawn, wishing I would perish." Jiang Zhefeng quickly covered his mouth, whispering, "Do not speak carelessly." She glanced at the cart curtain, signaling that the old camel driver might overhear. Xiahua Huai's body tensed immediately. Jiang Zhefeng's hand was soft and delicate, pressing gently against his lips, igniting a fiery sensation. The last time at Huayan Tower, she had similarly covered his mouth to prevent him from overbidding. However, at that time, he believed Jiang Zhefeng to be a man and dared not confront the truth, continuously evading it. Now, he could no longer escape. Noticing the tumultuous rise and fall of Xiahua Huai's chest, Jiang Zhefeng thought she had suffocated him and quickly released her grip, making a gesture for silence. Xiahua Huai took a moment to catch his breath, a hint of a smile dancing on his lips as he leisurely waved a fan and said, "Xiaoyu, give this old man a shoulder massage, and I shall return to analyze the case thoroughly." The transformation of Xiahua Huai from a petulant child to a carefree young master left Jiang Zhefeng somewhat speechless. She let out a soft sigh, feigning a modest demeanor, knelt behind him, and gently began to knead his shoulders, inquiring, "My lord, is this satisfactory?" Jiang Zhefeng's fingers, strong from years of writing, applied just the right amount of pressure, her breath brushing lightly against Xiahua Huai's neck, akin to soft silk caressing the skin. Xiahua Huai's heart ached acutely. Gritting his teeth, he lightly tapped her hand with his fan, exclaiming in mock annoyance, "Indeed, such a rough fellow. You cannot even manage to impersonate a maid properly. You nearly crushed me." Jiang Zhefeng raised an eyebrow and withdrew her hand. When Xiahua Huai was in a mood, he exhibited a childlike capriciousness. Could he truly handle this case well? Back on the streets of the capital, Xiahua Huai led Jiang Zhefeng to a luxurious tavern where they had a bite to eat before returning to their lodgings. In Xiahua Huai's room, they found a piece of paper and meticulously recorded the information they had gathered that day. After much analysis, Jiang Zhefeng lamented the scarcity of clues, realizing that from this information, nothing of value could be discerned. Observing Xiahua Huai in deep thought, lips pressed together, she could not help but ask, "Brother Xiahua, do you possess a lead?" Xiahua Huai glanced at Jiang Zhefeng. She had traversed from the execution ground to Xinyang Alley, then to Shangyun Temple, and finally to the city god temple. Although her eyes remained bright, the fatigue etched on her face was unmistakable, stirring a pang of sympathy within him.
No.
"We shall rest today. I have instructed old Tu to prepare a new set of garments for you. Tomorrow, you shall wear them and accompany me to 2 new locations." Jiang Zhefeng turned her gaze outside. The night had deepened into darkness. She nodded in agreement. The two returned to their respective chambers, both tossing and turning in bed. Jiang Zhefeng's mind was consumed with the information acquired that day, Feeling as though this case presented no avenue for resolution, it all seemed like a ghost story. She attempted to shift her perspective but ultimately reached a dead end. Xiahua Huai remained pensive, as if harboring unspoken thoughts. Unable to decipher his mind, she ultimately surrendered to fatigue and fell into a restless sleep. Xiahua Huai's thoughts were filled with the image of Jiang Zhefeng in her female attire, the way she smiled, her gentle tone when she tried to soothe him, and her delicate features left his heart in disarray. Once the case concluded, he would no longer have any justification to take Jiang Zhefeng out daily, nor could she continue to dress as a woman. Jiang Zhefeng would persist in her disguise as a man to excel in the imperial examinations, leaving him with no opportunities to intervene. Jiang Zhefeng's childhood dream was to become the most formidable female painter of the Great Foam, not to top the examinations. How could he help Jiang Zhefeng let go of Yanqing's death, unravel her emotional knots, and rediscover her true self? Chapter 49. The Tavern the following day. The two prepared themselves. Jiang Zhefeng noticed that Xiahua Huai had not donned his human skin mask nor disguised himself, instead opting for an elegant black brocade outfit that exuded a blend of charm and aloofness. She found it perplexing. If he had not disguised himself, why insist on her wearing female attire? You will understand once we arrive, Xiahua Huai replied, casting a solemn glance at her. The outfit she wore, a delicate lotus pink, was graceful yet not overly extravagant, captivating enough to rival the beauty of blooming flowers. Tomorrow, I shall instruct Old Two to prepare several more garments in this hue, he added. After a lengthy carriage ride, Jiang Zhefeng sensed they were headed once again towards the city god temple. You have indeed decided to seek out that old beggar from yesterday? She inquired. Xiahua Huai scoffed. Who would seek him? Today we are heading to the Long'an Academy.
Suddenly,
Jiang Zhefeng recalled that the Long'an Academy, established in the emperor's name by Xiahua Huai, was located at the end of the alley where the city god temple stood. Upon arrival, as they dismounted, Jiang Zhefeng stood in awe at the entrance of the academy. The expansive grounds were adorned with a dignified, ancient architecture, and the stone steps were flanked by lush green bamboo. The plaque was inscribed by Emperor Yuanjin himself, and the academy was on par with those attended by the nobility in the capital. How much did you sell the gifts for to fund such a grand academy? Jiang Zhefeng asked, astonished. Xiahua Huai replied proudly, those gifts were worth scarcely anything. The walls of the academy wouldn't even be built with that. Since it was established in the emperor's name, naturally, the emperor had to contribute some silver, otherwise it would be deemed too modest, and he would be ridiculed. He withdrew a considerable sum from his own treasury for this academy. How come you have such clever schemes? You must have calculated the emperor's contributions when you accepted those gifts, Jiang Zhefeng teased, laughing lightly. Suddenly, a revelation struck her. How dare Du Yong embezzle from an academy funded by the emperor? You did this intentionally. Xiahua Huai raised an eyebrow. Consider yourself astute. He certainly wouldn't dare. The inferior quality timber was deliberately arranged by me to find an excuse to investigate Du Yong. Now let us enter and take a look. As they approached the entrance, the guards recognized Xiahua Huai and greeted him respectfully. He nodded in acknowledgement, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority as he strode into the academy with Jiang Zhefeng. Upon entering, they found themselves in a spacious courtyard, where a man in a black martial arts uniform was instructing a group of children in combat. The children, varying in age and stature, practiced diligently. Jiang Zhefeng was astonished to recognize the martial arts instructor as Su Hong, who had previously accompanied Xiahua Huai to inspect the prison. Is that Su Hong?
she asked.
Xiahua Huai nodded. Su Hong has a straightforward temperament and despises flattery. He will likely never rise in the Dali Temple. If he offends the powerful, he won't even know how he met his end. He is quite capable and more than sufficient to teach these children. I have assigned him here to instruct them in martial arts. He receives the emperor's stipend and does not need to curry favor with anyone. The children adore him. Xiahua Huai explained, I suggested to the emperor that these children practice martial arts in the morning and study in the afternoon, with classes divided every 3 months. Those who struggle with academics will focus solely on martial arts, preparing to defend our borders in battle. As these children grow, those proficient in studies will enter the court, while those skilled in martial arts will guard the frontiers. Wherever they are, they will remain loyal to the emperor, for they owe their opportunity to his grace. Otherwise, they might never know a full meal. A wave of tumultuous emotions surged within Jiang Zhefeng. She couldn't help but glance at Xiahua Huai, who was intently watching the children practice. His profile was striking, his gaze gentle, and the corners of his lips slightly curved. In these past few days, Xiahua Huai's actions had continually shifted her perception of him. She suddenly found herself unable to fathom his true nature. Xiahua Huai, unwaveringly focused on the children, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, chin raised high, exuding an air of arrogance.
What?
Are you all so enamored with your lord that you wish to pledge your hearts to him?
He teased.
Consider it granted. Jiang Zhefeng was left speechless.
Indeed.
Xiahua Huai could not maintain the facade for long, quickly reverting to his usual irreverent self. Upon seeing Xiahua Huai, Su Hong smiled at him, and the children turned in unison, rushing towards him in a joyous uproar. Brother! Brother! You've come to see us. Brother! We heard you've slain many corrupt officials. How impressive! Brother, you look so handsome today. Xiahua Huai crouched down, smiling as he exchanged greetings with them, while several children climbed onto his back, completely engulfing him. Jiang Zhefeng stood, astonished, realizing that Xiahua Huai had amassed such a throng of little followers. Xiahua Huai pulled down the child who had climbed onto his back. Little Dizzy, behave yourself. As little Dizzy descended, he noticed Jiang Zhefeng standing nearby and curiously asked, Big brother, is this your wife? She is truly beautiful. Xiahua Huai's ears flushed red. He stood up and waved his hand, saying, Go away, stop talking nonsense. Su Hong approached, nodding and smiling at Jiang Zhefeng, then turned to Xiahua Huai. Lord Shaoqing, what brings you here today? Xiahua Huai placed his hand on Su Hong's shoulder. Brother Su, please don't tease me. I have some matters to discuss with little Dizzy and the others. Su Hong understood that although Xiahua Huai was chatty and playful in private, he was serious when it came to important matters. He took the other children away, leaving only little Dizzy and a few others. Xiahua Huai pointed to the distant corridor. Big brother has something to ask you. Let's go over there. It's too hot here. As they reached the shaded corridor, Jiang Zhefeng followed silently. Little Dizzy spoke first. Big brother, what do you want to ask? Xiahua Huai crouched down and inquired. During the days around the 25th of March, did you see or hear anything unusual while running around the streets? Little Dizzy replied, Big brother, didn't you ask us this before? Xiahua Huai recalled that he had indeed bribed this group of children with buns to provide information on the 25th of March. They had informed him of events after that date. Then tell me, did you see anything noteworthy in the days leading up to the 25th of March? The children immediately began chattering. I know. Those days were during Qingming, right? The Zhang family bought a large batch of bamboo. I saw it being transported through the streets. It looked magnificent. I heard it was specifically bought from Jiangnan, with several carts to be planted in their garden. In the capital, many prominent families bore the surname Zhang. But when mentioning the Zhang family, it generally referred to the residence of the chief minister, Zhang Qingman. A dark-skinned boy squeezed forward and blinked. Not only the Zhang family planted bamboo, before the 25th of March, many new willows were also planted along Yudai Lake.
Yes.
There were many flowers and trees being planted during those days, and the street vendors selling them increased significantly. Xiahua Huai patiently pressed on, apart from the flower vendors. Was there anything else unusual? The children exchanged glances, shaking their heads. No, in the days leading up to the 25th of March, the weather was nice. And many people were out playing. It was mostly just flower vendors, nothing particularly special. Xiahua Huai patted the children's heads. You must keep what I've asked you today a secret, understood? The children were puzzled as to why such trivial matters needed to be kept secret, yet they obediently promised, each thumping their chests in assurance that they would not tell anyone. Xiahua Huai smiled, revealing his pulley white teeth. All right then, go back and study diligently. If I catch you slacking off, be careful of my punishment. The children laughed cheerfully and dispersed. Before leaving, little Dizzy ran up to Jiang Zhefeng, looked up earnestly, and said, Sister, our big brother is really kind. After you marry him, you mustn't bully him. With that, he dashed away. Xiahua Huai quietly admired little Dizzy's perceptiveness. He couldn't help but steal a glance at Jiang Zhefeng's reaction, only to find her standing there, deep in thought. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze to Xiahua Huai, who was caught off guard and, feeling a bit guilty, lowered his eyes, feigning calmness. Don't mind them. These children know nothing. I first won them over with meat buns when I arrived at the Dali Temple. They were the ones who informed me about Wan Lu and the courtesan. They are young, their families are poor, and they can't afford education, so they roam the streets all day. My initial intention to establish a free school was also because of these children. Jiang Zhefeng was not concerned about little Dizzy's words. Instead, she held profound admiration for Xiahua Huai. She respected his meticulous consideration in establishing the Long-End school, recognizing that he had accounted for every detail. Brother Xiahou, I finally understand why the Emperor entrusted such an important case to you. It is because of your careful thought, thoroughness, integrity, and undistracted focus. This was the first time Jiang Zhefeng earnestly praised Xiahua Huai since they had met. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at him, her expression openly expressing her appreciation, which made Xiahua Huai blush slightly. He scratched his head. Oh, not at all. But I still don't understand why I had to wear women's clothing today, she pressed. Xiahua Huai coughed lightly into his fist, regaining his composure. Because we are heading to a certain place, and you'll understand when we arrive. Jiang Zhefeng found Xiahua Huai increasingly enigmatic. The loquacious Xiahua Huai seemed to have become more reserved and mysterious since becoming the Shaoqing of the Dali Temple, now capable of keeping secrets. Upon entering the carriage, Xiahua Huai retrieved the human skin mask from the previous day and placed it over his face. However, without a mirror, he donned it rather clumsily. Jiang Zhefeng couldn't help but say, "Let me help you." She moved in front of him, leaned down, and carefully helped him adjust the mask, ensuring the edges fit properly. Being so close, her breath grazed Xiahua Huai's cheek. After securing the mask, she noticed that Xiahua Huai had stiffened considerably. What's wrong? Xiahua Huai replied honestly. You are too close to me. Jiang Zhefeng took a large step back, her expression conveying understanding. Xiahua Huai recognized that she had likely overthought the situation. The old cart driver guided the carriage to an alley lined with wine shops, bustling with people. Tables were set outside the shops, and many patrons were loudly drinking and chatting. Jiang Zhefeng quietly followed Xiahua Huai as they disembarked. Xiahua Huai pulled out a folding fan, transforming into a suave young gentleman, and addressed the old cart driver. You may return. There's no need to wait for us. The old driver nodded and drove away. Xiahua Huai strolled leisurely down the street, glancing left and right, moving slowly but not stopping. Young master, what are we doing here? Jiang Zhefeng inquired. Xiahua Huai raised an eyebrow, playfully tapping her on the head with his fan. I said I would take a beauty out for drinks. A promise is a promise. They arrived at an unmarked wine tavern, and Xiahua Huai suddenly halted, whispering, Once we go in, don't say anything. Just stay by my side. Jiang Zhefeng nodded in agreement, and they entered the tavern. A young attendant approached, smiling broadly. What kind of wine does the young master wish to purchase? 1 jean of General's Tears, 2 jean of Jade Pot Spring, and 3 jean of Carefree Brew. The attendant, bowing, exclaimed, You have excellent taste. These are our signature wines. All in the back. Please follow me. Xiahua Huai, fanning himself, leisurely followed the attendant into the back courtyard. Jiang Zhefeng noticed that the courtyard was lined with wine jars stacked neatly to half their height, leaving a narrow path down the middle, resembling any ordinary wine tavern's back area. The three of them traversed the narrow path through the courtyard, passing through a corridor until they reached the innermost area. The attendant moved a wine jar aside, revealing a small square opening in the wall, with stairs and a faint light visible below. The attendant bent down, smiling, Young master.
Please.
Xiahua Huai nodded and tossed a silver coin to the attendant before leisurely descending the stairs. Jiang Zhefeng followed closely behind and discovered that it was an expansive circular basement divided into 3 levels. The lavish decor dazzled the eye, illuminated by night pearls the size of dove eggs adorning the walls. In the center was a hall leading directly to the bottom level, with a spiral staircase nearby. The ground featured a small pond where a school of rare golden koi fish swam gracefully. The chamber is encircled by rooms, with the corridors veiled in gauzy curtains, obscuring visibility of the patrons within. Only the sounds of cheerful banter between men and women resonate from the rooms, while raucous shouts emerge from the lowest level, where voices call for larger and smaller drinks. The entire basement is permeated with the heady scent of alcohol. Jiang Zhefeng is somewhat taken aback, astonished that an unremarkable tavern conceals such a den of iniquity in its rear quarters. A remarkably alluring young woman saunters over, swaying her hips. What a handsome young man we have here. What delights shall you indulge in today? Which lady catches your fancy? Allow me to assist you. As she reaches to take Xiahua Huai's arm, he subtly steps back, wrapping his own arm around Jiang Zhefeng's waist. Do not touch me. I am accompanied by a lady and require no assistance. The enchanting woman casts a glance at Jiang Zhefeng, her smile widening. You possess excellent taste, young sir. The lady you accompany is truly as beautiful as a celestial being. Jiang Zhefeng feels the weight of the woman's suggestive gaze, causing her scalp to prickle. Yet she maintains a facade of composure, leaning slightly against Xiahua Huai. Xiahua Huai scoffs. I have no interest in the ladies here, nor am I here for amusement. I seek a sage to inquire about matters of importance. Is he present today? He is, young sir.
Please.
Take a moment to rest in the private room while I notify the sage. Xiahua Huai retrieves a stack of banknotes and hands them to the alluring woman, who beams with delight upon glancing at the money. She leads him into one of the opulent chambers, furnished with exquisite decor reminiscent of the main hall. Once inside, the woman closes the door behind her, and the room becomes a sanctuary of silence. Jiang Zhefeng quickly distances herself from Xiahua Huai, exhaling deeply. What on earth is this place? Who is the sage? Xiahua Huai approaches the door, peeking through the crack to ensure no one is watching before he whispers. I am unsure of the exact nature of this establishment. An official inadvertently mentioned it during the investigation of the Du Yon case. He revealed that many officials disguise themselves to seek pleasure here. He also spoke of a mysterious figure known as the Sage, who is reputed to possess arcane knowledge. However, each person may only pose a single question, and the Sage's responses are never more than 10 words. I have a bold hypothesis regarding the firearm case, but one aspect eludes me, prompting me to seek his counsel. There is a peculiar requirement. One must drink with him until he is satisfied before he will answer. Afterward, the inebriated individual must stay until they sober up. The establishment provides ladies to tend to them. I worry that if I become intoxicated, the ladies may discern my true identity, which is why I asked you to accompany me. He crosses his arms, regarding Jiang Zhefeng with a wary expression. Though I may appear tall and handsome, my inclinations lie with men. I have a low tolerance for alcohol. Should I drink excessively, you must care for me but must not take advantage of the situation. Jiang Zhefeng responds with a perplexed expression. Chapter 50. The sage Jiang Zhefeng earnestly assures Xiahua Huai that she would never exploit the opportunity to take advantage of him, yet he remains skeptical. His expression filled with doubt. You are clearly a woman. When you insisted on aiding me with ointments and bathing in the imperial physician's office, was it truly just to repay a debt of gratitude, or was there a desire to see me bare? Jiang Zhefeng is momentarily rendered speechless. After repeated assurances of her intentions, Xiahua Huai finally sets aside his suspicions, patting her shoulder with a solemn, I believe in your integrity. Jiang Zhefeng is left utterly speechless. A knock at the door interrupts them. Young sir, the sage requests your presence. Xiahua Huai straightens his attire, speaking in a low voice. You will follow me, but remain silent. Understood. Try not to drink too much. You are rather heavy, and I fear I may struggle to assist you. If I must support you back to the room, you might suspect I am taking advantage of you. Xiahua Huai nods, acknowledging the logic in her words. He opens the door to find the alluring woman waiting outside with a smile. Young sir, please follow me. Jiang Zhefeng quietly trails behind Xiahua Huai as they are led by the woman into another room, indistinguishable from the others outside. After navigating a screen, they encounter another door. The woman knocks in a rhythmic pattern, and the door opens to reveal a dimly lit passageway, illuminated by flickering candlelight. She gestures, young sir. The sage does not permit me to enter. Proceed to the end, and you shall find him. Xiahua Huai presents a gold ingot, which the woman accepts with a smile before departing. As they step into the passage, the door slams shut behind them, startling Jiang Zhefeng. Stay close to me. And don't be afraid, Xiahua Huai reassures, taking her hand. Jiang Zhefeng glances at their clasped hands, reflecting that at this moment, she should not concern herself with such matters. However, she feels a sense of unease at his insinuation that she might covet him. Yet now is not the time to dwell on it. The path is not straight. It winds and curves, and after some time, they finally emerge into a small square room. A long table is laden with an array of drinks, the fruity aroma wafting through the air. Behind the table, a screen obscures a vague figure, accompanied by a small child with horned hair. Xiahua Huai calls out, I have a question for the sage. The child steps forward, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, with an endearing and delicate demeanor. He smiles gently, Young sir, please proceed. As Xiahua Huai approaches the table, he calmly lifts a bowl of drink, inhales its scent, and downs it in one gulp. He continues to drink, consuming nearly 20 bowls, his face beginning to flush. Jiang Zhefeng, hidden beneath her sleeves, clenches her hands tightly. She is uncertain of the sage's true nature. But she knows that if Xiahua Huai continues to drink at this pace, he may succumb to drunkenness before the sage is satisfied. She contemplates asking the child how much he must drink to please the sage, but remembers Xiahua Huai's warning to remain silent and suppresses the urge. After nearly another 20 bowls, the figure behind the screen suddenly speaks. Ask your question. The voice is devoid of inflection, ambiguous in gender, and exceedingly eerie. Jiang Zhefeng's tension eases, her heart settling. Xiahua Huai, intoxicated and flushed, clasps his hands in tribute, inquiring, Sage, I wish to ask, what kind of sleight of hand can conceal a large object as though it were minuscule, deceiving all? None. Merely a covert maneuver. Jiang Zhefeng is taken aback, as if something within her mind is struggling to surface, but she cannot grasp it. Xiahua Huai stands in stunned silence, eventually bowing in gratitude to the sage for clarifying his doubts. The child gestures for him to leave, and Xiahua Huai comprehends the dismissal. He bows respectfully before turning to exit. Jiang Zhefeng follows closely, her mind consumed by the phrase covert maneuver, which seems on the verge of revelation, yet remains shrouded in obscurity. Upon exiting the passage, they discover the main door has swung open. Once outside, Xiahua Huai suddenly sways and stumbles, prompting Jiang Zhefeng to rush to his side. She realizes that he has been holding himself upright through sheer will, now clearly intoxicated. Gritting her teeth, she supports him, preparing to guide him back to their room. Just then, the alluring woman saunters over, accompanied by two slender attendants. She surveys the intoxicated Xiahua Huai with a knowing smile. Let me escort this young sir back to his room. The two attendants assist in guiding Xiahua Huai back, laying him gently upon the bed, while Jiang Zhefeng requests their help in changing his attire for the night. After the servant departed, Jiang Zhefeng noticed that the room was already prepared with fragrant water, a basin, a towel, nightclothes, and other necessities behind the screen. She locked the door and turned to see Xiahua Huai tugging at his nightclothes, murmuring softly, I feel so uncomfortable, so hot. Approaching him, she observed that he was drenched in sweat, his eyes tightly shut, and his brows furrowed in distress, leading her to speculate that he was suffering from the effects of intoxication. She wrung out a towel and gently wiped his face and neck, then his hands. But Xiahua Huai continued to pull at his clothing, lamenting his discomfort. After a moment's contemplation, she gritted her teeth, loosened the upper part of his nightclothes, and wiped his torso. He seemed to feel a bit better, his brows relaxing slightly.
Having attended to him,
she felt a thin layer of sweat on her back and was just about to sit down to rest when Xiahua Huai began to call out again. Water. I need water. She picked up the teapot from the table, poured a cup of tea, checked the temperature, and brought it to the bedside. Gently lifting his head, she urged, Come, sit up and drink some water. Xiahua Huai slightly opened his eyes, his gaze unfocused, and after drinking, he stammered, Who are you? Jiang Zhefeng glanced at the door, anxious that someone outside might be eavesdropping, and softly replied, Young master, I am Xiahua. Xiahua Huai appeared momentarily bewildered, repeating her name, Xiahua. Xiahua, Xiahua, as if savoring the sound. Suddenly, he pulled her into an embrace, clinging to her like a child in distress. Xiahua, I feel so uncomfortable. Hold me. With a sigh of resignation, Jiang Zhefeng knelt beside the bed, her upper body leaning against him, feeling somewhat suffocated. Young master, if you keep this up, you might suffocate me. Let me go, and I'll get you more tea, all right? Xiahua Huai loosened his grip slightly, allowing her to take a deep breath. Just as she was about to rise, he abruptly pulled her onto the bed, rolling them both inside, and then he shifted to lie atop her, his gaze heavy with confusion and uncertainty. Due to their earlier interaction, his nightclothes hung loosely on him, allowing Jiang Zhefeng to see the contours of his muscular back and abdomen. Her face flushed crimson, her breathing became erratic, and she felt an uncontrollable urge to push him away. As she struggled to rise, Xiahua Huai murmured, Xiahua, you look so beautiful, and with a silly smile, he collapsed back onto her. Chapter 51. Forget it. Jiang Zhefeng let out a muffled groan under his weight, finding it hard to breathe. Turning her head, she saw that Xiahua Huai had already drifted into a stupor. She knew he had a low tolerance for alcohol and often became incoherent when intoxicated, but she never expected his drunken state to be so extreme today. Frustrated, she pushed him, but he remained unresponsive. Despairing, she whispered angrily in his ear, Xiahua Huai, you're going to crush me, get off. Yet he did not budge. In a fit of anger, she bit down hard on his left arm. causing him to stir slightly. Seizing the opportunity, she attempted to push him away, but his long arms tightened around her, mumbling, "Don't go, hold me." He then pulled her closer, pinning her down with his long legs. Xiahua Huai was tall and strong, completely enveloping her in his embrace, with Jiang Zhefeng's face pressed against his chest, rendering her immobile. She could distinctly feel his well-defined physique, devoid of any excess flesh. His heartbeat resonated strongly, like a drum, and his body radiated an intense warmth, mingled with the sweet scent of fruit-infused alcohol that wafted into her senses. Lying on the bed, she was engulfed in confusion and helplessness. Taking a few deep breaths, she reminded herself that Xiahua Huai preferred men, and this was merely the folly of intoxication, not a deliberate affront. She could not dwell on it nor blame him. After several attempts to break free, she realized her efforts were futile. Each time she moved, he only tightened his grasp. Overwhelmed by despair, she resigned herself to the situation, surrendering to the reality of her predicament. Exhausted from the struggle, she eventually succumbed to sleep in Xiahua Huai's embrace. The following day, as Xiahua Huai opened his eyes, he found himself face-to-face with Jiang Zhefeng's drowsy expression, her sparkling peach blossom eyes filled with indignation. He abruptly pushed her away, sat up, and glanced down at his disheveled nightclothes, clutching his chest in alarm. "What? What have you done to me?" Finally able to move, Jiang Zhefeng, still sore from being pinned by his legs throughout the night, turned her neck and sat up. "What have I done to you? Why don't you consider what you did to me while drunk?" Xiahua Huai, resembling a woman in distress, retreated a few steps while hugging his knees. "You're fully dressed, while I am not. What could I have possibly done to you? How absurd. I trusted you, and you took advantage of my drunken state." Seeing his expression of genuine grievance, as if she had truly wronged him, Jiang Zhefeng clenched her fists, struggling to find her voice. Finally, gritting her teeth, she declared, "Yes. It was I who was tempted by your appearance, and I who bullied you. Next time, I shall not err again." Xiahua Huai hastily jumped off the bed, turning his back to her as he tied his nightclothes. "You're already thinking of a next time? How outrageous." Jiang Zhefeng, incensed, could hardly find words. Xiahua Huai, glancing back at her with a knowing look as her face turned pale with anger, sighed. "Forget it. Who could blame me for being so handsome? It's not your fault." Jiang Zhefeng was left speechless in her fury, unsure of how to reprimand Xiahua Huai for his drunken antics and subsequent accusations. All she could do was tenderly rub her chest, silently comforting herself. "Forget it. Xiahua Huai is just childlike. I shouldn't dwell on it. He only drank to solve a case." After much internal reassurance, her emotions finally began to settle. Xiahua Huai, noticing the lingering scent of alcohol on himself, turned to Jiang Zhefeng and said, "I forgive you. Please summon the servant to bring water. I need to wash up and change before leaving." With a stern expression, Jiang Zhefeng stepped outside to call for the servant to bring fragrant water for bathing. Once the water arrived, she stood in the center of the room, arms crossed, and firmly grasped Xiahua Huai's face, coldly asking, "Now, tell me, what must I do while you bathe to ensure you feel safe?" As the young woman accompanying Xiahua Huai, standing outside would certainly raise suspicions, and remaining inside would lead him to doubt her intentions. After a moment of thought, Xiahua Huai replied, "I choose to trust you, and will give you another chance. Just stay behind the screen, and do not peek." Jiang Zhefeng felt a strong desire to swear to the heavens that she harbored no ill intentions toward him. Seeing his guarded expression, she sat with her back to the screen at the table, chilled to the bone. She forced out the words through clenched teeth. "If I were to sneak a glance at you, I would be lower than a pig or a dog." After waiting for some time, without hearing any further sounds, the splashing of water emerged from behind the screen, causing Jiang Zhefeng to pause momentarily before breaking into a smile. Ever since she began to disguise herself as a man, she had remained composed and aloof, rarely experiencing extreme joy or sorrow. Yet, since encountering Xiahua Huai, she felt utterly unmoored. Despite having been forcibly held by him for an entire night, how had the situation transformed into her supposedly bullying him? It seemed that today, she had completely lost her mind due to Xiahua Huai's antics. From now on, she must not let him lead her astray. Meanwhile, Xiahua Huai sat in the tub, bathing while using his inner strength to listen for any sounds outside. Hearing Jiang Zhefeng emit the faintest chuckle, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had not realized he was feigning drunkenness. Before arriving, he had been concerned about the quality of the drinks and had secretly taken an antidote and detoxifying medicine. In order to help Jiang Zhefeng open her heart, he needed her to first accept him. He could only continue to play the role of the trickster to ensure she did not suspect his true intentions. Yesterday, I spent the night cradling Jiang Zhefeng, who seemed utterly indifferent to my presence as a fully grown man. Yet, Jiang Zhefeng's slight frame nestled against me, a soft and delicate bundle devoid of any feminine fragrance, instead exuding a subtle scent of pine smoke and ink, an aroma so pleasant that it conjured images of her quietly writing, head bowed in serene devotion. It appeared that she approached all her tasks with such quietude, and I couldn't help but wonder if my embrace stirred any emotions within her. Xiahua Huai splashed water on his face, attempting to dispel his thoughts. He needed to focus, lest he overthink the situation. After freshening up, the two of us ambled out of the tavern. Strolling through the streets, I felt invigorated, while Jiang Zhefeng remained lost in contemplation. Waving my fan, I feigned nonchalance and inquired, "Little moon, why the long face? Share your troubles with me, and I shall bring you joy." It seemed Jiang Zhefeng had grown somewhat accustomed to my playful demeanor and chose not to indulge me. "I believe I grasp your thoughts on the case. Yet it feels like there exists an unbroken layer of glass between us." Leaning closer, I whispered in her ear, "There are many eyes here. Let us return and discuss this further." The intimacy of the gesture made her ears tingle, and she instinctively flinched, only for me to wrap my arms around her waist. "I feel as though someone is trailing us. We mustn't reveal ourselves," she exclaimed suddenly. Startled, she nestled closer into my embrace. I couldn't help but smirk. This tactic proved effective in coaxing her compliance. "Come, let us indulge in a meal," I declared, leading her to breakfast. While eating, Jiang Zhefeng sensed something amiss. As if no one were truly following us, I replied lazily, "Would a pursuer make their presence known? Caution is warranted when we are out investigating." She conceded that I had a point. Upon returning to the residence and securing the courtyard door, she promptly pushed my hand away. "I have done nothing to provoke you." With a disdainful glance, I retorted, "I never suggested otherwise. You overthink things. Fetch me paper and ink. I wish to discuss my deductions regarding the case." Chapter 52. Deduction. Jiang Zhefeng prepared the paper, standing at the table as she ground the ink. I took the brush, dipped it in ink, and inscribed the characters for Emperor. She furrowed her brow, questioning my intent. I focused on the characters and countered if the Emperor were to pass. Who would ascend the throne next? Such heretical thoughts startled her, and she quickly glanced toward the door. I chuckled, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Old Tua has gone out on business. He is not here." For a moment, she hesitated, then a realization struck her. Looking at me with disbelief, her voice trembled. "If the Emperor were to die, it would undoubtedly be Prince Pei Ling who ascends. However, he is less than a year old and would require someone to assist in governance." She hesitated to continue, knowing the implications of her words. Prince Pei Ling's maternal grandfather, Zhang Qing, held the highest position among civil officials and wielded considerable power, thus he would certainly take on the role of regent. The loyal Marquis Wu Muchong would also assist, yet stationed far away in Yunnan, he would be unable to remain in the capital. The Shun family, though holding military power, could not act and must remain stationed at the borders, ensuring stability irrespective of who became emperor. If the emperor were to pass, Zhang Qing would become the true power behind the throne. I regarded Jiang Zhefeng with a somber expression. "I finally comprehend why the assassin employed the gestures of the Dasher clan. The hidden hand seeks to implicate them in this matter. Eventually, the emperor will ascertain that those who attempted to assassinate him are indeed from the Dasher clan, making it appear as though their actions were simply a pretext for a renewed invasion of Dafeng. In truth, the perpetrators' actions were merely a facade to conceal their true aim, the emperor himself. Once the emperor were to die and Prince Pei Ling ascended, that individual could manipulate the court while casting blame upon the Dasher clan. General Shun and Marquis Wu, upon discovering the truth, would find themselves powerless, for Pei Ling, as the emperor's only legitimate heir, could not be deposed. Should they confront him, it would only serve to benefit foreign adversaries. Both the Marquis and General Shun were devoted to the emperor and the people. They could not stand idly by as Dafeng descended into chaos. Even if they knew the truth, they would be forced to endure in silence for the sake of the populace. Moreover, the Marquis had an inextricable connection to the Zhang family, as his sister was wed to Zhang Qing's legitimate son, Zhang Puyu. Thus, for reasons of kinship and national duty, He could not harm members of the Zhang family and must covertly support Zhang Qing in ensuring the prince's ascendance. We often pondered the bizarre circumstances surrounding the stolen firearms, hastily seeking their recovery. However, if we shifted our perspective to consider who might benefit from this incident, we could infer the identity of the puppeteer behind it all. Identifying the mastermind would naturally lead us to the whereabouts of the missing items. During our time in the Nameless Tavern, the Immortal's words regarding stealth and subterfuge led me to suspect that the true objective of the hidden figure was one of the three cases, with the others serving merely as distractions. Yet I had never anticipated which case was the primary target. Without hesitation, I asserted that Zhang Qing was the prime suspect. A deduction so alarming it sent my heart racing. Xiahua Huai, do you realize what it means to suspect Zhang Qing? My voice grew urgent. Raising an eyebrow, he replied, I am acutely aware that it signifies my intention to confront the entire bureaucracy of Dafeng and cleanse the court in blood. Do you think the emperor has never entertained such thoughts? His cunning is profound. If I can conceive such notions, surely he can as well. You once mentioned that if the hidden hand is a coalition of interests, the emperor needs someone bold enough to expose them. I regarded him intently, sensing an unfamiliar chill emanating from him as he gazed at the characters on the paper, a mocking smile gracing his lips. In that moment, I found myself questioning whether this astute, decisive man truly was the same Xiahua Huai who often acted foolishly after indulging in wine. Xiahua Huai, you contemplated these possibilities from the moment you took on this case, did you not? Seated comfortably, he crossed his legs, resting his hands behind his head, shaking his leg as he cast a sidelong glance at me, an air of triumph about him.
Indeed.
Yet I was unsure of how Zhang Qing orchestrated the theft of the firearms. When the Immortal mentioned stealth and subterfuge, an epiphany struck me. No one could pilfer from the warehouse under such scrutiny. The only plausible explanation is that the firearms never entered the stockpile. Once the craftsmen completed their work, they were intercepted on their way to the warehouse. Using sleight of hand, they fooled the inspectors. And what was delivered to the warehouse was not firearms at all. As for the substitute that vanished after 3 days, I had yet to deduce that. After a moment of silence, I slowly spoke. Ice can be shaped into any form and can subsequently disappear without a trace. Xiahua Huai suddenly leapt to his feet, slamming his hand on the table, his excitement illuminating his face. Yes, ice. The supervisory office installed special moisture-proofing equipment to prevent the firearms from rusting. Any humidity would be swiftly evaporated. The ground was layered with unique lusts that would absorb any water from the melted ice, leaving no evidence behind. In his exuberance, he lifted me into the air, twirling me joyfully. Little moon, you are brilliant. Breathless from his embrace and dizzy from the spinning, I managed to plead, Xiahua Huai.
Put me down.
He set me down gently, cradling my face in his hands and planting a fervent kiss on my forehead. Little moon, you are truly the most intelligent girl I have ever met. I stood frozen, touching my forehead, feeling the heat of that kiss linger, like a dream. Xiahua Huai had actually kissed me. In that moment, I was at a loss for whether to be angry or vexed. As the situation was about to escalate, Xiahua Huai had already sprinted to the desk, swiftly writing the character for ice. His expression instantly regained its seriousness, as if he had completely dismissed the earlier incident. She clenched her fist and took a deep breath. Xiahua Huai had no fondness for women. His previous actions were merely childish and unintentional. She must have been overthinking. After completing the character, Xiahua Huai raised his gaze to find Jiang Zhefeng standing there, lost in thought, urging, Don't just stand there. Come help me analyze the other clues. First, where did Zhang Qing man hide the items? Haven't you already found the answer? Jiang Zhefeng glanced at Xiahua Huai and replied nonchalantly. You took me to the city god temple and Long'an Academy under the pretense of seeking clues and unusual occurrences, but in truth, you aimed to uncover how the Zhang family concealed their firearms. Otherwise, you wouldn't have instructed the children to keep it a secret and made no demands of the beggars. The children mentioned that the Zhang family purchased a considerable amount of bamboo days before the 25th of March. Zhang Qing man must have used the excuse of planting bamboo to bury the firearms beneath the bamboo grove. Xiahua Huai smirked, winking at her, and said, My little you is truly wise. His smile was both charming and audacious, leaving Jiang Zhefeng momentarily questioning which version of Xiahua Huai was the true one. Was this playful, affectionate person, who spun her around and kissed her, really the same calm and composed individual who had just deduced the mastermind behind the schemes?
Then,
What do you suggest we do next? Jiang Zhefeng is the prime minister. We cannot openly dig up his family's bamboo grove. Given the time that has passed, he may have already relocated the firearms. We might not even find anything if we go. Without solid evidence and relying solely on your conjectures, we cannot act against Jiang Zhefeng. We must wait for him to reveal a slip-up. Since he failed, he will undoubtedly seek another opportunity to assassinate the emperor. As long as we can catch Jiang Zhefeng's trail and follow it, we can uncover his deeds and compel him to explain how he executed his deceptions. However, I wonder if this is solely his doing, or if he has involved the Empress and Zhang Puyu as well. Xiahua Huai stood up, paced around twice, then suddenly clapped his hands and turned to Jiang Zhefeng with a mischievous glint in his eyes, saying, "Let us lure the snake from its hole." Jiang Zhefeng took a step back, furrowing her brows. "Xiahua Huai, what scheme are you concocting now?" Chapter 53. Anger. Xiahua Huai smiled mysteriously. "To lure the snake from its hole, we will need the emperor as bait. Today is not feasible. I will inform you once I have made arrangements." He stretched lazily and added, "I will not be going out to handle cases today. I did not sleep well due to yesterday's intoxication, and I feel a bit drowsy. I shall rest for a while. You should do the same." As Jiang Zhefeng walked out, she remarked, "Since we are not going out to handle cases, I will attend to my own matters." Xiahua Huai casually inquired, "What matters?" "I am going to visit my mother." Xiahua Huai's interest was piqued. He blocked Jiang Zhefeng's path, exclaiming excitedly, "I will accompany you." Jiang Zhefeng smiled gently, "No need, you should rest well. Xing Wuxiao will accompany me." "Xing Wuxiao? When did you invite him?" Xiahua Huai's heart raced. "Xing Wuxiao has been very effective with the medicine for my mother and Zhuang Chan. During your time at the Dali Temple handling cases, he visited the Taoist temple with me every few days to check on them and prepare new medicines for them. Now that I have some time, I will find him at the medical office and ask him to accompany me to the eastern suburbs." "I shall go too," Xiahua Huai declared without hesitation. Jiang Zhefeng, puzzled, asked, "Aren't you tired?" Xiahua Huai straightened up. "We are brothers. Your mother is my mother. How can I feel tired visiting my own mother?" His reasoning was so self-evident and shameless. Jiang Zhefeng was at a loss for words, desperately trying to convince Xiahua Huai that it was unnecessary, suggesting he rest at home after yesterday's drinking. However, she was no match for Xiahua Huai's persistence and ultimately had to concede. When she emerged after changing into male attire, Xiahua Huai had already removed his human skin mask and donned a white brocade robe, standing in the courtyard, preparing to harness Zhu Di with the cart reins. Zhu Di glared at Xiahua Huai, unwilling to yield. Xiahua Huai teased, "Brother Zhu Di, I don't wish for you to pull the cart either. But we are visiting Jiang Zhefeng's mother today. If you are unwilling, so be it." Zhu Di snorted disdainfully, but eventually bowed his head, allowing Xiahua Huai to put on the reins. Jiang Zhefeng couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Zhu Di was the first to see her, letting out a delighted whinny. Xiahua Huai turned his head and saw Jiang Zhefeng standing not far away, her lips curved in a smile, her eyes sparkling with joy. Dressed in a bamboo green male outfit, with a broad jade-colored cloud-patterned sash at her waist and a matching headband, she appeared as refreshing as a mountain after rain. When he had thought Jiang Zhefeng was a boy, he found her attire handsome. Now knowing she was a woman, he felt a strange sensation looking at her in male clothing. His mind kept replaying the image of Jiang Zhefeng with her chest bandaged. "Xiahou Go, what troubles you?" Jiang Zhefeng's voice snapped Xiahou Huai back to reality. He cleared his throat. "I was thinking, since I haven't visited our mother in so long, what should I buy for her?" "You should still call her aunt. When you say our mother, it feels rather odd." "Odd in what way?" "Did I not say it? We are brothers. Your mother is my mother. Furthermore, the last time I visited, I pretended to be Yanqing and chatted with her for quite a while. She regarded me as Yanqing, so how can I not consider her my mother?" All right, you win." Jiang Zhefeng truly found herself at a loss against Xiahua Huai. Every time she attempted to reason with him, he had a plethora of twisted arguments ready. She was no match for him. After leaving a note for the old camel, Xiahua Huai took the reins of Zhu Di and set off with Jiang Zhefeng. He bought an abundance of food and supplies as well as fruits and vegetables, filling the cart to the brim, leaving Jiang Zhefeng barely enough space to sit in a corner. Xiahua Huai confidently proclaimed, "Our mother enjoys the little trinkets I make. Today, I brought so much wood that whatever she desires, I can create it on the spot." Upon arriving at the entrance of the medical office, Jiang Zhefeng handed a silver coin to the guard, who smiled and instructed her to wait a moment before turning to announce their arrival. Shortly after, Xing Wuxiao emerged, dressed in a bamboo green brocade robe, carrying a medicine box. Xiahua Huai glanced at Jiang Zhefeng and noticed they were both wearing the same color today. Unable to suppress a frown, when Xing Wuxiao saw Xiahua Huai and Jiang Zhefeng standing at the door, he paused for a moment before approaching. Bending his brow in a smile, Xiahou Go, it has been a while. Should I now address you as Lord Shaoqing? Xiahua Huai playfully tapped him on the chest. Xing Wuxiao, when did you learn to jest? Jiang Zhefeng nodded and smiled at Xing Wuxiao, who opened the medicine box to reveal several vials. I have prepared new medicine for Aunt, and Zhuangchan. Jiang Zhefeng casually picked up a green porcelain bottle, opened it, and exclaimed in delight, You added mint to it? Yes, last time Aunt mentioned she liked mint, so I added a bit of mint oil to the pills, thinking she would surely appreciate it. Xing Wuxiao's voice was always gentle and cheerful. Standing beside them, Xiahou Huai observed the two of them, clad in matching colors, laughing and chatting, one exuding an ethereal grace, the other radiating a bright, moon-like quality, creating an exceptionally harmonious scene. He felt increasingly like an extraneous presence. How had Jiang Zhefeng and Xing Wuxiao developed such an uncanny rapport? When Xing Wuxiao smiled, his eyes sparkled with an innocent brightness that seemed to draw Jiang Zhefeng in. Xiahou Huai's expression darkened, his heart aching as if being gnawed by 1,000 ants. With a forced smile, he stepped forward and snatched the porcelain vial from Jiang Zhefeng's hands, positioning himself between the two individuals. He took a whiff of the pills within the vial and exclaimed, How delightful! Xing Wuxiao, do procure some pills for me next time. My sleep has been rather elusive lately, and I could certainly use something to aid it. Xing Wuxiao responded with a gentle smile. The last time you sought my pulse, you mentioned your breath was often irregular. Have you not improved since? Xiahou Huai's expression froze instantly. He had previously believed that his breathlessness was due to illness upon seeing Jiang Zhefeng and had consulted Xing Wuxiao, who had reassured him that he was merely fatigued and needed rest. Now, with Xing Wuxiao openly speaking of it, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Jiang Zhefeng inquired with confusion, Brother Xiahou, when did you mention any ailment? Xiahou Huai chuckled awkwardly, My breathlessness has long since subsided. It is merely that since becoming the Deputy Minister of Justice, my busy schedule has led to insufficient rest. Xing Wuxiao nodded. Indeed, Brother Xiahou, combating corruption and establishing schools for the nation requires one to maintain good health. I shall prepare some restorative pills for you. Xiahou Huai then drew Xing Wuxiao closer, guiding him toward the carriage. Come accompany me. It has been ages since we last met. Today, we must have a good conversation. Besides, the carriage is overflowing with goods, so there is no room for you inside. Xing Wuxiao glanced at the carriage and, peering through the curtain, confirmed it was indeed packed to the brim. With a smile, he replied, Very well, I shall heed Brother Xiahou's wishes. On their way, Xiahou Huai queried Xing Wuxiao about his freedom to roam, wondering if he was not on duty. Xing Wuxiao felt a twinge of embarrassment and hesitated to answer. Xiahou Huai, intrigued, pressed him further until Xing Wuxiao finally relented and shared the reason. He recounted an occasion when he had entered the palace to attend to a noblewoman, where he encountered Princess Mingyue. For reasons unknown, she had taken a liking to him and frequently complained of ailments, specifically requesting him for diagnosis. Upon visiting her, he discovered that she was in perfect health and had merely summoned him for her own amusement. From that moment, it became common knowledge that Princess Mingyue had an interest in him, granting him the freedom to come and go at the Imperial Medical Office without consequence. Xiahou Huai burst into laughter upon hearing this. Jiang Zhefeng, lifting the curtain, asked curiously, What is so amusing? Xiahou Huai, suppressing his mirth, replied, Jiang Zhefeng, have you never asked Xing Wuxiao why he has such liberty at the Imperial Medical Office? I did ask, and he mentioned he has the favor of a noblewoman. Jiang Zhefeng responded. Xiahou Huai grinned mischievously. Our esteemed physician is soon to become the brother-in-law of the emperor. Xing Wuxiao's ears turned crimson, and he stammered, Brother Xiahou, please do not speak nonsense. Jiang Zhefeng was left bewildered. She was aware that the only princess of Dafeng was Princess Mingyue Pei Qionglan, a sworn sister of Emperor Yuanjin, who was yet unmarried, but the details beyond that eluded her. Xiahou Huai's offhand remarks left her in a daze. Noticing Jiang Zhefeng's confusion, which starkly contrasted with her usual composure, Xiahou Huai felt a warmth in his chest. He patiently clarified, Princess Mingyue was originally Lu Qionglan, the legitimate daughter of the Liu family from Jiangnan. The family held significant influence, and in an effort to curry favor, the late Empress Dowager brought her into the palace at a young age, bestowing her the surname Pei and planning to marry her to the late emperor. However, after the Empress Dowager's passing, the late emperor rejected those tied to her and attempted to arrange a marriage with the northern Rome, which was likewise declined, leaving her in a precarious position, subject to disdain. The Liu family, embarrassed by her predicament, effectively severed ties with her. You are aware that Emperor Yuanjin and the late emperor were cousins of similar age. After ascending the throne, the situation for Pei Qionglan became even more dire. She was treated as a concubine of the late emperor, and with Emperor Yuanjin's reluctance to take her as a consort, she found herself shunned by 3 sovereigns, ultimately leading to a fate where she could no longer bear to live. The emperor, wishing to spare the world of another pitiful woman, adopted her as a sister, granting her the title of Princess Mingyue, providing her with a residence, and allowing her to choose her own husband, hoping to secure her a fulfilling future. Upon seeing her elevated to the status of princess, the Liu family resumed contact with her. As the emperor's only son, he had no siblings, and Pei Qionglan was his nominal sister. Thus, any man who marries her would effectively become the emperor's brother-in-law and gain favor with the Liu family. Consequently, she has become the object of desire among the young nobility in the capital. If one considers it, she has just turned 18 this February, the same age as Xing Wuxiao. It is said she possesses a remarkable beauty and has grown up in the palace, embodying grace and elegance. Such a refined individual, repeatedly lowering herself to invite Xing Wuxiao to her side, reveals the depth of her feelings for him. Jiang Zhefeng finally grasped the situation. It was the noblewoman, Princess Mingyue Pei Qionglan, who had shown such affection towards Xing Wuxiao. Xing Wuxiao, if the princess regards you with such favor, and should you hold any feelings for her, your union would indeed be a splendid affair. Xing Wuxiao's face bore a look of deep resignation. I have no interest in such highborn ladies. Marrying someone like her would bind me within the constraints of royal protocol for a lifetime. I feel no attraction toward her. Each encounter leaves me feeling suffocated and oppressed. Xiahua Huai nudged Xing Wuxiao with his elbow, raising an eyebrow. Then what kind of woman do you desire? I shall keep an eye out for you. Xing Wuxiao gazed into the distance, a smile gracing his lips. The woman I admire must be unfazed by honor or disgrace, neither servile nor arrogant, kind-hearted and astute, composed and tranquil. I wish for her to await my return home after my duties, preferably with a love for reading and writing, so we may study medicine together. When I encounter difficulties, she could assist me in analyzing them. When sorrow strikes, she could provide solace. If I could wed such a woman, I would devote everything to her, braving fire and water. In my view, to find a kindred spirit to share life's journey with, to support each other until old age, surpasses the title of the emperor's brother-in-law. Xiahua Huai's expression darkened. Memories flooded back of when he was an errand boy at the Ministry of Justice, with Jiang Zhefeng picking him up every day, her attentive care when he was injured, her calm analysis during troubled times. Just a hint from him would prompt her immediate understanding. During moments of emotional turmoil, she would soften her voice to comfort him. Jiang Zhefeng was exceptionally talented in her studies, her handwriting impeccable. The qualities Xing Wuxiao sought in a wife seemed tailor-made for Jiang Zhefeng. Could it be that Xing Wuxiao, as a physician, had already discerned Jiang Zhefeng's true identity? Was he deliberately accompanying her to the eastern outskirts, diligently preparing medicine for Zhuangchan and the Zhou family? Was he intentionally voicing his marital aspirations in her presence? Xiahua Huai's gaze lowered, a flicker of light danced in his eyes, and an icy aura began to emanate from him. Chapter 54. Alaf Jiang Zhefeng admired Xing Wuxiao's perspective that wealth should not corrupt one's heart, desiring only the affection of one. She could not help but exclaim, Xing Wuxiao, your views are commendable, but how will you address the matter with Princess Mingyue? Xing Wuxiao sighed deeply. She is a princess. She cannot forcibly claim me as her own. I am unwilling, and with time, she will surely find it dull and let go. Perhaps it is simply novelty she seeks, as other men shower her with affection while I do not. Indeed, a forced union bears no sweetness. If one is unhappy, the other cannot find fulfillment either. Xing Wuxiao and Jiang Zhefeng were engaged in light-hearted banter, completely unaware that Xiahua Huai's expression had darkened to an inky hue. Xiahua Huai, realizing the implications, felt even more troubled. He scoffed, a forced union bears no sweetness? What if the princess has a taste for bittermelon? if she were to petition the emperor for a marriage arrangement, unless Xing Wuxiao were to perish. He would have no choice but to marry her. This statement caused both Jiang Zhefeng and Xing Wuxiao's expressions to shift dramatically. Jiang Zhefeng patted Xiahua Huai's back, admonishing, "Brother Xiahou, do not douse us with such cold water." Xiahua Huai huffed, "I am not dousing you. I am offering a suggestion to Xing Wuxiao. It is simple for the princess to release her interest in him. It merely depends on his willingness." Xing Wuxiao furrowed his brow. "What suggestion?" Leaning closer to Xing Wuxiao, Xiahua Huai whispered a few words, and Xing Wuxiao's expression froze in shock. Xiahua Huai shifted closer to him, sitting tightly next to him and intentionally nudging him. Xing Wuxiao remained as still as a statue, frozen in place. Xiahua Huai chuckled, stating, "I'm not afraid of losses. Why should you be? And afterward, do remember to thank me." Jiang Zhefeng, intrigued, inquired about his method, but Xiahua Huai was reluctant to divulge. With a complex expression, Xing Wuxiao glanced at Xiahua Huai, subtly shifting a bit away and opting for silence. Jiang Zhefeng had no choice but to abandon his questioning. The trio soon arrived at Xuanmiao Temple, where Zhuang Chan and the Zhou family had long been waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing the three approach together, they greeted them with smiles. Zhuang Chan congratulated Xiahua Huai on his appointment as the Deputy Minister of Justice, to which Xiahua Huai modestly responded. Today, Zhou was particularly animated, chatting incessantly with Xing Wuxiao. Upon learning that Xing Wuxiao had added peppermint oil to her new medicine, she was as delighted as a child, praising his thoughtfulness. Daogu of Guanyun emerged, warmly inviting them inside. She expressed her gratitude to Xing Wuxiao, noting that the burn ointment he had concocted was also effective for others, and everyone was immensely grateful. She wished to request him to prepare more ointment, to which Xing Wuxiao readily acquiesced. The Daogu guided him to a side room, where several Taoist nuns asked him to take their pulses. After patiently doing so, he prescribed medicine, and everyone expressed their appreciation one by one. Jiang Zhefeng had been hiding inside, whispering with Zhuang Chan. Xiahua Huai realized that standing beside them made him feel superfluous. The discomfort of being gnawed by 1,000 ants washed over him once more, and he resolved to steal the spotlight from Xing Wuxiao. At noon during lunch, Xiahua Huai announced that he had brought plenty of wood and could assist in repairing the houses and crafting small toys to entertain everyone. The Daogu requested him to help fix the front door and the leaking side hall, to which Xiahua Huai readily agreed. Zhuang Chan desired a 6-faced rotating crane lantern, and Xiahua Huai confidently promised he would make it. After a satisfying meal, Xiahua Huai busied himself, demonstrating his agility as he carried the wood and gracefully leaped onto the rooftop. The crowd erupted in applause, while Xiahua Huai, sitting atop the roof, strained to suppress his laughter. While repairing the roof, he occasionally stole glances at Jiang Zhefeng, noting she was engrossed in conversation with Zhuang Chan and Zhou, without sparing him a glance, which left him feeling slightly dejected. When Xing Wuxiao offered to help, Xiahua Huai without hesitation assigned him to fetch tiles. The Daogu remarked that such menial tasks were familiar to them and volunteered to assist, but Xiahua Huai insisted, "You all should take a break today. Let Xing Wuxiao help me." Xing Wuxiao, lacking martial skills, could only obediently climb the ladder to hand him tiles. After a dozen trips, when he climbed up again with tiles, Xiahua Huai looked down at the roof and declared, "No need, it's fixed. Then I'll come down." Xing Wuxiao was just about to descend the ladder when it suddenly tilted backward, causing an outcry of alarm. "Be careful. It's dangerous." Xiahua Huai sprang forward, catching Xing Wuxiao and landing securely on the ground. Jiang Zhefeng and the others rushed over, concerned. "Xing Wuxiao, are you alright?"
me fine.
"Thanks to Brother Xiahou for saving me." Jiang Zhefeng's gaze inadvertently fell upon Xing Wuxiao's waist, where Xiahua Huai's hand still rested. Noticing Jiang Zhefeng's stare, Xing Wuxiao's expression stiffened, and he discreetly brushed Xiahua Huai's hand away, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Xiahou." Xiahua Huai fixed his gaze on Xing Wuxiao's face, his voice slightly husky. "What else there to think? It's only right to save you. It would be a pity to ruin such a beautiful face." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Chan couldn't help but frown. Jiang Zhefeng was taken aback, and the Daogu of Guanyun candidly remarked how fortunate it was that the incident was merely a scare, suggesting the two rest before repairing the door. Xiahua Huai waved his hand dismissively, asserting that Xing Wuxiao, being a delicate physician, was unsuited for such labor, and instructed him to take a tea break while he managed the door repair alone. Jiang Zhefeng concurred, urging Xing Wuxiao to rest and leave the rest to Xiahua Huai. Thus, Xing Wuxiao and the others sat beneath the pavilion in the courtyard, watching as Xiahua Huai deftly cut the wood to the appropriate lengths and nailed it behind the door. The slightly askew door of the temple was swiftly repaired. After tinkering for a while, Xiahua Huai affixed several oddly shaped wooden pieces to the door, and at the top, he secured a rotating wooden piece, connecting them with a hemp rope. Once completed, he invited the Daogu of Guanyun to test the door's mechanism. She discovered that when the wooden piece was turned vertically, the door would open automatically, and when turned horizontally, it would close, eliciting a chorus of amazement. The other Taoist nuns, having never seen such a device, were both curious and astonished, surrounding him with inquiries about its workings. Zhou and Zhuangchan pondered for a long time, but could not comprehend it. Xing Wuxiao praised Xiahua Huai's mastery of mechanisms, genuinely impressed. Xiahua Huai smiled faintly, patiently explaining the principles behind it, though his explanations were too intricate for the others to grasp. Jiang Zhefeng, standing nearby, couldn't he help but smile. Knowing well Xiahua Huai's proficiency in many peculiar crafts made the invention unsurprising. She also clearly understood that although Xiahua Huai appeared nonchalant, he was inwardly quite pleased with himself. Catching a glimpse of Jiang Zhefeng standing at the edge of the crowd, her face glowing in the sunlight like white jade, her eyes shimmering with golden light like the dawn, his smile deepened, and he exuberantly declared he would make a six-faced rotating crane lantern for Zhuangchan. She expressed her desire for a lantern depicting a girl chasing butterflies, and Xiahua Huai readily agreed. Having witnessed the lantern he previously gifted Zhou, the crowd was eager to see him create one in person, drawing closer with curiosity. In no time, Xiahua Huai became the center of attention. With late May upon them, his hard work had left a thin sheen of sweat on his brow. Glancing at Xing Wuxiao standing quietly on the periphery, he called out, "It's too hot with everyone crowding around me. You all go wait under that pavilion, and let Xing Wuxiao stay to assist me. Xing Wuxiao, come help me out." With Xiahua Huai's command, the crowd dispersed to sit nearby, watching as he and Xing Wuxiao busied themselves crafting a lantern in the shade of the porch. Xiahua Huai sketched the design for the paper cutouts, directing Xing Wuxiao to assist with the cutting. Sitting gracefully on a bench, Xing Wuxiao cut the paper with elegance. As Xiahua Huai grasped the wood and began sawing, he suddenly looked up and spoke to Xing Wuxiao. He smiled helplessly, setting aside his work to retrieve his handkerchief, gently wiping the sweat from Xiahua Huai's brow. Xiahua Huai nodded appreciatively, flashing a dazzling smile that was both charming and mischievous. Zhuangchan, observing from the pavilion, quietly leaned toward Jiang Zhefeng and whispered, "Why do I feel like Xiahua Huai's gaze toward Xing Wuxiao is rather unusual?" Jiang Zhefeng gestured for silence, cautioning her against speaking out. The secret of Xiahua Huai being the rabbit spirit must remain tightly guarded. Once the lantern was completed and lit, the silhouette of the girl chasing butterflies danced vividly on the wall, much to Zhuangchan's delight. Xiahua Huai then proposed to create several 9-section balls as playthings for everyone. This item was rare and expensive, and its intricate production left the crowd in awe of Xiahua Huai's skills. He requested Xing Wuxiao's continued assistance, leading to a most peculiar scene under the pavilion. Seated in the shaded porch, Xiahua Huai and Xing Wuxiao presented a striking contrast, one tall and handsome, the other refined and elegant. Xiahua Huai occasionally looked up to converse with Xing Wuxiao, who would occasionally smile softly, tenderly wiping his sweat with a handkerchief. His gestures gentle yet resigned. Busy until the hour of the rooster, Xiahua Huai prepared 5 exquisite 9-hole balls for the gathering. The Taoist priestess, Guanyun, performed a courteous bow to him. "Xiahua, you bring joy to others. Your merits are immeasurable. Today, I express my deepest gratitude." Xiahua Huai returned the gesture, saying, "It was merely a small effort, not worth mentioning. Next time, I shall accompany Jiang Zhefeng to visit you all." As the trio prepared to depart, the other saw them off at the door. Taking advantage of the moment when Xing Wuxiao was advising Zhuangchan on how to use the new ointment, Xiahua Huai pulled Jiang Zhefeng aside and whispered, "You will drive the carriage while Xing Wuxiao and I sit inside. I wish to share some private moments with him, so please do not disturb us." Jiang Zhefeng raised her eyes and, noticing Xiahua Huai's serious expression, nodded in understanding. After bidding farewell to the others, on their way back, Xing Wuxiao, seated in the carriage, looked at Xiahua Huai across from him with curiosity, while let Yan Qing drive the carriage. "After all our hard work, Isn't it only fair that he takes the reins? After a moment of silence, Xing Wuxiao added, driving is exhausting. Why don't you and Yanqing rest in the carriage? And I will take the reins? Xiahua Huai, lounging lazily against the carriage, replied, do as you wish. I have no objections. Xing Wuxiao called for Jiang Zhefeng to take the reins, but she adamantly refused, leaving Xing Wuxiao with no choice but to relent. Inside the carriage, Xiahua Huai animatedly recounted various experiences from his recent tenure as a minor official in the Dali Temple, sharing peculiar traits of court officials and oddities from the capital. His storytelling was vivid, and Xing Wuxiao listened with great interest, occasionally letting out soft laughter. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhefeng, driving outside, could only listen in bewilderment at their amusement. Chapter 55. Gathering violets. By the time they returned to the capital, the moon had risen above the willow tops. Jiang Zhefeng suggested treating the two to a meal. Just as Xing Wuxiao was about to decline, Xiahua Huai unceremoniously draped an arm around his shoulders and led him towards a tavern. The three soon found a clean and elegant establishment, requesting a private room. Once the food arrived, Jiang Zhefeng raised a cup of tea, standing to say, thank you both for accompanying me to the eastern suburbs today. I offer this tea in place of wine, as a gesture of respect. Xing Wuxiao lifted his wine cup with a gentle smile. There is no need for such formality, Yanqing. Xiahua Huai, eager to join in, stood up, exclaiming, Xiao is right. There's no need to be so polite with us.
Xiao?
Xing Wuxiao paused, his neck stiffening as he looked at Xiahua Huai, his voice rising slightly. Xiahua Huai nodded. We share such a good relationship. Calling you Xiao feels much more endearing. With that, he downed his drink in one go. Jiang Zhefeng found it difficult to utter the name, forcing herself to say, I still prefer to call you Xing Wuxiao. You won't mind, will you? Xing Wuxiao forced a smile. I don't mind, but I still prefer you to call me Xing Wuxiao. Xiahua Huai ignored Xing Wuxiao's protest, continuing to call him Xiao and insisting they drink together. Jiang Zhefeng grew anxious, fearing Xiahua Huai might become drunkenly unruly again, and she repeatedly intervened. Xiahua Huai shot Jiang Zhefeng meaningful glances, whispering, why do you stop me from drinking with Xiao? With clenched fists and no words to say, Jiang Zhefeng could only watch as the two began to toast each other. After a few rounds, Xing Wuxiao expressed his reluctance to continue drinking, to which Xiahua Huai lamented, Xiao, why won't you drink with me? How about I have 3 cups while you have just 1? Having said that, he proceeded to drink 3 cups on his own. Reluctantly, Xing Wuxiao followed suit with 1 cup. As Xiahua Huai's complexion began to redden, Jiang Zhefeng could no longer hold back and forcibly took the wine jug, declaring that they would only eat dinner tonight and not drink any more. Xing Wuxiao agreed. Only then did Xiahua Huai relent. After finishing their meal, the trio stepped outside, only to find that rain had begun to fall. A gentle drizzle enveloping the night like a thin mist. Xiahua Huai remarked, let us hurry and escort Xiao home while the rain is light. We wouldn't want him to catch a cold. Without waiting for a response, he dashed to the tavern's rear to fetch the carriage, bringing it promptly before them. Tilting his head and commanding, quickly get in. Once they were seated, Xiahua Huai inquired where Xing Wuxiao lived. I need to go to the Tai Bureau, he replied. I've been out all day and must return to duty tonight. Xiahua Huai swiftly drove the carriage to the Tai Bureau. After Xing Wuxiao alighted, Jiang Zhefeng hadn't a chance to exchange more than a few words with him when Xiahua Huai looked up at the sky and urged Jiang Zhefeng, if we continue talking, the rain will intensify and Xiao will get soaked. Jiang Zhefeng hurriedly bid farewell to Xing Wuxiao, and Xiahua Huai called out, Xiao, I shall visit you again soon. With a lingering glance at Xing Wuxiao, he finally drove away. On the return journey, the rain grew heavier. Jiang Zhefeng pulled back the curtain and called out, the rain is too fierce. Let us find a place to shelter. Xiahua Huai replied, this is closest to Jinyang Alley. Shall we head there first?
Certainly.
As they reached Jinyang Alley, Xiahua Huai was thoroughly soaked. He went to settle the horse, while Jiang Zhefeng hurried to boil water, urging him to take a bath. Once Xiahua Huai had bathed, she prepared a bowl of ginger soup and brought it to him, encouraging him to drink it to ward off the chill. After ensuring everything was in order, the rain showed no signs of abating. In fact, it seemed to intensify. Just as she finished bathing and was wringing out her hair, she heard a loud crash of a shattered porcelain bowl amidst the sound of the rain. She donned her outer garment, took an umbrella, and approached Xiahua Huai's door, knocking lightly. Brother Xiahua, are you all right?
I'm fine.
Came a shaky voice from within. Jiang Zhefeng was startled to find the door slightly ajar and pushed it open. Xiahua Huai lay curled on the bed, wrapped in blankets. His complexion flushed, trembling uncontrollably. Fragments of a broken teapot lay scattered on the floor. When he caught sight of Jiang Zhefeng entering with her hair cascading down, illuminated by the candlelight, she appeared as graceful and ethereal as an orchid on a cliff. "What brings you here?" "I'm fine," he rasped, his teeth chattering. Jiang Zhefeng stepped closer to feel his forehead, which was burning hot. "You have a fever? From drinking and being caught in the rain? How could you let this happen?"
I'm fine.
"I took some medicine to reduce the fever earlier.
If I sleep, I'll be all right."
Please help me get some water to drink." Jiang Zhefeng glanced at the broken teapot on the floor, realizing that Xiahua Huai must have wanted to get water but accidentally shattered it. "All right, wait here, I'll go boil some water." She hurried to the kitchen, boiled a pot of tea, and brought it back in. While Xiahua Huai drank, she quickly cleaned up the shards of the teapot. After finishing a whole pot of tea, Xiahua Huai was still trembling. "I'm cold. Please bring me another blanket." Jiang Zhefeng surveyed the room. It was warm, and there were no thick blankets available. She dashed to her own room and retrieved the quilt from her bed, covering Xiahua Huai. Pouring him another cup of tea, she said, "Drink some water for now. I'll step out to fetch water to wipe your forehead." After finishing the tea, Xiahua Huai handed the cup back to her, clutching her hand and stuttering. "Don't go. Bring me another blanket. I'm still cold." Jiang Zhefeng knelt beside the bed, soothingly saying, "Xiahua Huai, there are no extra blankets here. Let me wipe your forehead, and it will be all right soon." Suddenly, a crash of thunder resounded outside, and the rain poured down even harder, cascading from the eaves like a waterfall. A gust of wind brought a chill into the room, filling it instantly. Xiahua Huai shivered violently, gripping her hand tightly. "Jiang Zhefeng, could you hold me? I'm so cold." His feverish cheeks were flushed, and his teeth chattered with the cold. Curled up under the blankets, he resembled an injured creature, looking at Jiang Zhefeng with pleading eyes, his dark orbs shimmering with unshed tears. "We slept together without any issue last night at the Nameless Tavern. I don't like women. I wouldn't do anything to you." He was on the verge of tears, his eyes reddening, his teeth clattering loudly. "Jiang Zhefeng, I beg you, I'm really so cold." Jiang Zhefeng was taken aback, realizing that this proud man was so vulnerable and pleading. After a moment of hesitation, she clenched her teeth and replied, "Fine." Xiahua Huai shifted slightly within the bed, and Jiang Zhefeng wrapped her outer garment tightly around herself before lying down. Xiahua Huai gently embraced her, enclosing her entirely in his warmth. His body radiated heat, mingled with the fragrant scent of soap from his recent bath and a potent masculine aura, all of which overwhelmed Jiang Zhefeng's senses, causing her back to tense and her body to stiffen. "Jiang Zhefeng, could you sing me a nursery rhyme? My mother used to sing them to me when I was ill." The tension that had gripped Jiang Zhefeng moments before dissipated. She found herself both amused and exasperated. After falling ill, Xiahua Huai had taken on a more childlike demeanor, wanting to be held and to hear lullabies. After a moment's reflection, she replied, "I can't sing nursery rhymes, but how about I sing Kai Wei for you?" Xiahua Huai tightened his hold on her arm slightly. "All right. Kai Wei, Kai Wei." The fragrant herb ceased to grow. Day returns, yet the years do not stop. No home, no family, due to the Xianyun. I cannot settle down, due to the Xianyun. Kai Wei, the fragrant herbs are gentle. Day returns, yet my heart is troubled. My heart is heavy with worries, burdened by hunger and thirst. My watch has yet to end, and no one comes to offer their hand in marriage. After singing for a while, Xiahua Huai's voice emerged hoarsely. "Jiang Zhefeng, can you promise me one more thing?" "What is it?" "Could you refrain from vying for Xing Wuxiao's affections?" Jiang Zhefeng was taken aback. "Me? Compete with you for Xing Wuxiao?" Xiahua Huai nodded earnestly, pulling her closer, as if this would offer him more warmth. "I find Xing Wuxiao quite handsome, and his character is commendable. I wish to pursue him, and seeing how merry you are with him, I worry that you might also fancy him." His words trailed off, his teeth chattering slightly from the cold. "Can you swear that you will never fall for Xing Wuxiao?" Jiang Zhefeng couldn't help but chuckle at Xiahua Huai's absurdity. She truly had no idea what was going through his mind daily, and here he was, fretting over her feelings for Xing Wuxiao. "I swear, I will never develop feelings for Xing Wuxiao, nor will I ever fall in love with him." Xiahua Huai sighed in relief. "Hearing your vow brings me peace. Please continue singing." Jiang Zhefeng resumed her soft rendition of Kai Wei. The sound of raindrops pattering against the roof created a rhythmic backdrop. Her clear, gentle voice, tinged with a hint of raspiness, reverberated in the room. After a considerable time, she noticed Xiahua Huai's breathing had steadied, and she gently tugged at his hand, intending to rise. But Xiahua Huai clung to her tightly, murmuring, "Don't go, I'm cold." With that, he tightened his embrace further. This scene felt like a replay of yesterday. As the candlelight flickered and faded, the room succumbed to darkness. The sound of rain served as the perfect lullaby. Unable to break free, Jiang Zhefeng gradually succumbed to slumber. After a while, Xiahua Huai slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of light within them. He adjusted to the dimness of the room and looked down at the person nestled in his arms. Her hair cascaded around her, dark and silken, curling softly within his embrace, a delicate figure whose long, curled eyelashes brushed against her cheeks. Even in sleep, she exuded an air of tranquility. Xiahua Huai rested his chin gently upon her head, silently lamenting. Maintaining the pretense of fever through sheer will was draining. He resolved never to employ such a tactic again. Just as Wu Mu had endured countless hardships to marry his current wife, he too must devise every possible means to win Jiang Zhefeng's heart. The following day, the rain ceased, and the sun shone brightly. Upon awakening, Jiang Zhefeng found Xiahua Huai had already vanished. A letter and a breakfast were left on the table. He had gone to the palace and would return in the afternoon, instructing her to wait at the old camel's residence. After tidying up and enjoying her meal, she strolled leisurely toward the old camel's house. Along the way, she recalled that she hadn't visited the bookstore in a while. So she turned into the alley where books were sold, intending to purchase a few volumes. At this early hour, the bookstore was not bustling, and after selecting a few books and paying, she exited the store just in time to collide with a young boy, almost losing her balance. The boy sprinted away, and Jiang Zhefeng quickly checked her purse. Indeed, it was gone. Stunned, she shook her head in resignation and continued her walk home with her books. Just as she exited the alley, the boy returned, approached her, bowed, and held out her purse with both hands. "Miss, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have stolen your purse." Jiang Zhefeng squatted down to meet the boy's gaze, softly asking, "Can you tell me why you stole my purse only to return it?" The boy did not respond and simply dropped the purse before running away. Jiang Zhefeng pocketed the purse, standing still for a moment, her peripheral vision scanning the bustling surroundings. Sensing something peculiar about the day's events, not daring to linger further, she hurried back to the old camel's residence. Upon returning, she spent the day engrossed in her studies. At noon, Xiahua Huai returned, entering with an air of mystery. "In a few days, I shall catch the fox's tail. Just wait for my good news." Jiang Zhefeng was curious about his methods for capturing the fox's tail. Xiahua Huai replied seriously, "For now, it's a secret. I will reveal everything later. For your safety, you can continue your duties at the Hanlin Academy during the day and return here to stay at night. Once I resolve this case, we shall return to Xinyang Alley." Understanding the gravity of the matter and its implications for court secrets, Jiang Zhefeng chose not to press further and accepted Xiahua Huai's arrangements. Days passed with Xiahua Huai's absence. Jiang Zhefeng resumed her duties at the Hanlin Academy, completing the records from the Dali Temple before returning to her work at the Hanlin Academy.
Kongbin,
Noticing her lack of insistence on the Dali Temple case, assumed she had moved on from Zhou Zhaokong's matter and rejoiced, assigning her to focus solely on revising the laws. During this time, discussions abounded at the Hanlin Academy regarding the upcoming poetry gathering hosted by the Mingyue County Princess. She planned to hold the event on the 10th day of the 6th month, inviting numerous court officials and talented individuals from the capital. Speculation swirled about whether the Mingyue County Princess intended to attract a suitor under the guise of the poetry contest, and excitement ran high among the attendees. On the day of the poetry gathering, Jiang Zhefeng arrived at the Hanlin Academy, where Kong Bin cheerfully stated, "You needn't revise the laws today. Go join the others at the county princess's residence." Jiang Zhefeng was taken aback. "Teacher, I have no interest in the Mingyue County Princess's poetry gathering. I only wish to remain here and continue my revisions." Kong Bin furrowed his brow, explaining, "The princess invited everyone from the Hanlin Academy to honor us. The emperor, being the princess's brother-in-law, will also attend. If you do not go, it would not only disrespect the Mingyue County princess but also the emperor."
with that,
Jiang Zhefeng felt compelled to acquiesce. The county princess's residence sent a carriage to collect the attendees from the Hanlin Academy, with 4 individuals per carriage. The The three companions sharing Jiang Zhefeng's carriage were all young men from noble families, all unmarried, engaging in lively discussions about the possibility of winning the contest, and thereby attracting the Mingyue County princess, hoping to make a favorable impression before the emperor. Jiang Zhefeng quietly pondered whether this event was connected to Xiahua Huai's mention of luring out the snake from its hole, intending to draw the emperor to the county princess's residence to reveal an assassin. Noticing Jiang Zhefeng's silence, the three young men sighed, yanking, "It's a pity you are married." Their words dripped with schadenfreude. Though Jiang Zhefeng hailed from humble beginnings, her striking appearance made her one of the most notable figures at the Hanlin Academy, and her cool demeanor added to her allure. Even standing quietly, she commanded attention, but as a married woman attending the poetry gathering, even if she were to win first place, she had no chance of courting the Mingyue County princess. Jiang Zhefeng could only chuckle at her situation, self-deprecatingly remarking, "My humble origins mean that even if I were unmarried, I would not dare to aspire for the princess. Today, I am merely here as a backdrop. Please refrain from teasing me further." The three young men burst into laughter, their mirth genuine. Upon arriving at the county princess's residence, the alley was already thronged with carriages. Four individuals alighted from their carriage at the entrance of the alley, warmly welcomed by the steward of the princess's residence. The poetry contest was to be held in the rear garden of the princess's estate. It was the month of June, a time when flowers bloomed in splendid abundance, filling the air with their fragrant allure. Towering trees adorned the grounds, casting dancing shadows upon the vibrant flora. At the heart of the garden stood a magnificent silk tree, encircled by several long tables arranged in a circular formation, laden with writing materials, an array of delicacies, and various beverages. Behind the garden, rows of benches were set up for the guests. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the silk flowers to cascade down like a delicate pink rain, a sight to behold. Most of the attendees were literati and youthful talents, mingling in small clusters, their laughter ringing through the air. Servants and maidservants flitted about, tirelessly serving tea and snacks. The entire garden was alive with chatter, bustling with activity. Jiang Zhefeng found little joy in such gatherings and, wishing to avoid socializing, requested to stroll outside the garden until the contest commenced. Her companions, aware of her preference for solitude, did not press her and offered a few words of encouragement before allowing her to depart. Once outside, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief, wandering along a secluded path until she stumbled upon a gazebo surrounded by fragrant osmanthus trees. Nearby stood an artificial hill casting a generous shadow, intertwining with the tree's delicate silhouettes, creating a pleasantly cool atmosphere. As she settled into the gazebo, she was startled by the sound of a woman weeping from behind the hill. Catching sight of a few figures obscured by the osmanthus, she surmised that a private matter was being discussed. Just as she prepared to leave, she heard the mocking voice of Xiahua Huai from behind the trees. "Xing Wuxiao and I are already fond of each other. You, a dignified princess, shamelessly seek to intervene." The woman's sobs grew louder as she choked out a question. "Is what he said true, Xing Wuxiao?" Xing Wuxiao replied with a soft his voice as ethereal as ever. Jiang Zhefeng stood frozen for a moment, then hurriedly made her way back down the path. From behind the osmanthus, she witnessed Pei Qionglan departing in tears, while Xiahua Huai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a smug glance at Xing Wuxiao.
"See?
My strategy proves effective. Knowing you prefer men, she will ultimately choose to relinquish her feelings for you." He smirked. "What will you give me in thanks?" Xing Wuxiao's expression stiffened as he forced a smile. "I am grateful to Brother Xiahou for your timely intervention. You may ask for anything." Xiahou Huai scoffed. "As friends, I seek nothing in return. It is only proper to assist you. Now, let us return to the garden. The poetry contest is about to begin." Chapter 57. Astonishment. Jiang Zhefeng hurriedly exited the path, turning a corner before pausing to catch her breath. "Jiang Zhefeng." A voice startled her, and she turned to see Xiahua Huai standing not far away, clad in a black brocade robe embroidered with golden threads, his expression mischievous as he flashed her a smile. Beside him stood Xing Wuxiao, dressed in pure white, adorned with a silver crown, his eyes shimmering under the mottled shadows of the parasol tree, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth. Xiahua Huai approached with surprise. "What brings you here?" Jiang Zhefeng steadied herself, replying, "The princess invited everyone from the Hanlin Academy. I had no choice but to come." Xing Wuxiao sighed. "The princess requested the medical office to send someone in case any esteemed guests fell ill. I had no choice either." Understanding dawned upon Jiang Zhefeng. Pei Chonglan had intended to use the poetry contest as an opportunity to invite Xing Wuxiao, only to discover his affections lay with Xiahua Huai, who had subsequently ridiculed her. Xiahua Huai, in front of Jiang Zhefeng, affectionately draped an arm around Xing Wuxiao's shoulders, casually remarking, "From now on, you need not return to the princess's residence. Come, let us go to the rear garden." Upon their return, Xiahua Huai flitted about like a butterfly, eagerly greeting everyone as if they were old friends. Jiang Zhefeng and Xing Wuxiao stood silently in a corner of the garden. Xing Wuxiao mused, "I often envy brother Xiahou. He seems unperturbed, radiating warmth like the morning sun each day." Jiang Zhefeng watched Xiahua Huai, who had just uttered something that sent the crowd into fits of laughter, unable to suppress a smile. Indeed, he lived with such brilliance and ease. The elegance of Xing Wuxiao complemented Xiahua Huai's spirited nature perfectly. As they were engaged in conversation, a voice suddenly called out, "Princess, Mingyue has arrived." Jiang Zhefeng looked up to see a woman approaching from afar, followed by a retinue of maidservants and attendants, clad in a flowing, purplish gown. She bore a light touch of makeup, her bright, clear eyes exuding grace and beauty. The crowd bowed in unison, and Pei Chonglan smiled in response, encouraging them to rise. She proclaimed that the poetry contest was merely a means of enjoyment, urging everyone to relax and not be bound by status. She instructed her servants to present a wooden box, inviting each person to write a line of poetry to place inside, which the emperor would randomly select and read aloud to the assembly. The first to respond with the subsequent 3 lines within the span of an incense stick would be deemed the victor of the day. Both the poet and the responder would receive rewards. This rule was not only a test of luck but also of talent, a brilliant scheme indeed. The atmosphere instantly ignited with excitement as attendees began to write. Some composed numerous lines before selecting their favorite to place in the box. Xing Wuxiao, being a physician, was ineligible to participate. Jiang Zhefeng pondered for a moment before inscribing a line and placing it in the box, thereafter returning to stand silently, with Xing Wuxiao in the corner. Xiahua Huai finished his poem, discreetly stepping away from the crowd to position himself between the two, crossing his arms as he observed the animated gathering with disdain. "This lot, I've never seen them so excitable during court sessions." Suddenly, a courtier suffered a bout of gastric distress, sweating profusely. Xing Wuxiao rushed forward, instructing the servants to find a quiet room to carry him for treatment. Once he departed, Xiahua Huai pulled Jiang Zhefeng aside, speaking in a hushed tone, "No matter what happens, stay here in the rear garden and do not leave, understood?" Jiang Zhefeng quickly grasped the implication. He intended to lure out a hidden adversary. Xiahua Huai offered a mysterious smile, but did not elaborate. A eunuch's loud announcement suddenly rang out, "His Majesty has arrived." Instantly, the garden fell silent. All eyes turned toward the entrance as Emperor Yuanjin strode in, hands clasped behind his back, dressed in a black formal robe, exuding an aura of authority and coldness, flanked by a retinue of palace maids, eunuchs, and guards. Everyone bowed deeply. The eunuch brought forth a chair, and once seated, Emperor Yuanjin surveyed the crowd before speaking slowly, "You may rise. Today is the princess's poetry contest. I have come to join in the merriment, so do not feel constrained." The crowd expressed their gratitude and stood. Pei Chonglan approached to explain the rules. Emperor Yuanjin remarked, "Indeed, the princess's rules are both fair and entertaining." Pei Chonglan replied with a smile, "Your Majesty is too kind." She then personally presented the box containing the poetry lines. After instructing a servant to light an incense stick, Emperor Yuanjin reached into the box, retrieving a line. Upon reading it, he could not help but exclaim in praise, "The author of this poem is truly gifted. Whoever can respond shall receive special rewards." The crowd buzzed with excitement, eager to take on the challenge. Emperor Yuanjin cleared his throat and read aloud, "The oriole sings, the willows sway by the riverbank, under the spring night's bright moon." As his words echoed, the garden fell into a profound silence. No wonder His Majesty praised it. This was an exceptionally intricate and roundabout poem. The roundabout poem is one of the most challenging forms, where each line encapsulates the essence of the entire piece. The line "The oriole sings, the willows sway by the riverbank, under the spring night's bright moon," when deconstructed, reveals a 7-character quatrain. The oriole sings, the willows sway in spring. The willows sway in spring under the bright moon. Moreover, the line subtly hints at the presence of the character for spring. To respond correctly, one must include the characters for summer, autumn, and winter for completeness. The time it takes for a stick of incense to burn is hardly sufficient to complete the remaining 3 lines of an intricate poem. It is, indeed, a task more formidable than ascending to the heavens. If one were to claim that the poet who composed the initial line possessed unparalleled talent, then the individual who could seamlessly continue the poem must possess extraordinary genius. All present began to furrow their brows in deep contemplation. As the incense dwindled to its midpoint, Xiahua Huai suddenly declared in a loud and clear voice, "The fragrant lotus sways in the cool breeze, as the sun and moon linger long. Autumn rivers see the wild geese resting on the shallow sandbanks, while the red stove radiates warmth against the biting winter winds." His voice was resonant and melodious. The fragrant lotus sways in the cool breeze, the water ripples as the breeze caresses, the long moon and sun cool the waters, while the gentle breeze stirs the fragrant lotus. The autumn river sees the wild geese resting on the sandy banks as the shallow waters flow around them. The red stove radiates warmth against the cold winds. The winter chill is staved off by the warmth of the stove, while the cold winds dance around the glowing embers. These 3 lines flawlessly connected summer, autumn, and winter, merging them seamlessly. Onlookers turned their gazes toward him, and a ripple of astonishment swept through the crowd. Many in attendance believed that Xiahua Huai, a mere subordinate in the court of judicial review, had only achieved his position through martial prowess that saved the emperor, and through sheer luck had become a junior official. They thought him brash and lacking in scholarly depth. No one had anticipated that he could complete the poem in such a brief span of time. With these 3 lines alone, he could overshadow the entire Hanlin Academy. Jiang Zhefeng stared at Xiahua Huai in shock, her pupils constricting as if caught in a tempest of emotions. This line was hers. She had conceived it 3 months prior, pondering it for long before she was unable to complete the subsequent lines, hastily writing it down and placing it in a box. Xiahua Huai had once remarked, while sheltering from rain at the 10-mile pavilion, that if he were to partake in the imperial examinations, the top scholar would undoubtedly be him. He was not boasting. He genuinely possessed the talent of a top scholar. Emperor Yuanjin was the first to regain his composure, rising and clapping his hands repeatedly, exclaiming, "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" The crowd soon followed suit, showering praise and admiration upon him. Xiahua Huai smirked and said, "Your Majesty, may I propose a reward for myself?" Emperor Yuanjin readily acquiesced. Xiahua Huai bent forward, raising his wine cup high, and requested, "I wish for your Majesty to set aside your royal status and join us in revelry." The assembly was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Xiahua Huai would forfeit such a splendid opportunity, merely requesting the emperor's company for a drink. Had he chosen to propose marriage to Princess Mingyue at that moment, the emperor would surely have consented. However, upon reflection, some speculated that perhaps Xiahua Huai had merely relied on luck to complete those lines, and was, after all, a simpleton who did not understand the art of seizing opportunities. Believing that such an act would endear him to the crowd, Princess Mingyue glanced around with a smirk of derision. Emperor Yuanjin descended, accepting the wine offered by the eunuch, downing it in one gulp, and laughed. "Today, do not treat me as your emperor. Consider me a colleague instead." He then poured himself another cup, and Xiahua Huai approached with a smile, clinking cups with him. After the toast, he began to sing, "The serene lady is beautiful, waiting for me at the city corner. Though I love her, we are apart, I fidget in anticipation." The crowd was astonished to hear Xiahua Huai sing such a frivolous tune, fearing that Emperor Yuanjin would be enraged. However, the emperor merely laughed and responded, returning from the fields, "How exquisite and unique. It is not beauty that defines her, but beauty bestowed upon her." The two exchanged laughter after completing the song, and it became evident to all that Emperor Yuanjin had indeed cast aside his royal demeanor, transforming into a carefree gentleman reveling in wine and song. The entire garden erupted with a lively atmosphere. Everyone gathered around Emperor Yuanjin, eager to drink and sing. Jiang Zhefeng stood frozen in place, taken aback. She observed the emperor being enveloped by the crowd, while Xiahua Huai, holding his cup, was pushed to the outskirts, unperturbed, exchanging toasts with others outside. Some individuals, eager to curry favor with Xiahua Huai after his display of brilliance, persistently sought to drink with him, and he welcomed them all. Seeing the atmosphere so jubilant, Princess Mingyue proposed to personally play a tune for everyone, prompting someone to suggest a flute accompaniment. Servants brought forth a phoenix tail zither and a jade flute, and soon the sounds of strings and wind instruments intertwined, as a gentle breeze caressed the air, mingling the fragrances of wine and blossoms, laughter echoing throughout. After nearly an hour of merriment, Emperor Yuanjin's complexion flushed, revealing the signs of intoxication, while Xiahua Huai too appeared slightly dazed. The crowd, concerned for the emperor's well-being, urged him to take a moment's rest. Princess Mingyue suggested that the emperor relax at the estate until he sobered up before returning to the palace, to which Emperor Yuanjin did not object. Xiahua Huai, also claiming he could no longer hold on, insisted on resting. Princess Mingyue led both of them to a courtyard, assigning them to separate chambers, and repeatedly instructed the guards outside to watch over the emperor before she returned to the garden to entertain the others. Once inside his chamber, Xiahua Huai's hazy eyes regained clarity in an instant. He opened a crack in the back window, surveyed his surroundings, confirmed no one was present, and swiftly leaped out, making his way into the room where Emperor Yuanjin was supposed to be. The room was empty. The emperor was nowhere to be found. Upon entering, he donned a black iron mask from his sleeve and produced a small porcelain vial, swallowing a pill that transformed his dark hair to white in an instant. Xiahua Huai approached a bronze mirror, inspecting himself with satisfaction. He then pulled back the covers, lying on the bed with his back to the door, feigning slumber. Jiang Zhefeng observed as Princess Mingyue led both the emperor and Xiahua Huai away to rest. And she finally comprehended Xiahua Huai's intent to draw out the snake from its den, allowing the emperor to rest here in his drunken state, thus providing an opportunity for the assassin. However, she remained uncertain whether Princess Mingyue was aware of Xiahua Huai's strategy, or if she was merely pretending to cooperate today. She was equally puzzled as to how Xiahua Huai could be so confident in his victory and even dared to request the emperor's company for drinking, given that the poem was her own creation, which she had not disclosed to him. With countless questions swirling in her mind, she longed to inquire of Xiahua Huai. But recalling his admonition to remain quietly in the garden, she dared not wander. Several members of the Hanlin Academy invited her to join them for drinks, but she politely declined, and seeing her disinterest, they no longer pressed her. Thus, she sat alone in a quiet corner of the garden, observing all present with keen discretion. At this moment, nearly everyone was intoxicated, and the atmosphere was filled with uninhibited laughter and conversation. Princess Mingyue was engaged in jovial discourse when suddenly, a servant approached her, whispering something in her ear. She maintained her composure, conversing with the others for a few moments before discreetly leading her companions out of the garden. Shortly thereafter, a faint flicker of flames erupted from the last row of tables in the rear of the garden, the flames licking at the wine on the tables before swiftly escalating into a raging inferno that spread throughout the entire garden. Someone cried out, "The water has overflowed." Panic ensued as the crowd abruptly sobered. Servants rushed in with buckets of water to extinguish the flames, while the guards of the princess shouted, "Do not panic. The fire will be extinguished shortly." Yet, no one heeded the guards' words, and chaos erupted as people scrambled to escape. Jiang Zhefeng, caught in the tumult, could only flee alongside the others. Once outside, she turned to see the entire garden engulfed in flames, a shiver running down her spine. Had they not fled swiftly, they would have perished in the inferno. As some were still reeling from the shock, others shouted, "It's terrible. There's a fire in the other courtyard too." The crowd quickly looked up, only to see thick smoke billowing into the sky from the rear courtyard, accompanied by crimson flames that warped the air with waves of heat. Someone cried out, "The emperor is resting in that courtyard. We must rescue him." Instantly, shoving and screaming filled the air. The guards suddenly drew their swords, blocking the way, declaring, "There are guards protecting the emperor. Your presence would only create chaos. No one is permitted to go." It was then that the crowd realized that Princess Mingyue had vanished without a trace, and panic spread among them as they began to murmur anxiously. Jiang Zhefeng was suddenly struck by a terrifying thought. What if Xiahua Huai's conjecture was erroneous, and the true mastermind was not the chief minister Zhang Qingman? As the head of the civil officials, even if Zhang held power, he would require the assistance of his peers. It was implausible that he would incinerate the very officials in the rear garden. The moment Princess Mingyue had departed, the garden was engulfed in flames. If she were indeed the true culprit lurking behind the scenes, Jiang Zhefeng shuddered at the realization. While Xiahua Huai would be vigilant against others, he would certainly not suspect Princess Mingyue. Seizing the opportunity when the guards were distracted, she retreated to the back of the crowd, swiftly darting down a side path towards the rear courtyard. Upon reaching the vicinity of Emperor Yuanjing's resting area, Jiang Zhefeng beheld the entire courtyard consumed by flames from a distance. Scattered across the ground lay the lifeless bodies of several palace maids, eunuchs, and guards. These were all individuals who had accompanied Emperor Yuanzheng out of the palace that day. Numerous water basins and oilcloths were strewn about. The guards from the princess's residence were lifting corpses and tossing them into the fire, while several others stood grim-faced nearby, bloodied swords in hand, their gazes fixed on the inferno, emanating an aura of chilling dread. Princess Mingyue stood outside the courtyard gate, her expression shrouded in ambiguity as she gazed at the raging flames. In a state of panic, Jiang Zhefeng sought refuge behind a large tree, her heart racing, a chill creeping up her spine, and her scalp prickling with dread. Indeed, was Princess Mingyue the mastermind? What was she to do now? A guard approached after disposing of the last body into the flames, murmuring, "Princess, everything is taken care of." Princess Mingyue let out a cold chuckle, her eyes reflecting the bright flames, a sinister smile playing upon her lips, her once delicate features now marred by a hint of malevolence. She parted her crimson lips and uttered 5 words towards the fire, which sent Jiang Zhefeng into a state of icy despair. "Pei Xiuyan, die." Jiang Zhefeng's breath quickened in panic. She dashed out, seizing a piece of oilcloth to wrap around herself, and plunged headlong into the fiery chaos. The guards, witnessing her reckless act, attempted to seize her, but Princess Mingyue raised a hand to stop them, stating coolly, "There is no need. Whoever rushes in will undoubtedly perish." With her eyes tightly shut, Jiang Zhefeng charged toward the center of the courtyard, where a water well stood, a small oasis devoid of flames within the chaos. She halted, calling out, "Xiahua Huai, Xiahua Huai, where are you?" No response came. Steeling her nerves, she bit her tongue to regain her composure, scanned her surroundings, and fixed her gaze upon the main house, gritting her teeth as she sprinted toward it. The flames mercilessly licked at her face, searing her with their heat, while the sound of wood cracking in the blaze echoed in her ears. The entrance to the main house had been charred beyond recognition as she crouched low and slipped inside. Dense smoke and flickering flames overwhelmed her senses, stinging her eyes. In the heart of the room, she clenched her fists and shouted, "Xiahua Huai, Xiahua Huai, where are you?" A faint voice emerged from the corner. "Jiang Zhefeng, what are you doing here?" Frantically, Jiang Zhefeng searched the room, and through the haze of smoke and fire, she spotted Xiahua Huai lying on the ground, his hair stark white, seemingly unable to move. Her vision blurred with tears as she rushed toward him, determination surging within her. "Do not approach," he exclaimed in alarm. "Who permitted you to enter? I am powerless. You must flee." Jiang Zhefeng reached him, propping him up and draping the oilcloth over his shoulders. "Hold on. I will get you out," she urged. Leaning against her frail shoulder, Xiahua Huai was filled with both anger and urgency. "This is perilous. Who allowed you to come in?" Jiang Zhefeng offered no reply, her mind a blank slate, fixated solely on one thought. She could not allow Xiahua Huai to perish in this inferno. Never before had she felt such fear, the terror she had experienced when Yan Qing had died before her eyes resurfaced with a vengeance, summoning an unexpected strength. She supported Xiahua Huai as they navigated through the flames, stumbling over debris until they burst into the courtyard. Xiahua Huai leaned on her slight frame, desperately trying to gather his strength. His arms regained some vigor, yet his body remained weak. Upon reaching the well, Jiang Zhefeng lowered him down, urging him to lean against the well's wall. "I will carry you. We will slide down the rope and hide in the well until you regain your strength," she proposed. Xiahua Huai grimaced, his voice strained. "I am too heavy. You will drown carrying me. You should hide yourself." "Silence. I will carry you down. You must recover quickly. Otherwise, we will both perish here," Jiang Zhefeng retorted, her expression resolute. With that, she instructed him to hold tightly to her neck and began the descent down the rope. Her teeth ground together as she gripped the rope, sliding down bit by bit, blood welling from her hands as they were constricted. Xiahua Huai, resting upon her back, felt her frail frame, fearing he might fracture her spine at any moment. Yet, within her small form resided an inexhaustible strength, carrying him steadily down into the depths of the well. Upon reaching the bottom, they were submerged to their waists, the coolness of the water providing a stark contrast to the heat above, where they could no longer feel the oppressive waves of heat. She allowed Xiahua Huai to slide off her back, and they both clung to the rope, facing each other on the water surface. Jiang Zhefeng glanced up at the top of the rope and murmured, "This rope will not hold us for long." Xiahua Huai followed her gaze, then turned back to fixate on her face. Her once porcelain skin was now smeared with soot, her hair singed and curling from the heat. Despite the darkness of the well, he could still discern the brilliance in her eyes. "Jiang Zhefeng, what if we drown here?" he asked, his voice heavy with dread. Without hesitation, she replied, "If that is the case, we can only accept our fate." Xiahua Huai fell silent for a moment, then suddenly inquired, "When I held you while sleeping, did you feel anything?" Jiang Zhefeng stiffened, averting her gaze. Unyielding, he pressed on, "Why do you not answer me?" Jiang Zhefeng met his gaze, her expression frosty as she retorted, "You should be focusing on regaining your strength to escape, not on such fruitless questions." Xiahua Huai paused, his tone grave. "I have done my utmost. If I cannot recover and no one comes to rescue us, the rope will snap, and we shall both drown here. Let us converse. At least we will not be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. Why did you rush in to save me when you lacked the means? How did you know I was inside?" Jiang Zhefeng was taken aback. Even faced with death, Xiahua Huai could not shed his loquacious nature. "You wouldn't risk the Emperor's safety, and since you all wore identical black robes today, I surmised you might be impersonating him in the main house. When the rear garden ignited, I realized you were mistaken. Princess Mingyue was the true schemer. In your fixation on thwarting assassins, you likely never considered the threat from her residing in this courtyard, which rendered you vulnerable." Xiahua Huai sighed heavily, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "I had arranged with the Emperor to invite him for drinks after I triumphed, and we would feign drunkenness while I took on his guise to draw out the enemy. We devised numerous strategies for thwarting assassins, yet we never anticipated that Princess Mingyue had sewn a substance into the brocade that would sap one's strength. The Emperor entered the room without touching anything and left, while I, feigning his position on the bed, fell victim to the trap. I never expected you would come to rescue me, let alone share my fate here." Jiang Zhefeng, observing Xiahua Huai's slumped shoulders and the profound sense of loss in his voice, could not help but soften her expression and lower her tone. "I have proclaimed that you saved my life. You are my savior. For you, I would brave fire and water, facing death without hesitation. Even if it means perishing here with you today, I harbor no regrets. You need not feel sorrow or guilt." Xiahua Huai suddenly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with an intensity that was startling. "Can you answer my initial question? When I held you while sleeping, did you feel anything?" Jiang Zhefeng's gaze flickered momentarily. Her lips pressed together in silence. A faint cracking sound came from the top of the rope, and both of them looked up. The rope had already frayed halfway. Jiang Zhefeng smirked, a silent mockery of herself. She had never anticipated that her ultimate fate would be to drown in this well. After a long pause, she began to scrutinize Xiahua Huai's face earnestly. The youth's countenance remained unblemished by dust, as pristine and handsome as ever. His once black hair had turned white, making his dark, luminous eyes shine even brighter, like two sparkling gems. She slowly parted her lips, articulating each word. "I simply possess a tranquil heart and desires. Yet I am not a soulless specter." Xiahua Huai pondered her words, his eyes widening in realization, eyebrows raised. He trembled as he spoke. "So, when I held you while sleeping, you did indeed feel something, correct?" Jiang Zhefeng, with a hint of self-deprecation, replied, "What of it? You have affections for Xing Wuxiao." She herself was oblivious as to when she began to harbor feelings for Xiahua Huai, nor did she comprehend the reasons behind it. Perhaps it was due to taking him in and witnessing his carefree laughter each day, believing that such joy was unparalleled. Perhaps it was because he, despite becoming a junior official in the Court of Judicial Review, still returned to town to do menial tasks, which warmed her heart. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to his incessant chatter, feeling a void when he was silent. Perhaps it was his progressive ascent in the court, leaving her in awe of his wisdom and strategy. Perhaps it was the purity of his affection that moved her when he treated her as a man, willing to defy conventions. Perhaps it was his benevolence in establishing the Long'an Academy to aid children in their education. Perhaps it was his fierce disdain for corruption as he executed over 100 corrupt officials. Perhaps it was the inexplicable sense of security and ease she felt in his presence, even when he acted childishly, finding him endearing. There were too many intricate details for her to pinpoint the exact moment or event that led to her heart being filled with thoughts of Xiahua Huai. Upon learning of Xiahua Huai's mutual affection for Xing Wuxiao, she felt no sorrow. Even if Xiahua Huai favored women, their paths could never intertwine. She was destined to be confined in male attire, unable to live as a normal girl. She could not respond. She merely wished to witness his carefree laughter each day. If his happiness lay with Xing Wuxiao, she would willingly bless their union. Xiahua Huai took some time to grasp the meaning behind Jiang Zhefeng's self-deprecation. His heart raced, breaths quickened, his face flushed, and after a moment, he managed to exclaim, "Had I known you felt something for me, I would not have feigned this long." He leaned closer, wrapping his arms around Jiang Zhefeng's slender waist, daring to do what he had long desired yet feared. Jiang Zhefeng suddenly felt a tightening around her waist, followed by a warm sensation on her lips. He tenderly caressed the corners of her mouth, their breaths intertwining. She was utterly stunned, regaining her senses. She pushed Xiahua Huai away, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? We are at the bottom of a well, and we are about to drown." In that push, she incredulously looked at her own hand. Clutched within was a segment of the frayed well rope. It turned out that the rope had snapped during their kiss, and Xiahua Huai had held her afloat on the water's surface. His hands had not gripped the rope but had instead encircled her waist. Her mind went blank. Xiahua Huai leaned in again, repeating his previous actions, saying, once I fell into the well, my strength returned." Jiang Zhefeng felt the water grow increasingly warm, her entire being aflame as the youth assertively claimed her lips. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted above them, and Xiahua Huai released the dazed Jiang Zhefeng, gazing upwards. The face of Emperor Yuanjin appeared above the well's mouth, his brow furrowed, a visage of cold severity. "Xiahua Huai, are you unharmed?" Xiahua Huai grinned. "I am perfectly well. The well is quite comfortable." Chapter 59. Ants. Emperor Yuanjin swiftly gestured to the imperial guards nearby. "Retrieve them." Xiahua Huai hurriedly interjected, "No need, I can ascend myself." He quickly removed his outer satin robe and draped it over Jiang Zhefeng, casting her a meaningful glance without uttering a word. Jiang Zhefeng understood in an instant, tightly wrapping his outer garment around her shoulders. The robe was oversized, perfectly concealing her delicate figure, now revealed after being soaked. Xiahua Huai encircled her waist and, with a surge of strength, propelled them both out of the water, scaling the well's walls to escape. Once outside, they beheld the courtyard, utterly ravaged, with charred remnants strewn across the ground and lifeless bodies lying in disarray at the entrance, reduced to blackened forms, their identities indistinguishable. Several imperial guards were lifting the bodies, while a cluster stood outside the courtyard gate. The Princess Mingyue and her attendants had vanished without a trace. As Xiahua Huai and Jiang Zhefeng prepared to kneel and salute, Emperor Yuanjin raised a hand, indicating they need not bow. Xiahua Huai straightened, speaking softly, "Your Majesty, the princess." Emperor Yuanjin, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze turbulent, radiated an aura of icy anger. "She has already been apprehended." Xiahua Huai breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Princess Mingyue was captured, it was sufficient. Jiang Zhefeng stood quietly beside him, her head bowed, maintaining silence. After rescuing Xiahua Huai, sliding down the well with him, and enduring such a prolonged exposure to the water, she had exhausted all her strength. Upon hearing that Princess Mingyue had been captured, she could no longer endure, her vision darkened, and she collapsed. Xiahua Huai was alarmed, rushing to catch her. Jiang Zhefeng felt a warm presence covering her forehead, and she jolted awake. Before she could fully comprehend her surroundings, she was enveloped in a tight embrace. "You are finally awake," came a hoarse voice, tinged with fear and trembling. She paused momentarily before replying calmly, "Xiahua Huai, release me." Xiahua Huai did not budge. "If you do not let go, I shall suffocate." After taking a few deep breaths, he reluctantly released Jiang Zhefeng. Jiang Zhefeng observed that his hair had returned to its original black hue. She raised her hand to inspect it. The marks left by the rope were now treated with ointment, the dark stains still visible but devoid of pain. She surveyed her surroundings and, with a self-deprecating remark, said, "Once again, the Imperial Medical Office. It seems I am destined to be linked with it. How long have I been unconscious? Has Princess Mingyue been dealt with?" At the mention of the princess, Xiahua Huai's mood became complex. "You have been asleep for a day." Initially, Princess Mingyue suggested hosting a poetry gathering for entertainment, which both the emperor and I deemed a splendid opportunity. If Zhang Qingman is indeed the mastermind, there must be accomplices among the invited scholars, allowing us to draw them out. However, it turned out she did not intend to host a poetry gathering. Instead, she sought to incinerate the emperor. Even if I had not intoxicated the emperor, she would have found a way to have him rest in her chamber. Her plan was intricately devised, having sewn something into the quilt that would render a person powerless, and filled the wardrobe in that room with flammable materials. She was determined to incinerate the emperor, ensuring that no trace of him remained. Xiahua Huai sighed deeply. When the emperor came to rescue them, she realized she had been ensnared, erupting into a furious tirade, cursing the emperor to a wretched fate, vowing that, even in death, she would seek vengeance upon him. The emperor inquired whether she was responsible for the blunder with the firearms and the assassination attempt. Without a moment's hesitation, she admitted her involvement and even claimed responsibility for the grain supply incident. Jiang Zhefeng's pupils dilated in shock. Why would Princess Mingyue act in such a manner? It was incomprehensible, had it not been for the emperor bestowing the title of sworn sister upon Pei Qionglan. She would have possessed nothing and faced disdain from the Lu family. This was nothing short of ingratitude. Moreover, once the emperor departed this world, she would gain nothing from it. Xiahua Huai remained silent for a moment before finally speaking, his tone notably grave. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for the emperor. Ever since she entered the palace as a child, her heart was devoted to the late emperor, Pei Yi. Even when Pei Yi proposed a marriage alliance with the north, she bore him no ill will. She still aspired to become his consort. She believed that, even if she remained in the palace, Pei Yi would eventually acknowledge her as a concubine, but to her dismay, the emperor murdered Pei Yi and ascended the throne. Consequently, she nurtured a vendetta against the emperor, intent on seeking revenge at the opportune moment. After admitting her deeds, she scoffed at the emperor, asserting that he would never fathom the intricacies of the crimes, failing to locate the grain supplies and firearms, ultimately meeting a bloody demise. The imperial physician, upon examining the corpse, declared that she had long since ingested a lethal poison. It appeared she never intended to survive. She wished to witness the emperor perish in flames before joining Pei Yi in death. Jiang Zhefeng could hardly believe this truth. Unable to suppress her incredulity, as a mere princess, how could she possess the extraordinary abilities to orchestrate such deeds? Who was her accomplice? When Xiahua Huai was confronted with this question, she felt a throbbing in her temples. She had claimed that she alone was responsible for her actions, with no accomplices. The Imperial Guards had discovered a map of Phoenix Mountain and another map from the Supervisory Bureau in her residence, yet no clues regarding any accomplices were found. After Yu fled the back garden, she ordered her guards to eliminate everyone present.
What?
Jiang Zhefeng abruptly lifted her head to stare at Xiahua Huai, her eyes wide with horror, her voice nearly trembling. Xiahua Huai recalled the chilling sight of the corpses from the previous day and shivered in fear. She was both horrified and relieved, horrified that Pei Qionglan could be so deranged as to target a group of scholars and relieved that Jiang Zhefeng had rushed to save her. Otherwise, she might have met a tragic end. Initially, I speculated that there was an accomplice among the scholars, suggesting to the emperor that we should not seek any cooperation. Regardless of whose verses we drew, I could guarantee a continuation. Even as the flames engulfed me, I believed Zhang Qingman, even if not the mastermind, could still be an accomplice, certain that there were others among the scholars involved. It was only after witnessing those corpses yesterday that I truly realized Zhang Qingman was not an accomplice. As the head of the civil officials, he would be left isolated should he eliminate these scholars. Pei Qionglan originally intended to incinerate them, but upon learning that some had escaped, she could not bear it and ordered her guards to massacre them all. Fortunately, the Imperial Guards arrived in time. The guards had only just begun their assault when they were thwarted. Nevertheless, over a dozen lives were lost. Jiang Zhefeng felt an intense chill coursing through her. Those who attended yesterday were all civil officials and talented individuals from the capital, pillars of the court, along with many colleagues from the Hanlin Academy. Had the Imperial Guards arrived even a moment later, all of them would have perished, gravely wounding the Dafeng court. She once thought that someone like Wan Lu was the most malicious person she had ever encountered, but Pei Qionglan, consumed by matters of the heart, had completely lost her humanity. The princess claimed she was infatuated with Xing Wuxiao. Xiahua Huai's expression turned solemn, her brows furrowing tightly. It was a facade. Xing Wuxiao, being powerless and a mere orphan, would serve as a cover for her intentions. Marrying him would impose no constraints, and with his handsome demeanor and status as a physician, it would provide a plausible excuse for her affections. She believed that her interest in Xing Wuxiao would lead him to be grateful and devoted to her, validating her as a beloved person. However, when I attempted to assist Xing Wuxiao in escaping her clutches by claiming mutual affection, it drove her to madness. She deliberately arranged for the emperor and me to share a courtyard, intending to burn me alive. Jiang Zhefeng stood frozen, as if carved from clay, utterly stunned by the revelations Xiahua Huai had disclosed. It took her a long while to process this information, before suddenly recalling a crucial question. Her voice filled with urgency. If that is the case, can my uncle's name be cleared? Did she mention where my uncle is? Xiahua Huai gently grasped Jiang Zhefeng's hand. Gazing into her eyes as she slowly replied, she stated that Zhou Zhaokong was the only one who sought to prevent the grain theft, thus she directly had him obliterated. Without elaborating further, Xiahua Huai tenderly embraced her, softly stroking her back, and after a long deliberation, whispered, "There is one more thing I must tell you. Due to the gravity of these 3 cases, the emperor has chosen to conceal the details regarding Princess Mingyue. He now claims that the guards of the princess acted out of resentment, setting fire and committing murder." Upon learning of this, the princess felt a sense of guilt towards the emperor and chose to end her life as atonement. Thus, to outsiders, it appears that the grain incident still implicates Zhou Zhaokong as the mastermind, the firearms case remains shrouded in mystery, and the assassination at Phoenix Mountain is merely a routine incident, with today's poetry gathering being an unfortunate accident. These cases are perceived as entirely unrelated. Should the truth about Princess Mingyue be revealed, it would undoubtedly incite chaos within the court, and the disappearance of the firearms could not be concealed any longer. With external threats looming, we must not allow public sentiment to waver. The emperor expressed his profound guilt upon hearing the princess claim that Zhou Zhaokong was the sole individual obstructing the grain theft. Feeling remorse for letting an honorable soldier bear the blame, yet feeling powerless to rectify it. He also mentioned that since the true culprit has been identified, the search for the firearms and grain will no longer require my involvement. He will entrust that task to his covert operatives. After sharing this, his voice grew hoarse. If you feel the need to cry, do so. Jiang Zhefeng rested her head on Xiahua Huai's shoulder, her eyes dry. She could not summon tears. Since the death of Yanqing, she had become emotionally detached, devoid of joy or sorrow. She had contemplated this matter countless times, concluding that if her uncle were indeed guilty, he would have long since been executed, unable to exist as a fugitive. Even though she understood this, she clung to a glimmer of hope that when the truth was finally unveiled, she would undoubtedly find her uncle. Now, upon receiving this news, she was compelled to accept the harsh reality that her uncle was truly dead. Furthermore, even if the emperor recognized her uncle's innocence, for the sake of the Defeng nation and court stability, he would still have to allow him to bear the infamy. In that moment, Jiang Zhefeng found herself at a loss, uncertain of whom to blame or harbor resentment towards. Everything felt utterly incomprehensible. Emperor Yuanzhen, Pei Xiuyan, and the late emperor, Pei Yi, were cousins. Pei Yi had usurped Pei Xiuyan's throne and regarded Pei Qionglan with disdain. After reclaiming the throne by murdering Pei Yi, Pei Xiuyan, out of pity for Pei Qionglan, granted her the title of sworn sister, making her the only princess of Defeng, second only to the empress in rank. Pei Qionglan loved Pei Yi and sought revenge for her beloved, intent on destroying Pei Xiuyan and wreaking havoc on Defeng, orchestrating the grain incident. Pei Xiuyan, in a bid to stabilize the military's morale, chose to lay the blame on Zhou Zhaokong, despite being aware of the doubts surrounding the grain incident, and ruthlessly executed the entire Zhou family. Now that the truth has surfaced, for the sake of court stability, Zhou Zhaokong must still bear the blame. Pei Qionglan was the mastermind behind these heinous acts, yet she has already succumbed to poison. Zhou Zhaokong was merely a small victim in this vendetta, and even in death, his remains are unaccounted for, like a wisp of breeze, a handful of earth, vanishing from the realm. The Zhou family, entangled in this vendetta, faced annihilation. The innocence and life of Zhou Zhaokong cannot be restored. The members of the Zhou family are eternally buried beneath the earth. The more Jiang Zhefeng contemplated, the more powerless she felt, as if standing in an expansive desert, bewildered and searching, finding nothing but the scorching sun and yellow sands. Lost and despondent, Xiahua Huai waited for a long time, noticing that the person resting upon her shoulder had not uttered a single sound. He gently cradled Jiang Zhefeng's face, and only then did he perceive that her countenance was devoid of any emotion, her eyes dim and lifeless, enveloped in an endless abyss of confusion. It seemed as if she had fallen into a void. Xiahua Huai could not help but feel a pang of concern. Jiang Zhefeng could hear the sounds from the outside world, but was unable to reclaim her consciousness. She had always been well-versed in the teachings of sages. able to discern right from wrong, to comprehend good and evil. Yet, this case left her bewildered about how to delineate morality. Her eyes gradually grew red-rimmed. After a long silence, gazing vacantly behind Xiahua Huai, she murmured, "Xiahua Huai, my family in this world is dwindling." Her very existence was a shame. Although others believed her to be the child of a hunter, she knew full well that she was born of the Zhou family's unwed pregnancy. Scorned and despised by society. Without Zhou Zhaokong, her mother would have perished long ago, and so would she. In her life, there remained only 3 relatives: Yanqing, the Zhou family, and Zhou Zhaokong. After Yanqing's death, the Zhou family often fell into hysteria, with no one to care for them. Unable to earn a living, the young Jiang Zhefeng struggled to transcribe text to make money, yet her earnings barely sufficed for sustenance. Just when she was on the brink of collapse, Zhou Zhaokong chastised her for concealing the truth. From then on, he would leave behind a sum of silver each time he visited. Zhou Zhaokong believed her to be Yanqing and would send her various calligraphy templates and rare books through intermediaries, secretly writing her letters about the scenery of the frontier and the world beyond. Each year during the spring festival, he would visit her with a beaming smile, praising her academic progress, declaring that she would surely excel in the imperial examinations and that she would be the most handsome scholar of Dafeng, waiting to see her parade in the scholar's robes. It was Zhou Zhaokong who gave her the strength to persevere, alleviating her fears and isolation. It had been a long time since she last cried. She thought she had forgotten the taste of tears. Now, with no escape, she was forced to confront this harsh reality. Of her 3 relatives, only her mother, Zhou Shi, remained. Even though she knew Zhou Zhaokong was innocent, she could not selfishly expose the truth about the Princess Mingyue for her uncle's vindication, risking turmoil for Dafeng. Suddenly, a veil of moisture clouded her eyes, and tears rolled down like beads. She struggled to suppress her cries, biting her lip fiercely, her body trembling with repressed sobs that escaped in faint whimpers. She had always been powerless to prevent tragedies from unfolding. She watched helplessly as calamities recurred: her elder brother's death, her mother's madness, and her uncle's demise, all while bearing the weight of infamy. What good would it do if she excelled in the examinations? The one who had smiled and expressed a desire to see her in scholar's robes was no longer present. Xiahua Huai had known Jiang Zhefeng for a long time. He was aware that she led a life of simplicity, seldom experiencing great joy or sorrow. He was taken aback to see her suppress even her sorrow. Afraid to weep aloud, a deep ache gripped his heart, as if it were being seared by hot oil. He held Jiang Zhefeng tightly in his arms and urged, "Let it all out." Jiang Zhefeng leaned against Xiahua Huai's chest, her hands clutching his garments, her knuckles turning white as she finally crumbled, tears pouring down like rain. "Xiahua Huai, do you know? I have no father. My uncle meant more to me than a father. I promised him I would wear the scholar's robes for him. But he will never see that day. He lived his life loyal to the throne and his country, never committing any act against his conscience. Yet he met such an end. My uncle was my mother's only kin, visiting her every spring. I lied to her, saying my uncle had matters to attend to and would come to see her later. How do I tell her that her only brother is dead and will never visit her again? My mother wishes for Yanqing to excel in the examinations and restore her to the Zhou family, but the Zhou family is no more. And I am not Yanqing. She has already died." The sorrow that I have suppressed for so many years surged forth in that moment, a torrent of anguish. I thought I was living diligently, studying hard and striving to excel, believing that one day, everything would be all right. But I am merely an ordinary mortal, incapable of altering fate, lacking the power to transcend my circumstances, living in this world no differently than an ant. Zhou Shi's hysteria is beyond remedy. Yanqing lies forever in a serene grave. Zhou Zhaokong perished amidst the intrigues of the powerful, and even in death, he bears the burden of disgrace. Even if I uncover the truth, I can only remain lost and helpless. I tried to save Zhuangchan, but I could not protect her. If it weren't for Xiahua Huai, I might have perished at Wanlu's hands. My life is a complete tragedy. No matter how hard I strive, nothing changes. Xiahua Huai. What am I to do? Chapter 60. The promised Xiahua Huai found himself unable to respond to Jiang Zhefeng's question. All beings are but mortals. Even the emperor cannot reverse what has transpired. Jiang Zhefeng's tears soaked a significant portion of Xiahua Huai's clothing. The dampness felt as if scalding water had been splashed upon him, causing a sharp pain in his heart. He could not alter Jiang Zhefeng's past, but he yearned to change her future. Jiang Wanyue, you are but a mortal, incapable of defying fate. Forgive yourself and return to your true self. Live happily, so that Yanqing and your uncle may find peace in their resting places. Jiang Zhefeng's cries paused momentarily, transforming into an even greater sorrow. This grief surged forth like a flood from all directions, leaving her with no refuge, and she could only watch helplessly as she was engulfed, slowly suffocating. I cannot do it. She could absolve herself of blame for her uncle's death and the accompanying stigma, but she did not know how to let go of Yanqing's death, nor the guilt associated with it. From the moment Yanqing died, Jiang Wanyue ceased to exist. She lived on to ensure that Yanqing's presence remained in the world. If she were to revert to being Jiang Wanyue, there would be no longer any trace of Yanqing in heaven or on earth, not even a name. How could she possibly deserve happiness? The corners of Xiahua Huai's eyes tinged with crimson. His heart ached deeply for the girl in his embrace. What had Jiang Wanyue done wrong? Living as Yanqing was far more unjust for her. Jiang Zhefeng pressed her head against Xiahua Huai's chest, her body trembling with grief. Do you know? After I became Yanqing, I never touched a brush or pigments again. Every time I see those things, I am reminded of Yanqing's death. If it were not for Jiang Wanyue's selfish desire to learn painting, none of this would have happened. She was wrong not to stop Yanqing from picking up that painting. The girl in his arms trembled violently, and Xiahua Huai could no longer restrain himself. Speaking each word with conviction, Jiang Wanyue, Yanqing's purpose was for you to become the most exceptional female painter of Dafeng, which is why he went to retrieve that painting. His dreams extended beyond merely excelling in the examinations. He wished for you to be immortalized as a renowned female artist. What does it matter if you excel in the examinations? Achieving that would only mean entering the court as an official, and should your political adversaries discover your gender, they would surely leave you without a grave. Even if you evade this fate, an endless world of political machinations awaits you. And you have no affinity for the treacherous struggles of the court. Your passion lies in painting. Why force yourself into a painful existence? No matter how you punish yourself, the true Yanqing will never return. If he knew you had become this way, he would not rest in peace. You can never become him. Why continue to deceive yourself? Jiang Zhefeng burst into tears once more. After she had inscribed her name on the tombstone, she had not wept again. She believed that after all these years, she had long shed her tears. Yet, she was mistaken. Today, the tears that had been pent up surged forth uncontrollably, flowing endlessly. She could say nothing, only allowing her whimpers to convey her current state of heart. She had deceived herself into living as Yanqing, elevating this illusion to a form of faith. Xiahua Huai compelled her to confront the harsh reality, shattering her beliefs into fragments. She was unsure how to reconcile with the past, nor how to face the future. Xiahua Huai knew that the girl in his arms needed time to process this. And he continued to gently stroke her back. In the depths of profound sorrow and despair, even the faintest touch of warmth can alleviate the chill. Jiang Zhefeng felt the warmth radiating from the large hand on her back. After releasing all her emotions, her heart gradually found solace. After a while, she dried her tears and lifted her gaze to meet Xiahua Huai's eyes. Xiahua Huai possessed strikingly thick eyebrows and large, bright eyes. His features were strikingly harmonious. When he smiled, he radiated a genuine vitality that left one feeling invigorated. He was neither reserved nor restrained. Rather, he was like the wind through a summer bamboo grove or the warm sun of winter, naturally bringing comfort and joy to those around him. Within his youthful gaze, there was both determination and tenderness. Jiang Zhefeng, with tears still glistening in her eyes, gazed at Xiahua Huai for a long time before tugging at the corners of her mouth to reveal a faint smile. Xiahua Huai, thank you. I will try to forgive myself. However, I still have my mother. Only when she forgives Jiang Wanyue can I return to my true self. Until then, allow me to continue my charade. Xiahua Huai cupped her face, gazing deeply into her eyes, and gently said, Jiang Wanyue, let me accompany you in facing this. When you return to your true self, will you marry me? I vow to love you alone for a lifetime, never to betray you. In truth, there is something I have concealed from you. I am the youngest son of the master of the Shanhai Tower, with 6 elder brothers who dote on me. When you marry me, they will be your brothers as well. You need not bear everything alone. you will have many family members. Jiang Zhefeng had once questioned Xiahua Huai's background. He was too pure and intelligent, far removed from what one would expect from a family of bodyguards.
Now,
Upon hearing him reveal his true identity, all her doubts dissipated. Indeed, only such a lineage could cultivate a youth as candid as Xiahua Huai. He was born into a life free of worries, able to live unabashedly and authentically. He could maintain his innocent smile or boldly challenge the entire court without fear. His powerful family background and inner strength freed him from burdens, granting him the confidence to confront the world's sordidness. Jiang Zhefeng withdrew her hand and gently traced his brows and eyes, her misty gaze softening as a radiant smile broke through. Xiahua Huai, thank you for your willingness to marry me, but even if I become Jiang Wanyu again, I cannot be your wife. I am not a complete woman. This secret even Zhuang Chan does not know. I do not possess the essence of motherhood. Zhuang Chan believes I took medicine to avoid it, but in truth, I have taken measures to ensure I could disguise myself as a man. Xiahua Huai's feelings are pure. I cannot burden him with deceit. She smiled as she bared her soul, exposing all her scars, revealing raw, bloody wounds. This is her true self, internally desolate and repressed, with a troubled background and a body riddled with afflictions. Your love for me moves me deeply, but please do not put me in a position of difficulty, nor allow me to carry burdens and guilt in our relationship. In every aspect, I feel unworthy of you. Xiahua Huai grasped her hand and placed it against his face, his gaze intense and his voice resolute. Jiang Wanyue, do you think my affection is fleeting? I admire your calm wisdom, your unflappable nature, your kindness that persists even in despair. It's you I cherish. Even when I believed you to be a man, I express my feelings for you, undeterred by societal norms. I wish to marry you, not for the sake of progeny, but to share my life with you. You need not carry any burdens or guilt. My 6 brothers ensure the Xiahou lineage does not depend on me. If you perceive our backgrounds as unequal, cast those thoughts aside. Without anyone's influence, I am merely a minor official in the Dali Temple, who became a junior official due to fortunate circumstances. Before that, you were already a scholar. Your status far surpassing mine. Your intelligence, persistence, kindness, and resilience. All of these qualities exceed my own. You are not unworthy of me. What reservations do you still hold? Jiang Zhefeng stood there, speechless and perplexed. Xiahua Huai had addressed all her concerns, and their mutual affection seemed to warrant no reservations. Yet, she remained unsure of how to respond to his words. She stood in silence for a long time before slowly saying, Xiahua Huai, if I were to become Jiang Wanyue, losing my status as a scholar and returning to being an ordinary girl, I hope to be sufficiently accomplished and have my own glory before I can be with you. Xiahua Huai quietly observed her, recognizing the gentle yet resolute determination in her eyes. He suddenly comprehended Jiang Zhefeng's meaning. Having lived for so many years as Yan Qing, accustomed to an independent life akin to that of a man, she could not rely on a partner after marriage as ordinary women might. No matter how much she adored someone, she needed to maintain her independence to consider a union. Very well, I will wait for you. In the meantime, please allow me to accompany you. Do not reject me, trust me. When the day comes that you are truly settled in your identity, then marry me. Xiahua Huai embraced her once more. Jiang Zhefeng felt rigid as she lay against his shoulder, overwhelmed by emotions. How could she, of all people, be so fortunate to meet Xiahua Huai? After a long while, she finally nodded gently. A sudden knock at the door broke the moment. Jiang Zhefeng quickly straightened, raising her head and turning her face to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Xiahua Huai rose to open the door, revealing Xing Wuxiao standing outside with a wooden tray of food, a smile gracing his lips. I assumed Yan Qing should be awake by now. So, I went to the kitchen of the medical bureau to prepare dinner for you. He entered the room, meticulously placing the dishes on the table, several exquisite small dishes, along with a portion of pastry and porridge. Only then did Jiang Zhefeng notice that the palace lanterns outside had been lit. Night had fallen. She composed herself, rose from her seat, and approached the table, offering a faint smile to Xing Wuxiao. Thank you. Xiahua Huai, unreserved, took his seat. Xing Wuxiao, have you had dinner? Xing Wuxiao leisurely settled down, gracefully serving a bowl of porridge for both Xiahua Huai and Jiang Zhefeng. I have already dined. When he handed the porridge to Jiang Zhefeng, he noticed the redness at the corners of her eyes and couldn't help but frown. Have you been crying? Xiahua Huai interjected. He heard about the incident in the back garden where 8 officials perished, and it moved him to tears. Scholars are easily touched. I was just assisting an official with a stomach ailment when I heard the cries outside, he added. Xing Wuxiao sighed. I was startled as well. Xiahua Huai took a sip of porridge, swallowing before speaking softly. Indeed, who could have anticipated such madness from the guards of the princess's residence? It nearly led to disaster. It is a pity for Princess Mingyue, who chose to end her life to atone. I did not realize Princess Mingyue was such a stubborn person, choosing death to make a statement. Xing Wuxiao's eyes fell, filled with melancholy. Jiang Zhefeng found it difficult to play along with this facade. Knowing the entire truth, she could not praise Princess Mingyue in front of Xing Wuxiao, so she remained silent, focusing on her meal. Xiahua Huai casually conversed with Xing Wuxiao about Princess Mingyue until the meal concluded. Xing Wuxiao then proposed to check Jiang Zhefeng's pulse to see if she had regained her strength. There is no need, Jiang Zhefeng quickly declined. I merely exhausted myself. I have already recovered. Xiahua Huai, unwilling to let the matter rest, seized the opportunity to discuss other topics with Xing Wuxiao. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation drifted to Xiahua Huai's recent achievement at the poetry gathering, where he had penned 3 couplets. Xing Wuxiao teased, news of today's events has spread throughout the capital. Now everyone knows there is a Xiahou Shaoqing in the Dali Temple, both valiant and handsome, skilled in both literature and martial arts. As I ventured into the kitchen to fetch dinner, even the fire attendants of the Imperial Medical Bureau were aware of the matter. You cannot fathom how many people desire you to be their illustrious son-in-law. Xiahua Huai wore a face full of unutterable emotions. Xing Wuxiao laughed, urging him not to jest. He felt that he had merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck, claiming to be a mere fool devoid of any literary talent. As he spoke, he discreetly stole glances at Jiang Zhefeng, and upon noticing her unchanged expression, he breathed a sigh of relief. After indulging in light-hearted banter for a while, Xing Wuxiao proposed that the trio had previously planned an outing to enjoy the spring blossoms, but had yet to do so. With summer fast approaching and news of the Temple Fair flower exhibition on the horizon, it would be delightful to set a date to attend together. Every June, the Temple Fair in the capital hosts a flower exhibition lasting 10 days, attracting flower merchants from all over Dafeng. The most expensive flower on display is crowned the Flower King of the exhibition. Both Xiahua Huai and Jiang Zhefeng were visiting the capital for the first time. Although they had heard of the exhibition, they had never attended. With Xing Wuxiao bringing it up, they felt it would be impolite to decline. And thus the 3 agreed to visit the exhibition in 5 days. Once arrangements were made, Xiahua Huai suggested returning with Jiang Zhefeng to avoid lingering at the Imperial Medical Bureau, as Xing Wuxiao needed to prepare medicinal pills for the palace's esteemed guests that evening. They were escorted back by the bureau's carriage. In the carriage, Xiahua Huai explained that since the emperor forbade their involvement in the ongoing case, they could return to Xinyang Alley. During Jiang Zhefeng's unconscious state, he had already sent their belongings back to Xinyang Alley with the old camel. Upon their return to Xinyang Alley, both felt a shift in their hearts. Initially, Xiahua Huai had been penniless and brazenly sought refuge there, but after experiencing numerous events together, they had grown fond of one another. However, the path to truly being together was still long. They stood silently side by side for a moment, and Xiahua Huai turned to glance at Jiang Zhefeng, whose face radiated a luminous glow under the moonlight, her demeanor as serene as ever. Cautiously, he leaned in closer and gently took one of her hands, realizing she did not withdraw. Encouraged, he boldly grasped both her hands and cupped her face, earnestly stating, "You must not go back on your word from today. From this moment on, whenever you face a challenge, share it with me, and I shall stand by your side to resolve it, all right?" Jiang Zhefeng looked up at Xiahua Huai, nodding earnestly. Yes, I understand. Her expression remained cool, yet there was a hint of compliance. Xiahua Huai's heart swelled with joy as he busied himself with heating water and tidying up. After they had both washed up, he offered to apply ointment to Jiang Zhefeng's wounds. In the camellit eastern chamber, the bruises and marks on her pale palms stood out starkly. While applying the ointment, Xiahua Huai expressed his concern. "I could hardly believe you ventured into the well without me." Jiang Zhefeng lowered her gaze to her hands, replying, "It was because I did not want you to perish. As long as I could save you, I would do whatever it takes, no matter the difficulty." After tending to her wounds, Xiahua Huai gazed at her with warmth in his eyes. "You always feel indebted to me for your life, but now we are even. From this point forward, do not consider me a lifesaver." Jiang Zhefeng chuckled softly, "But you have saved me more than once." Xiahua Huai fell silent. Jiang Zhefeng was ever so composed, analyzing matters with clarity. he decided it best not to dwell on this issue for now, planning to address it gradually after they united in marriage. Once everything was settled, they retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Lying on her bed, Jiang Zhefeng's mind was filled with Xiahua Huai's words from earlier. Jiang Wanyue, Yan Qing is determined to ensure you become the most distinguished female painter in Dafeng, which is why he retrieved that painting. She extended her hand, inspecting it under the flickering candlelight. The marks from the well rope still lingered. Her hands were delicate, nearly devoid of knuckles, and the fingertips bore calluses from years of holding a brush. It had been so long since she had touched a paintbrush. She wondered if she could still paint. Meanwhile, Xiahua Huai lay awake in his bed, contemplating that if Jiang Zhefeng wished, he could arrange for her to assume a false identity, providing her with a new persona as Jiang Wanyue. However, how could he persuade the Zhou family to forgive Jiang Wanyue? Zhou's recurring episodes indicated she was painfully aware that Yan Qing had passed. Did she truly have no awareness of Jiang Zhefeng's true identity? The more Xiahua Huai pondered, the more he felt the issue warranted further investigation. He resolved to find a moment to meet with Zhou privately. The following day, when Jiang Zhefeng awoke, Xiahua Huai had already departed for court, leaving breakfast and a note on the table, urging her to return promptly after her shift. Upon touching the still warm breakfast, she couldn't help but smile. It seemed there was no man as foolish as Xiahua Huai, born into privilege, yet willing to cook for her. After freshening up and eating, she noted that Xiahua Huai was not riding on the steed, but rather standing energetically in the courtyard. Upon seeing her, he let out a call, signaling her to mount. She climbed onto the steed and leisurely made her way to the Hanlin Academy. Upon entering, she was greeted by a throng of people congratulating her. Through their excited chatter, she learned that her poem, which had been drawn yesterday, was the one she had penned. Moreover, her courageous act of rushing into the fire to save the emperor had garnered him praise during court that day, commending her for her literary talent and bravery.
Deep down,
she understood that she did not deserve such accolades. She had only composed a single line of poetry, unable to complete the remaining verses. And her act of bravery was merely a misunderstanding. Receiving such commendation left her feeling uneasy. Before the crowd, she could not reveal the truth and held her tongue. Just then, the emperor's personal eunuch entered the Hanlin Academy, smiling as he announced, Jiang Zhefeng received the imperial decree. The crowd erupted in joy, pushing Jiang Zhefeng forward as they knelt in unison to hear the decree. After the eunuch read the imperial edict, both the assembly and Jiang Zhefeng were left bewildered. The emperor had appointed Jiang Zhefeng as a 6th-rank editor at the Hanlin Academy and awarded her 100 taels of gold. Typically, such a position was bestowed only upon the top scholar, yet the emperor had remarkably elevated Jiang Zhefeng, an outsider, directly to editor. With an indescribable feeling in her heart, Jiang Zhefeng accepted the decree, forcing a smile across her face. The eunuch chuckled, stating that such attention from the emperor for merely being a scholar was extraordinary. And if she were to achieve the top rank in the future, she would certainly become a significant minister. While Jiang Zhefeng lacked the knack for flattery, she understood the politics of the court. Seizing the opportunity as the eunuch departed, she discreetly slipped a piece of silver into his hand, only for him to decline with a grin, saying, "Do not embarrass me, Editor Jiang. The emperor regards you as a paragon of literature, and I will rely on your guidance in the future." Jiang Zhefeng paused, suddenly realizing everything. While outsiders believed she had rushed into the fire to save the emperor, the truth was that the emperor himself understood she had done so to rescue Xiahua Huai. Since ascending the throne, the emperor had witnessed numerous events unfold. He needed to stabilize the hearts of his ministers and remind them that loyalty to the emperor, regardless of one's background, would lead to rewards. She was merely a pawn in the emperor's game to solidify his rule. Understanding all of this, Jiang Zhefeng sheepishly withdrew the silver and politely bid farewell to the eunuch. Upon returning to the Hanlin Academy, she was immediately surrounded by a throng of admirers. Jiang Zhefeng, you are the first person in Dafeng's history to ascend to editor as a mere scholar. From now on, we shall address you as Editor Jiang. Editor Jiang, we are colleagues in the Hanlin Academy. You must take good care of us from now on. The cacophony overwhelmed her senses, and as she smiled, her face grew weary from the excitement. Spotting Kong Bin standing at a distance with a smile and nod, she hurriedly excused herself, saying she had matters to discuss with the esteemed Kong, thus escaping the crowd. She followed Kong Bin into the room, and after bowing respectfully, she lamented, "Master, I truly feel unworthy of the position of editor." Kong Bin laughed heartily and replied, Yanqing, the emperor possesses a profound mind, exceptional strategies, and is a rare wise sovereign. Do not betray His Majesty's trust. He further advised her to conduct herself with greater humility and discretion in the future, instructing her to first visit the Ministry of Personnel to collect her official robe and other items, ensuring all matters were settled before returning. Thereafter, she would no longer need to draft legal codes, as the head of the academy would arrange her duties anew. Jiang Zhefeng respectfully acknowledged each of his words before taking her leave. She proceeded to the Ministry of Personnel to handle her official credentials and collect her robe, not returning to the Hanlin Academy until the afternoon. Upon her return, many members of the academy came forth to congratulate her, expressing their intention to treat her to a celebratory feast that evening. Due to Xiahua Huai selling the gifts he received upon taking office to donate to the Long-An Academy, it had become customary for officials to celebrate their appointments with a gathering over drinks rather than presenting gifts openly. Jiang Zhefeng promptly declined the invitation, stating she had matters to attend to that evening, appreciating their kindness, but opting out of the feast. As Kongbin passed by and observed the scene, he urged, "Jiang Xiaochuan, you can postpone your matters until tomorrow. Everyone wishes to celebrate you, so why not join in the revelry?" Although Jiang Zhefeng had yet to publicly acknowledge him as her teacher, she genuinely admired this student. In the world of officials, even the most principled must learn to navigate their surroundings. He believed Jiang Zhefeng's demeanor was too reserved and that she might face challenges in her career. Thus, he persistently encouraged her to set aside her inhibitions and join the festivities. Jiang Zhefeng felt a deep sense of reluctance. She understood Kongbin's good intentions, however. Refusing in front of so many would likely offend them all. She could not afford to appear aloof within the academy, nor could she draw too much attention. So she reluctantly acquiesced, concerned that Xiahua Huai might worry if he did not see her. She dispatched a young attendant from the Hanlin Academy to deliver a letter to the Dali Temple. As the workday concluded, she was surrounded by her peers and led to the drunken autumn pavilion. After Xiahua Huai returned from court that day and arrived at the Dali Temple, Niu Fu eagerly approached him, offering a back rub and expressing how much he had missed him during his absence. Xiahua Huai scoffed, "If you have something to say it plainly. Spare me these theatrics." Niu Fu, with a playful grin, replied, "I have heard that you made quite an impression at the poetry gathering hosted by Princess Mingyue. I am in awe of your talents. May I inquire what type of lady you favor? I could keep an eye out for you." Xiahua Huai shot him a glance and asked, "Which of these suitors has sent you to inquire about my preferences?" Niu Fu glanced towards the door, conspiratorially closing it behind him. He then produced several pieces of silver, presenting them to Xiahua Huai. The Duke of Jingyuan provided 15 taels, Minister Liu contributed 5, and the Shen family offered 10. "I have kept none for myself. If you tell me your ideal lady, we can split the silver." Xiahua Huai was both amused and exasperated by Niu Fu's audacity. "Is the matter of my lifelong companion worth so little? You are bold, brazenly negotiating how to sell me off." Niu Fu scratched his head, admitting, "Master, I am but a lowly servant. Who am I to offend these powerful figures? Even if they do not offer silver, I cannot refuse their requests for information. I understand that this cannot be concealed from you, so I must tell you the truth." Xiahua Huai tapped Niu Fu on the head. "You are my attendant. I will protect you. I dare to challenge the entire court, so why fear them? Return their silver, and inform them I have a beloved, so they need not speculate further. In the future, if anyone seeks information from you, respond accordingly. Do you understand?" Niu Fu's eyes sparkled with mischief as he leaned in closer. "Master, who is this beloved of yours? Can you share even a hint?" Xiahua Huai thought of Jiang Zhefeng, unable to suppress a smile. Noticing Niu Fu's eager gaze, he composed his expression and replied slowly, "No." Deflated, Niu Fu protested, "Master, just a little hint." Xiahua Huai rose, adjusting his attire. "If you ask again, you shall be dismissed."
Niu Fu promptly fell silent.
"Go fetch me a set of casual clothes. We have business to attend to." Niu Fu hurriedly brought forth a set of garments, and once Xiahua Huai was dressed, they leisurely exited the Dali Temple. On the street, Xiahua Huai inquired about a tranquil courtyard, not too large, preferably with a pleasant environment and close to the palace. Niu Fu, excited, declared he knew just the place. Behind the Duke of Ping'an's residence lay Yantai Alley, inhabited by the elite, with an excellent atmosphere, though the properties were rather expensive. Xiahua Huai contemplated for a moment. The Duke of Ping'an's estate was once the Yi family residence, a quintessential scholarly lineage, and the nearby streets were indeed serene. The two ventured to Yantai Alley and sought out a property agent to inquire about purchasing a house. Upon seeing Xiahua Huai's distinguished appearance, the agent greeted him with a wide smile, promptly presenting several house plans for him to choose from. Xiahua Huai selected a two-entry residence for inspection. As they entered, the agent guided him, elaborating on the features of the house. This property had once belonged to a wealthy merchant from Jiangnan, serving as his lodgings while procuring goods in the capital. It was adorned in a style reminiscent of Jiangnan, delicate and elegant, boasting a small garden in the back filled with flora brought from the south, which bloomed vibrantly in the June sun. In a corner of the backyard, there was a spacious and bright stable. The merchant had vacated just 3 days prior, and the place was impeccably maintained. Satisfied, Xiahua Huai decided on the spot to purchase it. When the property agent inquired about his name for the deed, Xiahua Huai sent Niufu away and wrote down Jiang Zhefeng's name. Once everything was arranged, Xiahua Huai handed the agent some silver, instructing him to have the house thoroughly cleaned and furnished with necessities, ideally completed before sunset. The agent accepted the payment, nodding vigorously in agreement. Niufu congratulated Xiahua Huai on his new abode, suggesting that the brothers from the Dali Temple should celebrate with him. Xiahua Huai sternly warned, "This matter must not be publicized. I specifically purchased this new residence to avoid disturbances." Niufu quickly assured him that he would not disclose the location of the new home. Xiahua Huai then asked Niufu where he could acquire top-quality brushes, paints, and paper. Niufu perked up, claiming to know a place that sold goods rivaling those used in the palace. He led Xiahua Huai to a painting shop, where indeed everything needed was available, including various artworks for sale. Xiahua Huai purchased the finest painting supplies, along with several sets of clothing, fragrant wood materials, and various other items. By the time they returned to the new residence, the sun was setting like blood. The agent had indeed fulfilled Xiahua Huai's instructions, ensuring the house was entirely prepared. Xiahua Huai was quite pleased and rewarded the agent with an extra piece of silver. The agent handed over the keys, congratulating him on his new home before departing happily. The delivery attendants piled the purchased items in the courtyard, and following Xiahua Huai's direction, Niufu organized everything. After tidying up, he collapsed into a chair, panting heavily. "Master, your efficiency is astonishing. You managed to set up the new home in a single day. I've followed you around all day, and am more exhausted than if I were on duty. Treat me to a nice meal tonight." Xiahua Huai hoisted him up. "Go home and have your mother prepare something delicious. I have matters to attend to and no time for food." Niufu lamented, "Master, you truly have no compassion. After a busy day, you offer me nothing to eat." Xiahua Huai urged him along. "Remember to report to the Dali Temple on time tomorrow if you are late. Beware of a penalty on your monthly salary." With that, he firmly closed the door behind Niufu, who stood outside, bemused, torn between laughter and tears. After standing for a while, it became evident that Xiahua Huai had no intention of opening the door, so he reluctantly departed in disappointment. He walked to the back garden and spent an hour arranging it with wooden materials, finally satisfied with his handiwork. He nodded with approval at his creation, knowing that Jiang Zhefeng, a typical Jiangnan native born into ease, would surely appreciate this residence and garden. Noticing the sweat on his brow, he washed his face, changed into a new set of black attire, and hurried back to Jianyang Alley. Along the way, he pondered how to surprise Jiang Zhefeng. Should he blindfold her and bring her here, or simply tell her directly? In the end, he could not decide. Upon returning to Jianyang Alley, he found the house shrouded in darkness. Jiang Zhefeng had not yet returned. Confused, he realized that she had no relatives in the capital and rarely socialized after class, spending most of her time reading. She had specifically left a message asking him to return early, so where could she be? Just as he was about to head to the Hanlin Academy to find her, he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Niufu, who was beaming with surprise. "My lord, you are indeed here." He dismounted and handed Xiahua Huai a letter. "I just returned from the Dali Temple to retrieve something, and they informed me that someone from the Hanlin Academy delivered this letter for you today. I worried it might be urgent, so I hurried to bring it to you. I didn't find you at the new residence, so I guessed you would be here." Xiahua Huai's temples throbbed as he tore open the letter, recognizing Jiang Zhefeng's handwriting. She wrote that she had been appointed to the position of Xiaochuan by the emperor and was dining at Zuikula with the Hanlin Academy members, likely to return late. Panic surged through him. Jiang Zhefeng had never drunk with officials before and had no idea how persuasive they could be when it came to drinking. If she attended such a banquet, she would undoubtedly be pressured to drink. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped onto the rooftop and made his way towards Zuikula. Niu Fu stood bewildered, calling out, "My lord, what happened?" But Xiahua Huai had vanished without a trace, leaving no response. Niu Fu pondered for a moment and suddenly slapped his forehead. If it were a matter of state, Xiahua Huai would have sent him to the Dali temple to summon someone. Since he and T, it must be personal. Since it was a personal matter, he decided it was best to return home for dinner. Upon arriving at Zuikula, Xiahua Huai immediately inquired with the innkeeper about which private room the Hanlin Academy group had entered. The innkeeper, recognizing Xiahua Huai as the wealthy young man who once compensated over 10,000 taels of silver, informed him that the group was in the easternmost private room on the second floor, and that the attendants had mentioned the occupants were already quite inebriated and should be finishing soon. Filled with anger and anxiety, Xiahua Huai rushed up to the second floor. Just as he reached the halfway point, he saw Jiang Zhefeng leisurely descending the stairs. They met on the staircase, and Jiang Zhefeng exclaimed, "You came here to eat too?" Seeing her clear expression and the absence of the scent of alcohol, his heart finally relaxed. "I came to find you." Jiang Zhefeng smiled lightly. "Don't worry. I haven't touched a drop. Just wait for me a moment while I settle the bill and say goodbye to them." She paid a sum at the front desk and exchanged pleasantries with the others in the private room before leaving with Xiahua Huai. As they walked hand in hand down the street, Xiahua Huai spoke in a low voice. "Do you know how severe the drinking culture is in the officialdom? I was particularly worried you would drink too much and expose yourself." A warmth spread through Jiang Zhefeng's heart. "Rest assured, since I agreed to dine with them, I know how to protect myself. They kept urging me to drink, so I proposed a couplet contest. The loser drinks. I never lost, thus I never drank." Xiahua Huai paused, realizing that his clever Jiang Yu would never allow herself to become intoxicated. A swell of pride surged within him. Suddenly, he scooped Jiang Zhefeng into his arms, mounted his horse, and, pulling out a silk cloth from his sleeve, playfully blindfolded her. "Jiang Xiaochuan, close your eyes. I have a grand gift for you." Jiang Zhefeng stiffened instantly. Having lived her life with caution and fear of being placed in peril, she instinctively attempted to remove the blindfold. Sensing her anxiety, Xiahua Huai grasped her hand gently, saying softly, "I know you are always on guard against the world around you. Fear not, trust me." Feeling the warmth of his palm, Jiang Zhefeng exhaled softly and nodded. Seeing her relax, Xiahua Huai smiled and teased her gently, "Come. Let us go see the gift I have prepared for you." Jiang Zhefeng had no idea where Xiahua Huai was taking her. Everything was cloaked in darkness, and the rushing wind made her feel as though she might fall at any moment. Pressing her back against his warm chest, she found a sense of stability akin to leaning against a blazing wall. Xiahua Huai noticed her subtle movement and smiled even more broadly. He brought her to the entrance of the new residence in Yantai Alley, gently set her down from the horse, and took her hand as they entered the courtyard. The air was perfumed with the faint scent of flowers, accompanied by the distant sound of a pipa. As they walked further, the fragrance grew stronger. Xiahua Huai paused, carefully removing the silk cloth from her eyes. She squinted, adjusting to the light, and her pupils widened in astonishment. Before her lay a small garden, though modest. It was exquisitely crafted. At the entrance stood a tall magnolia tree, encircled by low bamboo fencing. Between the bamboo, every few feet, stood a lantern frame made of camphor wood, with 3 tiers to hang palace lanterns. A total of 6 lantern frames held over a dozen lanterns. Xiahua Huai lit each lantern, illuminating the garden as if it were day. Under the soft glow, the garden was adorned with gardenias, orchids, jasmine, azaleas, hibiscus, and a myriad of other blooms, creating a breathtaking tableau. A few butterflies flitted gracefully onto the petals, resembling a magnificent painting. This small garden felt like a celestial realm fallen to earth. Jiang Zhefeng stood amidst the garden, momentarily dazed. She looked up at Xiahua Huai and asked, "Where is this?" Xiahua Huai retrieved a property deed from his sleeve and handed it to her. "This is the back garden of your residence. If you wish to be Jiang Zhefeng, then this shall be your abode. Whenever you wish to return to being Jiang Wanyue, I will find a way to change the deed to your name." Jiang Zhefeng opened the deed, where the 3 characters Jiang Zhefeng were inscribed in black on white paper. She stood still, gazing down at the document. And after a long moment, she slowly spoke, "I appreciate your kindness." Xiahua Huai chuckled. I know you will say that you cannot accept something for nothing. You are overthinking it. Do you remember when you returned those silver notes from selling the copies? The money used to purchase this residence came from those notes. The furnishings and supplies were bought with my salary from the past few months, serving as a housewarming gift for you. I am now broke. I want to receive my next month's salary for another month, and I cannot sell your calligraphy boards again. If someone buys them at a high price, my political enemies will surely accuse me of accepting bribes in disguise. So, even with your new residence, you cannot abandon me. You must continue to keep me and support me. The young man, dressed in black, stood tall beneath the magnolia tree, the wind tousling a lock of hair on his forehead. He smiled with a mischievous and proud gleam in his dark, bright eyes. Xiahua Huai's expression froze in an instant. No wonder others say that a woman's lack of talent is her virtue. Her intelligence is unmistakable and cannot be concealed. He had served as a stand-in for the emperor, nearly perishing in flames, and indeed received a considerable amount of reward silver, all of which he spent today on this residence. Jiang Zhefeng pulled out a stack of banknotes from his sleeve, took one of Xiahua Huai's hands, and placed the notes into his palm. You have gone to such lengths to treat me well. How could I possibly disregard your kindness? If you wish for me to support you, I shall do so. This is all the reward silver I received from the emperor today. Accept it as repayment or as funds for your upkeep, as you see fit. Xiahua Huai raised an eyebrow, pocketed the banknotes, and smiled. My little Yu is indeed generous, supporting me so lavishly. Come, let us explore your residence. He grasped Jiang Zhefeng's hand and strolled leisurely through the courtyard. From now on, you shall reside in this main room, while I will occupy the adjacent one. Tomorrow, I shall find 2 reliable maids. Once we are on duty, they will come daily to assist us in tidying the house and managing household chores. But they shall not stay overnight. I must conserve my time for more significant matters. As he spoke, he led Jiang Zhefeng to the entrance of one of the rooms. If you are to reclaim the identity of Jiang Wanhua, you must once again take up the brush. This room has been specially arranged as an art studio. Open the door and see for yourself. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Zhefeng opened the door, stunned into silence. The spacious room was meticulously organized, featuring a large painting desk at its center, while shelves brimming with top-quality art supplies lined the walls. Xiahua Huai entered the room, standing in the center, pointing to the shelves as he spoke. Due to the haste of today, I could only procure these supplies. In the future, I shall prepare the paints and make the brushes myself. I assure you, what I produce will far surpass these offerings. I intend to provide you with the finest paints and brushes. Jiang Wanhua shall undoubtedly become the most formidable female painter in Dafeng. Jiang Zhefeng stood there as if struck by lightning. Memories long buried surged forth. Little Yu, you shall certainly become the most accomplished female painter in Dafeng. Little Yu, when my brother grows up, I will gift you the finest paints and brushes. Yan Qing had once spoken those very words to her. When Yan Qing uttered them, his eyes sparkled like stars, his white teeth gleaming, the young boy radiating an unusual maturity and composure. Yet, she had not touched a brush since. Burdened by her heart's constraints, she gazed at the exuberant Xiahua Huai, her eyes gradually reddening. Had Yan Qing lived, perhaps he would have joyfully gifted her this room filled with art supplies, much like Xiahua Huai did. Noticing Jiang Zhefeng lost in thought with reddened eyes, Xiahua Huai felt a sudden pang in his heart and, feeling awkward and uneasy, said, If you do not like it, I will immediately clear out everything from this room. Jiang Zhefeng collected herself, returning to the present, and smiled with a hint of mischief. No, I truly like it.
Thank you.
She knew he would be delighted to see her take up the brush once more. She stepped into the room, laid a sheet of paper on the desk, and after a prolonged hesitation, finally lifted the brush but found herself unable to make the first stroke. Xiahua Huai stood beside her, patiently mixing the paints, and softly suggested, Would you gift me a painting? Jiang Zhefeng lowered her gaze and remained silent for a long while before finally dipping the brush into the paint and gradually beginning to create. As colors began to take shape, Xiahua Huai was astonished to find that Jiang Zhefeng was painting the scene they had witnessed after spending a night together in the cave. The mountains were awash with the red hue of azaleas, while the valley was dotted with clusters of forsythia, and a brown steed galloped gracefully amidst the blossoms. The painting was vivid and lifelike, every strand of the horse's mane rendered with exquisite detail. Upon seeing the artwork, Xiahua Huai was instantly transported back to that day. Recalling his casual lamentation, If only I had practiced painting more diligently, I would have captured this moment. It turned out that Jiang Zhefeng had quietly committed it to memory. His heart felt as though it were enveloped in honey. While painting, Jiang Zhefeng was as silent as when she wrote, deeply focused and earnest. After finishing, she set down her brush, gazing at the painting on the table, her expression somewhat dazed. She had believed she would never touch a brush again, convinced that resuming would bring unbearable pain and heartache. Yet she felt none of that. As she painted, her mind was a blank slate apart from the artwork before her. A sense of bewilderment washed over her as she turned to Xiahua Huai. He smiled at her, suggesting that perhaps liberating oneself is not so daunting after all. The challenge lies in taking that first step, and you have already succeeded. Jiang Zhefeng stood motionless, her eyes cast downwards. In her heart, she silently declared, Xiahua Huai, without you, I could never have taken that first step. She straightened, intending to tear the painting and create a new one for Xiahua Huai, insisting that her long absence from painting had rendered her work too crude to present. Xiahua Huai snatched the painting from her hands, laughing, even after such a long time. Your talent remains intact. To me, this painting surpasses anything sold in galleries. As night deepened, Xiahua Huai, recalling her new role as a scholar and the many tasks awaiting her the following day, encouraged her to rest early. After washing up and preparing for bed, Jiang Zhefeng lay on her mattress, gazing at the empty room, softly murmuring, Brother, I have taken up the brush again. There is someone who treats me as you did. He smiles with sincerity and brightness, and he will provide me with the finest paints and brushes. He is truly wonderful. After a long silence, all that enveloped her was darkness and stillness, with no response from the room. Suddenly, Jiang Zhefeng smiled. Brother, before you passed, you urged me not to feel guilty and to care for Mother well. I promise to fulfill your wishes. I will free myself, look after Mother, and live on. Once Mother forgives me, I will bring her back to see you and paint the finest picture for you. You wish to see me become the most accomplished female painter in Dafeng. I will not disappoint you. In Dafeng, only officials of the 5th rank and above were permitted to attend court, and Jiang Zhefeng held a 6th rank title, disqualifying her from such attendance. Thus, she would continue her duties at the Hanlin Academy the following day. The head of the academy, concerned about her youth and the potential for mistakes in handling significant responsibilities, assigned her the temporary task of drafting documents related to ceremonies. Jiang Zhefeng respectfully accepted and diligently worked at the Dali Temple each day. Xiahua Huai hired 2 maids, both short and plump, with warm smiles that made them appear kind-hearted. They came daily to assist in cleaning the courtyard and managing various chores, returning home only after their work was done. After the maids departed, Xiahua Huai would accompany Jiang Zhefeng as she painted. While she painted, he quietly mixed the colors beside her. A newfound sense of determination and tranquility enveloped Jiang Zhefeng. She began to ponder that if she could achieve recognition through her art, she could support both Zhou Shi and Zhuang Chan, gradually revealing the truth to Zhou Shi. If she could earn Zhou Shi's forgiveness, she could live as Jiang Wanyue without the constant burden of striving for top honors or concealing her identity as a woman. She could fulfill her desire to take Zhou Shi to visit the place where Zhou Zhaokong had sacrificed, offering 3 cups of thin wine in reverence. She could wander through the mountains and rivers, painting to her heart's content. The vision of a life of freedom began to seem tantalizingly close, within reach. In the days that followed, Xiahua Huai sought an opportunity to visit Zhou Shi in the eastern outskirts, yet the Dali Temple was occupied with matters concerning Princess Mingyue. He was busy fulfilling the emperor's demands for accountability, leaving him no time to spare. Before long, the day for the flower viewing had arrived. Xiahua Huai harnessed the carriage and hired a coachman. He and Jiang Zhefeng settled comfortably in the carriage and went to the Imperial Medical Office to fetch Xing Wuxiao. The 3 of them chatted and laughed as they set off for the flower appreciation event. Xing Wuxiao was dressed in a deep night purple ensemble, accentuating his flawless features with a hint of mischief. Xiahua Huai sat in the carriage, continually clicking his tongue in admiration. Xing Wuxiao, your face is truly enough to enrage even a celestial being. As they arrived at the flower exhibition, it was evident that a throng of young ladies would soon be tossing their handkerchiefs in their direction. If any caught your eye, I could discreetly inquire about them. After all, we of the Dali Temple are renowned for our investigative prowess. Xing Wuxiao merely smiled, remaining silent. The trio quickly reached the flower exhibition, only to discover that it was already a bustling sea of people. Not only were flowers being sold, but various performances, including acrobatics and opera, created a lively atmosphere that surpassed even that of a temple fair. The sights were overwhelming. With nothing pressing to attend to, the three strolled leisurely along the street. Walking between the two, Xiahua Huai stood out, drawing glances from the occasional curious maiden. True to Xiahua Huai's predictions, some young ladies began to hurl handkerchiefs at Xing Wuxiao, whose previously gentle and smiling demeanor suddenly froze. Unable to contain his laughter, Xiahua Huai patted his shoulder, urging him to choose someone he fancied, without delay. With a hint of resignation, Xing Wuxiao replied, "Brother Xiahou, please refrain from teasing me." Xiahua Huai, pulling Jiang Zhefeng along behind Xing Wuxiao, expressed his reluctance to provoke envy from others. Xing Wuxiao, wishing for a moment of solitude, contemplated finding a quiet place to rest. As he was not keen on attracting attention, Xiahua Huai dismissed his concerns, insisting that he should not mind the attention. However, when a handkerchief was thrown towards Jiang Zhefeng, his expression shifted dramatically, and he lamented indignantly. The audacity of today's women knows no bounds. Suggesting a respite, the trio made their way to a lakeside near the exhibition, where willows swayed in the shade, and a handful of young men were gathered under the trees, reciting poetry and enjoying wine with an air of carefree elegance. Jiang Zhefeng mentioned feeling a bit parched and decided to procure some fruits. Xiahua Huai quickly interjected, "Allow me to go. You stay here." He hurried off to the vendor area and returned with several pieces of fruit, only to find Jiang Zhefeng had vanished and Xing Wuxiao lay unconscious on the ground. His expression shifted to one of alarm. Discarding the fruit, he rushed to help Xing Wuxiao, pinching his acupoint and calling out, "Xing Wuxiao, awaken." Slowly, Xing Wuxiao regained consciousness, his eyes meeting Xiahua Huai's anxious face as he exclaimed, "A frail old man has taken Yanqing away." He headed east. Xiahua Huai was taken aback, instantly recalling the old beggar from the city god temple. Could it be the one with hawk-like eyes and a gaunt face? Xing Wuxiao confirmed excitedly, yes. Clad in a green robe. Before he could finish, Xiahua Huai's expression darkened, his aura becoming menacing as he declared, "I understand." He swiftly leapt into the trees, heading eastward. Meanwhile, in a remote cave outside the capital, Jiang Zhefeng glared with resentment at the old man before her.
Who are you? Why have you taken me?
She couldn't fathom why the old beggar, who had stopped her carriage at the city god temple, would bring her here. Moments earlier, she had been chatting with Xing Wuxiao while waiting for Xiahua Huai's return when the old beggar had suddenly descended, rendering Xing Wuxiao unconscious before seizing her wrist and dragging her away. Having cleaned himself of filth and donned a blue robe, the old man appeared ominous and profound. After bringing her here, he had fixed his gaze upon her, which filled her with both fear and anger. She believed she had done no harm to the old man and couldn't understand why he had taken her. The old man scrutinized Jiang Zhefeng and said sternly, "I have investigated you. You are now a compiler in the Hamlin Academy. As a woman, why do you disguise yourself as a man? You are not Jiang Zhefeng. Who are you really?" With clear, cold eyes, Jiang Zhefeng replied, "What I am is of no concern to you. Why have you kidnapped me without reason?" Seeing her calm demeanor, the old man's expression darkened as he seized her wrist, attempting to roll up her sleeve. She struggled, indignantly shouting, "Let go." His grip was like iron, rendering her immobile. He rolled up her sleeve, revealing her alabaster arm adorned with a crescent-shaped birthmark, the size of a pinky nail, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Releasing her wrist, he widened his eyes in surprise, exclaiming, "It is truly you. It is truly you." Jiang Zhefeng pulled down her sleeve, trembling with rage.
What do you want from me?
The old man was neither a lecher nor greedy for wealth. He sought to understand the significance of her birthmark. Gradually, he raised his head, fixating on her face, his voice trembling with excitement. "I am your father." Jiang Zhefeng was incensed. "My father has long been dead. I have no father." Rising, she prepared to leave. The old man stepped in her way, fervently declaring, "I am not dead. I have been searching for you." Jiang Zhefeng stood frozen, finally processing his words. "You abandoned my mother, leaving her pregnant before marriage, nearly leading her to death. Now you come claiming to be my father, insisting you've been searching for me? How laughable. I have no father." The old man furrowed his brow deeply. "What your adoptive mother endured has nothing to do with me. I have never abandoned your mother." Jiang Zhefeng was suddenly shaken, incredulously gazing at the old man.
What did you say?
"My adoptive mother?" The old man rolled up his sleeve, revealing an identical birthmark on his arm. "Your mother died giving birth to you. My sworn enemy seized you in my moment of grief. Over the years, I have hunted down those responsible, traversing the entire Central Plains in search of you. Who would have imagined you disguised as a man, causing me to remain oblivious to your whereabouts? Chapter 63. Origins. Jiang Zhefeng felt as though struck by lightning, her eyes wide in disbelief.
What did you say?
Her voice trembled violently. Xiahua, do you have any idea how arduous my search for you has been? The old man's eyes brimmed with tears, his expression sorrowful as he gently raised his hand, attempting to caress Jiang Zhefeng's face. Do not touch her. A sudden furious voice erupted. Xiahua Huai, wielding a silver sword, lunged at the old man's neck. Having tracked him to this location, he was infuriated to see the old man reaching for Jiang Zhefeng's face. Drawing his flexible sword, he channeled all his internal energy, executing a lethal technique. The old man's expression darkened as he slightly tilted his head, evading the strike, then countered with a palm strike. The force of his attack surged forth like a roaring tiger. Xiahua Huai staggered back several steps, narrowly escaping the blow at the cave's entrance. The old man vanished into the cave, and soon the sounds of combat echoed from within. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. As Jiang Zhefeng regained her senses, she rushed out of the cave, shouting, "Stop!" The two were locked in a fierce struggle outside, with Xiahua Huai quickly falling into a disadvantage. After a few exchanges, the old man disarmed him and struck him in the chest, causing blood to spill from his mouth as he fell heavily to the ground. Just as Xiahua Huai struggled to rise, the old man transformed his hands into palms,
Preparing to strike down on him.
Jiang Zhefeng dashed forward, throwing herself over Xiahua Huai. "Stop!"
Don't.
In a swift motion, Xiahua Huai flipped over, shielding Jiang Zhefeng beneath him, exposing his back to the old man. The old man, forced to retract his internal energy, coughed violently in frustration and fury. Glaring at Jiang Zhefeng, "Are you willing to risk your life for this brat?" Xiahua Huai turned to face Jiang Zhefeng, arms shielding her, glaring at the old man. "If you dare to harm a single hair on her head, I will kill you." The old man scoffed disdainfully. "You think you can kill me?" Jiang Zhefeng gently tugged at Xiahua Huai's sleeve from behind, whispering, "Xiahua Huai, he seems to be my father." In an instant, Xiahua Huai froze, as if turned to stone. On the grassy ground outside the cave, the three sat in a circle. Jiang Zhefeng sat beside Xiahua Huai, tending to the blood at the corner of his mouth, concernedly asking if he was well. The old man regarded the scene before him with cold eyes, unable to contain himself. What could possibly be wrong with him? "He won't die. I merely wanted to test his skills. If I truly wished to kill him, he would surely perish within 3 moves." Seeing the old man's furious expression, Xiahua Huai quickly reassured Jiang Zhefeng, "I am fine. That uncle was merely testing my strength and did not injure me." "Who is your uncle? Who cares for you?" The old man glared, incredulous. "How did you come from the loins of such a brazen son?" Xiahua Huai exclaimed in astonishment, "You know my father?" "Not merely acquainted. By calculation, he ought to address me as senior brother." "What is the essence of this situation?" Jiang Zhefeng was only aware that Xiahua Huai hailed from a martial background, yet remained oblivious to the particulars of Xiahua Huai's family circumstances. Upon the elder's utterance, his mind became a tumultuous chaos, utterly incapable of discerning clarity. This tale must be traced back to long ago. The elder suddenly fell into silence, his countenance gradually tinged with sorrow. After a while, he spoke softly, expressing gratitude toward Xiahou Yuyang for his introduction to Xiao Yunyang. The elder's true name was Su Qingtian. At the tender age of 10, he became a disciple of the Fantian sect, learning the art of Qiming Duanjia under the tutelage of the sect's patriarch, the revered Bao Weng. Among his fellow disciples, he ranked 6th, while later, Xiahou Yuyang, who arrived as the 7th disciple, became his sworn brother. Despite being the last to enter the sect, Xiahou Yuyang possessed remarkable talent, earning the patriarch's favor. The elder envisioned him returning to inherit the Fantian sect after gaining experience in the world. However, upon descending the mountain, Xiahou Yuyang encountered the female bandit, Xia, and insisted on marrying her. This decision devastated Bao Weng, leading him to expel Xiahou Yuyang from the sect and decree that the Fantian sect would sever all ties with him. After his expulsion, Xiahou Yuyang established the Shanhai Tower. Su Qingtian remained unmarried until his 30s, dedicating himself fervently to the study of Qiming Duanjia and martial arts, soon becoming a distinguished figure among his peers. Following the death of Bao Weng, he assumed leadership of the Fantian sect. Su Qingtian maintained a close relationship with Xiahua Huai, secretly corresponding with him. Xiahua Huai assured him that although Anai Xia was a bandit, she had always robbed the rich to aid the poor, never committing heinous acts. He extended an invitation for Su Qingtian to visit the Shanhai Tower. Upon assuming leadership of the Fantian sect, Su Qingtian's first course of action was to disguise himself and visit the Shanhai Tower to reconnect with Xiahua Huai. Unfortunately, on his return journey, he was ambushed by rivals, sustaining grave injuries, and was rescued by a solitary woman residing in the mountains. This woman was the renowned painter Leng Ning, who happened to be out for inspiration at the time. She tended to him for an extended period. Su Qingtian found her to be humble and unpretentious despite her fame, innocent and kind-hearted, and he gradually developed feelings for her. Leng Ning, in turn, admired Su Qingtian's composed demeanor, devoid of youthful recklessness, and soon found herself drawn to him as well. Once Su Qingtian recovered, Leng Ning accompanied him back to the Fantian sect. They enjoyed 2 years of blissful life together until Leng Ning became pregnant. Tragically, during childbirth, she suffered severe complications and excessive bleeding. Su Qingtian utilized all the rare medicinal resources of the Fantian sect and sought the expertise of all the renowned healers of the time. Yet they could not stem the tide of blood. With her last breath, Leng Ning gave birth to a daughter. Just before passing, she noticed a crescent-shaped birthmark on her daughter's arm, identical to Su Qingtian's, and named her Xiaoyu. Overcome with sorrow, Su Qingtian held her lifeless body. Utterly heartbroken and lost in despair, taking advantage of his grief, members of rival sects conspired with several elders within the Fantian sect, abducting the child and coercing him to exchange the sect's jade tablet for her. When Su Qingtian relinquished the jade tablet, they deceitfully claimed the child had already been discarded. Enraged, he killed several elders and, in a fit of madness, slaughtered all living beings of the rival sect. This act sent shockwaves through the martial world. Many claimed he had lost his humanity following his wife's death, and thus he became a target for those seeking justice, who began to hunt him down and vilify him. Unwilling to engage with them, he orchestrated a faked death and subsequently went into hiding, tirelessly searching for his daughter. Over the years, he traversed Beirong and Dafeng, disguising himself as both a beggar and a wealthy merchant, all in pursuit of information. The sword, Zhefeng, that Xiahua Huai bore at his waist was a gift from him to Xiahua Huai. Moreover, due to Xiahua Huai's resemblance to Xiahua Huai in his youth, he immediately recognized him upon their first encounter at the city god temple. Based on age, he surmised that Xiahua Huai must be Xiahua Huai's youngest son. However, wishing to avoid rekindling old ties with Xiahua Huai, he refrained from disclosing this revelation. Upon first laying eyes on Jiang Zhefeng, he noticed her appearance in feminine attire bore an uncanny resemblance to Leng Ning. Grasping her wrist, he confirmed that her pulse indeed belonged to a female. In recent days, he had investigated all available information about Jiang Zhefeng, only to discover that she consistently presented herself as male to the outside world, even having a mother and a wife. He was too overwhelmed to conduct a detailed inquiry and thus seized Jiang Zhefeng to demand the truth. When she refused to speak, he rolled up her sleeve to examine the birthmark on her arm. This mark was identical to his own, along with her likeness to Leng Ning, leading him to ascertain that Jiang Zhefeng was indeed his daughter, Xiaoyu. As he recounted this, a profound sorrow enveloped him. Xiaoyu, for all these years, I have exhausted every means to find you. Your mother possessed extraordinary talent in painting. I believed if you inherited her gift, you would share a love for art as well. I even disguised myself as a painter, traveling to gather students without charge, hoping to attract children who enjoyed painting to seek me as a mentor. 12 years ago, I visited Shanhai to recruit disciples and stayed for a month, yet left without discovering any useful information. I had not anticipated that you had remained in Shanhai until your journey to the capital. Jiang Zhefeng was utterly astounded, realizing that her biological father had sought her in Shanhai 12 years prior. When did you go to Shanhai? What alias did you use? I traveled there in autumn, under the name Qianshan, signifying my determination to traverse mountains and rivers to find you. I found the name Shanhai appealing and lingered for an additional 10 days, hoping to find you there. Regret swelled in Su Qingtian's eyes. Had he stayed longer, perhaps he would have found Jiang Zhefeng. Overcome with emotion, Jiang Zhefeng could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her face. So, you were that painter, Qianshan, who sought students without charge. Do you know why I disguised myself as a man? She sobbed uncontrollably. Her biological mother had perished during childbirth, and her father, in search of her, had forsaken everything, enduring relentless pursuit and hardship in the martial world. Ironically, in her quest to become his disciple, she lost her elder brother, and her adoptive mother descended into madness, leading her to assume a male identity. Unbeknownst to him, her father had been searching for her in vain. Her life had been a tragic series of misalignments. Xiahua Huai's eyes also reddened, and disregarding all else, he tightly embraced Jiang Zhefeng. At a loss for words to comfort her, he could only hold her silently. Turning to Su Qingtian, he struggled to find his voice. After regaining his composure, he detailed the reasons behind Jiang Zhefeng's male disguise and the plight of her adoptive mother.
Zhou.
As he reached the conclusion, his voice cracked with emotion. Listening to the tale, Su Qingtian's heart felt as though it were being cleaved in two, tears streaming down his face. This was the reason his daughter had disguised herself as a man. His beloved daughter had endured such misery over the years. In anguish, Su Qingtian howled at the heavens, striking a nearby tree with such force that it shattered into splinters. After delivering that blow, he sank to his knees, weeping bitterly. If Lung Ning had known he had failed to protect their daughter and allowed her to suffer so, how much pain would that have caused her heart? "It is all my fault, he lamented, pounding his chest, his face awash with tears. Jiang Zhefeng nestled against Xiahua Huai's chest, trembling as she sobbed. Witnessing Su Qingtian, once a renowned leader of the sect, now weeping like a child, tears welled in Xiahua Huai's eyes as well. Had Xiao Yu not been stolen away all those years ago, she would have been the esteemed daughter of the Fantian sect, living a life of comfort, painting amidst the mountains, free and unrestrained. Instead of silently swallowing the sterilization pills, she disguised herself as a man, burdened by years of guilt and remorse, struggling to survive with a mother afflicted by hysteria. Xiahua Huai raised his head to conceal his tears and, with a hoarse voice, said, "Uncle, do not blame yourself. The fault lies with the one who abducted Xiaoya back then. Xiaoya, do not cry. Look, you are not without a father. Your father loves you dearly and has been searching for you all along." His words deepened Jiang Zhefeng's sorrow. She had a father. Yet the Zhou family was not her biological family. Her real mother had long since passed away. Su Qingtian and Jiang Zhefeng wept in their own grief, neither responding to Xiahua Huai. After a considerable time, Su Qingtian was the first to regain composure, rising to kneel before Jiang Zhefeng, his voice low and filled with self-reproach. "Xiaoya, it is all my fault for not protecting you, allowing you to be taken and endure such suffering. If you do not wish to acknowledge me as your father, I bear no resentment." Jiang Zhefeng steadied her emotions and, choking back tears, replied, "I do not blame you." Su Qingtian had endured just as much in a search for her. She could harbor no hatred towards anyone. After a moment of shock, Su Qingtian embraced Jiang Zhefeng, tears flowing freely. Xiahua Huai watched the father-daughter pair weep in each other's arms, feeling both pained and exhilarated. It pained him to see Jiang Zhefeng's life misaligned for so many years, yet he rejoiced that she had finally found her biological father. After a while, the two gradually calmed their emotions. Suddenly, Xiahua Huai recalled an important matter. "Uncle, Xiaoya, let us seek out the Zhou family. Why do Jiang Zhefeng and Jiang Wenyu look identical? Does Zhou know about Jiang Wenyu's origins? Why was Jiang Wenyu brought all the way to Shensui from the border of the two kingdoms?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingtian's demeanor shifted. He furrowed his brow and clenched his fists. "Very well. Whoever was involved in the abduction of Xiaoya shall face dire consequences." Jiang Zhefeng, sensing Su Qingtian's overwhelming aura of menace and his fierce gaze, quickly interjected, "Mother has hysteria. Your actions may frighten her. Zhou, as her adoptive mother, had raised her for many years, and she could not harm her." Su Qingtian suppressed his fury, softening his voice to appear more benevolent. "Xiaoya, do not worry. I would never harm your adoptive mother." Xiahua Huai had been contemplating this matter and saw an opportunity to inquire about Zhou. "Xiaoya, have you considered that each time your mother has an episode, she seeks out Yanqing? This suggests she knows deep down that Yanqing has passed away. After all these years, has she truly not realized your identity as Jiang Wenyu? Could it be that she knows you are adopted, which is why she has been harsh with you, forcing you to live as Yanqing?"
No, Xiahua Huai.
"Until the truth is revealed. Please do not speculate maliciously about my mother." Jiang Zhefeng felt a wave of inexplicable panic rise within her. Xiahua Huai's words sent chills down her spine, as she had never dared to think in that direction. Xiahua Huai frowned. I do not harbor ill intentions. I merely wish to uncover the true cause of her hysteria. A glimmer of insight flashed in Su Qingtian's eyes, and he suddenly had a bold conjecture. He concealed his inner turmoil and looked gently at Jiang Zhefeng. I would like to express my gratitude to her, for she has cared for you all these years. Jiang Zhefeng, feeling the weight of their gazes, hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. However, she insisted that when they reached the eastern suburbs, they must subtly inquire about Zhou. If they triggered her hysteria, they would cease immediately, as they could not allow her condition to worsen. This matter could be deliberated over time. But they must not act hastily and harm Zhou. Xiahua Huai and Su Qingtian assured her repeatedly that they would not frighten Zhou. And together they made their way to the eastern suburbs. Chapter 64. The Deception. The trio arrived at the Taoist temple in the eastern suburbs. Jiang Zhefeng, fearing that Zhou might be startled by Su Qingtian's unfamiliar presence and have a relapse, requested that he remain hidden for the time being.
Su Qingtian readily agreed.
Zhou and Zhuangchan were seated in the back hall, listening to Taoist Guanyin expound on the teachings. After Xiahua Huai and Jiang Zhefeng entered, they silently stood outside the door, waiting. Once Taoist Guanyin finished, she nodded slightly and smiled at the two, prompting Zhou and Zhuangchan's joyful reaction upon seeing them. Jiang Zhefeng stepped into the hall, greeting everyone and requesting a moment alone with Zhou. Zhuangchan, sensing the situation, followed Taoist Guanyin and others to the front courtyard. Zhou approached with a smile, saying, Yanqing, let us go to my room. I have saved some snacks for you. Once inside the room, they sat down, and Zhou opened a drawer, retrieving a small wooden box and placing it before Jiang Zhefeng. Recently, Taoist Guanyin went down the mountain to perform a ritual, and the family gifted her some snacks. I found them quite delightful, so I secretly saved a few for you. Please try them. She looked at Jiang Zhefeng with a radiant smile, her eyes filled with anticipation and joy. Zhou, once quite beautiful, had suffered from hysteria for years. Her constant medication leaving her complexion sallow and her demeanor weary. However, today, she appeared unusually spirited, her face flushed, dressed in a Taoist robe. With her hair styled like a nun, exuding a gentle yet lively aura, reminiscent of her youthful grace. Jiang Zhefeng gazed at the snacks before her, warmth flooding her heart. She opened the box to reveal 8 small Longjing tea cakes, releasing a delicate aroma of tea. Jiang Zhefeng picked one up, took a bite and smiled. So delicious. Mother, you are truly kind to me. As your mother, I naturally wish to treat you well, Zhou playfully chided in reply. Xiahua Huai, you should try some too. These treats are delightful. Xiahua Huai did not partake in the snacks but grinned and said, Aunt, today I accompany Yanqing to celebrate your good fortune. Yanqing has now become a member of the Hanlin Academy. Zhou paused, excitement gleaming in her eyes as she grasped Jiang Zhefeng's hand, her face flushing. Yanqing, you have become the top scholar? Jiang Zhefeng clarified. No, it is due to my service in rescuing the emperor that I was directly appointed. Zhou's eyes filled with tears in an instant. I knew it. Yanqing would surely achieve greatness. She repeated these words excitedly, wiping her tears. Concerned about her potential hysteria, Jiang Zhefeng quickly reassured her. Mother, I am merely a minor official. I have not yet achieved the top rank. Please do not be overly excited. Sit down. Suddenly, Xiahua Huai sighed. Aunt, as you know, only the top scholar is bestowed the title of Shu Chuan. Yanqing is merely a Jiren, and many are dissatisfied with his position. They are secretly searching for flaws against him. I work at the Dali Temple, and someone approached me, asking me to investigate Jiang Zhefeng for any faults or shortcomings. In the process, I discovered that Yanqing's father, the hunter from the Jiang family, never married. Mother, Xiahou Gu discovered this first and informed me immediately. I could no longer keep it hidden, so I had to tell him that the identity of the hunter was false. Jiang Zhefeng's expression grew troubled. He asked me who her biological father was, but I did not know. Xiahou Huai's brow furrowed deeply. Now that Yanqing is a Shu Chuan, he will inevitably enter the court and take on significant responsibilities. At that point, countless political enemies will seek to exploit his weaknesses. If a biological father suddenly emerges, it would imply identity fraud, a crime punishable by death. Xiahou Huai paused before continuing. During my investigation, I unexpectedly found the midwife who assisted in your birth. She claimed you had only one son, Yanqing, and no daughter. Yet, Yanqing insists he had a deceased twin sister. Xiahua Huai fixed his gaze on Zhou's face. Aunt, I came here today primarily to inquire, who is Yanqing's biological father? What is the truth behind Jiang Wanyu? Please reveal the truth to me, so I may be prepared to counter those who seek to exploit weaknesses. Zhou's entire being trembled as she lowered her eyelids, incessantly wringing her hands. When she finally raised her head, her once clear gaze had morphed into confusion. She stood up, mumbling to herself as she walked out, I must find Yanqing. I must find Yanqing. Noticing her hysterical episode had reemerged, Jiang Zhefeng hurriedly stepped in front of Zhou, saying, Mother, I am Yanqing. I am here. Zhou stiffly looked at Jiang Zhefeng and exclaimed, You are not. You are deceiving me. I must find Yanqing. With a forceful shove, she pushed past Jiang Zhefeng and hastily exited the door. Outside, Su Qingtian swiftly blocked her path, pinching her mouth and forcing a pill into her. Zhou was compelled to swallow the pill, and blood began to flow from her nose uncontrollably. She clawed at her throat, bending over in a desperate attempt to vomit, but despite her efforts, she could only emit painful dry heaves. Jiang Zhefeng rushed forward to support Zhou, exclaiming in alarm, What did you give to mother? Hurry and stop the bleeding. Su Qingtian replied nonchalantly, I administered a harmless pill to a hysterical person. A normal person would bleed from all 7 orifices and perish within the time it takes to burn an incense stick. He had witnessed the entire episode of Zhou's hysteria unfold outside the door. To evade answering Jiang Wanyu's inquiries about her lineage, Zhou had suddenly feigned illness. And as she rushed out, her eyes had unmistakably flickered with panic and guilt. Having traversed the Jianghu for many years, he had encountered countless deceptions. Zhou's performance was indeed convincing, capable of misleading others, but it could not deceive him. Upon hearing Su Qingtian's words, Zhou was struck with horror, disregarding everything else as she grasped Su Qingtian's sleeve, pleading, Please give me the antidote. I do not wish to die, quickly. Jiang Zhefeng watched as Zhou abruptly regained her composure, clinging to Su Qingtian, desperately seeking the antidote, leaving him frozen in astonishment.
Su Qingtian produce the pill,
which Zhou snatched and swallowed whole. Miraculously, her nosebleed ceased within moments, and she let out a long sigh of relief.
Su Qingtian macht.
The pill I just gave you was merely a standard remedy for nosebleeds. Zhou suddenly realized that she had inadvertently revealed her ruse of feigning hysteria, leaving her momentarily stunned. After a long pause, she stiffly lifted her head and discovered Xiahua Huai standing in the room, observing her with a peculiar expression. Jiang Zhefeng stood nearby, wide-eyed and aghast. The chill enveloped her as if doused in icy water. After a lengthy silence, she regained her composure and gazed at Jiang Zhefeng, her voice strained, Yanqing. Allow me to explain. As she spoke, she reached out to grasp Jiang Zhefeng's hand. Jiang Zhefeng vehemently shook her head, retreating repeatedly, Mother. Why did you deceive me if you do not have hysteria? With guilt over Yanqing's demise weighing upon her, she had never dared to probe deeply into this matter. When Xiahua Huai had raised his suspicions earlier, she had instinctively thought he was overthinking. Now, as the truth emerged, she found the person before her both unfamiliar and terrifying. Xiahua Huai stepped in front of Jiang Zhefeng, gazing at Zhou with icy intensity. Aunt, since your hysteria is a facade, you must surely know she is Jiang Wanyu, correct? Zhou laboriously lifted her gaze to meet Xiahua Huai's. The young man's dark eyes were eerily calm, his gaze so pure and unyielding that it was difficult to meet. I once held you in high regard, even crafting lanterns for you, yet you have continuously deceived us. Su Qingtian pursed his lips, frowning, I am Wanyu's biological father. You feigned hysteria and concealed Wanyu's lineage. What exactly do you intend to achieve? Zhou dared not meet Su Qingtian's piercing gaze, retreating into the room until she collapsed heavily into a chair, disoriented. I have failed, I have truly failed. Xiahua Huai could not restrain himself, asking, Aunt, why would you do this? Zhou repeated the question, why?
Why?
Before abruptly regaining her senses, her expression contorted with rage as she cried out. Because Yanqing was born with deadly poison coursing through her veins, destined to live no longer than 7 years. Because I wish to return to the Zhou family. What? Both Xiahua Huai and Su Qingtian exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Zhefeng trembled, her voice hoarse. Mother, what are you saying? Zhou glanced at the three of them, suddenly covering her face and weeping. When I just came of age, My talent and beauty surpassed that of the other sisters in the Zhou family. They were envious of me, and when I went out to enjoy spring, they drugged me and brought in a man of similar stature, leading to my disgrace. I did not even catch a glimpse of that man's face. Later, when I was diagnosed with pregnancy and could not name the child's father, the clan leader submerged me in a pig cage. Zhao Kong saved me and arranged for me to live in peace. These memories shattered Zhou's heart. Her life should have been radiant, yet those malicious women had stripped her of everything. Yanqing was born with a mysterious poison in her blood, causing her nails to bleed inexplicably. I tried countless remedies to stop the bleeding, making her appear like any normal child, yet the doctor said she would not survive past 7. Zhao Kong, wishing to spare me sorrow, procured a girl identical to Yanqing when she was 1, saying that when Yanqing was gone, this daughter would keep me company so that I would not be alone. Su Qingtian's expression darkened severely. So, Yanqing is destined to die. That day when I returned home, seeing the blood under Yanqing's nails, I knew she must have suddenly succumbed to the poison after falling from a tree, just as the doctor had predicted. She would perish by the age of 7. Zhou sobbed violently. I lashed out at Jiang Wanyu, consumed by hatred. Why is it so unfair? Why must Yanqing, with her identical appearance, perish while Jiang Wanyu thrives? Why is she not the one born with poison? I did not want Yanqing to go. I forced her to study and excel, hoping she would restore honor to the Zhou family, proving to those who wronged me that I had not died and that I remained the most illustrious among the Zhou sisters. Thus you began feigning hysteria, withholding the truth from Jiang Wanyu, compelling her to live as Yanqing out of guilt. Xiahua Huai felt as though he had been plunged into icy waters, his limbs stiffening. You did all this merely to fulfill your son's ambition of academic success and regain your place in the Zhou family? He could hardly believe it. In moments of clarity, looking at the gentle and harmless Zhou, he found it unfathomable that she could be so cruel, distorting a young woman's life for her own selfish desires. Jiang Zhefeng stood by, her lips pale and trembling, her entire being on the brink of collapse. Uncle, did you always know my true identity? The weight of this question drained her of strength. Zhou Zhaokong was the only person who had brought her warmth over the past 12 years. She could hardly fathom that he too had deceived her. He certainly knew. He knows everything. Zhou's tears blurred her vision once more, cascading forth. I warned him that if he dared to reveal the truth to you, I would die before his eyes. He had no choice but to help me conceal it, pretending not to know you are Jiang Wanyu, urging you to study diligently. I exerted so much effort, yet I still failed. As Zhou spoke, she suddenly stood up, striking Xiahua Huai in a frenzy. It is all your fault. If not for your deliberate deception earlier, I would not have exposed myself. What if when you finds her biological father, knowing my hysteria has not subsided, she would still disguise herself as a man? It is all your fault. Xiahua Huai stood motionless, allowing Zhou to strike him, his fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot. Zhou was Jiang Zhefeng's adoptive mother. As long as Jiang Zhefeng remained silent, he could not retaliate.
Su Qingtian,
Witnessing Zhou's utter lack of remorse as she continued to blame Xiahua Huai, felt his breath quicken, his anger palpable as he coldly said, Xiaoyu, how do you wish to deal with her? Jiang Zhefeng did not respond, standing there with vacant eyes. Her body had lost all connection to the world around her. The 12 years of her masquerade as a man had culminated in a horrifying and grotesque ruse. Her faith of 12 years had been utterly crushed by the truth. Yanqing was destined to die at 6. Her beloved mother had merely viewed her as a prey and snared in a web, watching her struggle in vain. And her most esteemed uncle was also a weaver of that very web. Zhou Shi and Zhou Zhaokong feigned ignorance of her true identity as Jiang Wanyue, observing her burdened with guilt as she impersonated Yanqing, enduring the rigors of relentless study day after day, striving earnestly to attain the title of scholar, with aspirations to become the foremost in her examinations. What thoughts lingered in their hearts? Was there even a flicker of compassion? Or was it merely the gratification of a hunter witnessing their prey ensnared? No one pondered the trials she endured over those 12 years. Often, upon closing her eyes, she was haunted by the memory of Yanqing's demise. The agonizing torment and guilt gnawed at her, ensnaring her in a mire that seemed to suffocate her. Each time she witnessed Zhou Shi's hysterical episodes, desperately seeking Yanqing, her heart felt as though it were being flayed alive. The truth was, Zhou Shi's episodes were merely a means to compel her to steadfastly embody Yanqing, unwavering in her resolve. Among the three relatives she cherished dearly, only Yanqing had never deceived her. Yanqing lay forever entombed in darkness. Jiang Zhefeng's mind suddenly went blank. She could not weep, nor could she utter a curse. She felt utterly drained, as if all her sinews and strength had been extracted. The vastness of the world loomed before her, leaving her utterly alone. Her 18 years of existence had been a tapestry woven with deception and dislocation. A sudden wave of dizziness overcame her, and Jiang Zhefeng could no longer maintain her composure. Collapsing in a disordered heap,
Xiahua.
both Xiahua Huai and Su Qingtian rushed forward to catch Jiang Zhefeng, with Su Qingtian being the quicker of the two. He checked her breath and found it normal, attributing her faintness to overstimulation, and he exhaled with relief. Casting a cold glare at Zhou Shi, he commanded Xiahua Huai sternly, "Watch her closely." Xiahua Huai sheepishly withdrew his hand and replied obediently, "Understood." Su Qingtian carried Jiang Zhefeng into the inner room. After striking Xiahua Huai, Zhou Shi sat motionless in a chair, her expression dazed as she murmured repeatedly, "I have failed. I can never return to the Zhou family." Seeing her utter indifference to Jiang Zhefeng's fainting, fixated solely on her own failed scheming, Xiahua Huai seethed with resentment. How could someone be so selfish? Loving no one but themselves? Xiahua had shown such filial piety, yet she had deceived her so cruelly. After serving you for so many years, you care nothing for her well-being. Is your heart made of iron? If Yanqing were aware of your vile deeds, she would surely die in unrest. He had never fathomed that a person could be so selfish, so vile, so dark, and so malicious. To be candid, even if Xiahua impersonates Yanqing and excels in her examinations, it will not restore you to the Zhou family. Last year, Zhou Zhaokong died for stealing grain, and the emperor executed the entire Zhou family. Zhou Shi was taken aback, rising abruptly, her hands gripping Xiahua Huai's collar, her face contorted with fury, her eyes gleaming with a predatory light. "What did you say? Repeat that." Xiahua Huai clenched his teeth and enunciated each word deliberately. "I said the Zhou family is no more." Xiahua was anxious you would be distressed by the truth. She concealed it from you, desperately hoping to exonerate Zhou Zhaokong. Upon realizing her efforts were in vain, she broke down in tears, while you and Zhou Zhaokong were nothing but consummate deceivers. Zhou Shi's eyes reddened as she continued to strike Xiahua Huai. "You lie. Zhaokong is not dead. The Zhou family still exists. You are deceiving me." Xiahua Huai stood resolutely, his expression cold. His ancestors had wished for him to witness the world's cruelties, and now he fully grasped it. The depths of human malice surpassed all vile things in existence. Living beings could be more terrifying than the rulers of hell. He had no desire to see Zhou Shi any longer, swiftly applying pressure to her acupoint, rendering her unconscious. He did not even glance at her as she collapsed to the ground but instead strode into the inner room. Su Qingtian was seated on a stool beside the bed, silently observing the unconscious Jiang Zhefeng, his gaze inscrutable. Hearing footsteps, he did not turn his head but inquired, "Where's Zhou Shi?" Xiahua Huai pulled up a chair and sat beside Su Qingtian. "I do not wish to see her. I put her to sleep." Su Qingtian remained silent. The two of them silently regarded the figure on the bed. Even in her unconscious state, Jiang Zhefeng's brows were tightly knit, her features etched with despair that could engulf all. Xiahua Huai's heart ached profoundly. The girl he cherished had endured an exceedingly tumultuous life. While taking a life may seem trivial, Zhou Shi had mercilessly tormented Jiang Zhefeng for 12 years for her own desires. Jiang Zhefeng had previously stated that Zhou Shi had forgiven Jiang Wanyue, allowing her to reclaim her identity as a woman. However, Zhou Shi would never permit her to do so. Had it not been for today's revelation, she would have faced a lifetime of suffering. The more Xiahua Huai contemplated this, the more his heart ached, as though it had been crushed. After a long silence, Su Qingtian suddenly spoke. "Do you know why Yanqing and Xiahua resemble each other so closely?" Xiahua Huai was momentarily taken aback, unsure. Zhou Shi had only claimed that Xiahua was purchased by Zhou Zhaokong, and she likely did not know the reason behind their resemblance. If my conjecture is accurate, Yanqing's biological father should be the twin brother of Lung Ning, Lung Feibai. Lung Ning's parents passed away early. Her brother, Lung Feibai, raised her. Later, he abruptly left a letter for Lung Ning, stating his intention to travel the world, and then vanished. Lung Ning searched for him in vain, and after marrying me, pleaded for my assistance in locating him. My people eventually found him, only to learn that he had been poisoned while searching for a rare pigment to assist Lung Ning. With no remedy available, he did not wish for Lung Ning to know and feigned a journey. He stated he would perish within 6 months, and I was to never reveal the truth to Lung Ning. I have long deceived Lung Ning into believing we could not find Lung Feibai, allowing her to retain hope. On our way here today, I pondered that since Yanqing and Xiaoya share no maternal lineage, yet look identical, there must be one explanation. Yanqing is the child of Lung Feibai. Therefore, Zhou Shi is technically Xiaoya's aunt, although this relationship remains unknown to all. Xiahua Huai felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of revelations he had encountered today, his temples throbbing. His mind was a tumult of emotions, anger, hatred, compassion, and confusion. Su Qingtian nodded slightly. Xiaoya and Yanqing are cousins. However, Zhou Shi cannot be considered Xiaoya's aunt. Lung Feibai was not a lecherous man and was likely ensnared by the Zhou family without his knowledge. Had he been aware of his son, he would surely have entrusted me with his care before his demise. Chapter 65. Regret Lung Feibai perished for Lung Ning. Unaware that his son and Lung Ning's daughter had inadvertently become siblings, with her almost living the life meant for him, Xiahua Huai's emotions surged like a tempest, rendering him at a loss for words. The unpredictability of fate is such that certain matters lie beyond mortal control. Thankfully, everything has passed. Xiaoya has endured far too much injustice in her early life, and from now on, I will protect her, ensuring no one dares to harm her again. Xiahua Huai hastily declared, "Uncle, I promise that after our marriage, I will never mistreat Xiaoya." Su Qingtian's brow furrowed deeply. "When did I agree to your marrying my daughter?" You and my father are close disciples. Xiaoya and I are mutually affectionate. Why do you oppose? I have searched tirelessly for my daughter. Why should she marry so quickly? If she must marry, I will ensure she selects the best husband in the world. Without a proper choice, why should she wed you? Xiahua Huai argued. Uncle, there are indeed men more accomplished than I. However, Xiaoya may not favor them. She loves me most dearly and wishes to marry me. You cannot thwart our union. Su Qingtian's frown deepened. Did Xiaoya ever say she would marry you? Xiahua Huai, how can you be so brazen? Xiahua Huai boldly met Su Qingtian's gaze, asserting, Uncle, Xiaoya has seen my body. If you deny our union, my virtue will be lost, and I will have no face to show in the future. Su Qingtian scoffed, then die to prove your resolve. You are good for nothing but your shamelessness. The skills of martial arts cannot compare to mine. You merely hold the position of a fourth-rank official, appearing rather hasty and lacking in composure. I shall never allow my daughter to marry you. Xiahua Huai was left momentarily speechless, his face a canvas of vivid colors. He had perused the records of Su Qingtian within the Shanhai Tower, noting that his prowess ranked among the top 3 in the martial world, with his mastery of the mystical arts being unfathomable. In his heyday, he was a figure who could summon the winds and reign within the realm. To surpass Su Qingtian's accomplishments would prove to be a formidable challenge. For the first time in his life, he found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, Uncle, you must respect Xiaoya's wishes. Su Qingtian, his face cold as ice, ceased to respond, his gaze drifting silently to the figure resting on the bed. Xiahua Huai cautiously observed Su Qingtian's expression, noting the absence of anger or mirth. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he tentatively asked, Uncle, if Xiaoya is willing to marry me, you would consent, wouldn't you? Su Qingtian shot him a sidelong glance. Did you not proclaim your intent to honor Xiaoya's wishes? Then I shall gather all the outstanding suitors under the heavens and see whether she still chooses you. Xiahua Huai sighed inwardly, realizing that indeed, the relationship between father-in-law and son-in-law is often fraught with tension, particularly with someone like Su Qingtian, who once governed the Fantiang sect and commanded respect in the martial world with unparalleled skills and deep-seated cunning, having taken 18 years to locate his daughter. He would undoubtedly not allow her to wed lightly. If he wished to marry, a long and arduous journey lay ahead. Jiang Zhefeng dreamt she stood amidst a vast expanse of white, witnessing her past flit by like fleeting shadows. In her youth, she would rise at dawn each day, embarking on a 1-hour trek to the school at the foot of the mountain. She recognized her sole talent lay in painting, and that in academia she could not rival Yanqing. To strive for the title of top scholar, she would need to exert 10-fold or 100-fold more effort, thus sacrificing her sleep each night to study fervently, often collapsing at her desk in exhaustion. In her quest to master Yanqing's delicate calligraphy, she practiced to the point her right hand trembled, forcing her to use her left hand to eat with chopsticks. Her academic prowess quickly surpassed that of her peers, leading her teacher to recommend her to the largest school in the city. The educators there admired her diligence and brilliance, even waiving tuition fees to accept her. However, this institution was populated by the children of wealthy merchants and officials, and the camaraderie among students was far less innocent than at the humble school at the mountain's base. As the only impoverished student from the mountains, she often faced ridicule. They would place snakes on her desk to frighten her, deliberately spill ink on her garments, or secretly tear her writing practice sheets. They mocked her mother as a widow, derided her humble attire, and scorned her inability to pay tuition, brazenly attending classes nonetheless. She longed to confront these tormentors, yet fear held her back. She dreaded that in a scuffle, her identity as a girl would be revealed, and thus she endured in silence. Observing her plight, her teacher grew furious and sternly reprimanded the unruly students, only inciting them to escalate their bullying. To spare her mother from worry, she feigned contentment, assuring everyone that she was thriving at school, where she was treated kindly. This torment persisted for 2 years until the students realized that despite the bullying, she remained unperturbed and dedicated to her studies, swiftly becoming the most exceptional student in the school. Aside from her academic achievements, her calligraphy gained considerable recognition, earning her consistent praise from her teacher as she left her peers far behind. Gradually, the other students sought her friendship, hoping to gain her guidance. But she maintained a polite distance, refusing intimacy or camaraderie. At 12, she visited the city of Xiahua for the first time, her complexion paling with fear. If she continued to come to Xiahua monthly, her identity as a girl would inevitably be exposed. Desperate and apprehensive, she wandered the bustling streets searching for a pharmacy to inquire about contraceptive medicine. The peculiar gazes directed at her only heightened her anxiety, and she feigned nonchalance, explaining that her family's cat was too noisy due to its frequent litters, and she sought medicine for the animal. Eventually, she found a pharmacy that sold such a remedy. But the doctor warned her repeatedly that it was intended for livestock, possessing potent properties that could be catastrophic if ingested by humans. Should a woman consume it, she would never again experience her monthly cycle and would be rendered incapable of bearing children, rendering the medicine futile. Emerging from the pharmacy, she wept for an extended period, silently apologizing to Jiang Zhefeng before tearfully consuming the entire package of powder. Jiang Zhefeng stood frozen in place, witnessing her younger self, sobbing while swallowing the medication, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. She stepped forward, yearning to embrace her 12-year-old self, yet her outstretched arms met only emptiness. When she looked up again, everything had vanished.
Xiahua.
Jiang Zhefeng heard a voice and spun around to see 6-year-old Yanqing approaching her with small, measured steps, his eyes crinkling with a gentle smile. Her eyes reddened, and tears fell like pearls from a broken string. "Ah, brother, long time no see." Yanqing approached her, tilting his head and gently wiping the tears from her eyes. "Xiahua, why are you crying?" Jiang Zhefeng closed her eyes, suppressing her tears, and forced a smile. "I am not crying. I am simply overjoyed to see you." Yanqing replied, "As long as you are not crying, that is good. Today, I have come to say farewell. I must leave and may never return to see you again. You must remain happy and promise not to cry." Upon finishing his words, he bestowed upon her a warm smile, embodying a maturity beyond his years. Jiang Zhefeng gazed at the young boy before her, lost in thought for a long while before nodding. "Yes, I will always find happiness." "My dear sister, you must keep your promises," Jiang Zhefeng added, squatting to meet Yanqing's gaze, looking into his eyes as she whispered, "Never break your word." Yanqing, receiving her affirmation, revealed a radiant smile. "Xiahua, I am leaving now." He waved goodbye and turned to walk toward the vast, white expanse. His small figure gradually faded into translucence, ultimately vanishing entirely. Silence enveloped the world. Jiang Zhefeng stood motionless for a long time until she finally murmured, "Yanqing, thank you for coming back to see me." After Xiahua Huai found himself at a loss for words due to Su Qingtian's rebuff, the two fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere in the room becoming eerily quiet. Jiang Zhefeng slowly opened her eyes, turning her head to find the two men at her bedside, their expressions peculiar. "Xiahua, you are awake?" Su Qingtian's icy demeanor instantly transformed into warmth. Xiahua Huai exclaimed with joy, "Xiahua, are you feeling better?" Jiang Zhefeng sat up slowly, scanning the space behind them, her voice hoarse as she inquired, "Where is mother?" Su Qingtian's expression darkened immediately. Did she truly deserve to refer to her as mother? The discussion between a biological father and his daughter regarding the treatment of a stepmother was a matter Xiahua Huai felt he had no right to interrupt. He poured a cup of tea, intending to personally offer it to Jiang Zhefeng, but at the sharp glare from Su Qingtian, he promptly withdrew his intentions and obediently handed the cup to Jiang Zhefeng. Jiang Zhefeng took a sip, her parched throat finding some relief. She compelled me to lead a life as Yanqing. It is not entirely her fault. Had I heeded Yanqing's last wishes and not stubbornly sought atonement, her schemes would not have succeeded. Regardless of her treatment towards me, she raised me, and that is an unalterable truth. Had I been sold to another, I might have ended up in a brothel or as a servant, or perhaps even perished, instead of pursuing my studies and writing as I do now. These past 12 years have been suffocating enough. I refuse to allow resentment to dictate the remainder of my life. If possible, I wish only to remain true to my heart, free from bitterness, conserving my time and energy to pursue the endeavors I cherish. Xiahua Huai's heart was a tempest of conflicting emotions. The girl he adored was compassionate, kind, and perceptive, qualities to be cherished. Yet, reflecting on the grievances of the past 12 years, he felt an undeniable sense of injustice. This was not his life. He had no authority to make choices or decisions for others. At last, I could only sit in silence, disheartened. I promised you I would not harm her. She is safe outside. Su Qingtian's voice betrayed no emotion. She is your adoptive mother, and I respect all your decisions. Jiang Zhefeng rose from the bed, and Xiahua Huai and Su Qingtian followed closely behind her. Upon reaching the outer room, they found the floor eerily empty. Zhou Shi had vanished. Impossible. I sealed her acupoint. She was just here. Xiahua Huai exclaimed. Jiang Zhefeng hurried outside, realizing there was a cliff at the back mountain. Xiahua Huai and Su Qingtian instantly comprehended her intent. Su Qingtian vanished into the courtyard. I'll carry you. Quickly, climb on, Xiahua Huai urged, crouching before Jiang Zhefeng. Without hesitation, she climbed onto his back, and he sprinted toward the edge of the cliff. Upon arriving, both Su Qingtian and Zhou Shi were nowhere to be found. Xiahua Huai set Jiang Zhefeng down and approached the cliff's edge, glancing down into the abyss, shrouded in mist, rendering the depths invisible. Jiang Zhefeng attempted to step closer, but Xiahua Huai blocked her path. Do not proceed. It is perilous. No sooner had he spoken than a figure clad in blue leaped up from the cliff's base. Su Qingtian, grasping Zhou Shi by the back of her collar, landed steadily on the ground. Once stable, he released Zhou Shi, who collapsed on the ground, lost in thought, murmuring, let me die, I have failed. Everything is gone. Witnessing her in such a state, Jiang Zhefeng clenched her fists and approached, speaking each word with conviction. Some individuals strive tirelessly, yet fail to survive, while you choose to surrender your life. For years, I have lived in anguish, and you feigned madness, suffering all the same. Had you relinquished your obsession earlier, rather than longing to flaunt your victories at the Zhou family, you need not have acted foolishly for so long. The Zhou family no longer exists. You will never return. Although you are not my biological mother, you raised me, and I promised Yanqing to care for you. I shall honor that promise. As long as I have food, I will ensure you do not go hungry. Zhou Shi, coming to her senses, looked up at Jiang Zhefeng, who stood before her, still clad in male attire, her slender figure as upright and refreshing as a pine tree. Her features were handsome, and her eyes sparkled with a light capable of illuminating the world. Even after years of deception, Zhou Shi recognized the truth and remained unchanged. She was still the dutiful, kind, and pure Jiang Wanyue. Some hearts may be as foul as stagnant mire, while others remain as pure as gold. Zhou Shi felt herself shrinking, so diminutive that she could no longer look up at Jiang Zhefeng, finally uttering hoarsely, take me to see the former Zhou family. The four returned to the Daoist temple, intending to borrow a carriage from Daoist Guanyun. Zhuangchan, perplexed by Su Qingtian's sudden presence, was left in the dark about the events that had transpired. Jiang Zhefeng led Zhuangchan to a nearby room, recounting the entire affair. Upon hearing, Zhuangchan's eyes brimmed with tears. She mourned Jiang Zhefeng's tumultuous fate, was angered by Zhou Shi's cruelty, yet rejoiced that Jiang Zhefeng could finally live authentically and had found her biological father. Ultimately, she lamented that Jiang Zhefeng should not easily forgive Zhou Shi. Jiang Zhefeng merely replied, I have no choice but to let go. To erase the gratitude for being raised would make me ungrateful, a wretch unworthy of the wisdom I have studied. She is Yanqing's biological mother. If I were to strike or scold her, how could I justify Yanqing's toil in copying scriptures for me to procure paint? I promised Yanqing to care for her. If I were to break that promise, I would be unfaithful. Choosing to hate her would imprison me in a life of resentment and agony, torturing only myself. In hatred, there is no victor, only endless despair. After pondering this deeply, Zhuang Chan admired Jiang Zhefeng greatly. It is rare for a person to maintain a pure heart, untainted by anything, and not blinded by hatred. She inquired about Jiang Zhefeng's plans, to which Jiang Zhefeng replied that she was now a scholar, recently appointed, and needed time to shed this identity. Once she became her true self, she would consider her next steps. Zhuang Chan asked how she intended to handle Zhou Shi, and Jiang Zhefeng mentioned taking Zhou Shi back to see the former Zhou family, allowing Zhou Shi to decide for herself. They informed Daoist Guan Yun of their intention to take Zhou Shi down the mountain and hurried toward the capital. Xiahua Huai volunteered to drive the carriage. Zhou Shi sat silently in the carriage, her gaze cast downward, while Jiang Zhefeng and Su Qingtian maintained a mutual silence. They soon arrived in the capital. Although the Zhou family was not a prestigious lineage, it had produced 2 scholars and 4 officials of the 5th rank, and the clan had been prosperous. As they walked through the alley where the Zhou family once resided, they found the gate sealed. The entire alley lay in desolation, and Zhou Shi gazed at the door for a long half-hour, her expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Afterward, she spoke softly, Take me to Jingxin Monastery. Jingxin Monastery is the largest nunnery in the capital, known to all. Overwhelmed by a moment of victorious desire, she had deceived Jiang Wanyue for 12 years.
Now,
Having lost all her kin, only Jiang Wanyue remained, genuinely caring for her. She felt unworthy of living in this world. If she must survive, she did not deserve Jiang Wanyue's care and devotion. Xiahua Huai and Su Qingtian stood silently beside her, remaining quiet. Jiang Zhefeng refused, stating, For the past decade, we have relied on one another. I will not harbor resentment towards you for your deceit. I will continue to care for you, just as before. You need not become a nun. Zhou Shi offered no response, merely repeating her previous request, Take me to Jingxin Monastery. After a prolonged silence of half an hour, seeing Zhou Shi unmoved, Jiang Zhefeng reluctantly allowed Xiahua Huai to drive them to the monastery. Standing outside Jingxin Monastery, Zhou Shi looked up at the plaque, suddenly turning to Jiang Zhefeng and smiling. The smile was gentle and serene. Xiao Yu, you're a good girl. I am honored to have been called mother by you. I deceived you, yet you hold no hatred and still wish to care for me. I am happy, but we cannot pretend nothing has happened. From now on, I will pray before the Buddha daily for your happiness, wishing you a life free of suffering. With that, she resolutely stepped through the nunnery's doors.
Anul naprorocheter.
And Zhou Shi pressed her palms together, speaking a few words. The nun glanced back at the 3 outside, nodded with a smile, and led Zhou Shi into the inner hall. Jiang Zhefeng stood at the entrance, watching Zhou Shi follow the nun into the grand hall. She knelt before the Buddha statue, saying a few words to 4 standing nuns, then bowed 3 times before the statue. A nearby nun clasped her hands and recited a few verses, while someone brought a pair of scissors, and an elderly nun prepared to shave her head. Jiang Zhefeng's eyes turned red, and she suddenly knelt down, calling out, Mother. Whether in love or in hatred, she had called Zhou Shi mother for many years. They had relied on each other for so long, and she had truly regarded Zhou Shi as her mother, caring for her wholeheartedly. Mother. The unbreakable bond of mother and daughter between them could never be erased. Regardless of Zhou Shi's intentions, she had allowed Jiang Zhefeng to experience the warmth of a mother's love. Just as today, when Zhou Shi had smiled and offered her a snack, they had shared many such tender moments. In that instant, Jiang Zhefeng felt a profound happiness. Mother. She called out 3 times, each more sorrowful than the last. Upon hearing Jiang Zhefeng's cries, Zhou Shi's back stiffened, yet she did not turn. She nodded slightly to the nun beside her, who began to shave her head. Her dark tresses fell to the ground, eventually all cut away, and she donned a monk's hat. Jiang Zhefeng remained kneeling at the entrance, motionless. After the shaving ceremony, Zhou stood up and slowly walked to the door. Within the threshold, she clasped her hands together in reverence towards the 3 individuals, stating, I am the nun with the Dharma name of Yu Hui, and I am not your mother. Please leave." With that, she followed several other nuns into the back hall of the temple. Jiang Zhefeng watched her vanish from sight, bowing respectfully in the direction she had departed. Su Qingtian observed the scene before him with an impassive expression. Xiahua Huai felt a pang of emotion in his eyes. He was uncertain how to perceive the tumultuous relationship between Zhou and Jiang Zhefeng. Upon learning the truth today, he wished for Zhou to suffer immensely, yet at this moment, with her renunciation and dedication to a life of prayer for Xiaoya, he found it difficult to harbor resentment. He approached, slowly kneeling down, contemplating that perhaps the quiet life of a nun, illuminated by the gentle glow of the ancient Buddha, was the best sanctuary for Zhou. She would be free from any lingering attachments. Yan Qing would surely be pleased to know you have forgiven his mother. Jiang Zhefeng rose, his expression sorrowful. Yet he remained silent. Chapter 66. The plan. As the three prepared to return, Jiang Zhefeng suddenly recalled something vital. Xing Wuxiao's uncle merely rendered him unconscious. He was not harmed. I awakened him when I returned with fruits. You two should go back first. I will seek him out and inform him that I have found you. Xiahua Huai replied. Su Qingtian deduced that Xing Wuxiao was the young man in purple whom he had knocked unconscious. It was imperative that few knew of Xiaoya's true lineage, and the truth about Zhou must never reach Xing Wuxiao. The people at the temple saw me with both of you today, and now that Zhou has renounced her vows, these facts cannot remain concealed. How will you explain all of this? After a moment of contemplation, Xiahua Huai suggested, you could say that Jiang Zhefeng is your long-lost son. You saw Zhou at the temple to inquire about him, only to discover that her son died at birth. Jiang Zhefeng was bought to replace him.
Zhou,
Having suffered from hysteria due to Jiang Wanyue's death, forgot that she had adopted Jiang Zhefeng. Upon learning the truth today, realizing all her children are gone, she became despondent and chose to enter the monastic life. In this narrative, Jiang Zhefeng remains a male without any guise, and his origins evoke sympathy and sorrow. Afterward, Jiang Zhefeng would request leave to return home and acknowledge her heritage, feigning death from smallpox on the journey, necessitating immediate cremation to prevent contagion. Thus, Jiang Zhefeng would cease to exist in this world. Jiang Zhefeng could not resist casting a look of admiration at Xiahua Huai. Smallpox manifests swiftly, with a high risk of contagion. Once afflicted, one could only wait in solitude for death, as others would not dare approach, and the deceased must be cremated. Even if she had just sealed her fate, the Ministry of Personnel would investigate the body rigorously. Only ashes could completely obliterate the past. Upon hearing this, Su Qingtian quipped, "You are not as foolish as one might think. There is a glimmer of cleverness in you." Xiahua Huai, unaccustomed to receiving praise from Su Qingtian, seized the moment to respond, "Uncle, you too find me astute, do you not?" Su Qingtian shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. "Uncle, the most troublesome aspect of this plan is how to explain your identity, your origins, and your livelihood. The circumstances surrounding your son's disappearance must withstand scrutiny." Xiahua Huai put on a compliant smile, though internally he was quite anxious. Su Qingtian's gaze bore into him with an intensity sharper than a dagger, as if warning him that any approach towards Jiang Zhefeng would result in dire consequences. He could not fathom why Su Qingtian regarded him with such disdain. Without hesitation, Su Qingtian replied, "Simply state that I am a wandering painter named Qianshan, hailing from the border town of Liqing. This identity is one I have employed before and can withstand investigation. Indeed, Qianshan wandered in search of his child."
Xiahua Huai silently admired Su Qingtian's meticulousness.
The arrangement of the Qianshan identity was exceedingly clever.